Lin Yuyu had been having the same dream for several days. In her dream, the people looked pale and thin, wearing dull, gray clothes. It felt like something out of the old stories her grandmother used to tell. Maybe her grandmother missed her. She thought she should burn some paper offerings for her soon. Thinking about the strange dreams, Lin Yuyu absent-mindedly got up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Ouch! She cried softly. She must have accidentally cut her finger. She looked at her clean finger.
Huh?
Where was the blood? It hurt, but there wasn't a single drop. How strange. Out of habit, she reached to touch the bracelet on her wrist, but it was gone. Why had so many odd things been happening lately? Maybe her ancestors were trying to send her a message. She suddenly remembered a novel she had read and whispered in her heart, "Enter." In the blink of an eye, she found herself in a beautiful place filled with birdsong and flowers. In the middle stood a large villa, surrounded by open fields and streams, with mountains and the sea in the distance. Lin Yuyu was overjoyed. It was a real space. So time travel was truly happening. She pushed open the door and went inside. To the left was a clear, shining well. On the first floor, there was an open kitchen that looked much like a modern one. The villa had both water and electricity, though she couldn't tell how it worked. Facing the entrance was a living room. On the coffee table sat a box. Inside was a letter. After reading it, she learned that this was a jade bracelet space, a life-saving treasure left by her ancestor. Besides the living room, the first floor had several guest rooms and a huge storage room where time stood still. The second floor had the master bedroom, a walk-in closet, and a study. The third floor was for entertainment. Lin Yu thought, so her ancestor had also traveled through time. The kitchen appliances were actually spiritual tools powered by spirit stones. One medium-grade stone could last 100 years. She couldn't practice cultivation, but that was more than enough. Her ancestor had also left many spirit stones and elixirs in the storage room. The well outside contained spiritual spring water that could restore mental energy and strengthen the body over time. The stream nearby was fresh water, and the open land could be used for farming. Time inside the space could be adjusted up to a ratio of 100:1. Everything inside could be managed directly with mental power, planting, harvesting, and more. When Lin Yuyu turned on the living room TV, it displayed time until travel, 60 days. She thought she'd better start gathering supplies soon. With a thought of exit, she returned to her kitchen and calmly finished her breakfast. Lin Yuyu reviewed her finances. When she was 16, her parents passed away in a car accident. She hired an agent to manage the family company and received dividends while waiting to take over after graduating from university at 18. She estimated that selling her company's shares could bring about 4 billion yuan. The insurance compensation from the accident was 500 million, and her savings had grown to 2 billion. This year, her grandmother also passed away, leaving her as the only member of the Lin family. Her grandmother's inheritance was worth 2.5 billion, and selling the remaining properties could bring another billion. She needed to turn her assets into cash quickly. Yuyu called Secretary Li and said, "Uncle Li, this is Yuyu. I want to sell my company's shares and some properties. After that, I plan to travel for a while. Once I find a place I like, I'll settle down there." Secretary Li became worried. "You, did something happen? This company is your parents' hard work." Yuyu sighed. "Uncle Li, my parents always wanted me to take over the company at 18, but now I'm the only one left. I don't want to stay here, surrounded by memories. I just want to see the world. I won't be coming back, so please help me sell everything. I'll leave in 10 days. After thinking for a moment, Secretary Li said, "All right, Yuyu. If this helps you feel better, I'll handle it. Just send me a letter of authorization and the property documents. Once everything is sold, I'll transfer the money to you." After mailing the documents, Yuyu began planning what supplies to store, mainly food, clothing, and daily necessities. She called an agent to rent a large warehouse without cameras, paying 60,000 yuan for 2 months. She hired an older man to work there from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for 10,000 yuan a month. Disguising herself, She went to the wholesale market and spoke directly with the manager to buy what she needed. The manager handled all the supplier contacts. It cost more, but it was convenient. The manager thought she must be a wealthy young woman spending freely. She ordered 1,000,000 jin each of rice, flour, millet, and cornmeal, 100,000 jin of buckwheat and 200,000 jin of fragrant rice, 200,000 jin each of glutinous rice, sorghum rice, purple rice, black rice, brown rice, and koik seed, 100,000 jin of oats, 500,000 jin each of mung beans, red beans, and soybeans, 100,000 jin of black beans, 50,000 jin each of germ rice, red rice, japonica rice, lentils, yellow millet, and kidney beans, 400,000 jin of white sugar, and 600,000 jin of brown sugar, packed in 1 jin bags, 1,000,000 bags of salt, 500,000 bags of MSG, 1,000,000 bottles of soy sauce, 1 liter each, 1 liter of vinegar, 1,000,000 bottles, soybean paste, sweet flour sauce, fermented black beans, and fermented tofu, 100,000 bottles each. Dried chili, star anise, pepper, Sichuan peppercorn, fennel, cinnamon, and other spices worth 1,000,000 yuan. Pickled mustard, pickled chili, preserved vegetables, and dried pickled greens worth 1,000,000 yuan. Green onions, garlic, coriander, chili, horseradish, and Chinese tune worth 1,000,000 yuan. Seaweed, dried shrimp, shrimp skin, shrimp paste, and oyster sauce worth 1,000,000 yuan. 5-spice powder, sesame paste, sesame oil, peanut butter, curry powder, tomato sauce, chili oil, and yellow wine worth 1,000,000 yuan. Tomato sauce, salad dressing, sweet chili sauce, Thai sweet chili sauce, honey mustard sauce, and vinaigrette worth 1,000,000 yuan. Tobacco, alcohol, and beverages, 1,000 bottles each of Wuliangya, Matai, Nolanshan, and Shifeng liquor. 1,000 bottles of various grain liquors of different strengths, 100,000 cans of beer, and 1,000 bottles of red wine. 2L Cola 1,000,000 bottles, 2L Sprite 1,000,000 bottles, 2L Jasmine Honey Tea 1,000,000 bottles, other beverages 500 milliliters, 10,000 bottles. 10,000 boxes of pure milk from various brands, 10,000 boxes of yogurt from various brands. 100 cartons of retro Dakiamin cigarettes, 100 jin of various teas. 100 glass and 100 wooden bottles and tea canisters of each type for storing liquor and tea. Vegetables, 10,000 jin of every kind available in the market. Fruits, 10,000 jin each of apples, pears, grapes, red grapes, melons, hami melons, cucumbers, and other available fruits. Meat, 100 pigs, 100 cattle, and 100 sheep, all processed into 1 jin portions, with cleaned and packed organs. 2,000 jin of pork fat, and 1,000 jin of beef fat. 1,000 chickens, ducks, and geese, all slaughtered and cleaned. 1,000 rabbits, cut and cleaned. Additionally, 10 live pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits each, 2 males and 8 females, kept in the livestock area. Seeds, 10,000 jin each of various grain, vegetable, fruit, and medicinal plant seeds, 5 saplings of each fruit tree planted on the mountain area. Others, 10,000 boxes of clear hot pot base, 100,000 boxes of mushroom soup base, 100,000 boxes of spicy red oil base, 10 boxes of green Sichuan pepper, and 10,000 boxes of tomato base, each box containing 100 single servings. 10,000 boxes each of Laogan ma sauce, mushroom beef sauce, and Pixian bean paste. Each box contained 10 bottles, each bottle weighing 250 grams. The cooking oil came in 10-liter boxes, 100,000 boxes in total, with 2 bottles per box. Lin Yu signed the agreement with the manager. The meat would be delivered on the last day, and all goods would arrive within 3 days. She paid with her parents' black card and left. Lin Yu rented another large truck and bought all the cakes from 40 bakeries in different parts of the city. Then she did the same at 40 bread shops. The city was huge, full of bakeries and drink shops, more than 100 in total, so her purchases didn't attract much attention. She also ordered 1,000 cups of every type of drink from the brands Shuemia, Shushu, Tiantian, Shanghu, Kiki, and Haoyun, visiting 5 stores for each brand. By the time everything was collected, it was already 11 p.m. She went home, ordered some food delivery, ate quickly, and went to bed, exhausted. The next morning, when the alarm rang, Lin Yu got up right away, washed up, and went out for breakfast. She tried different foods at the morning market and finally made a weekly order with a restaurant under her company's name. She requested 10,000 pieces each of steamed buns, plain buns, red bean buns, fried dough sticks, and marinated eggs every day. For porridge, millet, preserved egg and lean meat, plain, corn, tofu pudding, and soy milk, she ordered 20 large insulated containers, 50 L each, of each type. They agreed on a 5 a.m. pickup time, so the restaurant's regular business wouldn't be affected. Then she hurried to the warehouse supermarket to place more orders with the manager. She ordered 100,000 boxes of regular sanitary pads and 100,000 boxes of night-use pads, 10,000 packs of toilet paper, 10 jean per pack, 10,000 boxes of tissues, and 10,000 boxes of baby-safe wet wipes. She also ordered 1,000 packs of diapers in various sizes, 100 cloth diapers of each size, 10,000 boxes each of unscented laundry detergent, shampoo, conditioner, and body wash, plus 1,000 boxes of each scented version. She added 10,000 bars of soap and 10,000 bars of scented soap. For clothing, she bought 1,000 sets of men's and women's underwear in different sizes, 100 sets of men's and women's outdoor jackets, 100 military coats, and 100 down jackets for both men and women. She also ordered 10,000 skincare products from various brands. For food, she bought 10,000 boxes of instant noodles in different flavors, half in bags and half in cups. She added 50,000 boxes of sausages to go with the noodles, 10,000 cans of luncheon meat, 10,000 boxes of assorted fruit cans, 10,000 boxes of sesame rice noodles, and 100 boxes of snail noodles. After signing the contract, she arranged for all goods to be delivered within 4 days, paid with the black card, and left. She went again to her favorite 5-star restaurant for lunch and, under the name of a staff gathering, ordered 1,000 tables of the 8,888 yuan set meal to be picked up every day at 11 a.m. for a week. The menu included crystal shrimp dumplings with pear, crispy siu mai, golden crispy duck slices, steamed fresh shrimp balls, lotus root cold dish, steamed herring, and Thai-style seafood soup. There were also boiled seafood platters, garlic grilled lobsters, golden garlic abalone, cheese grilled beef, honey roasted pork knuckles, braised lamb ribs, smoked pork slices, and smoked chicken legs. Other dishes included steamed egg with dried scallops, lobster rice, golden fried rice, egg noodles, and crab roe noodles. For dessert, pineapple cakes, brown sugar almond soup, bubble tea in cute cups, caramel pudding, mildly sweet strawberry cake, and mousse cake. After placing the order, she went shopping at the mall. She bought beautiful clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, and cosmetics, especially lipsticks. Before she knew it, she had spent 50 million yuan. The mall arranged to deliver everything to her villa. Lin Yu thought she should go check her deliveries, so she went to the warehouse, gave the old caretaker a day off, and received all the goods that had been arriving one after another. By 8 p.m., she returned to the villa, and the mall's deliveries had also arrived. After washing up, she went to bed, completely exhausted. At 4:30 a.m., her alarm woke her up. She drove her truck to pick up breakfast, finished by 6 a.m., and went back to sleep for a while. Just as she was enjoying her rest, the phone rang. "Miss Lin, this is the manager from the wholesale market. We've delivered all the goods. Could you please pay the remaining balance?" She woke up instantly. "Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right there." It was already 10 a.m., so she drove her truck over, planning to pick up lunch as well. At 10:20, she paid the balance, gave the caretaker another day off, and told him to come back in the afternoon. After organizing everything in the warehouse, she drove to collect the lunch orders. It took 5 trips to finish. Lin Yu thought the 5-star restaurant was really considerate. They even kept everything warm and included 100 barrels of rice, each 50 liters. In the afternoon, she went online shopping for various snacks, 10,000 boxes of spicy lemon boneless chicken feet, 1,000 boxes of assorted chips, and 2,000 boxes of cucumber-flavored chips. She also ordered 5,000 jin each of sunflower seeds in original, caramel, green tea, walnut, 5-spice, boiled, and milky flavors. For pumpkin seeds, she bought 1,000 jin each of original, salted, and milky flavors. For watermelon seeds, 100 jin each of original, milky, and plum flavors. She also ordered 1,000 boxes each of garlic-flavored peas and crab roe-flavored seeds. Finally, she bought 1,000 jin each of pecans, almonds, macadamia nuts, pistachios, hazelnuts, and pine nuts. 2,000 boxes each of 5-spice and spicy duck gizzards, 2,000 boxes each of 5-spice, sweet and sour and spicy duck necks, 5,000 boxes of spicy chips, 5,000 boxes of spicy strips, and 1,000 boxes of crispy snacks. 1,000 jin of white rabbit milk candy, 100 jin of assorted fruit candies, 1,000 boxes of assorted chocolates, 500 boxes of crispy noodles, 100 boxes of bagged milk tea, and 200 boxes of cantaloupe-flavored drinks. Other small snacks were also ordered, ranging from 10 to 100 boxes, all to be delivered to the warehouse address. After answering countless wrong number calls, Lin Yuyu finally enjoyed some peace and quiet. Thinking about her favorite entertainment, she went online to a hard drive store and ordered 100 drives, asking the owner to fill them with movies from the past 10 years. She also asked for TV dramas, variety shows, cartoons, educational videos, and digital textbooks, all labeled clearly and sent to the warehouse. At 5 o'clock, she decided to visit the night market. Driving her truck there, she arranged with the vendors to prepare 500 portions of food daily, kept warm for pickup at 5 p.m. For today, she ordered 100 portions each of spiced potatoes, takoyaki, grilled cold noodles, pancakes with fillings, fried chicken, fruit jelly, grilled gluten, stinky tofu, and spicy hot pot. She also ordered 100 portions each of marinated dishes, barbecue, crispy potato snacks, meat sandwiches, egg sandwiches, shrimp balls, spicy skewers, and rice rolls. By the time she finished, it was already 8 o'clock. The crowd was growing, so she went home, took a shower, and fell asleep instantly. After that, her days were filled with receiving and picking up goods. During this time, Lin Yuyu also bought 10 electric bikes, 10 electric tricycles, 2 jeeps, and some fuel. A week later, when everything had been stored in her space, she finally had some free time. Once she relaxed, she entered her space again to work. While drinking spiritual spring water to restore her energy, she planted all the fruit trees. She divided the open land into 4 sections. Grain area, planted wheat, rice, and millet. Vegetable area, planted all kinds of vegetables, separating those that needed trellises from those that didn't. Fruit area, planted various fruits like watermelons that didn't require trees. Herbal area, planted all kinds of medicinal herbs with an acre of ginseng. After watering everything with spiritual spring water, she left the space to rest. At that moment, Lin Yuyu's phone buzzed. She saw a message showing a deposit of 5.5 billion yuan. It seemed Uncle Lee had sold his shares and properties. Uncle Lee called and said, Did you get the money? The buyer will move into the house in 10 days. After transferring 200 million yuan to Uncle Lee for expenses, Lin Yuyu said, Thank you, Uncle Lee. I'll move out in 10 days and leave the keys with the property office. I've sent you some money to thank you for taking care of me all this time. I don't know when we'll meet again. Uncle Lee quickly replied, Yuyu, don't send me money. Keep more for yourself. If anything happens, just call me. Lin Yuyu answered, Please accept it, Uncle. When I come back to this city, I'll treat you to dinner. Then she quickly hung up. It was only 10 a.m., so Lin Yuyu decided to start packing everything from the villa into her storage space. She worked until 6 p.m. before finishing all the properties. After leaving the last key with the property office, she went to a hotel, booked a presidential suite, took a shower, and rested. Tomorrow her world trip would begin. First up, Xinjiang province, here I come. She hired a guide, explored, ate local food, took photos and videos, and enjoyed 2 days of free travel. Then she stocked up on her favorite foods, 100 pieces of baked naan, 1,000 baked buns, 1,000 servings of hand-grabbed rice, 1,000 large plates of chicken, 1,000 servings of fried rice noodles, and 100 roasted whole lambs. She also bought 100 servings of hand-grabbed lamb, 1,000 lamb skewers, 1,000 spicy lamb hoves, and 1,000 jin each of original, 5-spice, and spicy beef jerky. She added 100 jin each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish, 100 jin each of dried figs, fragrant dried apricots and prunes, 1,000 jin of thin-shelled walnuts, 500 jin of Xinjiang red dates, and 250 jin each of pistachios, almonds, pecans, and ginkgo nuts. She bought 100 loaves of large bread, 10 jin of sliced cakes, 10,000 jin each of fresh grapes, hami melons and watermelons, and 100 cows and 100 sheep, all processed and stored. She also kept 10 live animals, 2 males and 8 females, on the mountain inside her storage space. After 3 days, she set off for the next destination. Second stop. Inner province, here I come. She spent a day sightseeing, then started stocking up again. 1,000 stuffed meats, 100 jin of lamb intestines, 1,000 jin of dried beef, and 100 roasted whole lambs, curious to see how they compared to those from Xinjiang. 100 fried huazi fish, 50 jin each of cheese, milk tofu, milk foam, and milk shells, 100 cups of milk tea, 100 milk mooncakes, 100 milk rolls, and 1,000 bottles of yogurt. Also, 10,000 cans of milk powder for the elderly, 10,000 cans for each stage of infants, 10,000 for teenagers, 10,000 for women, and 10,000 for men. Bought 100 cows and 100 sheep, all processed. Kept 2 male and 8 female live ones on the mountain in the space. Finished in 2 days, then moved to the next stop. Third stop. Western Province, here I come. After a day of free time, continued stocking up without stopping. 100 servings of Gillan rice noodles, 100 servings of snail noodles, 50 servings of other types, 100 jin each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish, 100 jin of water chestnut cake, 50 jin of white sugar cake, 100 servings of beer fish, 100 shrimp cakes, 100 jin of custard apples, 10,000 jin of lychees, 1,000 jin of kumquats, 100 jin of egg fruits, 1,000 jin of baize mangoes. Finished in 1 day, then moved on. Fourth stop. Zhejiang Province, here I come. Worried about time, started stocking up right away. 100 servings each of longjing shrimp, dompa pork, soup dumplings, fish soup, vinegar fish, crab with roe, grilled eel, fish balls, and sticky rice. 500 jin each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish, 100 jinhua hams, and 1,000 jin each of tangerines, bayberries, and pomelos. Wholesale market. 50 styles of hair accessories, 10,000 pieces each. 50 styles of shiny hair clips, 10,000 pieces each. 10,000 electronic watches, and 100,000 batteries. Small appliances, 100 each of refrigerators and washing machines, 10 flashlight models using batteries, 100 batteries, 100 rechargeable flashlights, 1,000 bright keychain lights. Self-defense items, 10,000 pepper sprays, 10,000 personal safety sprays, and 100 electric batons of various sizes and power levels, the smallest about the size of a hand, strong enough to stun an adult. Yarn and knitting supplies, 10,000 jin of yarn in each color, 10,000 jin of wool yarn in each color, and 1,000 pairs of bamboo knitting needles. All items required no labels or production dates. Finished in 2 days. Before leaving, found a retro 1960s, 1970s shop. Ordered 10,028 men's bicycles and 10,026 women's bicycles. 10,000 old-style radios, 1,000 black and white televisions, and 100 sewing machines. 100 vintage flashlights, 1,000 double wash basins, 10,000 aluminum lunch boxes, 10,000 old-style thermos flasks, and 1,000 nostalgic kettles. 1,000 mirrors, 1,000 wooden combs, 1,000 plain towels in various colors, 1,000 floral towels, 100 mouthwash cups, 100 tubes of old-style toothpaste, 100 boxes of old-style tooth powder, 100 old-style toothbrushes, and 100 sewing kits. Various ceramic jars, 100 each for small ones used for seasonings and large ones for pickling vegetables. Additionally, 300,000 small jars that can hold about half a pound each. Also, 10,000 cloth bags for storing grain and 100,000 sheets of oil paper for wrapping pastries. These are my treasures for making money. It took 5 days to get everything at a 30% discount. Oh, and wigs. 100 each for men and women, both long and short styles, plus 100 fake Adam's apples and 100 voice changers. Then, off to the next stop to keep shopping. 5th stop, Gansu Province, here I come. 100 servings each of Lanzhou beef noodles, saucy wide noodles, potato balls, gray peas, and butter tea. 100 pounds each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish, 10,000 pounds of ginseng fruit, and 10,000 pounds of black card apples. It took 1 day to finish. 6th stop, Sichuan Province, I love you. 100 sweet-skinned ducks, 1,000 spicy rabbit dishes, 100 servings of dandan noodles, and 1,000 skewers each of spicy skewers and cold chicken skewers. 100 servings of chicken pot stickers, 100 servings of spicy hot pot dishes with rice, 1,000 servings of pork knuckle soup, 100 servings of pork intestine noodles, and 100 servings of sticky rice dumplings. 10,000 sets of hot pot with side dishes and sliced meat, and 10,000 packs of each type of hot pot base. 500 pounds each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish. I found a famous Sichuan restaurant and ordered 100 servings of each dish, including Sichuan hot pot, boiled fish, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, shredded pork with garlic sauce, sliced pork in chili oil, spicy chicken, pickled fish, kung pao chicken, and spicy beef stew. Also, sliced beef and ox tongue in chili sauce, dompa pork knuckle, dompa pork, salted pork belly, bang bang chicken, pickled chicken feet, dried beef slices, Liao-style ribs, mouth-watering chicken, spicy shredded potatoes, spicy shrimp, and stir-fried beef with green chili. Other dishes include spicy fish, braised chicken with chestnuts, spicy jellyfish head, tai-bai duck, dompa squid, boiled cabbage, 5-flavor fish, dompa fish, spicy crab, matsutake chicken wings, stone pot tofu, mixed pepper chicken, and crispy spicy fish. I've spent 5 days here already, so I can't waste any more time. I need to stock up quickly. 7th stop, morning tea in Guangdong. I ordered 1,000 servings each of honey barbecue pork buns, shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, water chestnut cakes, braised chicken feet in black bean sauce, steamed pork dumplings, sticky rice chicken, boat-style congee, dumplings with mixed fillings, red rice shrimp rolls, shrimp siumai, chicken feet, lotus leaf sticky rice chicken, and sauté beef tripe. I also bought 100 roast geese, 100 packs of almond cookies, and 500 pounds each of garlic-flavored and spicy crayfish. The soups in Guangdong are also famous. I ordered 1,000 insulated buckets, 20 liters each, of coconut chicken soup with Codonopsis and astragalus, pig's feet soup, pigeon soup with yam and poria, duck soup with tea tree mushrooms and figs, radish lamb soup, black chicken soup with ginseng, black chicken soup with red dates and gelatin, pork rib soup with wampi fruit, and pork rib soup with corn and yam. Clothes here are cheap, so I went to the wholesale market and called around to ask if anyone had clothing or fabric from the 1960s or 1970s. Pretending I wanted to open a vintage-style shop, I actually found an old, rundown factory. The owner's son said his father had taken over the factory years ago and bought a lot of fabric when it was popular. Later, the styles went out of fashion, business declined, and the factory went bankrupt. No one managed it anymore, so everything was left behind. Looking around the warehouse, Lin Yu said, "It's quite clean. It doesn't look like it's been sitting here for years." The owner's son replied, "My father still comes by every week. He can't bear to let it go." There were about 100 finished pieces of clothing, dresses, sailor shirts, zhongshan suits, Lenin-style jackets, and white shirts for both men and women. There were also 50 sets of gray and black tops and pants. The fabrics included 1,000 bolts each of cotton linen, polyester, and wool-like material, plus 1,000 bolts of small floral prints and 100 bolts of red fabric. Buying everything cost 500,000 yuan. I also went to other shops and bought plain bed sheets, duvet covers, pillowcases, and towels in black, gray, blue, and pink, 100 sets of each size. I bought 1,000 sets of floral bedding that my mother likes, 5 styles of old-fashioned mattress covers, 50 each, and 1,000 red 3-piece wedding sets. I also bought 5 classic styles of leather shoes, 100 pairs of each size for both men and women, plus 100 pairs of liberation shoes in all sizes. 4 handmade cloth shoes and cotton shoes. I bought 50 pairs of each style, and 10 old-style cotton padded jackets in each size. Finally, I purchased 10,000 pounds of processed cotton. 50 double cotton quilts weighing between 1 and 12 jean each were purchased. There were also 50 old-style mattresses, all bought as quilt cores that needed covers to be made separately. 100 down quilts and 100 tencel quilts were bought, along with 100 blankets. It took 7 days and time was running short, so it was time for the final stop. At Dong Province, large amounts of food were stocked up, 100 servings each of sweet and sour pork, fried pork pieces, chicken stewed with mushrooms, traditional pork and vegetable stew, sticky rice sausage, sauerkraut with pork and cabbage with noodles, mixed vegetables, braised sea cucumber, stewed goose, and stewed fish. 10,000 sticky rice buns, 100 large rice buns, 100 insulated barrels of corn porridge, 50 liters each, 100 servings of cold noodles, 100 jean of rice sticks, and 100 bean flour rolls were also bought. There were 100 smoked sausages, 100 marinated chicken legs, 100 jean of dried mushrooms, and 100,000 jean of special rice. This took 3 days, and time was almost up. It was time to go abroad. Abroad, 10,000 durians were bought, along with several durian seedlings to plant on the mountain in the storage space. 100,000 jean of fragrant rice, 1,000 pizzas, and 1,000 hamburgers were also purchased. There were 100 servings of fries, 100 pancakes, 1,000 servings of steak, all well done. 1,000 jean of Wagyu beef, and even some cattle were placed in the storage space. In another country, 100 sushi rolls and 100 jean of various pickles were bought, along with some sauces, though they didn't taste as good as those from home. Finally, 100 of each type of firearm and 100 boxes of matching ammunition were purchased, along with various traditional weapons, before returning home. Upon checking the supplies, it was noticed that there was no seafood. So, a trip was made to Zhejiang province to buy 2 boatloads of live seafood directly from fishing boats, and some diving was done to collect more kinds of seafood for storage. 2 more boatloads of seafood were bought and stored away for later use. With only a week left before the time travel, it was remembered that offerings still needed to be burned. A hotel was booked, and a funeral shop was contacted to prepare many items. Back in the hometown, a piece of land was set aside for burning the offerings. Items for grandparents and parents were labeled with their names, enough for them to use comfortably in the afterlife for generations, even if no one burned offerings later. The rest were dedicated to the Lin family ancestors. As the storage space filled up, Lin Yuyu grew more anxious and checked the supplies again. Realizing that no farming tools had been bought, 10 sets were quickly purchased from the market. Books were also needed, so 10 copies of various kinds were bought from the book market. Looking at all the supplies, she finally felt calm inside. As the tension faded, Lin Yu suddenly felt exhausted and sore all over. She checked her storage space to see if there were any pills she could take. Using her spiritual sense, she searched through it. She found some pills suitable for ordinary people: strength pills, energy pills, beauty pills, whitening pills, and a smooth delivery pill. After taking an energy pill and drinking a cup of spiritual spring water, she felt much better. There were only 2 days left, and she still had 3 billion in her account. In the end, she exchanged 2 billion for gold bars, visiting 20 banks to finish the process. She donated the remaining 1 billion to the Red Cross, asking them to buy supplies and send them out quickly. They even gave her a certificate of appreciation. That night, when she entered her space, she noticed that all the grains and fruits had been harvested. She hadn't had time to manage them after they ripened, but now she saw new sprouts growing again. "Master, I was the one who harvested them." A sudden voice startled Lin Yuyu. She asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "I'm the system inside this space. I was asleep before, but your good deed yesterday awakened me. Without that, you would only be able to watch the display screen." Lin Yuyu asked, "What can you do?" What functions do you have? Can I see you? Master, I can manage planting and harvesting, feeding and processing animals, controlling their growth rate, and organizing items. I can do almost anything. You can't see me yet, and I don't know when you will be able to. Alright, I'll call you Tongzi. That's your name now.
Just call me Yu.
I'll leave things to you while I go out. Lin Yu thought to herself. Good thing I reacted quickly, otherwise, it might have made me change my own name. Tongzi, the system, felt delighted. I have a name now. My master must really like me. On the last day, Lin Yu took many photos and had dinner with Uncle Lee. She told him she would be leaving the next day to settle abroad and wouldn't be coming back. She wished him good health and happiness. Because she had started school early and always had a busy schedule, she didn't have many friends. It was nice not having to say too many goodbyes. Her hotel room was booked only until that night, and it would automatically check out the next day. Back at the hotel, she stored everything in her space and entered it herself, leaving nothing behind in this world. She went to sleep, thinking, tomorrow will be a brand new life. Wanjia. Wanjia. What's that noise? Lin Yu muttered, reaching out and tossing the noisy thing into her space out of habit. Finally, peace and quiet again. Tongzi said enviously, wow, what kind of luck is this? You actually caught a multiverse trading system with your bare hands. I don't know why it was drifting through space, but that doesn't matter. I'll just absorb it, so it won't compete with me for yo-yo. At that moment, Lin Yu felt trapped in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. It was the same dream about traveling through time, but this time she entered a grand mansion and saw the life of a young girl unfold before her eyes. The girl in the dream was also named Lin Yu. She was born in 1946, before the founding of the new Flower Nation. Her father, Lin Yofu, was from one of the 4 great families. Her mother was a concubine, loved by her father and clever in her ways. She was one of only 2 concubines who were expecting children. Because of this, the main wife disliked her deeply. Unfortunately, the concubine had bad luck and passed away from heavy bleeding during childbirth. The baby was then raised by a wet nurse who had been arranged in advance. The wet nurse was also a woman with a hard life. After several years of marriage, she finally had a child of her own. But just a month after giving birth, her family members passed away one after another. No one bullied the widow and her baby, but people whispered that the house had bad luck. Soon, her child fell ill. Remembering what people said about the house, she asked a friend to look after it and took her baby to rent a place elsewhere to seek treatment. Sadly, the child didn't survive. With no other choice, she looked for work. When she heard that the Lin family was hiring a wet nurse, she said she had just given birth and needed a job. That's how she entered the Lin household. Because the main wife disliked the child, the little girl was often ignored. As servants came and went, almost no one knew about the Lin family's second young lady. People only talked about the main wife's eldest son and Madame Lu's eldest daughter. The wet nurse treated the little girl as her own. When the young lady asked her what her name was, the nurse realized that the child was almost 2 years old and still unnamed. She smiled and said, "Names are usually given by family. Why don't you choose one for yourself?" The little girl laughed and said, "Then I'll be Lin Yu." Little Yu was bright and quick to learn. From the time she could talk, she knew her father was Lin Yufu. Her mother had passed away giving birth to her. The main wife didn't like her, and she lived with her nurse. When she was 4 years old, she woke up one day to find the house in chaos. She sat quietly until the nurse returned, looking anxious. The nurse said, "Miss, we have to leave. The master and madam have gone abroad, and Madame Lu has taken her daughter away too. From now on, you'll live with me." The nurse was angry for her young lady. Everyone had forgotten that there was still another young lady in the house. They couldn't even enter the front yard, and for years, the nurse had been feeding the girl with her own food rations. Little Yu said, "Nanny, I understand. But if we leave here, how will we get food?" Seeing the girl worry about food, the nurse smiled and said, "I found some money and notes. It's enough for us to live on for a few years. I used to live near the steel factory. We'll go there, and I'll find work to take care of you." Knowing how things were now, The nurse said seriously, "Miss, from now on, you must call me Mother, and I'll call you Yu. Remember this, or I might not be able to protect you." Yu nodded obediently. "Mother, let's take the things from Auntie's room." In her heart, the nurse was already like a real mother to her. The nurse replied, "All right, Yu. No one comes here often. Let's hurry and take everything before anyone notices." When Annie was alive, she was well loved by the master and had received many gifts, lots of jewelry and fine clothes. Before anyone realized what was happening, the nurse and the little girl quietly moved Auntie's belongings out of the Lin household in several trips and left without a sound. The nurse then took Yu to the local office and registered her under her own name. Luckily, the nurse's husband's family name was also Lin, so there was no need to change it. The nurse raised Lin Yu by taking small jobs and made sure she could go to school. When Lin Yu turned 18 and graduated from high school, she fell ill and passed away. The original Lin Yu was heartbroken and couldn't accept it, so she also passed away. That's when the modern Lin Yu arrived. Lin Yu thought, "Isn't this just like the story I read before? I must have entered the book." The book said that when the Lin family left in a hurry, afraid of being punished, they only took a small part of their belongings to another country, where they also had some businesses. The rest of their wealth was hidden in the rock garden and 2 private houses. During those chaotic times, it was never lost. When they later returned to the country, that wealth became their greatest support. "Now all of it belongs to me." Feeling weak, she drank some spiritual spring water to feel better. After closing the door, she entered her space, had some millet porridge, and finally wasn't hungry anymore. This body was far too weak. You can take a bath in the spiritual spring, then eat a nourishing pill and a strength pill," said a voice. While soaking in the bath, Yu said, "Tongzi, you're still here? I thought that after I crossed over, you'd run out of energy and fall asleep like in the novel." Tongzi became excited. "Yo-yo, you helped me. When you traveled through worlds, you accidentally caught a multiverse trading system with your bare hands. I absorbed it, and now I have enough energy to stay with you forever." Lin Yo-yo thought, "Am I really that amazing? Does the trading system still work?" Tongzi replied, "Yes, Yo-yo. You can list items for sale or buy things from other worlds. But if something is too advanced for this world, it can't be taken out of storage. Also, every world has its own path of development. We can follow the flow of time, but we shouldn't interfere too much." Lin Yo-yo nodded thoughtfully. After taking a bath, she ate a vitality pill and a strength pill, feeling energy fill her whole body. "Tongzi, show me the panel." There were options for the interstellar world, ancient world, cultivation world, and apocalypse world. It all looked great. She checked the available items: farming robots, housekeeping robots, and renovation robots. She wanted them all. "Tongzi, can you contact the shop owners from those worlds? I want to trade with them. My trading points are 0, and I'm completely broke." "I can. I'll connect now." A tall man with dark skin and silver clothes appeared. "Hello, miss. How should I address you? What would you like to trade?" They could actually see each other. Thinking of the novel she had read, Lin Yo-yo said, "My name is Lin Yo-yo, but you can call me Yo-yo. I'm not sure what you need, but I have seeds and food." The man looked anxious. "You have seeds? Can they be planted? What kinds do you have?" Lin Yo-yo replied, "I have rice, wheat, and other grains, as well as fruit and vegetable seeds. What do you need? And how will we trade?" The man said apologetically, "Could you give me a few of each? In the interstellar world, there are no seeds left that can grow. People only drink nutrient solutions, they have no taste and cause serious side effects, like mental instability. Records say that when people used to eat real food, this didn't happen. But all the seeds we've found are hundreds of years old and can't sprout anymore." Lin Yo-yo thought, "How pitiful. But that won't stop me from bargaining later, hee." The man continued, "If you can give me a few of each seed, I'll trade you 10 of each of these 3 types of robots." Lin Yu sighed and said, "There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of types. How about this? I'll give you 10 common kinds of grain, fruit, and vegetable seeds, 2 tails of each. You give me 20 farming robots, 5 housekeeping robots, 5 construction robots, and 10 energy blocks." She thought to herself that if she gave away all the seeds at once, there would be nothing left for future trades. The man said excitedly, "Great, great. Let's trade right now." He immediately sent a trade request on the platform, entered the quantities, and the deal was done. The robots were handed over to be assigned to their tasks. The housekeeping robots needed to be loaded with cooking knowledge and videos so they could learn. Seeing that everything was fine, Lin Yuyu left the space. Given the current situation, if she couldn't find a job, she would have to move to the countryside. As an only child, she probably wouldn't have to, but some people might still try to cause trouble for her. It wasn't thieves she feared, but people who kept scheming. In this era, reputation mattered a lot. If she got a job and lived alone, it might bring even more trouble. It was only 1964. If she went to the countryside now, she might not return for more than 10 years. The best solution was to find someone to marry, but she had to choose carefully. She remembered that the neighborhood offices were organizing a social event soon. She decided to check it out. Just as she opened the door to go ask Aunt Wong from the neighborhood office, she saw her coming. "Aunt Wong, were you looking for me?" she asked. Aunt Wong quickly said, "You, there's a social event coming up. I was just about to find you. Let me tell you a secret. This one's going to be big. The military compound and the government compound will both be joining as examples for others." She added kindly, "Your mother's gone now. You need someone to look after you. I can't always be around, you know." Lin Yuyu remembered Aunt Wong had mentioned this before. "Aunt Wong, I've thought it through. I'll go." Seeing that Lin Yuyu had made up her mind, Aunt Wong smiled in relief. "Good. Then I'll go tell the others. Remember, it's the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the square." "Got it, Aunt Wong," Lin Yuyu replied. She thought about how people married young in this era. If she didn't, the neighborhood office would probably keep coming to talk to her. Meanwhile, in the military compound, Commander Hu's voice roared through the house. "Hu Yuxuan, you're already 22. There are so many nice girls in the compound, and you don't like any of them. Our family doesn't care about social status. As long as you like her, that's enough." Hu Yuxuan's mother, Yang Hui, said angrily, "There's a social gathering at the square at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. You must go." Hu Yuxuan felt helpless. The girls in the compound had strong tempers and wide connections, and he didn't want to get involved with them. He replied, "I'll go the day after tomorrow." The Hu family was known for their wisdom and wealth, but they had always believed in keeping a low profile. They didn't worry about having little, only about unfairness. There were always jealous people and troublemakers around. To outsiders, the Hu family seemed ordinary, but their old house held many valuable things. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu wandered around the city. She visited the Forbidden City and the square, then walked through the alleys of Wangfujing. The main difference from modern times was that the buildings had more charm and people dressed in plain colors. When she got home, she ate some stored food and lay down to rest. The next day, she planned to borrow Aunt Wong's car to look for a job. To live in this time, she needed a source of income. Lin Yuyu asked, "Tongzi, is there anything that can help improve memory? I have free time now and want to learn something. Before I came here, I knew English, French, and German. I wonder what I can do with that here." She thought about the novels she had read. Maybe she could work as a translator, but she would need a work permit, or she might get reported. Tongzi said, "Yuyu, there's a pill that helps you remember everything you see. Do you want one?" Lin Yuyu replied, "Sure, I'll take one. I want to learn more. I feel like this world isn't my final destination." Tongzi stayed quiet, feeling uneasy. After taking the pill, she decided to test it the next day. The next morning, Lin Yuyu rode her bicycle to the library and asked, "Hello, are you hiring translators?" The clerk said, "I'll ask the director for you." She ran upstairs and soon came back down. "Go to the office on the left side of the second floor and talk to our director." Lin Yuyu knocked on the door and entered. "Hello, director. My name is Lin Yuyu. I'd like to ask if there's any translation work available." "Hello, Comrade Lin Yuyu," said the director, whose surname was Zhao. "Please translate this article. There's paper and a pen over there." She glanced at the article. It was a simple foreign news report. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yuyu said, "Director Zhao, I've finished." Please take a look. Director Zhao took the paper in surprise. Very good. You have nice handwriting, and the translation is accurate and smooth. You're quite skilled.
He continued, let me tell you about the pay.
Our translation rate is between 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 characters, depending on your skill level. For you, it will be 8 yuan per 1,000 characters. If you translate books with specialized knowledge, you'll get an extra 50 to 200 yuan per book, and there are also some additional allowances. Lin Yu asked Director Zhao, do I have to work in the library? Can I take the books home to translate and bring them back later? Will you provide the pen and paper? Director Zhao replied, Comrade Lin Yu, you can translate at home. If you don't live nearby, you can mail the work back. But if any book is lost while in your care, you'll need to pay for it at full price. Thinking about reporting her work, Lin Yu asked Director Zhao, do we get any kind of work ID?
Director Zhao said yes.
Fill in your information here, and I'll report it to the translation office. Your work ID will be ready tomorrow. After filling out the form and agreeing to come back the next day, Lin Yu left the library. She planned to visit a recycling station to see if she could find something valuable. There were 4 recycling stations in the capital, each named after its location. When she arrived at the East Station, Lin Yu said, Sir, I'd like to look for some old newspapers and comic books. The old man replied, Go ahead, but don't make a mess, and don't take what you shouldn't. The smell was unpleasant, so Lin Yu asked her system, Hey, can you scan for me? Can I collect things from a distance? The system answered, You can do it yourself. Try focusing your mind to sense the area around you. When you see something you want, just think collect. But your mental power is still weak, so it's best to drink some spring water while doing it. Following the system's instructions, she could now see everything within 10 meters. Inside a table leg, she found 6 small gold bars. Under a small box, there was a little bag of diamonds. She also found several math and science books, along with some comic books and old newspapers. Then she went to the old man to pay. How much for these, sir?
She asked. Just 10 cents, he said.
Using the same method at the West Station, she found 10 more small gold bars and 2 beautiful imperial green jade bracelets. At the South Station, she found 2 large gold bars and the remaining volumes of the math and science series, completing the full set. At the North Station, she noticed the people inside didn't look friendly, so she stayed outside and scanned the place with her mental power. 10 boxes were buried underground, 2 filled with large yellow croakers, 2 with small ones, 3 with jade jewelry, and the rest with porcelain and paintings. All the items in the boxes were taken away and replaced with stones, enough to make anyone furious. According to the novel, this recycling station was probably involved in selling cultural relics. I have to report it. The North City Police Station must be unreliable if they don't know about something this serious. There's a detention center in East City. It feels more trustworthy. I rode a shared bike to a quiet place, entered the space, and wrote with my left hand. The North City Recycling Station is suspected of selling cultural relics. I fear there may be collusion between officials and criminals. Please have the East City Police secretly investigate and handle this. They might have inside connections. Then I wrapped the note and a stone in a large piece of paper, checked the route, and threw it hard. Without looking back, I quickly went through several alleys and entered the space again. Officer Lee was writing a report on a previous case when a large paper bundle suddenly flew in, ruining his report and making him furious. After reading the message, he gasped in shock and grew even angrier. How could anyone betray the country like this? He immediately went to the chief. Chief Zhang, look at this, someone just threw it in. After reading it, Chief Zhang slammed the table. Those scoundrels. Shao Li, take a team in plain clothes and spread out near the North City Recycling Station. Don't alert them. Report any movement immediately. He quickly arranged further operations. Lin Yu waited for an hour, checked that no one was outside, and came out. When returning Aunt Wang's bike, she left half a pound of brown sugar on the table and ran off. At home, she boiled water, ate, then entered the space to get some snail noodles, fried chicken, and iced cola. She turned on her computer and watched a palace drama while eating. Life couldn't be better. Looking at the thriving space, Lin Yu instructed, Tongzi, have housekeeping robots number 1 to 5 turn the spaces produce into finished goods and store them separately. Use only space-grown ingredients to make sauces, soy sauce, and vinegar. Tongzi replied, okay, Yu. Let's keep watching that drama. Lin Yu sighed. Her system was addicted to shows too. She felt like she had something important to do tonight, but couldn't remember what. Since she couldn't recall, she decided not to stress about it, and went to sleep. The next morning at 8, she woke up, washed up, and enjoyed shrimp dumplings, soup buns, and tofu pudding for breakfast. She tidied up and found an old green dress with little flowers she had stored away. It still looked quite nice on her. Seeing that it was about time, she picked up a new small bag and headed out. The square was packed with people, which made her feel a bit nervous. She decided to stand quietly in a corner, secretly watching to see if anyone caught her eye. When she didn't find anyone, she moved to another spot to keep observing, not realizing that someone else was secretly watching her too. Feeling hot and tired, she thought maybe it was time to leave. After all, she already had a job and could take care of herself. A bit of trouble was better than marrying the wrong person. As she was thinking and walking out, she suddenly bumped into someone. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she said out of habit. A deep, pleasant voice replied, I should be the one apologizing. Did I hurt you? Lin Yu looked up and was surprised. Wow, he looked so calm and serious, probably about 188 centimeters tall, and in great shape. His voice sounded really nice too, just her type. She quickly said, I'm fine. Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Yu. What's your name? She believed that when you meet someone who makes your heart race, you should take the first step. The deep voice spoke again. My name is Hui Yuxuan, 22 years old. I serve in the Nanhai Military District. I'm currently a regimental officer. My salary is 130 yuan, and with allowances, I earn about 150 yuan a month. I'd like to be your lifelong partner. After speaking, he looked at her nervously, wondering why she didn't respond. Did she not like him? That couldn't be. He had liked her the moment he saw her. Getting anxious, Hui Yuxuan asked again, Comrade Lin Yu, I want to be your lifelong partner. Do you agree? Lin Yu quickly came back to her senses. I'm Lin Yu, 18 years old. My mother passed away recently, and now I live alone. I think we should get to know each other first before deciding anything. He couldn't help but smile. She didn't reject him. Hui Yuxuan said, in my family, I have my grandparents and parents. Both my mom and dad are only children, so I don't have any siblings. He glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch, he suggested. At the restaurant, the staff didn't smile or explain the menu, just told them to choose for themselves. Lin Yu felt like she was experiencing something new and couldn't help but feel happy about it. Hui Yuxuan quickly tried to show his enthusiasm and ordered the food. 1 braised pork, 1 beef and potato stew, 1 braised eggplant, and 2 bowls of rice. The waiter said coldly, 3 yuan and 10 cents, plus 6 taels of food coupons and 1 meat coupon per pound. After paying, Hui Yuxuan found a seat and said, let's go watch a movie after we eat. Lin Yu replied, sure, I've never seen a movie before. She seemed quite excited. While they chatted, the food was ready, and the waiter called for them to pick it up themselves. Hui Yuxuan said, you sit, I'll get it. Soon, he came back with the dishes. The portions at the state-run restaurant were generous. The braised pork looked shiny and rich, the beef stew looked tender, and the eggplant smelled delicious. Lin Yu eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork. It had a slightly sweet taste, and was very tasty without being greasy. She really liked that sweet and savory flavor. Hui Yuxuan watched her eat, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, adorable. After making sure Lin Yu was full, he finished the rest. Both of them were stuffed. They strolled around to help digest the food and eventually reached the Red Flag Cinema. The only movie showing was Heroic Sons and Daughters. They bought tickets, then got popcorn, sunflower seeds, and soda before going in. The movie was in black and white, but it was quite good. Lin Yu watched with great interest, while Hui Yuxuan was thinking about how to make their relationship official. When Lin Yu noticed him looking at her, she thought he wanted some snacks and handed him the popcorn and seeds. After the movie, Lin Yu said, Comrade Hu Yuxuan, I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll be leaving. I had a great time today, thank you. Hu Yuxuan looked at her nervously and said, All right, Comrade Lin Yu, see you tomorrow then. Lin Yu was also looking forward to seeing him again. Okay, let's meet at the square at 9 tomorrow, she said. By the time she reached the library, it was already 2 in the afternoon. She went straight to the second floor to find Director Zhao. Director Zhao looked up and said, Comrade Lin Yu, you're here. This is your work permit. Lin Yu took it. It said special talent and listed her as an English translator, stamped by the Translation Bureau. With this, she could work safely during those years. Director Zhao asked eagerly, Comrade Lin Yu, are you going to start translating books today? There were far too many books that needed translation, and the Translation Bureau staff couldn't keep up. Lin Yu said, Director Zhao, please give me 3 books to start with. I'll see how it goes. He took the books and went home. At the military compound, the whole Hu family was resting at home today. Even Hu Yuxuan's grandparents were there. Seeing Hu Yuxuan walk in, his mother, Yang Hui, asked anxiously, So, did you meet anyone you liked? Several people in the compound have already found partners. Why did you come back so late? Don't tell me no one liked your serious face. Hu Yuxuan sighed. If I came back early, that would be something to worry about. I was out having dinner and watching a movie with someone. Grandma Hui was overjoyed. Which family's young lady is she? We must thank her. Bring her home tomorrow, so we can meet her. Seeing his grandparents and parents all asking questions, he finally said, We're not officially together yet. We're still getting to know each other. If Yo-Yo feels it's right, then we'll see. She just graduated from high school. Her family has passed away, and she lives alone now. Grandpa Hu said, Our family doesn't care about social status. As long as she's a good person, that's what matters. When Lin Yo-Yo got home, she went into her space, took a bath, and thought about finding something to increase her strength. She wanted to learn some moves for self-defense, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lin Yo-Yo said, Tongzi, open the multiverse trading section. I want to find some martial arts to practice. Tongzi replied, Yo-Yo, I found some skills in the cultivation store that ordinary people can learn, Tai Chi and Dragon Step. Tai Chi was similar to the modern version, but it included inner energy techniques. It looked gentle, but could turn softness into strength. Dragon Step trained footwork, increasing speed until one could move so fast that only the wind could be seen. Lin Yo-Yo was intrigued. Tongzi, help me contact the cultivation realm. I wonder what they might want in exchange. In the cultivation realm, Immortal Lord Ling Yuan was feeling frustrated. In his world, no one knew how to cook. He had lived for 500 years, spending all his time cultivating, and hadn't eaten a proper meal in centuries. His multiverse trading system hadn't connected with anyone for hundreds of years. When a new contact appeared, he opened it and said, Greetings, fellow cultivator. Lin Yo-Yo replied, Hello, respected one. I'd like to trade for Tai Chi and Dragon Step from your store. I'm from a historical world. What would you like in return? She thought that cultivators probably had everything, so she wasn't sure what he might need. Immortal Lord Ling Yuan thought that a historical world was perfect. They might lack modern luxuries, but at least they had seasonings and food ingredients. Eating had almost become his obsession. He asked eagerly, Fellow cultivator, do you have any cooked food over there? Lin Yu thought, food and dishes? That doesn't sound right. In the cultivation world, shouldn't it be called spiritual food? She said it out loud as she thought about it. Ling Yuan looked puzzled. Are you also from another world? But your soul seems complete, without any sign of being a wandering spirit. Lin Yu replied, Maybe it's one of my past lives. The person looked like me, and even had the same name. Anyway, tell me how many dishes you want to exchange. Realizing they were both from another world, their conversation became more relaxed. For some reason, she felt she could trust this immortal completely, as if he were her own brother. But she had never had any siblings before. What a strange feeling. Ling Yuan also felt something unusual. He wanted to give her whatever she desired. After calculating for a moment, he saw only a foggy future. It seemed the time wasn't right yet, so he decided to follow his heart. He said 10 dishes and 1 soup will be enough. Once I eat, my inner troubles should disappear. If I need anything else later, I'll trade with you again. She decided to use ingredients grown in her space, watered with spiritual spring water, so the food would carry a bit of energy. It wouldn't be an unfair trade. After the exchange, Yu asked her renovation robot to set up wooden stakes to prepare for practicing the dragon step technique. Tongzi, adjust the time ratio in the training area to 100:1, she said. Time in the space didn't affect her age, so it was perfect for training. All set, Yu. You can start practicing, replied Tongzi. Okay, and remind me when it's time for tomorrow's meeting, she added. She trained hard, resting only to soak in the spiritual spring and drink its water. Once she had mastered both Tai Chi and the dragon step, Tongzi notified her that time was up. For the past few days, she spent her mornings hanging out and eating with Huiyu Xuan, translating books in the afternoon, and practicing martial arts in her space at night. One day, she suddenly felt as light as a feather, though she kept moving through the steps. Tongzi watched silently until she stopped, then said, Congratulations, Yu. You've mastered the dragon step. Hearing that, she realized why her body felt so light, almost as if she didn't exist. To reward herself, she brought out some garlic and spicy crayfish with a cold drink, turned on a palace drama, and enjoyed her meal. It was delicious. Too bad Tongzi couldn't taste it. The next day, Huiyu Xuan came over and told her he would cook for her tomorrow. He went into the kitchen and carefully placed the seasonings into small clay jars. He took out 10 jin of rice, 20 jin of cornmeal, and 10 eggs. That should be enough. After buying the vegetables, he went to take a bath and rest. The next morning, he heard a knock on the door. Guessing it was Huiyu Xuan, he opened it and saw that it really was him. Huiyu Xuan said, Yo, look, I bought some pork belly. I'll make braised pork for you later. I also got some shrimp to make stir-fried shrimp, and we can have scrambled eggs with tomatoes too. Lin Yuyo said, Come in first. It's not good if others see you standing at the door. After entering, Huiyu Xuan said, Yuyo, I brought you breakfast, meat buns, and soy milk. Eat them while they're still warm. Lin Yuyo started eating. It tasted good, so she asked, Did you buy this from the state-run restaurant? Huiyu Xuan nodded. I bought it this morning while getting groceries. I thought you might not have eaten yet. After she finished breakfast, Huiyu Xuan suddenly looked serious. Yuyo, what do you think about how we've gotten to know each other these past few days? Yuyo was a bit confused. She wondered if she should stop eating. Why did it suddenly feel awkward to accept his kindness? He had been paying for everything these days, but she couldn't help it. Her family was really poor. Trying to avoid the topic, she asked, Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Huiyu Xuan sighed. Yuyo, I only have 10 days of leave left. After that, I'll be gone for 2 or 3 years without a break. I'm worried about you living alone. Lin Yuyo thought about it. During their time together, he had always respected her choices and never acted overbearing. That was rare in this time. She thought for a moment, if she wasn't afraid of hardship, maybe marriage wouldn't be a bad idea. So she asked, Have you told your family about this? Huiyu Xuan smiled happily. Of course. My family is really looking forward to meeting you. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Huiyu Xuan. I'm 22 years old, and I'm a regiment commander with a salary of about 150 yuan. My grandfather, Hogua Qiang, is an advisor to the military commission, earning about 200 yuan. My grandmother, Lin Yuzhen, works in the Army's logistics department, earning about 120 yuan. My father, Hu Tianming, is the chief of staff of the capital military district, earning about 180 yuan. My mother, Yang Hui, is the deputy director of the capital military district hospital, earning about 150 yuan. My maternal grandmother, Zhao Shufan, works in the security bureau, earning about 180 yuan. My maternal grandfather, Yang Zhengwo, is the mayor of the capital city, earning about 180 yuan. Don't worry, after we get married, life will be just as comfortable as it is now. My family can definitely take good care of you. Lin Yu wondered what kind of amazing family this was and asked, Your family sounds so good. Don't they want you to find someone from a similar background? I'm just an orphan, will they mind that? Huiyu Xuan got nervous. Yu, my family doesn't care about social status. As long as a person has good character, that's all that matters. Seeing how anxious he was, Lin Yu stopped teasing him and said, "So, what should we do? Get engaged or married first? Should I visit your family?" Hu Yuxuan replied, "Yu, I'll go back and file a marriage report. Let's get engaged first, then married. Otherwise, it might affect your reputation." She had only wanted an official boyfriend, but the surprise came so suddenly that things moved several steps ahead. Lin Yu said, "All right, go talk to your family and see what they think. I'm hungry, go make dinner." Food is the most important thing in the world. Watching Hu Yuxuan busy in the kitchen made her feel quite happy. She didn't expect his cooking to be so good, so she said, "You're actually a great cook." Hu Yuxuan smiled proudly. It was worth all those days he spent learning from the family's housekeeper. After cleaning up the dishes and kitchen, Hu Yuxuan said, "Yu, I'll head back now." He was eager to discuss the engagement and marriage with his family. After he left, Lin Yu took one of the translated books to the bookstore to give to Director Zhao. While waiting for him to review it, she browsed through some books in the library. About an hour later, a clerk came and told her to go to the director's office. Director Zhao said, "Comrade Lin Yu, your translation is very professional. The language is smooth and clean, no need to copy it again. You've saved us a lot of time and materials. This is a professional book, about 100,000 words. You'll get an extra 50 yuan as a bonus. At 8 yuan per 1,000 words, that's a total of 850 yuan. Here are your monthly coupons, 1 pound of meat, 6 ounces of oil, and 2 industrial vouchers." Lin Yu smiled happily. "Thank you, Director. I'll finish translating the other 2 books as soon as possible." She found a quiet corner, entered her secret space, and asked the household robot to help her with a disguise. When she appeared again, she looked like a strong middle-aged man, complete with fake muscles, an artificial Adam's apple, and a voice changer hidden away. She took out a basket filled with watches, radios, and some pork, chicken, and duck. Then she went to the black market in the southern part of the city, heading straight to an old courtyard to find her contact. A small guard grumbled, "Who is it? What do you want?" as he opened the door. Lin Yu didn't say a word. He opened the basket on his back, and the guard quickly invited him inside. The gang leader said, "Brother, you know what kind of place this is. Just name your price." Lin Yu replied, "Boss, you're straightforward, so I'll be honest too. The watches are all Plum Blossom brand, 100 yuan each. Radios, 100 units. Bicycles, 100 men's models, and 100 women's models. Sewing machines, 10 units. Double happiness wash basins, 100 pieces. Aluminum lunch boxes, 100 pieces. Thermos flasks, 50 pieces. Pork, 1,000 jin. Chickens and ducks, 100 each, all cleaned and ready." The gang leader was speechless for a while. That was a huge amount, but he could handle it. After several rounds of bargaining, they settled on bicycles at 200 yuan each, watches at 150 yuan, radios at 100 yuan, sewing machines at 250 yuan, wash basins at 8 yuan, thermos flasks at 15 yuan, lunch boxes at 8 yuan, pork at 2 yuan per jin, and chickens and ducks at 8 yuan each. The total came to 63,450 yuan. The gang leader said, "Brother, I don't have that much cash. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 in cash, another 10,000 worth in gold bars at market price, 3,000 in 3 small boxes of jewelry and antiques, and the rest in vouchers. How does that sound?" Lin Yu replied, "All right, but I want national vouchers. We travel all over the country, so local ones are useless. And I only want jewelry and jade, not antiques or paintings." The gang leader nodded. "No problem. When do we trade?" Lin Yu said, "Midnight, at the old temple outside the city." Then he stood up, used his special movement technique, and disappeared. He found a quiet place, removed his disguise, and went home. A guard asked, "Boss, should we follow him?" The gang leader scolded, "Dahua, are you stupid? We've never done that kind of thing. Besides, that man is skilled. If we offend him, where will we get such rare goods again?" When Lin Yu got home, he saw Hu Yuxuan waiting at the door. "Why are you here at this hour?" he asked, opening the door and letting him in. Seeing how thirsty he was, Lin poured him a glass of water. "Here, have some." Hui Yuxuan drank it all in one go and quickly said, "Tomorrow everyone's off work. My family wants to come and discuss our engagement. After we get married, you'll have to come with me when I'm assigned to the army, so we won't spend much time at home. We'll buy the 3 essentials and 1 luxury ourselves with the money and coupons. The bride price will be 999 yuan. At 11 o'clock, we'll have a meal together at the state-run restaurant, and the wedding will be held 3 days later. The situation is unstable now, so the wedding won't be too big, but we'll still keep the basic ceremony. We just won't invite too many people. We'll get the marriage certificate, hand out some wedding candies, and have a meal with a few close friends. As for the dowry, it's up to you whether to prepare it or not." Lin Yu nodded and said, "That's fine. I don't really know much about these things, so I'll follow your plan. But I still want to prepare a dowry. I've saved quite a bit from my translation work." They talked for a while before Hui Yuxuan hurried off again, probably to prepare for the wedding. Since she would soon be following him to the army, she needed to tidy up the house and ask Aunt Wang to help rent it out later. She packed away her aunt's old belongings into her storage space. The house was really poor and didn't have much left. Then she went into the space to practice Tai Chi and told Tongzi to remind her at 11 p.m. about the trade. At the Hu family's home in the military compound, Grandpa Hu said, "Your marriage report has been approved." Commander Li from the Hainan Military District personally sent it over. Commander Wu from the Southern Island Division also approved a small, quiet courtyard for your family housing. Grandma added, "Yu is an excellent girl. Life was hard for her before she turned 18, but she's very strong." She begged her teacher to let her learn English when she was 6 and kept studying until she graduated from high school. Now she works as a freelance translator at the library, and she's doing great. She has no family left, so you must take good care of her. Hui Yuxuan quickly promised, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll treat her well." Once he decided to protect someone, no one would be allowed to hurt them. Tongzi reminded her, Yu, it's time to go. Hurry up." She disguised herself as a tall man and used her swift movement technique to arrive in 10 minutes. She drove the jeep from her storage space, leaving tire marks everywhere, and walked back and forth in different-sized shoes to cover her tracks. She placed the goods in an open area and waited for He Laoda. Just as she finished eating an apple, he arrived. He Laoda said, "Brother, count the money. Here are the yellow croakers, jewelry, and these coupons." Lin Yu replied, "No need to count. I trust you. You can check the goods." With a quick scan of her mental power, she confirmed that the money was all correct. 10 large yellow croakers, 3 boxes of jewelry. All quite nice. I'll pass them on to my daughter later. The vouchers are from all over the country. 100 jin of grain coupons, 50 jin of oil coupons, 50 jin of meat coupons, 50 feet of cloth coupons, and 10 liquor coupons. That's a fair amount. Seeing the respectful look in the boss's eyes, Lin Yu couldn't help but imagine what he might be thinking. Dahua said, "Boss, everything's fine." The boss replied, "Brother, we'll be going now," then got in the car and left. Once they were out of sight, she quickly stored everything in her space and used her special movement technique to head to the Lin residence. Near the rockery, she found a hidden switch among the weeds, pressed it, waited a moment, then entered. Inside were hundreds of large boxes, which she quickly collected before restoring the mechanism to its original state. She then went to 2 nearby private houses. Entering through a well, she found a tunnel in the wall just big enough for a person to pass through. This must be it, she thought, and collected all the boxes there too. She did the same at the other location, then hurried home. After removing her disguise, she took a relaxing bath and, feeling refreshed, opened the boxes she had collected from the Lin residence. There were 100 boxes of large yellow croakers, 100 boxes of small yellow croakers, each box containing 100 fish, 50 boxes of antiques and paintings, 50 boxes of jewelry, 50 boxes of gold ingots, and 50 boxes of silver ingots. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Yu laughed joyfully inside her space. The little spirit watching her wondered if it should consider finding a new master. Seeing that it was already 3 in the morning, Lin Yu decided to sleep inside her space. Adjust the time ratio, she told the spirit. I'll sleep here. When she woke up naturally, only an hour had passed outside. She got up and tidied her room. She took out a few enamel cups typical of this era, washed them clean, and placed some apples, sunflower seeds, and candies on plates. By the time she finished preparing, dawn had arrived. She boiled a pot of water to make tea later. For breakfast, she had a few steamed buns and a bowl of millet porridge. She felt a bit nervous and didn't have much appetite. At 8 o'clock, she asked the household robot to give her a light, natural makeup look. Then she put on a red and white striped dress and a pair of small leather shoes. She looked in the mirror, simple and elegant. Soon it was 10 o'clock. Lin Yu paced back and forth anxiously, thinking they should be arriving any minute. Sure enough, there was a knock at the door. She quickly went to open it. Standing in front was Hui Yuxuan, followed by his family elders. Seeing so many people arrive, she quickly invited everyone in and made tea for each guest, not knowing what to say next. Noticing how awkward things felt, Hui Yuxuan quickly introduced everyone. Yu, this is my grandpa and grandma, my maternal grandparents, and my parents. Lin Yu hurriedly greeted them one by one. Grandpa Hua, Grandma Hua, Grandpa Yang, Grandma Yang, uncle, and aunt. Hua's mother said happily, Yu, let's skip all the formalities. Here's a red envelope with a symbolic gift of 999 yuan and another one with 1,000 yuan and 4 vouchers for the traditional wedding gifts.
Keep them safe.
Grandma Yang, who was a straightforward woman, smiled and said, Yu, you're really outstanding. Yesterday, someone from the translation office called me and said the book you translated was clear and easy to understand. The engineers could follow it right away, and their work sped up a lot. They even praised you to me for quite a while. Blushing, Lin Yu replied, it's all thanks to my teacher. Everyone laughed warmly at her shy expression. After chatting for a while, Grandpa Hua said, it's almost noon. Let's go to the state-run restaurant. Everyone agreed and went to a private room there for lunch. After the meal, the adults all left since they only had half a day off and needed to return to work. Hui Yuxuan stayed with Lin Yu. Smiling, he said, Yu, our marriage report has been approved. Let's go get our marriage certificate. They bought some candy at the supply store, then went to the local office with their household registration books to get the marriage approval. They happened to meet Aunt Wang, so they gave her some wedding candy to thank her for her help recently. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, they received their marriage certificate. Curious about what it looked like in this era, they found it resembled a large award certificate. They shared candy with the staff, received their blessings, and then went to a photo studio to take wedding pictures. They asked the photographer to print one large photo to hang on the wall and 2 smaller ones to attach to the marriage certificate. Afterward, they watched a movie and then had a Western-style meal at Lao Mo's restaurant. All day long, Lin Yu felt as if everything was a dream. It wasn't until they reached her doorstep that she realized she was now married. But she believed she would have a happy life. They agreed to meet again the day after tomorrow, then went their separate ways home. These past few days, I haven't had time to translate. Now that I finally have a break, I'll hurry into my space to finish the remaining translations. During rest time, I'll go to the training ground to practice Tai Chi. Tongzi said, Yo-Yo, someone from the cultivation world is contacting you. Lin Yo-Yo replied, put them through. Ling Yuan said, Yo-Yo, do you still have any food left? The last batch I traded for is gone. I tried to save it, but someone stole it. I'm so unlucky. Looking at Ling Yuan, who had the face of an immortal but was speaking so pitifully, Lin Yo-Yo got goosebumps and quickly interrupted. What are you offering in exchange this time? Ling Yuan laughed. I made some pills that ordinary people can eat. I know the medical conditions in your time are limited. I prepared fertility pills, baby girl pills, pregnancy protection pills, smooth delivery pills, and recovery pills. Each bottle has 100 pills, and there are 10 bottles of each type. Lin Yo-Yo said, not bad. For each type, I'll give you 10 dishes and 100 buns with different fillings. Ling Yuan cheered, great. That means I'll get 50 dishes in total. After saying goodbye to Ling Yuan, she took out some spicy crayfish and a cold beer. As she ate the spicy crayfish, The fiery flavor danced on her tongue. Then she took a big gulp of cold beer, the chill and heat mixed together, bringing instant comfort. It felt as if all her stress and fatigue disappeared with each delicious bite. After finishing the flavorful crayfish, the taste still lingered as she immediately returned to her intense translation work. Time passed quietly, but she didn't notice, completely absorbed in her work. Her fingers ached slightly from writing for so long, but she didn't stop. Finally, after finishing the last paragraph, she let out a long breath. Her tense nerves relaxed, and a sense of accomplishment filled her heart. After leaving her space, she went to the black market for another trade. In addition to the same items as last time, she added 10,000 jin of rice, 10,000 jin of flour, 10,000 jin of white sugar, 10,000 jin of brown sugar, 100 bolts of synthetic fabric, 100 bolts of floral fabric, and 100 bolts of cotton linen fabric. She also prepared 100 sets of red wedding bedding and 100 sets of floral bedding. They agreed on the prices: rice at 0.8 yuan per jin, flour at 1 yuan per jin, white sugar at 2 yuan per jin, brown sugar at 1.5 yuan per jin. Synthetic fabric was 2.5 yuan per foot, 100 yuan per bolt. Floral fabric was 1 yuan per foot, 40 yuan per bolt. Cotton linen fabric was 0.8 yuan per foot, 32 yuan per bolt. The 4-piece wedding bedding set costs 40 yuan, and the large floral 4-piece set costs 38 yuan. The new stock added is worth 78,000 yuan, plus the previous stock worth 63,450 yuan. The total value of this batch is 141,450 yuan. I paid 120,000 yuan in cash, along with 20 boxes of jewelry and ornaments, and a national ticket worth 1,450 yuan. The jewelry is of good quality and all the necessary receipts are included. At home, I asked the housekeeping robot to wash everything using the washing machine, including the wedding bedding, large floral bedding, mattress covers, towels, bath towels, and other daily use items, 20 sets in total. I also had the robot make 2 sets of short-sleeved pajamas for men and women, 2 sets of long-sleeved pajamas, 5 sets of underwear and undershirts, and other clothes to bring, all washed and dried. Aunt Wang has already rented out the house. It is rented to a family of 3 for 5 yuan per month. The rental agreement states what is in the house and that they can use it without damaging anything. The lease is for 3 years, with a renewal every 3 years. The rent was paid in full upfront, 180 yuan for 3 years. The keys were given to Aunt Wang, who will pass them to the tenants. On the wedding day, they left and didn't come back. Soon, the day before the wedding arrived, Lin Yuyu organized the dowry. She packed 1 jin, 3 jin, 5 jin, and 8 jin of cotton quilts, each with a red wedding quilt cover. Other bedding sets were large floral patterns. For mattress covers, 2 red and 2 green, were wrapped in red cloth and tied with red fabric strips. Aunt's 2 large red wooden trunks contained 5 sets of underwear and undershirts, spring clothes, 2 sets of navy blue and gray linen suits, 1 white long-sleeve shirt, and 1 pair of black pants. Summer clothes, 2 traditional cloth skirts, 1 white short-sleeve shirt, 1 floral short-sleeve shirt, 2 thin black pants, and a blue knee-length skirt. Autumn clothes, 2 knitted cardigans, yellow and dark blue, 2 sets of sweaters and pants in black and dark blue. Thick shirts, 2 white and blue thick shirts, 2 thick pants in black and blue, and a classic black wool coat. Winter clothes, 2 sets of cotton padded jackets and pants, 2 wool hats, scarves, and gloves. Shoes include 1 pair of slippers for men and women, 2 pairs of plastic sandals, 1 pair of square-toe leather shoes, 1 pair of classic leather shoes, and 2 pairs of layered sole shoes. There is also a wooden box filled with miscellaneous small items. Whatever is needed can be taken when necessary. There are 2 double happiness basins, 2 large towels, 2 black foot cloths, 2 mouthwash cups, 2 boxes of toothpaste, 2 mirrors, and 2 combs. 2 hot water kettles are packed in a mesh bag. There is also a small wooden box with a lock which is said to hold money. Nice tea and rice wine prepared for Grandpa Hua, Grandpa Yang, and Dad Hua. 3 beautiful tea canisters and wine jars are sealed tightly, labeled with the character, happiness, and placed in a box. The outside is marked, fragile. Beautiful scarves and shawls prepared for Grandma, Grandma Yang, and Momha are wrapped in red cloth and placed in a basket, with a double happiness sticker. Tomorrow, she will wear a red dress and red shoes. Everything is ready, but she feels so nervous, she can't sleep. Lin Yu, sister, I am getting married tomorrow. It's the first time in my life. I feel a little nervous. Sister Tongzi comforts her. Yu, don't be nervous. I will stay with you. There's a saying that happiness is created by oneself. I believe Yu will make herself happy. Lin Yu. Thank you, sister. She takes a spiritual spring bath, braids her hair, and tomorrow it will be curly. She leaves the room to sleep, and Sister Tongzi will wake her at 5 a.m. Tongzi. Yu, wake up. It's 5 o'clock. You should get up now. Lin Yu instantly sits up, drinks some spiritual spring water to wake up, washes up, and eats breakfast. She asks housekeeper number 1 to do her light makeup, styles her hair into a bun, adds a red flower, changes into a red dress, and puts on red socks and red shoes, looking beautiful. There's a knock on the door. She puts away housekeeper number 1, opens the door, and sees that her friends Su Yao and Yiwan have come to accompany her. She didn't expect them to be so thoughtful. Su Yao. Yu, your makeup looks so pretty. Others' faces look like monkey butts. Yuan. Yu, this is your dowry. It's really beautiful. Lin Yu smiles. I did it myself. I heard there are many new things over there, so I got up early to grab some. They chat and laugh happily. Lin Yu also takes on 2 tasks, doing bridal makeup for her friends. Meanwhile, Hu Yuxuan has also woken up early, dressed in a new military uniform, looking heroic and full of strength. His friends gather around, all energetic and ready to welcome the beautiful bride, Lin Yu. Hu Yuxuan, leading the wedding procession, rode a bicycle decorated with red ribbons on the handlebars. He and his friends cheerfully rode toward the small courtyard where Lin Yu lived. At the courtyard gate, Hu Yuxuan's friends loudly shouted, "Bride, we're here to pick you up inside." The 2 sisters playfully teased him, asking Hu Yuxuan to sing a few revolutionary songs to show his love for Lin Yu. Hu Yuxuan didn't hesitate. He raised his voice and started singing. His loud singing attracted the neighbors, who peeked out to listen. Finally, they entered the house. Lin Yu was dressed in a red traditional dress, with a bright red flower on her head, shyly sitting on the bed. Hu Yuxuan stepped forward, took her hand, and looked at her with deep affection, full of love. Someone teased, "The groom is amazed by the bride. We should go now." The groom can see her again at the big courtyard later. They blushed from the teasing and played some games before they were allowed to leave. Some people were surprised by the bride's dowry. At last, Hu Yuxuan rode his bicycle with the bride, Lin Yu, heading toward the military district compound. At the gate, a group of children happily led the way, while the adults followed with joyful faces. Hu Yuxuan carefully helped Lin Yu off the bike, held her hand, and walked into the courtyard. They went up to the 2nd floor. With each step, Lin Yu's heart beat faster, nervous but excited. Finally, they reached Hu Yuxuan's room. The bright red, double happiness, character on the door was very eye-catching. Hu Yuxuan gently pushed the door open. The room was simply decorated but warm and cozy. The new bedding was bright red, full of festive cheer. On the wall, there was a photo of the 2 of them smiling happily. Lin Yu saw her dowry had already arrived in Hu Yuxuan's room. His childhood friends acted quickly. Hu Yuxuan happily said, "Wife, are you tired? Rest for a bit." It was only a little after 8 o'clock. The ceremony would start at 11, with about 3 tables of guests who were close family. In the afternoon, they would go to give out some wedding candies to others in the big courtyard. Lin Yu replied, "Okay, I'll rest for a while." Thinking she couldn't sleep, she lay down and surprisingly fell asleep immediately. When she heard a knock on the door, she quickly got up, opened it, and saw Su Yao and Yuan standing outside. Su Yao casually said, Hey, we're here to keep you company." Yuan was very gentle and asked, "How is it?" Are you nervous? Lin Yu smiled and said, It's okay. I was a bit nervous at first, but once I got here, I wasn't anymore. I even took a nap earlier. The three of them started chatting happily. Soon, Mother Hu brought 3 bowls of brown sugar egg water. Mother Hu said, Eat quickly, you 3. Today has been hard. If you need more, I'll go get some. They replied, Thank you, Mom/Auntie. Smelling the sweet aroma of the sugar water and eggs, they realized they were quite hungry. Mother Hu was busy today, so seeing they had nothing to do, she left first. After drinking the brown sugar egg water, the 3 began talking about the layout of the new house. Su Yao looked at the large photo hanging on the wall and was surprised. You even enlarged the photo. It looks really nice hanging in the house. Lin Yu giggled, hee, it gives a sense of ceremony. It helps us remember how we felt when we took that photo, so we won't forget our original intentions and keep moving forward. Yuan's eyes lit up and said, When I got married, I also had a big photo like that hanging in the house. Su Yao nodded and said she wanted one too. Soon, around 11 o'clock, Hui Yuxuan came to pick up Lin Yu to go to the ceremony and toast. The ceremony was simple, standing in front of Chairman Mao's portrait to make a vow. Once the vow was made, it was over. Next, the newlyweds toasted and recognized guests. For Lin Yu, who had a great memory, it was easy. After the toast, they returned to the bridal room. Then mother-in-law, Su Yao, and Yuan brought in food. Mother Hu smiled and said, Yu, Yao Yao, and Wan, eat in the room. I'll go down to entertain them. If you need anything, just call me. Lin Yu replied, Okay, Mom. The food was quite good: chicken, duck, fish, braised pork, and some vegetarian dishes. For this time period, it was a nice banquet. After eating, Su Yao and the others took their bowls away, and Lin Yu, feeling bored, fell asleep. She only woke up when she felt someone holding her. She asked, What time is it? Hui Yuxuan said, It's 3 in the afternoon. He kissed her cheek and said, Get up. We need to go deliver candies to the people in the courtyard. When delivering candies, Lin Zhe from Su Yao's family saw Lin Yu and realized they were getting married. At Yuan's house, Lin Yu saw Zhao Chenyang and had a look that said, I know you guys are getting married, which made others laugh out loud. Lin Yu didn't mind and wondered if this was just a family joke. After giving out some candies, it was already 4 p.m. Grandparents, Grandma, and Grandpa, and parents had given their marriage gift money. Grandpa said, You 2 young people go out and play. We'll have dinner at 6. They went back to the room and looked at the gift money. Grandparents and Grandma and Grandpa each gave 1,888 yuan and parents each gave 1,666 yuan. In total, it was 10,884 yuan. With this, they would be considered quite wealthy. Hui Yuxuan looked at her and said, This is for you, handing her a metal box. She opened it and saw 2 bank books, one with 15,000 yuan and the other with 6,000 yuan. Lin Yu was surprised and asked, This is your bank book. Why does it have my name? Hui Yuxuan explained, This is my allowance and savings from the years I served in the army, from when I was young until now. We got the marriage certificate and I went to the bank yesterday to put it in your name. Lin Yu was very touched. In modern times, how many men would do this voluntarily? It seemed her choice was right. The 2 of them organized Lin Yu's dowry, hanging her clothes in the big wooden box and placing shoes on the shoe rack. They took out things for grandparents and parents. The quilts and bedding were put into the cabinet. The wash basin was placed on the shelf. Towels hung on the rack, and toothpaste and toothbrushes were put in place. The mirror, comb, and skincare products were arranged on the dressing table. Hui Yuxuan went to get hot water for the electric kettle, one in the room and one in the living room. After tidying up, they went to the bathroom. She washed her face and brushed her hair again, changing into slippers, which felt much more comfortable. Now she was in the mood to carefully look at her future home. It was a connected 2-room space. The inner room had a bed, dressing table, desk, and wardrobe. The outer room had a wash basin, shoe rack, a small sofa, and a coffee table. With fewer family members and more single rooms, it was very convenient. Lin Yu sighed, Our house is quite big. Hui Yuxuan said, The day after we met, my grandparents had it renovated like this. Worried I would make you unhappy. Since being with Lin Yu, his family status seemed to have dropped even more.
Lin Yu happily said, "Grandma is so kind."
Please give me my small box. Hurry up and use your mental strength to deduct 500 from the bride price, the money for the 3 turn and 1 sound, and my salary, since preparing the dowry is important. Open the lock and put the bride price, the fee for changing words, and the passbook together inside. Lin Yu said, "Let's go deposit some money tomorrow." Hui Yuxuan replied, "Okay, I'll listen to you." You handle the family's money. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, she took the gifts for her family and went downstairs to eat. Lin Yu said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, these are wine and tea leaves for you." Men usually love wine and tea, so she placed the wine and tea in front of the 3 men. She also said, "Grandma, Grandma, Mom, these are scarves and shawls for you. Women love beauty," so she handed the scarves and shawls to the 3 women. Sure enough, Grandpa and the others couldn't resist taking a small sip when they smelled the wine.
Grandpa asked, "Yu, where did you buy this wine?"
"It's quite strong. I haven't smelled this aroma in a long time." "And is this tea from the day of the engagement?" "I wanted to ask you that day, but I was afraid it would scare you away, so I didn't ask." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Grandpa, I bought this wine when I was preparing the quilt. I smelled it on the street and thought it was fragrant. I bought 3 jars because I thought you'd like it. I think it's homemade and sold. As for the tea, I couldn't tell the taste, but since you all liked it that day, I wanted to surprise you." Grandma, Grandma, and Mom were trying on the scarves and shawls. Grandma's scarf was brown, and her silk scarf was a light brown, which suited her gentle temperament. Grandma's shawl was dark blue, and her silk scarf was also dark blue, matching her cool and stylish aura. Mom's scarf was orange, and her silk scarf was light yellow, giving a warm feeling, just like her profession. Grandma said happily, "Yu, your scarves and shawls are just perfect. I've always wanted to buy some from the market, but they're too ugly." Mom and Grandma nodded in agreement. Lin Yu happily said, "I'm glad you like them. Luckily, that person didn't lie to me. He said there aren't any like these on the market. These are one of a kind," Dad advised. "Yu, be careful." Lin Yu replied, "Okay, Dad. I will be careful." After dinner, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom said they were going to visit Grandma and Grandpa's house and didn't want to wait for them. Knowing what they meant, Lin Yu's face instantly turned red. Hui Yuxuan mischievously said, "Wife, everyone has helped us make space. We shouldn't let them down." Lin Yu blushed and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." She went back to get a towel, locked the bathroom door, and entered the space. She asked the housekeeper robot to make a set of modern women's underwear and from red cotton fabric and a nightgown from black silk and lace. After washing, drying, and putting them on, she wrapped herself in a towel, rushed into the room, covered herself with a quilt, feeling shy, nervous, and excited. Hui Yuxuan took a quick, energetic shower, then returned to the room. He lifted the quilt, his glasses fogged up, and leaned down to kiss Lin Yu, saying, "You're so beautiful, Yu." She took off her nightgown, but couldn't help but blush deeply. Startled Lin Yu, she relaxed a bit and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Hui Yuxuan cleaned his nose and started again. This time, everything went smoothly. As dawn approached, the rocking sound stopped, and even the moon seemed shy and hid away. The next afternoon, Lin Yu finally woke up. She felt completely exhausted but surprisingly refreshed, probably because Hui Yuxuan had tidied her up. She drank a sip of spiritual spring water to ease her fatigue, locked the bathroom door, and took a spiritual spring bath in the space. She did a set of Tai Chi, feeling full of strength, then stepped out of the space. She went downstairs and found no one in the living room. She heard sounds coming from the kitchen and went to check.
It was Hui Yuxuan.
She asked, "Hui Yuxuan, what are you doing?" He replied, "Wife, are you still feeling unwell? I cooked some millet porridge for you." Lin Yu blushed shyly and said, "I'm fine now. I'm just a little hungry." She ate the millet porridge and tidied up the kitchen. Just as they were thinking about going out for a walk, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw Su Yao. Su Yao hurried inside and said, "Oh, Hui Yuxuan, can you please step aside? We need to talk about some girl stuff." Hui Yuxuan was speechless. It was only their second day of marriage, and she was already here, fighting for his wife. Lin Yu gave Hui Yuxuan a reassuring look with her eyes, then turned to Su Yao and asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" Su Yao quietly asked, "Yu, your wedding gifts from yesterday made many people envious. Recently, many couples have gotten married. The four-piece bedding set is out of stock at the supply store, and the double happiness basin is also unavailable. I'm about to get married soon. I want to ask where you bought it from." "Don't worry, I swear I won't tell anyone." He then raised 3 fingers. Lin Yu laughed and said, "All right, just so you know, no matter what we say inside, I won't recognize you outside."
Su Yao quickly nodded.
Lin Yu gave a knowing look and said, "I heard from others that there are good things in Nanqing." Su Yao responded with a knowing look and hurried home to tell her family, hoping to find a way to keep a set for herself. The wealthy boss. "Finally, I am getting my turn at wealth." Many people called the old master asking him to save a set for them. The family status has improved a lot. After dinner, the grandparents called us over and said, "You, this is your dowry," and handed over a thick red envelope. Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan, saw him nod, and sweetly said, "Thank you, grandparents." Her parents also came over and said, "Yu, this is your dowry from us." Lin Yu again looked at Hui Yuxuan, saw him nod, and politely said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Seeing their interaction, the elders smiled and nodded, then went back to rest. Back in the room, they found the passbooks with their names, 6,000 yuan from the grandparents and 5,000 yuan from the parents. Lin Yu was surprised and said, "Hui Yuxuan, I didn't expect the passbooks to be in my name. Are you worried I might run away with them?" Hui Yuxuan chuckled and said, "That shows they trust you and see you as family. From now on, I will treat you even better, wife. Just words won't prove it. Watch how I do it." Lin Yu sighed happily and said, "I feel very happy. We're truly a good match." Then she took out 2 sets of short pajamas and handed one to Hui Yuxuan, saying, "This one is yours. Change after your shower." After showering and lying in bed, they talked about everything, feeling like they've known each other for a long time, with no awkwardness or unfamiliarity. Suddenly, Hui Yuxuan said, "Wife, tomorrow let's meet my childhood friends, just the 4 of them, including Su Yao. Let's have dinner together." Lin Yu replied, "Sure. Tell me about them first." Hui Yuxuan slowly explained, "Linzai, my father works in the military and my mother is a teacher. They live together with my grandfather in a big courtyard. I am currently serving in the army, and I am dating Su Yao. Su Yao's father is a political officer, and her mother is a head nurse. She is now a military doctor. Zhao Chenyang's family all work in government offices. He also works in the government and is dating Yuan. Yuan's father is a famous general, and her mother is an art lover. She works in a cultural troupe." Lin Yu asked curiously, "Are they from similar backgrounds? Are they all only children?" Hui Yuxuan replied, "No, they all have siblings. Their families are quite harmonious. We only interact with these 4 and others don't matter." Lin Yu then asked, "I wanted to ask on the wedding day, are they just internal arrangements?" Anyway, she burst out laughing happily. Hui Yuxuan chuckled, "They are childhood sweethearts. They've had feelings for each other since they were young." Just as Lin Yu wanted to say more, Hui Yuxuan turned over and blocked her, and the night was lively. Sleeping late has become normal now. They've given up on strict schedules. At noon, they went straight to a hot pot restaurant. Only the 2 of them were missing from the private room. The 4 of them greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law," which sounded quite warm. Hui Yuxuan said, "All right, dear wife. You already know Su Yao and Yuan. Over there is Linzai, and over there is Zhao Chenyang." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone's hungry, right? Let's eat first and chat while we eat." Seeing Lin Yu being confident and natural, everyone approved of her silently. When most of them finished eating, Lin Yu asked, "When are you all getting married?" I didn't get a chance to ask Hui Yuxuan. "I don't know yet," Su Yao said. "We are getting married together the day after tomorrow, at a state-run restaurant." Yuan also said, "Yes, many people are getting married lately. The good days are fully booked. Sister-in-law, don't forget to do our bridal makeup." Lin Yu nodded and asked, "Where will I do your makeup?" "At home," Su Yao replied. "Sister-in-law, we'll do it at the state-run restaurant. We have a special room to change clothes and do makeup. By the way, sister-in-law, how did you style your curly hair on your wedding day? I want to do it too. The curly hair styled up looks especially beautiful. Lin Yu said, after washing my hair and drying it until no water drips, I braid it from top to bottom. The next day, when I untie it, it's all curly. Seeing Su Yao and Yuan look like they've learned something new, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Su Yao whispered mysteriously, sister-in-law, my dowry is all ready. You wouldn't believe how some parents are so anxious they even have blisters on their lips. Thinking about it, many people are getting married. Some young people who are unemployed and not married might have heard about this. In a year or two, there will be a forced move to the countryside. Seeing people come back from the countryside looking worn out, parents who care about their children are already preparing in advance. Maybe I should prepare some more goods these days. If I can't bring them back to the capital with the troops, I won't sell them. After dinner, when Lin Yu returned home, Hu Yuxuan looked apologetic and said, Wife, I have something to do this afternoon, so I can't stay with you. Lin Yu understood and said, That's okay, go ahead. I'll go out for a walk by myself this afternoon. But inside, she was thinking, haha, perfect for me. I'll just ride the bicycle at home and go out. The two took a nap in the afternoon. When Lin Yu woke up, Hu Yuxuan had already left. She quickly went out to find a quiet alley, entered her space, and disguised herself as Big Brother to go to the South City black market and meet the boss. This time, she was selling a lot, twice as much as her last deal, and she added some extra items like lao gan ma, mushroom meat sauce, and Pixian bean paste, each with 1,000 bottles. The prices were set at 2 yuan per bottle for lao gan ma, 3 yuan for mushroom meat sauce, and 2 yuan for Pixian bean paste. The total was 289,900 yuan. She took 230,000 yuan in cash, 40 large yellow croakers, 100 small yellow croakers, and 10 boxes of jewelry and jade. She didn't ask for any receipts. They agreed to deliver the goods at 4 p.m. She quickly went to a ruined temple to check that no one was around. Inside her space, she had all the robots load 3,000 bottles of lao gan ma, Pixian bean paste, and mushroom meat sauce into clay pots. Once everything was loaded, Lin Yu took out all the items, drove around to test the routes, and wore different-sized shoes to leave many footprints. Soon, the boss arrived, advising them to move the goods back at night to avoid being reported. They told them to put the money, small yellow fish, and jewelry in the small forest in front, and said their friends would come to pick them up, so they were allowed to leave. After the group finished scanning, and no one was around, they all returned to the space. After changing out of their disguise, they hurried home. When they got home, they found no one there, probably because Annie went shopping. They went to their room, closed the door, and checked the items they got from the black market trade in the space. They had 40,000 yuan in cash, 5/12/23, 33 boxes of jewelry, 3/20/10, 100 small yellow fish, and 50 large yellow fish, 10/40. In the future, when they have children, they plan to share these resources with them. They no longer plan to order supplies online because the space can keep things fresh, and they feel confident that they will travel again someday. For now, they are comfortable. They opened the door of the house to see how much money was in the small box. Their salary was 350 yuan, the wedding gift was 999 yuan, and they had 1,000 yuan plus 4 receipts for a total of 3 turns and 1 sound. The fee for changing their name was 1,888 for 1,666, 2 is equal to 10,884 yuan. The account they gave to Hu Yuxuan had 15,000 yuan and 6,000 yuan. The account for settling down had 60,000, 50,000 is equal to 110,000 yuan. In total, they had cash of 13,413 yuan, 350,999, 1000, 10,884, 180. The bank accounts totaled 131,000 yuan, 15,000, 6,000, 60,000, 50,000. Lin Yu felt she didn't need to work hard anymore. When she heard sounds downstairs and saw her grandfather and others returning, she quickly went downstairs to the living room. Grandpa Hua asked, puzzled, Yu, where's that brat Hu Yuxuan? Why isn't he with you? Lin Yu was worried Grandpa would blame Hu Yuxuan, so she quickly said, Grandpa, he said he had something to do this afternoon. I went out for a walk by myself. Mom said, you explore more, buy some things. If you don't have enough money, tell Mom. Mom will give you some. Then Grandma and Mom each took out 200 yuan and handed it to her. Lin Yu proudly said, Grandma, Mom, I still have some. Plus, I earn a lot from translating books. Grandma smiled and said, that's good. Elders give you gifts, so you can't refuse. Take it. Seeing Grandma say so, Yu took the money and said, thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Mom. She thought about buying some things for them in the future. After dinner, Hui Yuxuan still hadn't come back. She chatted with her 4 parents for a while. I went back upstairs to wash up and rest, thinking about delivering the 2 translated books to the director tomorrow. At 8 p.m., Hui Yuxuan finally returned. Lin Yu was unhappy and said, why did you come back so late? Don't you know your family might worry? Hui Yuxuan quickly apologized. My wife, I'm sorry. In the future, I will let you know if I come back late. Today, I really had some things to do.
Put on your clothes and come with me.
When we get back, I'll explain everything. He then led her to a small yard. They knocked on the door 5 times with different rhythms, like a secret code. To their surprise, the person opening the door was the boss of the neighborhood. The boss said, brother, you brought your wife along. Come in quickly. Hui Yuxuan asked, where are the goods? Take me and your wife to see them so your wife can choose. Lin Yu, curious, went down to the basement. It looked like a small supermarket, but the items were goods sold by the big brother. The boss said with a smile, wife, take whatever you like. Don't be shy. Lin Yu pretended to look around and then pointed at a jar, asking, what is this? I can smell the aroma from here. The boss explained, wife, this is Lao Gan Ma, a bit spicy, but very fragrant. Great for noodles or even steamed buns. He continued, that middle one is mushroom and meat sauce. It's not too spicy but tastes good. Over there is bean paste, different from ours. It's spicy and flavorful, perfect for cooking. Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, Hui Yuxuan, let's buy a few of these jars. They seem pretty good. Hui Yuxuan looked at her gently and said, okay, whatever you want to buy, just tell me. Lin Yu then told the boss, 20 jars of Lao Gan Ma, 20 jars of mushroom and meat sauce, 30 jars of bean paste, 5 pounds of pork belly, 2 chickens, 2 ducks, 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, 1 radio, 10 pounds of sugar, and 10 pounds of brown sugar. How much will all this cost? The boss immediately replied, no need to pay, sister-in-law. Just deduct it from my brother's share later. Hui Yuxuan said, since your wife says so, just do as she says. It's easier to keep track. The boss said, sister-in-law, the total is 537 yuan. After exchanging some money with the boss, the 2 of them took the supplies and left. Luckily, it was nighttime. If it had been morning, they might have been reported. They returned to the military compound and first placed the items in their room. Since everyone was resting the next day, they decided to tell them about it when they woke up. After washing up and lying in bed, Hui Yuxuan asked, honey, look at this. What is it? He showed her another passbook. Lin Yu pretended to be angry and said, Hui Yuxuan, you actually have your own little savings account. Hui Yuxuan quickly explained, honey, this is the dividend from Li. He's the person we just saw. He's like doing business since he was young. He doesn't want to be in the army or work for the government because he feels restricted. He just wants to run a business. No one supported him, and people thought he was not doing the right thing. But he knows I don't spend money recklessly, so he probably saved some money. He asked me to lend him some. He's a good person, so I didn't think much and gave him some of my savings. I thought if he lost it, I'd get it back later. I didn't expect him to succeed. By chance, I became his partner. The money I lent him became his shares, and he gives me a profit every year. During the tough 3 years, he helped many people. His prices were much lower than others in the black market, and he even registered officially. Other black market traders knew he had support and didn't dare bother him. His family also looked at him differently. They still didn't fully support him, but they would give him early warnings and cover for him. Lin Yu didn't expect the boss to have such a story. She thought that after the reform and opening up, they could work together. She opened the passbook Hui Yuxuan gave her. It showed 100,000 yuan in her name. She couldn't help but exclaim, so much? And it's in my name? Hui Yuxuan said. Before we got married, I kept saving there. Now that we're married, I took some of the dividends. Our passbook is in your name. By the way, honey, after their wedding, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu wasn't feeling sad. She nodded and put the passbook in a small box and locked it. Now, their little home had 231,000 yuan in savings and 12,876 yuan in cash. Thinking about saving some, she said, after the wedding tomorrow, let's go to the post office and deposit 12,000 yuan. Hui Yuxuan nodded. Another happy night passed. At 7 a.m., Hui Yuxuan gently shook Lin Yu and softly said, "Wife, wake up. We need to get up early today. Do you remember that they're getting married today?" When Lin Yu heard getting married, she immediately thought of Hui Yuxuan's four childhood friends and quickly woke up. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then went downstairs to have breakfast with her family. Looking at her watch, it was already 8 a.m., so she hurried upstairs to their room. She took out 2 large red hair pieces from her suitcase. She also took out an eyebrow pencil, blush, and lipstick from her space. Hui Yuxuan rode his bike to take her to the state-run restaurant, as the elders would arrive a bit later. When they arrived, Lin Yu was directly taken to the room where Su Yao and Yuan were. The two saw Lin Yu and excitedly said, "Sister-in-law, you're here. Look at our hair." Lin Yu looked at their hair and smiled, saying, "Your curls look really nice." She then took out 2 red lipsticks from her bag and handed them to the two, saying, "These are your wedding gifts." They looked at the lipstick shades and loved them very much, which made her feel at ease. Seeing their makeup supplies, she asked, "Who do you want me to do makeup for first?" Su Yao quickly said, "Me." "Sister-in-law, I want to go first." Lin Yu first wiped her face with a toner from Pekoin, then fixed her eyebrows. She didn't need foundation. The girl was naturally fresh. She used the eyebrow pencil to draw her brows and, without eyeliner, just extended the outer corners of her eyes with a pencil. For blush and eyeshadow, she used different shades of blush. She lightly applied the red lipstick they just received to her lips. Next, she did Yuan's makeup. Since she had a good foundation, she could do anything. She then took out 2 hairpieces from her bag and said to the two, "Here are 2 hairpieces. You can choose, and after that, I'll do your hair." After half an hour, both were beautifully made up, one bright and charming, the other gentle and elegant, making the 2 young men look quite cheap in comparison. Lin Yu teased, "Soon Lin Zhe and Zhao Chenyang will come over. They probably won't be able to take their eyes off you." Hearing her joke, the two blushed instantly, looking even more beautiful. Seeing that the clock showed it was already past 10 a.m., she said to them, "It's almost time for the toast. You two should eat something first. I'll go check the process." She then opened the door and saw Su Yao and Yuan's mother holding a bowl outside, seemingly about to knock. "Hurry and say, 'Auntie, please come in,'" while taking the bowl from Auntie's hand and placing it in front of Su Yao and Yuan. Su's mother looked at her and said, "Oh, this is for you. You 3 eat quickly. Soon they will go to toast drinks, and after that you'll need to stay here and eat with them." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Annie, that's what I should do." After saying that, she picked up her bowl and started eating. After finishing the brown sugar egg water, the place became lively outside. Lin Yu opened the door to check and saw them coming. She quickly told the 2 brides, "I need to block the door. I can't let them come in easily." Lin Zhe and Zhao Chenyang shouted, "Su Yao/Yuan, we're here to pick you up. Please open the door." Inside, Lin Yu, excited because it was her first time blocking the door in her life, shouted, "How can such excellent girls be easily taken away by you?" Hearing what Lin Yu said, Lin Zhe said to Hu Yuxuan, "Brother Yuxuan's sister-in-law is inside. Please ask her to open the door for us." But Hu Yuxuan didn't care. If his wife wanted to play, he was happy to let her. He shamelessly said, "I'm listening to your sister-in-law," which made others laugh out loud. They could only rely on themselves and hurriedly asked, "Sister-in-law, how can we get the door open?" Lin Yu said, "Listen, I will ask questions. You answer, and if your bride is satisfied, I will open the door for you." The two quickly listened carefully because it was about whether they could marry their bride and bring her home. They both said, "Sister-in-law, ask your questions." Lin Yu asked, "First question, After marriage, who does the housework? Lindsay answered first. As long as I'm at home, I do it. Zhao Chenyang quickly added, me too. As long as I'm at home, I do it, Lin Yu continued. That's a pass. Second question. After marriage, who manages the money? Lindsay and Zhao Chenyang said together, the bride manages the money. Lin Yu smiled and said, this time, you're consistent. Third question. Should only the bride cook at home? Lindsay said, it shouldn't be only the bride cooking. We both earn money, so why should only the bride cook? As long as I'm at home, I will cook. Zhao Chenyang also said, a home belongs to both of us. It shouldn't be only the bride cooking. I hope I can cook with my bride. Listening to the groom's answers, many people fell into deep thought. Lin Yu thought her answer was okay, then quietly asked the two brides, do you have any questions? Seeing them shake their heads, she said, you've passed. I hope you remember that this is the person you'll spend your life with, growing old together. When you argue, try to think about how eager you were to marry her in the first place. After saying this, she opened the door. The two brides rushed in, looking stunned. Lin Yu joked, the groom's eyes are all glued to the brides. Are they so beautiful? Everyone laughed loudly. Then they went to toast the brides. Some people quietly discussed the makeup and hairstyles of the two brides. Hui Yuxuan looked into Lin Yu's eyes, thinking about what she just said. He said, my wife, you are so wonderful. I will be as loyal to you as I am to my country. Lin Yu looked into his eyes and replied, I believe you. Their feelings for each other grew even deeper. After the lively wedding celebration, they returned home. Unexpectedly, Grandpa and Grandma had already come back. Thinking of the things they bought yesterday in the bedroom, Lin Yu said, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom, please come to our bedroom. Seeing her say this, they thought something was wrong and followed her to the newlyweds' room. When Lin Yu opened the door and they saw all the things inside, they were surprised and asked, where did you go? Hearing the serious tone, Hui Yuxuan quickly explained, we didn't go anywhere special. We just visited Li Yi's small yard. Seeing their expressions soften, he continued, there's rice, flour, chicken, duck, and both white and brown sugar. Yu bought these to help you stay healthy. He pointed to some jars filled with seasonings smelling very good and said, we left 10 jars of each for you. I don't have many days off, he added. We plan to take the train the day after tomorrow morning. When we return to the island, we still need to tidy up our place. Grandpa, though reluctant, nodded and said, all right. When you get to the island, just call us or send a telegram to let us know you're safe. Don't worry about the tickets. I'll handle that. The elders kept reminding them, worried they might feel upset. After giving their advice, Hui Yuxuan and Lin Yu helped Grandpa and Grandma carry the goods to the storage room on the first floor. After tidying up, they went back to their room. Lin Yu returned to her room, thinking about going to the island with the army soon. She needed to prepare things for living on the island, but she didn't know what the island was like, so she couldn't get ready. Curious, she asked, Hui Yuxuan, is it cold on the island? What should I bring? Hui Yuxuan recalled his experience on the island and said, it's not cold there. The temperature is above 20 degrees all year round, and summers are quite hot. Look at what you need to bring. If you want to buy anything, we can go shopping tomorrow. We will send everything we can by mail. He added, the journey to the island is a bit difficult. You have to take a train first, then a boat. Carrying too many things is not very convenient. Lin Yu thought, if it's above 20 degrees all year, that's pretty good. I'll bring summer and spring/autumn clothes to the island, but she decided to prepare more clothes. Besides the clothes in her wardrobe, she packed 2 floral short-sleeve shirts, 2 knee-length skirts, a blazer, and a light cotton jacket. She also hung up 1 set of spring, summer, and autumn clothes in her wardrobe for future changes. For shoes, she packed sandals, platform shoes, and leather shoes with round toes. She also took out 2 blankets from a wooden box. As for quilt, she planned to ask Hui Yuxuan where to buy one. She thought and asked, Hui Yuxuan, do you know where I can buy a quilt? We should bring one. Also, check if Li Yi still has 4-piece bedding sets. If yes, take 4 sets. Hui Yuxuan listened to Lin Yu and replied, okay, I'll go out now. Lin Yu said, I also need to go to the library and then to the post office to deposit some money. After that, we can continue packing." Seeing Hui Yuxuan nod, they split up. Hui Yuxuan went to find Li Yi, and Lin Yuyu carried the translated books to the library. She went to Director Zhao's office, handed him the translated books, and then went downstairs to read. Half an hour later, Director Zhao called Lin Yuyu over and said, "Comrade Lin Yuyu, these 2 books are a total of 100,000 words and cost 800 yuan. Please keep the money." He handed her the money. Lin Yuyu took the money and said, "Director, I will leave with the army the day after tomorrow. After that, I can only send things by mail." She then gave him a note with her family address and the phone number of the mailroom. Director Zhao took the note and said, "Okay, I will send the money to you later. It might take some time. If there's anything urgent, I will send you a telegram or call you." Lin Yu replied, "No problem. I plan to start by translating a thicker book now, and later I will translate 1 thick book or 2 or 3 thinner books each month." Director Zhao found a thick book and handed it to her, saying, "This book has 200,000 words." Lin Yu took the book, said goodbye to the director, and then went to the post office with it. When she came out, she had a bank book showing 12,000 yuan. Since there was nothing else to do, she decided to go home. At home, she returned to her room and looked at the 4 bedsheets on the bed. There were 2 bedsheets weighing 1 jin each, and 3 bedsheets weighing 5 jin each. There were 4 sets of bedding and 2 quilts, all for double beds. She took out 2 large pieces of cotton and linen fabric from the versatile wooden box. One piece was used to wrap clothes, blankets, and other scattered items. The other was used to wrap bedding. These fabrics could also be made into curtains. She wrapped everything up and handed it to Hui Yuxuan, asking him to send it by mail. Hui Yuxuan took the packages, wrapped them in an extra layer of waterproof oilcloth, and packed them into a large woven bag. He said, "I'll send these first," then carried the packages and left. Downstairs, Lin Yuyu asked, "Grandma, do you have any empty can jars? The sauces are hard to transfer, so I want to put them into jars to take away." Grandma replied, "There are dozens of them, all in the empty room. I've been saving them, but we don't usually use them." She then took Lin Yuyu to get the jars. Together, they filled 5 jars with Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, 5 jars with mushroom and meat sauce, and 10 jars with bean paste. Seeing the filled jars, Lin Yuyu worried about how to send them by mail. She decided to ask her grandma, so she asked, "Grandma, do you know how to mail these jars?" Grandma looked at her worried granddaughter and said, "Don't worry, Yuyu. We have a special wooden box. Just put the jars inside, fill it with old newspaper, and your dad will help you." She then called her husband, pointing at the jars, and said, "Pack these into the wooden box and send them for Yuyu." Dad nodded, took a wooden box from the storage room, packed everything inside, and soon finished. He carried the box away. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan had just finished mailing his package and was about to leave when he ran into his father, who was also mailing a wooden box. He took the wooden box carried by his father, waited for the postal worker to check it, then quickly packed it and sent it off. As the father and son returned to the military compound, they immediately smelled a very strong and delicious aroma. They heard people talking about which family was making something tasty and how good it smelled. When they reached the door, they heard others asking what delicious food the Hor family was cooking. Seeing the father and son, people asked about their return, but they didn't know anything, so they quickly went inside to avoid saying the wrong thing. As soon as Hui Yuxuan entered, he asked, "What tasty food are we making at home? Everyone in the yard is talking about it." He then went to the kitchen and saw Auntie cooking stir-fried chicken with bean paste. Just smelling it made his mouth water. After coming out of the kitchen, he heard Grandpa muttering, "I guess those old men will come over soon," smelling the food and trying to eat and drink for free. Just as Grandpa finished talking, Old Master Su's loud voice rang out, "Old Hua, I'm coming to visit and have a drink." He then came in by himself, followed by Old Masters Lin and Yi. Watching the old men chatting and joking, Lin Yu was very happy, thinking this is what people call being young at heart. Soon, the meal was ready. The stir-fried chicken was served, and everyone waited for the old men to pick their dishes. Seeing the old men start choosing food, Lin Yu couldn't wait and grabbed a piece of stir-fried chicken.
Wow!
The tender chicken combined with the unique spicy and savory flavor of Pixian bean paste made her feel like her taste buds were dancing. She couldn't stop eating. Don't talk, just grab the food quickly, or the old men would take it all. Just pouring the sauce over rice was enough to eat 2 big bowls plain. When the rice ran out, they went to the cafeteria and got 6 more buns, and everyone finally ate their fill. After eating, the old men sat on the sofa. Old Master Lin happily said, "Old Hua, we've eaten chicken before, but today it smells so good. I could smell it even at home." Grandpa proudly replied, "It's because Yuxuan and Yu bought some in advance, since they're leaving for the island the day after tomorrow. They wanted to make sure we, the old ones, eat well and drink well." Lin Yu brewed tea for the old men. Instead of listening to Grandpa boast, she and Hu Yuxuan went back to their room to see what they needed to buy tomorrow. Old Master Yi and Old Master Lin looked at the proud Huohuo as if no one else had grandchildren or grandchildren-in-law. And honestly, they didn't. Getting a little annoyed, she took a sip of tea and suddenly asked, "Old Hua, your tea has a special flavor. Where did you buy it?" Grandpa became even more proud, feeling like his tail was about to lift into the sky. He said proudly, "This is my granddaughter-in-law I bought. A gift for us. You can't envy it." After saying that, he took a sip of tea, looking very smug. Old Mr. Su didn't like old Mr. Hu's smug attitude and said, "That's because my eldest grandson isn't here." "If he were, your little Xian wouldn't matter," old Mr. Hu scoffed. "Even if he were here, it wouldn't matter. My granddaughter-in-law prefers my Xian." With that, he successfully made the other 3 old men leave. Grandpa thought, finally they are gone. I was worried they would ask for things, but I don't have much left anyway. And that was my granddaughter-in-law's gift to me. I can't bear to give it away. When lunchtime came, Grandpa and Grandma went to rest. Meanwhile, the eldest grandsons of the Su, Lin, and Yi families were all called and scolded mysteriously by the old men. They said the boys were unfilial and didn't bring back a granddaughter-in-law for them. The 3 grandsons were confused and didn't understand why they were scolded. It was a mystery. On this side, Lin Yu had just planned what to buy when she was suddenly carried onto the bed and spent another night exhausted. The next day, the 2 of them took money and tickets to the department store on the first floor, bought 2 tubes of toothpaste and toothbrushes. They also bought 2 wash basins, 2 towels, 3 jean of egg cakes, 3 jean of white rabbit milk candies, 5 jean of fruit candies, 5 jean of brown sugar, and a bar of soap. She quietly asked her older sister if there were any defective fabrics, thinking about the possibility of finding imperfect items like in the stories she read, and surprisingly, there really were. They bought 2 more pieces of fabric, one dyed unevenly but fresh-looking, and one with a printing mistake. Then they went to the hospital to see their mother and bought some cold medicine and fever reducers. When everything was ready, they went to the post office to send the packages. They packed the small items into 2 parcels, so they should receive 4 packages in total. Hui Yuxuan also wanted to visit some comrades, gave him some money and tickets, and then they parted ways. Lin Yu stored the egg cakes in her space, changed into different old lady outfits, and went to the state-run restaurant to buy 10 portions of braised pork, 50 steamed buns, and 100 meat buns. She couldn't resist stockpiling when she saw these. She also dressed as a Han Chinese man to find Black Boss and sold him all the receipts, earning 2,500 yuan. She kept only some wine and cigarette tickets. When I got home, I divided 2 jean of egg cakes and left them in the living room for my grandparents to eat. The rest I put in a cloth bag. Back in my room, I placed the small wooden box with money inside the wicker chest, waiting for tomorrow to collect space. Outside, I put over 100 yuan and some tickets to make it look real. In the kitchen, I took out 30 eggs along with tea leaves and spices. I boiled the tea eggs and soaked them overnight for better flavor. Tomorrow morning, I will pack them. In the evening, our family went out for hot pot. I wondered if I could find special local food on the island, but since there are so many things in the space, I wasn't upset. After dinner, we all took a walk back home. When we got home, everyone went to wash up and go to their rooms. Ho Yuxuan washed the clothes we took off and hung them in the yard to dry by morning. Before sleeping, my mom came again and said, "Oh, you used up all the money buying things the other day. I and your grandma have added some for you." "You can't refuse," Lin Yu helplessly replied. "Okay, Mom." When we get to the island, I will send you some local specialties. After Mom left, I saw I had 800 yuan. Plus my translation fee and the remaining money, I now had 3,076 yuan. Not bad. I stored it in the small space box. I also put some miscellaneous items in the box, so I'd have an excuse to take things out later. It's locked, so Ho Yuxuan wouldn't look. At around 5 in the morning, I woke up to find Mom already downstairs. Seeing the two of them coming down, I said, I made a few scallion pancakes for you. Eat them while hot. The rest can be saved for the train. Lin Yu also said, Mom, I made some tea eggs yesterday. I left 12 in a basin for you. You can eat them these days, and the rest we'll take on the train. While talking, Lin Yu took out 4 eggs for breakfast and put the rest in a large teapot. She packed them into the cloth bag along with the pancakes, and also added 2 jars of sealed mushroom and meat sauce and some sunflower seeds. When it was time to leave, Dad came in from outside and said, You're ready. I traded for a new green military water bottle with someone. You can use it on the train, Yu. Lin Yu quickly took it and said, Thanks, Dad, feeling grateful for his thoughtfulness. After packing our luggage, my parents took us to the train station. Grandpa bought a soft sleeper ticket, which has 4 people in 1 carriage. We happened to be on the same side with upper and lower bunks. I placed the trunk under the lower bunk near the small table, so it wouldn't be lost easily. The cloth bag was kept on the lower bunk by the window for easy access to snacks. I opened the window and told my parents, Mom and Dad, you can go back now. We'll send you a telegram when we arrive. Don't worry. Just after I finished speaking, the train started moving. I waved goodbye to my parents and continued organizing my luggage. They stood there without moving until they couldn't see the train anymore. Then they left. Thinking about the 3-day train ride, I knew we would arrive in Guang province on the 4th morning. I climbed up to the upper bunk to rest. I woke up at noon feeling the smell of food. I took out 2 lunchboxes from the cloth bag and handed them to Hu Yuxuan to heat some water. Hu Yuxuan took the lunchboxes and said, Wife, can I also have your water bottle? I want to wash it and fill it with hot water. I handed him the water bottle, took out a piece of oil paper with 3 tea eggs and 6 pancakes, and then took out a jar of mushroom and meat sauce, ready to eat. Hu Yuxuan returned, warmed the pancakes with hot water, and covered them. Seeing the familiar jar, Hu Yuxuan said happily, You even brought the sauce jar? You're so thoughtful, wife. I smiled and said, Eat quickly, then placed a pancake with a spoonful of sauce on it, opened a tea egg, and spread it on the pancake. Rolling it up and taking a bite, it smelled so good. 1 pancake was enough to fill me up, but Hu Yuxuan ate 5, along with 2 eggs and 2 egg cakes. I drank some hot water, went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I felt a bit bored and started craving sunflower seeds. I took a bag of 5 spice-flavored sunflower seeds from my bag and shared them with Hu Yuxuan. Snacking on seeds when bored is also a nice way to pass the time. The other 2 lower bunks in the carriage were empty, and it wasn't as lively or strange as scenes from the stories I used to read. Probably, those who could afford a soft sleeper had good backgrounds. They wouldn't cause trouble and embarrass themselves. It felt peaceful. I looked out the window and chatted with Hu Yuxuan, occasionally snacking on sunflower seeds. Curious about our future home, I couldn't help asking, Hu Yuxuan, is our house made of earth or bricks? Hu Yuxuan replied, Wife, the house is made of stone. It's a 2-story small building with a yard. The yard's wall is quite tall, and the walls of the compound are also high. We built it that way to withstand typhoons and reduce damage. Hu Yuxuan said, Of course, you can gather a lot of seafood when collecting from the shore, and it can also add to our meals. Every morning, there's a small market at the dock where you can buy fresh seafood. It's cheap and doesn't require a ticket. Our family can afford seafood easily. If you're interested, you can go to the sea occasionally. Lin Yu nodded and asked, That sounds good. Is the island we're going to big? Hu Yuxuan replied, It's quite large. The island is a city called Nanshi. There are stores, a post office, a hospital, and more. It has everything that other places have. Lin Yu asked, Is it far from the family compound? Hu Yuxuan said, It's pretty far, but there's a shopping vehicle that goes at 5 a.m. and returns at 3 p.m. The family members can take it to the city. Also, inside the family compound, there's a small store, post office, and hospital. They're not as big as those in the city, but they are enough for daily life. As they talked, time flew by quickly. It was dinner time. They heated water and cooked flatbreads, but only 6 were left. Tomorrow, they would have to eat from the food truck. After eating and drinking enough, they went to the bathroom to wash up. In the bathroom, they quickly took a shower, washed their clothes, and dried them. Then they put on their clothes and left the space. Back in the carriage, they waited for Hui Yuxuan to finish washing up. When he returned, Lin Yu climbed onto the top bunk to sleep. She closed her eyes, entered the space with her mental energy to watch a show, and kept a little mental awareness on the outside. Eventually, they didn't even know how they fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already 7 a.m. The 2 beds opposite had new occupants, an elderly couple, about the same age as grandparents. They felt a good connection, so they probably weren't bad people. Seeing that his wife was awake, Hui Yuxuan said, "Wife, go wash up first. When you're done, I'll go buy breakfast." Lin Yu nodded and went to wash up and use the toilet. Unable to stand the smell, she entered the space, used the toilet, drank a sip of spiritual spring water, and quickly returned because it was too stinky. Soon, Hui Yuxuan returned with 4 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. Lin Yu quickly took out the last 5 eggs and some mushroom and meat sauce from her bag, waiting patiently to eat. Seeing the 2 elderly people sleeping across, they ate quickly without talking. Hui Yuxuan peeled the eggs and warmed them in the porridge. Lin Yu took a steamed bun, split it in half like a burger, added 2 spoonfuls of meat sauce, and took a bite. It was very delicious. She also ate 2 eggs and drank some porridge, feeling full. Hui Yuxuan saw his wife was full and quickly finished his breakfast, washed the lunchbox, and went to get hot water. Lin Yu stood up to stretch and waited for Hui Yuxuan to return and take the hot water. Seeing that Hui Yuxuan looked very tired, she quietly suggested he go to the upper bunk to rest. She said she wasn't sleepy and would sit on the lower bunk to play. Hui Yuxuan nodded and hurried to sleep. Lin Yu happily sat on the lower bunk, looking out the window. In fact, she was using her mental power to watch a palace drama, but she still kept a little mental awareness on the outside. While watching the exciting show, she realized she had no snacks. That was no problem for her. She pretended to take a ceramic cup from her cloth bag, poured water into it, and then switched to Sprite when drinking. It felt like a sneaky, exciting act. At 11 o'clock, the 2 elders woke up and greeted each other. The old man across asked, "Young lady, are you going to follow the army?" Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Old sir, how did you tell?" The old man smiled and said, "Because that young man is wearing a military uniform." Lin Yu joked and said, "Are you visiting relatives?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, we're going to see our great-grandson. We were busy before and didn't have time, but now we do, so we came to visit." Lin Yu said, "Yes, children probably miss you too." The train attendant's call sounded. "Hot meals in boxes. Anyone want some?" When the attendant reached their side, the 2 finished their chat. Lin Yu quickly asked, "What kinds of lunch boxes do you have?" The attendant replied, "Braised pork, stir-fried green peppers with meat, cabbage with tofu, egg drop soup, and white rice." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "We'll have 1 braised pork box, 1 green pepper stir-fry box, and 1 egg drop soup." The attendant said, "Braised pork costs 50 cents, green pepper stir-fry 40 cents, egg drop soup 10 cents, total 1 yuan. The egg drop soup needs your own lunchbox." Just as she was about to turn to get her lunchbox, Hui Yuxuan handed one over. He took the lunchbox and went back to his bed to eat, full and satisfied. They saw that the couple across also bought lunchboxes, probably delivered from the next carriage, likely the old man's bodyguard. The braised pork was SOSO, and the stir-fried green peppers with meat were okay. "I ate half and couldn't eat any more, so I gave it all to Hui Yuxuan. His stomach seems endless. He can eat as much as he wants." The egg drop soup was quite tasty, and there were plenty of eggs. This era is really affordable. Lin Yu watched Hui Yuxuan neatly clean up and wash the lunchbox. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, thinking to herself how handsome her man is. The grandmother across the aisle looked at the lively expression on the young girl's face and wanted to smile. She thought she was a very interesting girl. Traveling on the train was really boring. Every day, it was just eating, cracking sunflower seeds, and occasionally chatting with the elderly couple across the aisle. Finally, on the fourth day, they finished a small jar of meat sauce, ate all the eggs and egg cakes, and still had quite a few sunflower seeds left. They packed up and prepared to get off the train. At this moment, the grandmother across the aisle looked at Lin Yuyu and said, "Young girl, do you still have some of that sauce? I'd like to trade you for a bottle. My grandson's wife hasn't had much appetite since she had little Zengson. She's become very thin. She's seen a doctor, but nothing has helped. That's why we're so eager to take leave and come see them," she explained. Lin Yu thought her grandson's wife might be a bit depressed. Trading 2 bottles wasn't a big deal. She had several herself. She said, "I have 2 more jars. One is a spicy Laogan Ma, and the other is the one we ate on the train. I got them by chance. If they can help you, they're worth it. Just give me 5 yuan. That's the price I paid." Thinking about whether depression was a real thing, she then said to the old grandmother, "I heard people mention postpartum depression before. It's when family members don't notice at first. No one expected that having a baby could lead to illness." She continued, "Later, I heard a traditional Chinese doctor suggest that the family should spend more time with the new mother. Don't keep talking about the baby or say she can't eat or is in a bad mood, because that affects her milk and her feelings. Over time, the mother feels genuinely cared for, not just because she's good to the baby, but because her family cares about her." The grandmother listened carefully and then said, "I don't know if this will work for your grandson's wife, but it's worth a try." The grandmother expressed her gratitude, saying, "Young girl, thank you. I'll go back and have a serious talk with my family about this. Also, 5 yuan for this sauce might be a bit little. I'll give you 10 yuan instead." Lin Yu refused and said, "No need, just as much as needed. Also, this sauce is a bit spicy. If your daughter-in-law eats it, it's best to wait a week before giving it to the baby. Since young children have weak stomachs, you can feed them some milk powder during this time." The old grandmother nodded, and everyone got off the train together. They watched the elderly couple being picked up by someone from the army. The young couple hurried to the dock. Fortunately, there was a boat today. They bought tickets and got a room. They would be on the boat for just 1 day and 1 night before reaching the southern province. They were very happy. On the boat, she didn't feel like vomiting, probably because her body was quite strong. The boat rocked gently, and a day passed. During the day, meals were delivered to the room. Usually, people weren't allowed to run around on the boat, probably to prevent anyone from falling overboard. Since they couldn't go out for a walk, they went to bed early. The next day, she got up at 5 a.m., opened the door, and it looked like they could see the southern province outside. Soon, the boat reached the island. After getting off, they saw someone coming to pick them up. They took a car directly to the family compound. Seeing the house in front of them, it was truly a scenic house in the future. Hui Yuxuan told his bodyguard, Xiao Li, to go back first and leave the car. Hui Yuxuan said, "Wife, let's first see what we need. We can go to the logistics department to get supplies." Lin Yu nodded and went inside. The house was quite spacious, with a high foundation about half a meter above the ground and steps leading up. There was also a platform of the same height and width as the steps, where some items could be dried. She looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, "This family compound is quite nice." Hui Yuxuan proudly said, "Of course. Our commander insisted on building it this way after much debate." The house was coated with a local substance, said to be moisture-proof. They even hired local people to do it. Upon entering, the east side was the bathroom. Next to it was a storage room for firewood, charcoal, and farming tools. To the north of the storage room was a small platform leading up to the roof of the storage room, where some items could be dried. The house was built facing north to south. On the right side of the first floor, in the south, was the kitchen, which had 2 large stoves. Next to the east wall, there was a large and a small shelf for spices, but they still needed 2 pots. On the south wall, there was a workbench with 2 layers underneath, for washing basins and such, and they still needed a cupboard for dishes on the north wall. There was also a large jar for storing grain, a small jar, a jar, water buckets, and a basin for washing vegetables. There is a door on the north side of the kitchen leading to a storage room. It lacks shelves, cabinets, and wooden boxes. To the north is the bathroom, which surprisingly has a large tub for showers. To the west are 3 rooms. 2 are about the same size, and the one to the north is smaller. These rooms are empty, missing beds, wardrobes, desks, chairs, and storage cabinets. There are also wooden boxes and a small storage room lacking cabinets. In the middle are the living room and dining area, which are empty. They need sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, and chairs. The master bedroom on the second floor is a large suite. It has a balcony outside and a big window inside. It is empty, missing a bed, dressing table, desk, large wardrobe, and wooden boxes. The outside area needs sofas and a coffee table. There are 3 rooms on the west side, similar to those downstairs, with few beds, wardrobes, desks, chairs, storage cabinets, and wooden boxes. Next to the stairs is a railing, which is quite good for safety, preventing falls from the second floor. On the east side, there are 2 rooms. The northern one is a washroom with a shower, similar to downstairs, connected by a stone-built pipe system for water flow. Lin Yu asked, Huiyuxuan, where does the water go? Huiyuxuan replied, the wastewater flows through pipes into a special water tank. Someone will handle it, using it for watering the fields or other purposes. The room in the south can be used as a study. It lacks bookshelves, desks, chairs, and file cabinets. The open space in the middle needs a coffee table and lounge chairs. In front of the storage room, there's space for a small table and stools, where you can sit and look at the sea later. This small building is probably the most remote part of the family compound, located in the northeast corner. But for Lin Yu, it's great, quiet, with a view of the sea, and she can sneak snacks. The windows are double-layered. The outer layer is solid wood, likely for typhoon protection, and the inner layer is glass. After looking around, Lin Yu thought and said, Huiyuxuan, we are missing quite a few things. We need 5 beds, 5 wardrobes, including 1 large wardrobe for the master bedroom, 6 desks, 6 chairs, 1 dressing table, 3 sofas, 3 coffee tables, 2 lounge chairs, 1 dining table, 5 additional desks, at least 10 chairs, 1 bookshelf, 1 file cabinet, 1 storage rack, 8 wooden storage boxes, 10 cabinets, and 1 dish cabinet. We also need 2 pots, 1 large and 1 small, sets of bowls and chopsticks, a spoon and a spatula each, several jars for condiments, a coal stove, and a clay pot. There are 2 large grain storage jars, for small jars, 1 water-filled jar, 2 water buckets, and 2 large and small vegetable washing basins. Huiyuxuan said, Good wife, I understand. Let's go to the logistics department to see what we can use. He drove to the logistics department and registered the items they needed. Lin Yu looked at the people already registered and thought, wow, I thought we needed quite a lot, but it turns out our needs are quite normal. The logistics staff said, Captain Hua, you're just in time. A batch of new furniture was delivered a few days ago, and opened the warehouse door. Lin Yu and the others went inside and found most of what they needed. There was a large bed, about 3 meters wide, perfect for the master bedroom. However, there were no bowls, chopsticks, or clay pots, but there were double-layer pots and flat pans for the stove, which was a nice surprise. Seeing that Lin Yu had chosen everything, Huiyuxuan went out to make a phone call. Soon, a group of soldiers arrived in trucks to help them move the items. On the way back, they stopped at the post office to pick up a package. When they got home, Lin Yu directed everyone on where to place everything. It took about an hour to finish moving and organizing everything. Someone was given a few big white rabbit candies, but they didn't want them until Huiyuxuan spoke up and took some. Quickly, he used his mental power to replace the 4-piece bedding sets in the cabinets with 3-meter-wide ones. Luckily, they had stocked up well. There was a well in the yard. He took a basin and a cloth to wipe down all the furniture in the house. All the jars, buckets, and pots were washed, and the weather was warm enough for everything to dry quickly. Exhausted, he sat on the sofa, took a sip of spiritual spring water from a kettle, and offered some to Huiyuxuan. After resting for a while, he looked at his watch and saw it was only 10 o'clock. Thinking they still needed mattresses and other items, he asked Hui Yuxuan where to go to exchange them. Hui Yuxuan said they should go to the nearby village and exchange the mattresses and other items with the villagers. He explained that the mattresses were actually just grass mats. The two of them drove out of the family compound. Hui Yuxuan said as he drove, "There's a small fishing village called Haiyun Village nearby. If you need to exchange anything, you can go there." It was quite close. Soon they arrived. He continued, "The logistics department doesn't have some furniture, but you can exchange or buy other things in the village." Hui Yuxuan called out, "Grandpa Li, are you there? We want to exchange some items." Grandpa Li called out, "I'm here. Come in." He then led the two inside to the west wing, which was probably a large storage room. Grandpa Li opened the door and said, "Take a look and see what you need. If you want a lot, we can send it over." Lin Yuyu went inside, looking around as she spoke. "We need 4 double mattresses, 1 larger one, for cooling mats and 1 bigger one. The main bedroom bed is 3 meters wide, 1 wooden water bucket and 2 wooden basins." She also saw woven frames and baskets, thinking about future needs for buying and drying things, and said, "We need 2 covered frames and 2 uncovered frames, 6 square baskets, 6 small round baskets, 6 medium-sized ones, and 10 large ones." Seeing the soft, woven items, she was curious and asked, "What are these?" Grandpa Li explained, "These are our woven grass curtains hung on the windows. When there's no cloth, we use these instead." They looked quite nice and matched the stone house well. Thinking about the 5 windows in the house and the 2 shelves in the study that also need covering, she considered the staircase as well. It should be covered to block the view, but it's best if the covering is made of individual strips, so it doesn't look ugly. She then said, "Let's get 15 grass curtains." "Grandpa Li, do you have those kind of woven, individual strips for curtains?" Grandpa Li pointed to a corner and said, "Isn't this what you're talking about?" "The door curtain." Lin Yuyu went over to check and confirmed, "Yes, that's it. We need 9 of these, plus 2 large bundles of firewood and 10 pounds of charcoal." After calculating, she found the total was 30 yuan. It was really cheap, probably because grass and such are everywhere, and not worth much, just a bit of effort. They agreed, and Grandpa Li said he would deliver everything soon. The two of them drove home. Lin Yu packed her belongings, and Hui Yuxuan went to pick up Grandpa Li at the gate of the residential area. While Hui Yuxuan was away, she first put the spices like star anise, bay leaves, salt, and sugar into jars and placed them on the stove. The extra spices were wrapped in oil paper and packed into large bags, then stored in the storage room, enough for many years. They couldn't do much about soy sauce and vinegar. They would buy more when needed. She also placed jars of various sauces on the outside stove and the rest on the shelves in the storage room. I bought milk candies, fruit candies, sunflower seeds, and other small snacks, which I stored in the miscellaneous items cabinet. The money box was placed in the bedroom cabinet and locked. The cash and banknotes I usually use were kept in the drawer of the dressing table in the bedroom. I emptied the storage box in preparation for storing items I might need later. Halfway through tidying up, Hui Yuxuan returned. Grandpa Li helped put things away and hung up the straw curtain. The door curtain was also hung on the ceiling around the stairs, matching the height of the ceiling, about a meter above the ground. It looked quite nice. I gave Grandpa Li a few candies and saw him off from the residential compound. Neither of us rested. We went straight to the state-run restaurant in the city for a meal. The waiters were as cold as usual. Seeing coconut chicken written on the small blackboard, we ordered that along with 4 bowls of rice. Hu Yuxuan could eat a lot. The total cost was 3 yuan, plus a kilogram of grain coupons and half a jean of meat coupons. When the dishes arrived, the coconut chicken was very delicious, made with pure coconut juice without water. Tasting a piece of chicken, it was very tender and smooth. I accidentally ate too much because I was so tired today. I hadn't rested all morning, kept working nonstop, and was very hungry. After eating, we strolled around and discussed what to buy since there was nothing at home. First, we bought 1 large, medium, and small clay pot from the supply and marketing cooperative, along with bowls, chopsticks, soup spoons, shovels, tongs, rain boots, and clothes hangers. We also bought ink for translation, a notebook, and paper. Additionally, we bought 2 jean of rice, 3 jean of flour, and some vegetable seeds. We bought 2 large aluminum basins for laundry. We also bought a 3-turn, 1-ring alarm clock, but not a watch. We bought a bicycle in Beijing, a lady's bike, and a fan. They arranged for it to be delivered home. Since we just arrived, we became famous in the residential compound as really good at spending money. The sewing machine was placed by the living room window, covered with a piece of cloth. The bicycle was stored in the storage room, the radio on the coffee table in the living room. Everything was packed up, and I was very tired. I took a hot shower at the bathhouse. I met many military wives and older women there. I didn't know them, so I just smiled and didn't speak. I guess they thought to themselves that the commander, whose family was not very talkative. After washing up, I hurried home to sleep. When I woke up, it was 5 p.m. Hu Yuxuan had gone somewhere. I had already washed and hung up my clothes. I went into the space to drink some spiritual spring water, did a set of Tai Chi, took a bath, and then quickly came out. I sat in the living room, eating sunflower seeds, waiting for him to return. At 6 p.m., Hu Yuxuan returned home carrying a lunchbox. He said, "Wife, are you hungry?" I brought 4 two-sided steamed buns, a serving of spicy shrimp, and some porridge. "Come and eat." Lin Yu went to the kitchen, took out some lao gan ma sauce, and placed it on the table. The buns were a bit dry, so she decided to soak them in the porridge. The spicy shrimp was good. She ate half, and he finished the rest. Thinking about the future, she decided to use old dough for steaming buns instead of yeast, as yeast wasn't available in this era. She quickly asked the household robot to prepare. While clearing the table and tidying the kitchen, Hu Yuxuan said, "This lao gan ma sauce really gives the food a kick." Without waiting for her reply, he went back to organize the kitchen. Lin Yu wiped the table and arranged the chairs. Seeing that he had something to say, she sat on the sofa, waiting for Hu Yuxuan. When he came over, she asked, "Go ahead, what were you hesitating to say earlier?" Hu Yuxuan, feeling a bit down, hugged Lin Yu and said, "Wife, we're back now. The army asked me to return to duty this afternoon. I could have stayed with you for a couple more days." Lin Yu thought something was wrong and comforted him. "I expected that. You go to the army peacefully. I'll go out for a walk tomorrow.
Don't worry about me.
Rest early. You've had a busy day. By the way," she added, "after work tomorrow, fix the yard. Start from the main gate on the east side and lay stones to level the ground." She continued, "Divide the west side into 4 small plots, leave a small path between every 2, and cover it with stones. Turn the soil, and we'll plant vegetables." Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "Got it, wife." That night was full of warmth. The next day, he carried a covered basket and took the army procurement vehicle to the city to buy some things. When Lin Yu arrived, there were already many people in the carriage. A woman said, "Is this Captain Hu's wife?" "My husband is Captain Hu's partner, Zhao Zhengwei. I'm his wife, Sun Xiulan. Just call me Sister Zhao." Before Lin Yu could reply, Sister Zhao continued, "The woman in red is Major Qian's wife, Zhou Hui. She's from the city and teaches at the Military District Elementary School. Just call her Sister Qian." After nodding and greeting Sister Qian, Sister Zhao pointed to others and introduced them. Lin Yu remembered most of their names and chatted with Sister Zhao. Soon they arrived in the city. A young soldier named Xiao Zhao said, "Sisters, we've arrived in the city. Remember, gather at 3 p.m. When the vehicle stopped, Lin Yu felt her legs go weak. She quickly took a sip of the spring water from her bottle to steady herself. Sister Zhao said, "Younger sister-in-law, do you want me to take you for a walk?" Lin Yu quickly replied, "No, sister-in-law, I need to send a telegram to my family and take a walk to get familiar with the surroundings." She thought to herself, "How can I go out to get supplies if you're always with me?" Sister Zhao nodded, and they parted ways. Lin Yu went to the post office to send a telegram saying, "Arrived," which should be fine now. She decided not to buy fuel coupons since she didn't recognize the shop. She found a quiet place, dressed up as Andy No. 1, and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell cloth. She handed the clerk a handful of milk candies and said, "Miss, long time no see. I need a lot of cloth, but I don't have any cloth coupons left. Can you help me think of a way?" The clerk gave her a knowing look and said, "Sister, it's been a long time. I'll ask them to watch the counter for me. Let's chat quickly. She followed the clerk to the back warehouse. The clerk said, Sister, my name is Wang Xilan. Just call me Xilan. Recently, we received a batch of defective goods. Andy number 1 replied, Xilan, my name is Wu Zhaodi. Just call me Annie Wu. The clerk said, All right, Annie Wu. Look over there, we've received many defective items lately. She looked at the variety, there were really many. The main bedroom at home didn't need anything, but the other 4 rooms needed 8 sheets and 8 pillowcases. They also took a deep blue defective cloth and a black one. After paying, she carried the things and left. Of course, she gave her 2 jean of meat coupons when leaving. She found a quiet spot, put the things into her space, and changed her appearance. Curious, she wandered around. There wasn't much to see, things were pretty much the same during this period. She wandered until 11 o'clock, then went to a state-run restaurant, ordered a stew with mixed fish and pancakes. It tasted pretty good. When leaving, she packed an extra portion to give to Huiyuan. A bystander said, This girl makes sense, but you can't really call her mom. Another bystander replied, If it weren't for his wife, how would he know this young girl's name? The first bystander agreed. That's true. Hearing this, the trafficker smugly said, How do you think I knew her name? Lin Yuyu was speechless and said, That's easy. You asked someone to find out or followed her around for a few days and asked people nearby. It's not a big secret. She added, Look at what you're wearing, and then look at what this girl is wearing. The trafficker pretended to be angry and said, I already gave her all my money. A third bystander said, That must be his wife, since he gave her the money. Lin Yuyu just hoped the police would arrive soon and said, You say you gave her the money, but who can prove she's related to you? Another trafficker stepped forward and said, I'm their neighbor. I can prove it. Seeing someone willing to testify, everyone started to leave. Lin Yuyu deliberately said, I thought you two were working together. You'd better show a marriage certificate. Without it, I'll call the police. They need to investigate before you can leave. The trafficker got nervous and said, Why call the police? This is my family matter. If everyone finds out, my reputation will be ruined. A woman nearby said, Young girl, we ordinary folks don't see the need to call the police. I think you're just meddling. Seeing the crowd get stirred up, Lin Yuyu only wanted the police to arrive quickly. Finally, the police arrived. One officer asked, Who called the police? Lin Yuyu quickly raised her hand and said, It was me. I strongly suspect this man is a trafficker. His neighbor is his accomplice. The 2 traffickers saw this and pushed the girl, trying to run. Lin Yuyu stepped on one of them, and the police went after the other. The officer watched Lin Yuyu's quick and clever actions and said, Good job, young girl. But you need to come with me to the station to explain what happened and make a report. Lin Yuyu nodded, holding the trafficker's arm as she led him to the police station, and she also held the girl's hand. She said, Everyone, help us make a report and tell the police everything in detail. Traffickers have many tricks, and we can't always prevent them. But in the future, if you see something like this, remember to ask the police to investigate. People traffickers prefer to make mistakes rather than let someone go. They have broken many families and ruined many lives. People around discussed. They really are traffickers. We almost harmed that young girl. We all went to give statements. Traffickers are caught every time they appear. In the end, everyone went to give their statements. After Lin Yuyu finished, she left the address of her home. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock, she hurried to the meeting place. She also filled the baskets and cloth bags. No one knew what she bought, but the covered basket she bought was very large. Finally, she arrived at the meeting place. She put the baskets and cloth bags into the car and quickly got in. Sister Zhao asked, Sister-in-law, what did you buy? I can't carry it all, Lin Yuyu replied. Sister Zhao, we just arrived yesterday. We haven't had time to settle in, so I had to buy everything. Sister Zhao nodded and said, Yes, I also took several days to finish setting everything up. At this moment, a sharp-tongued old lady tried to peek inside. Lin Yuyu kept her hand on the basket, so she couldn't open it. She didn't say anything, just smiled at the old lady. She looked at her until she was tired of her and sat farthest away. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. Sister Zhao whispered, That's the mother of 3rd Company Commander Hua's family. She's a stepmother and often causes trouble at the third company commander's house. The commander doesn't tolerate her. Originally, the commander's wife was pregnant back home. She was harassed so much that she lost the baby. At first, the commander didn't know, and she stayed for a while. During that time, she was very annoying. She would check everything people bought, and even take some. If you didn't give her anything, she'd say you didn't respect elders and throw a tantrum. It was very tiring. Finally, the commander sent her back to her hometown, and everyone could rest for a while. At the beginning of this year, the commander's wife came to join the army. She fainted at the gate of the family yard. She was taken to the hospital. The doctor said she lost a child. She hadn't recovered from the postpartum period and was not getting enough nutrition. If she didn't take good care of herself, her life could be at risk. That's when the commander found out she was pregnant. He was shocked and held her hand, refusing to eat or drink. Until she woke up, they talked. They found out that the money he sent home was not received by his wife. She had to work at home every day, taking care of the family. The letter he wrote to her was also taken by his stepmother. The third squad leader's stepmother came to the military district the next day, causing a big fuss and alerting the leaders. After investigating his hometown, they reached an agreement. The third squad leader only needed to give his father 5 yuan a month for his retirement, and he didn't have to worry about anything else. Since his stepmother came to this home, he had not eaten here. Even the money for his wedding was paid by the third squad leader himself. Although his wife stayed at home after marriage, it was her family, and he sent money home regularly. Listening to Lin Yu's story, her fists clenched tightly. There are truly mean people everywhere. But she was relieved that the third squad leader was clear-headed, and her good days were still ahead. They took the bus to the family compound. When they got off, she carried a basket on her back and a cloth bag, walking home with Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao looked at how light her load was and said in surprise, "Little sister, you are really strong." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I've been strong since I was a child. But when I was in school, my mom told me to hide my strength so I wouldn't stand out and have trouble getting married." As they approached her home, she quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, where do you live? I'll come visit when I have free time." Sister Zhao replied, "I live right next door to the west. The house in front of you is the chief of staff's home. Our family compound mostly houses families of senior officers, and it's not very big." She continued, "There's another compound to the west, separated by a wall with a gate in the middle. The area in the middle has a marketplace, post office, and hospital." Lin Yu said, "The houses look similar. I thought everyone was living together." Sister Zhao said, "The houses on the west side are a bit smaller." "Little sister, I've arrived home. Come visit when you have time." Lin Yu replied, "Okay, sister-in-law. Goodbye." She opened the gate and saw that the yard was already tidied up, with vegetable plots neatly planted. Only planting vegetables now. She hurried to the toilet, which was at the east side of the entrance. It was built with stones, clean and tidy, with a flushing system very nice. She went to the storage room and put in the buckets, shovels, tongs, rain boots, and a set of farming tools used for catching seafood. She also took some firewood and charcoal, arranging everything neatly in the storage room. Then she went to the kitchen, filling the rice jar with rice, and the flour jar with white flour. I took out some sorghum rice, cornmeal, and black rice flour, filling small jars and covering them. I also took out 10 jin of noodles, some sweet potatoes, and placed them under the kitchen work table. The remaining rice and flour were stored on the shelves in the storage room. Next, I took out a large jar of cooking oil, soy sauce, and vinegar, placing them on the floor of the storage room. I also took out a small jar of oil and put it on the stove. I brought out 10 jin of pork fat, a large piece of pork belly, and a small piece of fatty meat for cooking. I also took some green onions and garlic, hanging the leftovers on the wall of the storage room. I took out 2 shallow clay pots for making clay pot rice, 2 deep pots for porridge, and 2 very large ones for soup, placing them under the kitchen work table. I also took several smaller pots and placed them on the bottom shelf of the storage room. I wrapped some vegetables in paper and placed them on the shelves, and took about 10 small deep bowls for seafood soaking, placing them under the work table. I went to the first floor storage room and stored the purchased defective bed sheets and pillowcases in the cabinet. The defective fabrics were also stored there. I took out 4 blankets and put them in the cabinet. In the second-floor storage room, I stored some fabrics and bedding, including the quilt sent by mail. It seems I need to go to the city again because there are still more quilts and mattresses in other rooms. Then I hurried to the kitchen to start cooking. I boiled water to clean all the pots, pouring some rice washing water into each and slowly boiling it on the stove until it boiled for a while, then pouring out the water. Next, I heated the pots and repeatedly wiped the inside with pork fat, letting the lard thoroughly coat the inner walls. After the pots cooled, I washed them with clean water, dried them, and finally finished preparing the pots. The other pots were prepared in the same way. After finishing, Lin Yu felt very tired. She went to the bathroom, took a relaxing hot bath, and drank some spring water, feeling completely relaxed. Suddenly, the tube made a sound and said, "Yu, what did you do? Why have you gained some merit lately? And your country's luck has improved a bit." Lin Yu innocently replied, "I didn't do much. Could it be because I caught some human traffickers today? That probably isn't it. Related to the country's luck, what else could it be?" She muttered, "Maybe when I was in the capital, I saw what looked like artifact smugglers and reported them anonymously." They also worried that someone might have a protective cover and reported across districts. Thinking this, they asked the team to investigate. The team said, "The police station in the north city of Beijing is full of worries. They haven't found any evidence of artifact trafficking happening right under their noses, and instead, the Dongqing police station took the credit for catching a big fish. It's so frustrating and embarrassing to think about. Some people in the Dongqing police station are getting promoted or raises because of their secret tracking, which led to catching the main contacts of the artifact traffickers. They also uncovered several high-level spies from these traffickers, making a big contribution. This was truly a great achievement for them," said the team member before going back to watch a show. Lin Yu understood the reason, but didn't say anything. She left the room to the kitchen to make pork fat. She cut the pork fat into small pieces, added a little water to a large iron pot, and put the pork fat in. She simmered it slowly over medium heat. She stirred the pork fat with a spatula. The fat gradually melted, turning golden brown, shrinking in size, and the oil became clear. She scooped out the impurities with a slotted spoon. The pork lard was poured into large and small clay jars. She covered them. The large jar was stored in the storage room, and the small one was for the stove. The impurities were saved for tomorrow's meal with some salt. Seeing that it was already 6 o'clock, Lin Yu took her basket, rode her bicycle, and hurried to the supply store. It was still open, though not many people were there. She quickly went over and said, "I want 1/2 kilogram of tomatoes, 1/2 kilogram of cucumbers, 1/2 kilogram of loofah, 3 eggs, 3 bananas, 2 lychees, 3 dragon fruits, and 4 coconuts." After buying everything, she rode her bike back home. At home, she took out all the items, thinking of making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried loofah with pork fat, and cucumber egg soup. She steamed a pot of rice for the main meal. Tonight's dinner would be simple but enough. After preparing dinner, just as Hui Yuxuan returned, he walked into the kitchen, hugged Lin Yu, and said, "Honey, let me serve the food. You've worked hard." Seeing Hui Yuxuan set the dishes nicely, Lin Yu said, "Husband, you've also worked hard. Come and eat." Hui Yuxuan excitedly asked, "Honey, what did you call me?" "Say it again." Thinking to himself, "Hurry up and say something I love to hear." No matter how Hui Yuxuan asked, Lin Yu refused to call him anything else. She pretended to be angry and said, "Hurry up and eat. We've been busy all day and are hungry." Seeing his wife looking a bit angry, Hui Yuxuan didn't dare say much and hurried to finish his meal. After eating, he quickly cleaned up the dishes and Lin Yu didn't need to worry about anything. The two of them took a walk around the yard a few times to help digestion, then took a shower. After washing up, Lin Yu went back to the bedroom. Hui Yuxuan finished washing their clothes and hung them out to dry, then also went to the bedroom. Once inside, Hui Yuxuan insisted that Lin Yu call him husband. At first, Lin Yu was reluctant, but eventually, she couldn't hold out and kept begging for mercy. She called him husband many times before he let her go. The next day, Lin Yuyu was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. She adjusted her schedule and her space, drank some spiritual spring water, did a set of Tai Chi, took a bath, put on new clothes, and then left her space. She went to the yard, opened the door, and saw Sister Zhao. She quickly said, "Sister-in-law, please come in." Sister Zhao said, "Younger sister-in-law, I came to ask if you're going to the market today. There's a market at the dock. You can bring some rice, flour, cloth, and unused tickets. You can exchange them for things." Hearing this, Lin Yu understood that her sister-in-law was reminding her that besides money, other items could also be exchanged at the market. She gratefully replied, "I understand, sister-in-law.
Just call me Yu.
I'll go get a basket and some things now. Wait for me." After saying that, she hurried back to the yard, grabbed a basket and a cloth bag, and followed her sister-in-law to the market. It was not far from their home, about a 10-minute walk. They chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived. Lin Yu also learned that there is a market every day, but it disperses quickly, usually before 8 a.m. Thinking she needed to stock up on some items later, Lin Yu told Sister Zhao, "Sister-in-law, after you finish shopping, you can leave first. I remember the way. We need to buy a lot of things for our home." Sister Zhao understood and said, "All right, Yu. Be careful and stay safe." After parting from Sister Zhao, she watched people returning from sea and setting up stalls. She bought 3 jin of large shrimp, 2 large lobsters, 2 grouper fish, and 2 jin of clams. She also bought some good quality dried seafood, 2 jin of dried shrimp, 2 jin of dried fish, 2 jin of dried sea cucumbers, and 2 jin of dried abalone. She pretended to take the items out of her basket and put them into a net bag. Then she moved further inside, where there were vendors selling chickens and ducks. She bought 2 of each and returned 1 to a cage. She bought 3 jin of fresh lychee, 3 jin of longan, and 2 jin of guava. Tomatoes, cucumbers, loofah, and amaranth each bought 1 jin, about half a kilogram. Pretending to walk back, I found a quiet place and stored everything in my space. I changed into new, strong-looking clothes several times to go to the market. I bought live shrimp, lobsters, and groupers in several trips, filling my space until I had hundreds of jin of seafood and dried goods. Then I changed into new, older-looking clothes to buy fruits, and also stocked dozens of chickens and ducks. After that, I took off the disguise and carried the purchased items home. At home, I took out some dried seafood, packed everything, and waited for Huiyuan to return so I could mail it all back. I separated the live seafood into small basins to let them rinse off the sand. I secretly took out 30 eggs from my space and placed them under the work table, along with a small jar of millet and a small jar of green beans on the kitchen floor. I also took some eggs, millet, and green beans and put them on the shelves in the storage room, since Huiyuan wouldn't know what was there. He wouldn't come home for lunch, so I closed the courtyard gate and decided not to cook seafood but to enjoy it. I took out some stored seafood from my space: steamed shrimp balls, garlic roasted lobster, scallop steamed eggs, Thai-style tom yum seafood soup, caramel pudding, and a variety of snacks for eating. I ate while watching a variety show, spending over 2 hours feeling very relaxed. After finishing, I looked at my watch and saw it was already 1 p.m., so I took a short nap because I was a bit sleepy. I thought about cutting banana slices and drying some banana chips in the afternoon, but I wasn't sure if it would work. I fell asleep thinking about it. At 2 p.m., Tongzi woke me up, saying, "Yo-yo, are you still drying banana chips?" I replied, "Of course, it's a little fun in my boring life." Then I took out 10 jin of bananas I bought in the afternoon, asked the housekeeping robot to peel and slice them, and soaked the slices in salt water. I also took the banana peels outside and threw them in the trash with other garbage. Just as I was about to go back inside, I heard a knock on the door. I guessed it was Sister Zhao. Using my mental power, I quickly took the salt water with banana slices into the kitchen. I opened the courtyard gate, and sure enough, it was Sister Zhao. I immediately happily said, "Sister Zhao, I knew it was you. Come in quickly. I was in such a rush to the market this morning, I didn't get a chance to see you." Sister Zhao laughed and said, "Yo-yo, you're so good at talking. I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I came to visit you." I happily replied, "Great. I was just about to tidy up the house and come find you to play." Sister Zhao walked into the yard and said, "Wow, your yard is very tidy and well organized." Lin Yu smiled and said, "That's because it often rains here. When it rains, the ground gets muddy. It's hard to clean, so I asked Hui Yuxuan to fix it." He paved the walking paths with stones. They then went inside. Sister Zhao asked curiously, Yu, what are you doing at home?" Lin Yu pointed to the basin in the kitchen and said, "I want to make some dried fruit to eat. If it works out, I can send some to our elders. Fruits here are different from those in other places, and it's not easy to buy them." Sister Zhao was surprised and said, I didn't know you have this skill. Maybe you should try it. Dried fruit lasts a long time and can be mailed home. Why didn't I think of this before?" Yu comforted her. "You're usually so busy. You don't have time to think about these things." Sister Zhao asked, "What are you going to do next?" Yu replied, "I'll slice the bananas and soak them in salt water for a while to prevent oxidation. Then I'll put them in a round basket and dry them in the sun." She then went to the storage room, took out 5 round baskets and some oil paper and lined the baskets with the paper. Sister Zhao said, "That's pretty simple. If we do it together, it'll be faster." Yu said, "Sure, sister. I won't mind. Once they're dried, I'll bring you some to try." Both of them worked quickly. They spread the banana slices on the oil paper in the baskets, then went to the storage room to get some old newspapers and laid them on the platform. They placed the baskets on top to dry in the sun. Yu said, "Sister, turn the slices over every now and then. When they're dry, they're ready. Let's sit on the sofa and rest for a while." She then went to the kitchen, took a medium-sized basket, and placed fresh lychees and longans bought today inside. She also brought out another basket filled with bananas, placed it on the coffee table, and said, "Sister, you can start eating." She poured some cooled white tea into a cup and set it in front of Zhao. Then she went to the storage room again, took out a small basket filled with 5-spice melon seeds and fruit candies, and placed it on the coffee table. Sister Zhao saw Lin Yu take out so many things and quickly held her back, saying, Yu, don't busy yourself. Sit down and let's talk." Lin Yu sat next to Sister Zhao and said, "Okay, sister-in-law, eat quickly." She then handed Sister Zhao a bunch of lychees and took a bunch for herself. While eating, Sister Zhao said, Yu, your home is quite unique. My place is a mess. I don't even want to look at it." Lin Yu replied, "Sister-in-law, I just arrived and haven't settled in yet. Your home is full of life." Sister Zhao looked around and asked, Yu, that curtain hanging on the stairs is quite nice. Very pretty. Where did you get it?" Lin Yu said, "Sister-in-law, that's the door curtain from Grandpa Li's house in Haiyun village." Sister Zhao examined it carefully and said, "You didn't tell me before, but now that you mention it, you're right. It's really nice. You know how to use it. I might get one too and hang it like that." Seeing that the door to the west room wasn't closed, Sister Zhao asked, Yu, what kind of curtain is that? It doesn't look like cloth, but it matches the room quite well." Lin Yu replied, "That's a kind of grass curtain. It's from Grandpa Li's place. It's light, soft, and not easy to tear, and it matches the stone house well, so I bought it." Sister Zhao sighed and said, "It seems Grandpa Li has made a lot of new things. When I came, they weren't here. I should visit more often to see what's new." After her thoughts, Sister Zhao looked mysteriously at Yu and asked, Yu, do you remember the stepmother of Commander San Lian?" Lin Yu thought about her arrival, her bringing a big melon, and got excited, saying, "Such a top person. I remember her well. What happened to her?" Sister Zhao said excitedly, "You don't know. She came back to ask Commander San Lian for 500 yuan. She wants to marry off her son. That son is from her ex-husband." Commander San Lian didn't pay any attention to her. He went straight to the military office and called their village committee. He called his father over and asked if he agreed. He wanted his father, who had never benefited from a stepmother, to give 500 yuan so her son, who still owes him his life, could get married. And this son has no blood relation to his own son. Her father was anxious. He had never thought like that before. This stepmother told her husband that she needed to go back to her family for a few days because of some matters. However, she secretly went to see her son. He thought that as he got older, he wouldn't want to trouble himself anymore and would just live like this. But unexpectedly, this woman deceived him again and caused trouble for his son. His father knew he was angry but felt it was no use, and he was not entirely foolish. In the past, he only focused on working hard and didn't care about family matters, which led to losing his grandson and his son resenting him. Can you guess what this father did? Lin Yu, curious, said, "Sister-in-law, tell me what happened." Did he scold his stepmother? Sister-in-law Zhao excitedly replied, "No, he didn't hit her. His father decided to divorce his stepmother. After they married, his stepmother was afraid that her husband's new child would threaten her own son, so she didn't have any more children. His father was still somewhat redeemable. They didn't get a formal marriage certificate at that time, and the company commander's father didn't go back home. Instead, they went directly to the village committee, where the village leaders issued a divorce certificate. They also documented how the stepmother lost her grandson and how the stepson paid 500 yuan to his bride for marriage. Both village chiefs from the two villages heard about it, signed as witnesses, and stamped their fingerprints. There were 4 copies in total, one for the father, one for the stepmother, and one each kept at the 2 village offices. Lin Yu laughed happily. Finally, this father has woken up, but the father-son relationship is broken and can't be fixed, she added. If he hadn't been so confused before, their family wouldn't be having such a hard time now. Sister-in-law Zhao said, "That's right. It's not over yet." On that same day, the company commander's father threw the stepmother and stepson's belongings to her family and gave her family the divorce papers. Lin Yu said, "So, all the money the company commander sent home over the years was basically wasted on that stepmother." Sister-in-law Zhao laughed and said, "Exactly. Don't do bad things." When his father was packing the stepmother's things, he found the money sent back and didn't give her a single cent. It was also fortunate that her stepson was always lazy and not at home, or his father wouldn't have been able to do this so smoothly. The company commander's father was worried about the money being stolen, so he quickly sent his son a remittance slip and even sent a telegram. Lin Yu sighed. The company commander and his wife have finally seen better days. I need to go look at some banana chips," and they both went to look at banana chips together. They came back to eat, drink, chat, and enjoy a happy time. It's almost 5 o'clock, and Sister Zhao needs to go home to cook. The 2 of them reluctantly say goodbye. After seeing Sister Zhao off, I checked the banana chips, which still needed some work. Since I planned to cook at 6, I took out the trash, drank a glass of water in the space, practiced Tai Chi and the dragon step, then took a shower and left the space. Thinking about what to eat tonight, my mouth felt tasteless, so I decided to make spicy seafood and seafood porridge. I also steamed a few buns. Lin Yu immediately started working. First, she cleaned and prepared discarding the inedible parts. Some were cut in half, others into small pieces. She removed the heads and shells from the shrimp. Some shells were taken off, and the clams had already soaked in water to remove sand. After cleaning, she chopped some green onions and garlic for later. She started cooking the porridge, lit the stove, washed the clay pot, and placed it on the stove. She added rice and water to the pot and covered it. She put the crab pieces, shelled shrimp, and clams into a pot with green onions and rice wine, boiled for a while, then set aside. She prepared some flour and a little black rice flour, mixed it with old dough, and let it ferment in the space. Once fermented, she kneaded the dough and steamed the buns. She placed a steaming rack in a large pot, lined it with a cloth, and put the buns on top. After letting them rise for another 10 minutes, she turned on the heat and steamed the buns. On the small stove, she heated oil, added garlic, and dried chili peppers to stir-fry until fragrant. She also added some Pixian bean paste to release red oil. She added the halved and clams, continued stir-frying, then seasoned with salt and soy sauce. After mixing well, she added some water, covered, and simmered until they were cooked through. The porridge was almost thickened, so she added the pre-blanched seafood and continued cooking. After about 20 minutes, the buns were ready. The crab sauce had thickened nicely, and she sprinkled chopped green onions on top. She seasoned the seafood porridge with salt and pepper. At this moment, Hui Yuxuan returned, added sesame oil, sprinkled green onions, and took the dish off the heat. Hui Yuxuan smelled the delicious aroma and walked into the kitchen. He hugged Lin Yu from behind and said, "Wife, you sit at the dining table." I'll serve the dishes and bring the food. Sitting at the table, watching him busy around, she suddenly felt that cooking wasn't so unpleasant after all. Hu Yuxuan happily said, "Wife, today's dinner smells so good. Did you go to the dock today?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "Sister Zhao asked me to go shopping at the market. I saw the seafood was fresh, so I bought some. I also bought some fruit and dried seafood. I have packed all the supplies. Tomorrow, you should mail them to Grandpa and Grandma so they can try new flavors and get some extra nutrition." Hu Yuxuan listened to Lin Yu's plan and also thought about the elders in Beijing. He felt he had married the right person. He was touched and said, "My wife, you've worked hard. Once I finish this busy period, life will go back to normal and you'll be able to relax more." Lin Yu replied, "Let's understand and support each other. Hurry up and eat. I was craving food so much while cooking." Hu Yuxuan also felt very hungry and immediately picked up a crab to eat. He said, "This crab is really delicious, spicy, and flavorful. I can't stop eating." He remembered eating at the cafeteria during a patrol mission by the sea. He found them too fishy with lots of shells and they hurt his mouth, so they weren't tasty. Lin Yu kept eating without looking up. After she was full, she said, "That's because you don't know how to eat. Some parts are not edible. I threw those away when I washed them." She added, "Today I used our homemade bean paste to add flavor. If you don't have that, you can use chili. We have plenty of chili on the island." Hu Yuxuan nodded understandingly and looked at the black steamed bun. He said, "Wife, we're not short of money. We can eat plain rice every meal. My money is gone, but your parents, grandparents, and grandma are still there. Don't worry, just eat." Lin Yu was amused by his generous words and couldn't stop laughing. She quickly said, "You should try it first." In her mind, she thought the elders in Beijing might be feeling a bit uneasy now. "The elders, I always feel like someone is eyeing my things, even though I have no proof." Hu Yuxuan curiously took one and took a bite. He was surprised and said, "It's so soft, it doesn't get stuck in my throat. It's as fine as white flour." "Wife, how did you make this?" Lin Yu proudly replied, "I went to that place in the city yesterday and bought a lot of things. I saw this black rice flour and cornmeal. They're ground very finely, almost like white flour, so I bought them," she explained. "I thought we shouldn't just eat bleached buns. With the current tense situation, I wanted to make our food look normal, and it's also good for us. So I wrapped everything together." Hu Yuxuan said, "Wife, you're amazing. But you still need to be careful." Lin Yu knew he was talking about going to that place, so she replied, "I know. You should drink some porridge and see how it tastes." She wondered why it would be dangerous, because she definitely wouldn't go there herself. Hu Yuxuan didn't lift his head while drinking. After finishing a bowl, he looked up and said, "Every grain of rice is clear and shiny. The seafood flavor blends into each grain. Taking a sip makes your mouth feel sweet and full of flavor. It's so delicious." Hearing this, Lin Yu became very tempted. She quickly took a sip and truly felt her eyebrows almost fall off from the taste. After eating, Hu Yuxuan took the initiative to wash the dishes, wipe the table, and tidy up the kitchen. Once everything was cleaned up, Hu Yuxuan looked at the items hanging on the balcony and asked, "Wife, what are you drying on the balcony?" "It looks like banana slices." Lin Yu glanced at him and praised, "Yes, banana chips. I'm trying to make dried bananas myself.
These still need a bit more time to dry.
I'll leave them out in the sun tomorrow. Please bring them to the dining table. Once the sun is out, I'll dry them again," she said. Hu Yuxuan immediately brought the round basket inside and placed it on the dining table. He also threw the banana peels from the yard into the special trash bin for household waste. He was truly a hardworking and attentive man. Thinking that he had been here for several days, she wondered if it was time to invite him for a meal. She decided to ask when he returned. Watching Hu Yuxuan walk in, Lin Yu asked, "Should we invite people to eat together?" Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "There is a tradition like that, but it's not necessary. Not everyone is well off." After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu decided to go ahead and invite. She said, "All right, how about we invite them tomorrow?" "How many people will come?" Hu Yuxuan thought and replied, "Tomorrow evening." "About 20 people." Lin Yu asked, "Can I invite the family next door?" Hu Yuxuan said, "Of course. I'll invite the neighbors too. I'll tell Sister Zhao to come help you tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yu nodded and said, Okay, you can tell her. Then she asked him to plant some vegetables. They planted pumpkins, bitter melons, loofahs, and cucumbers along the wall. Near the door, they planted long beans, tomatoes, and eggplants. In other areas, they planted water spinach, bok choy, and lettuce, just a few of each. After planting, they watered the vegetables and went out for a walk to help digest. During the walk, they met several neighbors they didn't know. They strolled for an hour, then went home to wash up and take a shower. It was another peaceful and happy night. The next morning, I woke up late at 9 o'clock. I went to the space to drink some spiritual spring water, practice Tai Chi, and took a spiritual spring bath. Then I left the space and went downstairs. I saw a note on the table saying breakfast was in the pot. I opened it and found a bowl of egg custard and a steamed bun. It was nice to know that the food was kept warm and ready. I took out some pickles and ate them with the bun and egg custard. After finishing, I tidied up the kitchen. I heard someone knocking on the door. I opened the courtyard gate and saw a young soldier. Lin Yu asked curiously, Comrade, is there something you need? The young soldier said, Sister-in-law, there are police at the gate looking for you. After hearing this, I locked the courtyard door and followed him to the gate of the army base. I saw the police from the day they caught the human traffickers and the young girl, who was almost taken. I didn't recognize the others. I walked over and asked, Officer, are you looking for me? The police thought for a moment and quickly replied, Comrade Lin Yu, we are here to give you an award. You helped catch the human traffickers. We found their hideout through their statements and rescued many children. We also uncovered a chain of traffickers. Since not all of them have been caught, and to keep you safe, we haven't publicly praised you yet. He then handed her a certificate and a commendation letter. Lin Yu nodded in understanding and took the certificate and letter. She said, This is what a person from the flowering nation should do. At that moment, a woman she didn't know came over and said, Miss, thank you for standing up that day. Otherwise, my daughter might not be safe. She was about to kneel. Lin Yu quickly pulled her up and playfully said, Auntie, please don't do that. Anyone who sees this would help. Look, I even received an award. She waved the certificate and commendation letter. Lin Yu comforted the aunt and then spoke to the young girl from that day. Little girl, I think I should warn you about something. Human traffickers know your nickname. This matter can be big or small. They might have overheard it by accident, or someone close to you might be jealous or have other reasons to want to harm or replace you. Maybe they are unhappy with your happiness and want to destroy it by working with traffickers to sell you. It's also possible they have already scouted your location and want to create chaos by making you disappear to achieve some goal. You can go back and investigate. If there's nothing, that's best. If there is, you should handle it quickly so you don't put yourself in danger. The police officer and the young girl's mother listened carefully to Lin Yu's words and seemed to think about it. The young girl also nodded and said, Thank you, Sister Lin. I will check around my surroundings. Lin Yu nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and then went back to her family's courtyard. After Lin Yu left, rumors started spreading again in the courtyard. But she didn't care. We have awards and praise letters, so what's there to worry about? They can only bark helplessly. Since Lin Yu and the others were talking in a corner, others couldn't hear them. People only saw the police and thought something bad was happening. Jealousy made the rumors spread quickly. Soon, Hu Yuxuan heard the gossip and was furious. His wife is so good. There's no way she would do anything wrong. He wanted to finish his work quickly and go home to see if his wife was affected. When Lin Yu got home, she opened the award letter. It was quite detailed and had stamps from the police and government departments. The praise letter included the full story of what happened and also had a stamp. It even had 200 yuan tucked inside. Helping others is really good. She put the money in the drawer upstairs and the praise letter in a box. After putting things away and just arriving in the living room, someone knocked on the door. When she opened it, it was Sister Zhao. She quickly invited Sister Zhao inside. They sat on the sofa in the living room. Sister Zhao said, Yu, I'm relieved to see you're okay. Lin Yu was puzzled and asked, Sister Zhao, what's wrong? What could happen to me? Sister Zhao said. It's the rumors going around in the courtyard, saying you committed a crime. The police came to find you. Lin Yu sighed and said, wherever there are people, there are rumors. It's unbelievable, she explained. That was the day I helped a young girl in the city. She came to thank me, but when she couldn't find me, she asked the police to bring me over. Sister Zhao also felt helpless and said, these people didn't hear anything. It's all just their imagination creating a story. Knowing that Lin Yu was fine, Sister Zhao sat for a while longer and then went back to tidy up her home. Right after Sister Zhao left, Hui Yuxuan came back. Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, you probably heard the rumors too, right? Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, I know you're fine. I just didn't want you to get angry after hearing all that. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. She went upstairs and took out a letter of praise and a certificate, then handed them to him, saying, take a look yourself. Hui Yuxuan read the praise letter and certificate, then listened to his wife talk about what happened that day. He finally understood what was going on and said, my wife is really outstanding, but you also need to be careful. What if they want to take you away too? Lin Yu knew he was worried. She nodded and said, I understand, but I am quite strong myself. At least I can hold my own against you. Hui Yuxuan didn't believe her and wanted to try. Lin Yu agreed with a nod, thinking it was just a test. The two of them went to an open space in the yard to fight. At first, Lin Yu had no fighting experience and was at a disadvantage, but she still managed to surprise Hui Yuxuan. After a few moves, Lin Yu became more familiar with the fight, and Hui Yuxuan started to struggle. Lin Yu was too fast, and in a moment of distraction, she hit him with a punch, knocking him back. Lin Yu looked at him proudly, as if to say, see how I do. Hui Yuxuan was shocked and said, wife, you're so amazing. No matter how I attack, you can seem to deflect it effortlessly, and your speed is incredible. Lin Yu explained, I've been strong since I was young, but my mom told me to hide it. My mom isn't in good health. When I was a child, I saw people practicing Tai Chi in the park, so I started learning on the side. She continued, I thought I would learn it to help my mom stay healthy, but it didn't work for her. I also wanted to learn some martial arts for self-defense, but I didn't have much money, so I replaced the palm strikes in Tai Chi with punches. Hui Yuxuan hugged Lin Yu and said, wife, now you have me. I will always be with you. Lin Yu nodded and asked, are you eating at home for lunch or at the cafeteria? Hui Yuxuan sighed and said, at the cafeteria. I need to go back quickly now, or I won't finish my work today. What do you plan to do about the rumors spreading about you? Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, I don't want to argue with them. I haven't said anything. If the military can find out who started it, we'll see what to do. Hui Yuxuan nodded and quickly left, aiming to resolve the rumors before he returned home in the afternoon. Lin Yu closed the yard gate, went into the living room, and sat on the sofa, eating fruit while thinking about what to cook for dinner tonight. She planned to make braised pork, steamed grouper, tomato shrimp, stir-fried clams, fried hairtail fish, oyster omelet, loofah with pork cracklings and dried shrimp, eggplant with pork cracklings, spicy crab, and mixed fish hot pot. I steamed 2 large pots of steamed bread, adding some large cornmeal grains secretly from a space, then steamed a big pot of sweet potato rice. That should be enough. First, I mixed the dough and let it rest on the counter. I also took out yesterday's banana chips to dry in the sun. I asked the housekeeping robot to soak the clams and oysters. I cleaned the hairtail fish by removing the head, tail, and guts, then washed it thoroughly. I marinated it with green onions, garlic, pepper, and white wine. I removed scales, guts, and gills from the grouper fish, then cleaned it and set it aside. I cleaned 5 pounds of shrimp by removing the vein and cutting a slit along the back, then washed them. I cut the pork belly into large chunks. I peeled 6 zucchinis and cut them into triangles, cut 6 eggplants into strips, and beat 8 eggs. I removed inedible parts from the, cut them in half, and cleaned various small fish by removing their guts. I stored all the prepared ingredients in the space to prevent spoilage. I cooked tomato sauce step by step. It's quite a skill. Once done, I stored it in a clay pot for later. The dough for the steamed buns had already risen. I asked the housekeeping robot to steam the buns. It was already noon. What should I eat? I was craving durian, so I went into the space and ate a large durian. I wasn't hungry anymore. After leaving the space, I took a nap in the master bedroom. I kept a bit of mental energy at the door, ready for someone to come and have the housekeeping robot clear the space. At 3 p.m., Lin Yuyu woke up. She drank some spiritual spring water, did a Tai Chi routine, and took a spiritual spring bath. Feeling refreshed, she left the space and went to the kitchen. She just finished putting housekeeping robot number 1 back into the space. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I thought it was Aunt Zhao coming, so I quickly placed the prepared items on the counter next to the stove. When I opened the door, it was indeed Aunt Zhao. I welcomed her inside and we walked and talked as we went. Aunt Zhao said, "Yuyu, if you need anything, just tell me." Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "Auntie, I've already prepared everything. All that's left is to cook." Aunt Zhao said, "Yuyu, don't feel bad about it." Lin Yuyu didn't reply and led Aunt Zhao into the kitchen. Looking at the items on the counter, she realized everything was ready. Aunt Zhao said, "Yuyu, you've been working all morning without much rest, haven't you?" Lin Yuyu replied, "I had nothing to do and wasn't tired. I just took my time finishing everything. Xiaohu will be back soon, and I need to go get the table and chairs from your place." Aunt Zhao said, "Xiaohu already told me. Later, let him and old Zhao move them." Lin Yu nodded, thinking the dried bananas should be ready. She then took her sister-in-law to see them, tasted one, and found it crispy, delicious, and very tasty. They stored the dried bananas in glass jars, filling 2 jars that weighed about 2 pounds. She also packed a bag for Zhao's sister-in-law to take home. Lin Yu asked, "Sister-in-law, where are your children?" Zhao's sister-in-law replied, "They're still at school. My eldest son is studying at a military academy and my younger daughter is in middle school in the city, so she lives away from home." Lin Yu said, "Sister-in-law, your children are really outstanding." Zhao's sister-in-law was very happy to hear this. She ate some fruit and enjoyed herself. Then Lin Yu took some medium-sized round baskets filled with lychees, longans, and bananas and placed them on the coffee table. Seeing the time on the clock, it was about right. So she went to the kitchen, lit the stove, and put on a double-ear pot to cook pork belly, letting it simmer slowly. She chatted and ate with Zhao's sister-in-law. By around 4 o'clock, the braised pork was ready, with only the sauce left to reduce. She took it off the stove and started cooking a fish stew in a large clay pot. By 5 o'clock, the fish stew was done and set aside. She continued to cook the braised pork to reduce the sauce. At around 5:30, she started stir-frying vegetables. Zhao's sister-in-law was asked to heat the fire and steam a pot of rice made from sorghum and sweet potatoes. By about 6:30, all the dishes were ready, and Hu Yuxuan had also returned. Lin Yu said to him, "Hu Yuxuan, go to Zhao's sister-in-law's house and bring the tables and chairs." Hu Yuxuan nodded and went to move the furniture. Soon, everyone arrived one after another. The dining tables were set up in the yard, filled with people. Since there were no seats left for her and Zhao's sister-in-law, she told her, and they ate at the coffee table instead. She arranged all the dishes on the coffee table, inviting everyone to come into the kitchen to serve the food. Each table had 10 large dishes, a big plate of steamed buns, and each person had a large bowl of steamed 3-ingredient rice. Alcohol was not served on non-holiday days, so no drinks were prepared. She and Zhao's sister-in-law went out to greet everyone, then returned to the house to eat. Zhao's sister-in-law exclaimed, "Yuyo, this big shrimp you made is really tasty. Why have I never tasted this flavor before?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I cooked this shrimp with tomato sauce I made myself," and she explained how to make the tomato sauce to Zhao's sister-in-law. Zhao's sister-in-law happily said, "Yuyo, you're so capable. This crab is also getting more and more delicious, and it doesn't taste fishy." Lin Yu smiled happily and said, "This crab has some parts that can't be eaten, so I've already prepared it. It's a bit of trouble, but I only eat it occasionally to satisfy my craving." Worried they might not have enough, she also brought out a big plate of steamed buns. Hu Yuxuan's friends cheerfully said, "Sister-in-law, this spicy crab is so delicious, I can't stop eating it." "Sister-in-law, your braised pork is clear and tender, it melts in your mouth." I could eat a whole bowl of rice with just one piece. Sister-in-law, these big shrimps are sweet and sour, so tasty. It's the first time I've tasted this flavor.
Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law.
Lin Yu thought it was quite lively, so she quickly said, when you're hungry again, tell Hu Yuxuan. I'll cook for you. After saying that, she hurriedly left, as the repeated calls of sister-in-law were almost like a ringing in her ears. They ate for over an hour while Zhao's wife chatted with them. After finishing, Xiaoli came in to clear the dishes. Lin Yu told him to leave the dishes for her, but Xiaoli refused, saying, Sister-in-law, you've been busy all day. We should help clean up the kitchen and wash the dishes. We feel bad if we don't. Zhao's wife also agreed, saying, You're right, Yu. Plus, all the food was meat, no vegetables. No one in the whole yard can do better. Let them help clean up, they'll feel better about it. Lin Yu nodded and said, Okay. She then chatted with Zhao's wife for a while and said, Sister-in-law, I think they're almost done cleaning. I'll go get some fruit and bring it out for everyone to enjoy. They probably don't have time to buy it because of their training. She went to the storage room and took out a large round basket filled with fresh lychees, longans, and bananas, asking Zhao's wife to help carry it outside. Lin Yu smiled and said, Everyone, you've worked hard. Please enjoy some fruit. Seeing that everyone had already moved Zhao's wife's table and chairs back, they all placed their own dishes on their tables. Hu Yuxuan said, They need to go back to the dorms now. Let's put the tables back, take the fruit, and share it with everyone. The amount was generous, so no one would go hungry. Finally, they saw Zhao's wife and Zhao's commissar off, then returned to their house. Hu Yuxuan helped massage Lin Yu's shoulders, which felt quite comfortable. Hu Yuxuan said, Honey, thank you. You probably didn't rest much today. You prepared a lot and everything was so delicious. Those little brats are all full now. Usually, when hosting guests, people prepare enough food so that everyone is full. Today, there are also fruits. Although fruits are cheap, most people who come from the countryside save their money to send home and are reluctant to buy fruits for themselves. Lin Yu said, I just want to make sure our guests don't go hungry. Mainly, it's because your face, Hu Yuxuan, looks good when I host. Hu Yuxuan grinned mischievously and said, Let's see how good it really is, and the evening continued with playful teasing. The next day, Lin Yu woke up at 8 a.m., thinking it would take 1 or 2 hours to ride her bike to the city. She quickly washed up and headed to the city. She left the military district compound on her bike and found a quiet spot. She changed into a large outfit in the city called Dahan 0 on the island Dahan 1 to 5 and similarly for the women, then used Long Yubu to reach the city in 20 minutes. In the city, she found a deserted place, entered her space, took off her disguise, drank some spiritual spring water, practiced a set of Tai Chi, and took a spiritual spring bath. She finally felt relaxed. Lin Yu asked, Tongzi, can you check if anyone from the multiverse trading system is looking for me? Tongzi replied, Someone from the interstellar side is looking for you, thinking they probably developed something new. He asked, Can you send me the link? After connecting to the interstellar dimension, they excitedly said, We detected that the seeds are all active. We should be able to grow them here. I want to trade with you for a few other kinds of seeds we don't have. Lin Yu said, I need to see if you have any good or strange things. The interstellar dimension replied, Our technology is very advanced. We have energy guns and energy swords, as well as mecha warships. We also have fabrics that stay the same temperature all year round. When worn, they automatically adjust to fit your body, and ordinary weapons can't pierce them. As for strange things, there's a fruit with small seed-like objects inside. When roasted, it smells good and tastes nice. Inside, there's a powdery substance that sometimes explodes. There's also a colorless, tasteless liquid that can be ignited with fire. Seeing what they showed, Lin Yu chuckled to herself. They didn't lack seeds, they lacked recipes. The food shortage was severe, and they didn't recognize anything. She said, All right, I think you should focus on understanding those seeds first. As for other things, I'll trade with you using delicious food this time. The people from the interstellar realm have left, probably to discuss something. Soon they returned and said, Okay, how shall we exchange? Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, 1 plate of food for 1 energy gun, or 1 energy sword. I'm also interested in the 3 types of fruit you showed earlier. 1 plate of food for 20 saplings and 100 fruits. I'm interested in your temperature-regulating cloth as well. 1 plate of food for 20 sets of clothes. The interstellar realm people went to discuss again, and then replied, that works. How many do you want to exchange? Lin Yu said, 20 guns, 20 swords, 20 saplings of each of the 3 fruit types, and 100 fruits. The temperature-regulating cloves for 20 sets. After that, she placed 33 dishes, including fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken, onto the trading platform, then logged out to wait for the items to be exchanged. Lin Yu instructed, Tongzi, wait for the items to come through. Remember to plant the saplings on the mountain. Then she continued practicing Tai Chi at the training ground. It wasn't until Tongzi reminded her that 2 hours had passed outside that she left the space. She wandered around the street and even went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. After eating, she found a quiet spot, entered the space, and disguised herself as Island Auntie Number 5. She used wine tickets to buy 10 bottles of mitai and cigarette tickets to buy 10 packs of Dakiamin cigarettes. There was nothing else to do, so she changed into Han Dynasty Number 1 and used the Yulong Step to return to the residential area nearby. She found another quiet spot, entered the space again for 2 hours, then removed her disguise and exited. She took her bicycle out of the space, along with 4 1 kilogram and 4 3 kilograms quilts and some large mattresses, all packed into woven bags and tied to the back of the bike. She rode her bicycle back to the residential area. On the way, she didn't meet anyone, so she hurriedly pushed the bicycle into the yard. She took the woven bags into the living room, took out the quilts, and stored them in a wooden box in the storage room, locking it up. She parked the bicycle in the storage room, then watered the vegetable seedlings with diluted spiritual spring water. Back in the living room, she drank a glass of spiritual spring water and released a strand of mental energy onto the gate. She then took out lychees and longans, placing them on the coffee table. She also installed her entertainment device onto the lounge chair, placed the tablet on it, and lay back to watch a variety show on the screen. The housekeeping robot 1 was peeling fruit for her to eat, Robot 2 was feeding her milk tea, and Robot 3 was tidying up the room. Life was simply wonderful. When she finished eating and felt sleepy, she put away her tablet, her favorite show device, and Robots 1 to 3, then went for a nap. Lin Yu woke up at 5 p.m. She drank a sip of spiritual spring water to relax, then went to the kitchen. She saw that the oil residue had been sitting for several days, and she felt it might spoil soon. She released Robots 1 to 3 again. Robot 1 was sent to make cabbage oil residue buns, Robot 2 to cook seafood porridge, and Robot 3 to clean up the trash and take it outside to the yard. By 6 p.m., the buns and porridge were almost ready. She called back Robots 1 to 3 into the space. She sat in the living room waiting for Hui Yuxuan to return from the military office for dinner. At 6:30 p.m., he came back. When Lin Yu took the buns out of the pot and placed them on the table, Hui Yuxuan brought the seafood porridge over. As they sat down to eat, Hui Yuxuan asked, Honey, can I give a bowl of porridge and some buns to someone else? Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. Was there someone else? She asked, annoyed. Who are you giving it to? Hui Yuxuan sensed a hint of anger and quickly said, Our teacher Wu Weigua, and he knows our dad. He's been taking good care of me. He's been sick but not hospitalized. His wife isn't here, and the security guard is a man, so he's not getting very detailed care. It's been a week, and he still looks tired and lacking energy. He then looked at Lin Yu with a pleading expression and said, I just thought, since your cooking is so delicious and nutritious, maybe you could give him some. If we do, you might need to cook a little extra next time. After saying that, Hui Yuxuan hesitated, thinking maybe he shouldn't trouble his wife. Lin Yu saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She rolled her eyes and said, Why didn't you say this earlier? For elders like your teacher who are close to us and need help, of course, we should help. She then went to the storage room, took out 5 insulated containers from the space, and placed them on the shelf. She washed one clean, filled it with porridge in the living room, and wrapped 10 oil residue buns in oil paper. She handed them to him and said, Hurry up and go. Watching Hui Yuxuan leave, I went to the storage room and placed some oil paper and cloth bags used in this era on the shelves, just in case. Thinking about it, I took some small accessories, hair ties, and other little things, locking them in a wooden box in the storage room. Back at the dining table, I warmed the porridge on the stove and also kept the buns in the pot to heat. Lin Yu, feeling hungry, took a bun to eat first. The crispy oil residue exploded with flavor in the mouth, and the cabbage with pork fat salty aroma was very tempting. The combination was a real feast for the taste buds. Before crossing over, I couldn't remember eating this, and after crossing, my body couldn't handle it. Now that I finally ate it, it was so delicious. I really don't understand why people in later times said pork fat was bad. Recalling the taste just now, Lin Yu told the system, arrange for the housekeeping robot to make more pork fat and oil residue. Thinking about the salty aroma of the pork fat, I felt that making scallion pancakes with pork fat would also be very tasty. I was about to drool, so I quickly licked my lips. The system said, they're making it now. In the space, everything is produced by itself. Every harvest, they make half into finished products to store, and the other half is stored as raw materials. Lin Yu happily said, good, Tongzi, thank you for your hard work. Tongzi shyly replied, I'm not tired. Inside, Tongzi was overjoyed because Yu cared about him. Hui Yuxuan took the food and left. He went to the master's house, didn't knock, and quietly climbed over the wall to enter. The guard heard the noise and quickly came out to check. He saw Hui Yuxuan climbing over the wall and was speechless. Only he could come in this way. The guard hurried to report to Master Wu. When Master Wu heard, he was also speechless. He said to Hui Yuxuan, you little brat, what are you here for? Weren't you worried about causing trouble and not coming? Hui Yuxuan rolled his eyes and said, if you weren't sick for so long and not fully recovered, and if you weren't so listless all the time, I wouldn't come. He then placed the thermos and the oil residue buns in front of Master Wu and said, I specially made seafood porridge and cabbage oil residue buns for you. Eat them to get some energy. Master Wu opened the thermos, smelled the aroma, and wanted to drink right away. But afraid of being laughed at by the brat, he restrained himself and carefully opened the oil paper package. He took a bun, took a bite, and his mouth was filled with a delicious aroma. Smiling with his eyes closed, he said, did your wife make this? It was obvious. He used to be so sick he was almost dying, and at most someone would come to visit him with some tonic or supplement. This time he brought food, and the only change was that he had married a wife. Hui Yuxuan looked at Wu with pride and said, of course.
You should eat now.
After you finish, I need to go back and eat too. My wife is waiting for me. Hearing that Hui Yuxuan and his niece-in-law hadn't eaten yet, Wu ordered the guard to bring out a big bowl of porridge. He then said to Hui Yuxuan, the day you invited me out, I said I'd go too.
You didn't let me.
Later, everyone said your niece-in-law is a great cook. I wanted to go again, but you still didn't let me. I finally got to eat because I was sick. Hui Yuxuan rolled his eyes after hearing this. Wu didn't pay him any attention and watched as the guard finished pouring the porridge. He handed him the thermos and started to chase him away, saying, all right, you should go now. If you leave, I can eat too. Seeing Wu being unreasonable, he took the thermos and climbed over the wall to go back home. Lin Yu saw Hui Yuxuan and said, you're back so soon. I was worried the porridge and buns would get cold, so I warmed them up. Let's eat together. Hui Yuxuan looked at Lin Yu affectionately and said, okay, my wife, you've worked hard. After saying that, he hugged his wife and went to the kitchen to bring out the porridge and buns to place on the dining table. Both of them were hungry, so they sat down and started eating. Lin Yu drank a bowl of seafood porridge and ate 3 buns, thinking how delicious it was, full of flavor. But her stomach was too small to hold more. Watching Hui Yuxuan still had his usual big appetite, she felt truly envious. After finishing their meal, Hui Yuxuan tidied up the dishes and the kitchen. The two washed up and then lay down in bed. Lin Yu said, today I rode my bike to the city. I wanted to go shopping, but then I saw some quilts for sale, so I bought a few and put them in the storage room. Hui Yuxuan hugged her and said, good wife, as long as you're safe, you can buy whatever you want. Lin Yu felt warm inside and slept peacefully through the night. Because she slept well, she woke up at 6 a.m. for the first time with her husband. It felt quite new. Hu Yuxuan said. Wife, make something good for lunch. I'll come back to pick it up. Lin Yu looked at Hu Yuxuan and asked, should I bring something for your supervisor? Hu Yuxuan shyly said, yes, he eats at the cafeteria every day, and there's no oil or fat there. Lin Yu replied, okay, you take the chicken from the cage in the storage room and kill it. I'll stew coconut chicken for lunch and bring it to you when it's ready. Hu Yuxuan said, all right, wife, you can keep lying down. I'm going to exercise and then make breakfast when I come back. Lin Yu shook her head and said, I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm going to the beach for a walk. It's been a long time, and I haven't been there. She got up, washed up, and took a water bucket, tongs, and a shovel. She rode her bike to the beach behind the military area. Thinking that fewer people go there and there should be more seafood, she locked her bike to a nearby tree and took her tools toward the beach. She saw many small holes on the beach and found quite a few clams with her shovel. Seeing some rocks, she went over and found lots of oysters. She pried open many with her shovel. She also released the land robot 1 to 5 to help pry oysters and watched around for anyone nearby, reminding her if needed. In the crevices of the rocks, she found many large shrimp and sea cucumbers. When she had collected enough, she straightened up, feeling very tired. She thought that maybe she should go to the sea occasionally in the future. Usually, she could buy fresh and cheap seafood at the dock, which her family could easily afford. Looking at her watch, it was 8 o'clock. She recalled her robots and stored the oysters they pried into a container. She rode her bike back to the residential area. Once home, she went to the kitchen and soaked the seafood she collected in water, planning to process it further when she wanted to eat. She looked at the prepared chicken on the counter and the breakfast in the pot. Lin Yu felt very happy. After finishing breakfast, she tidied up the dishes. She blanched the chicken pieces and rinsed them with warm water for later use. She opened 6 coconuts, poured out the coconut water, and scooped out the coconut meat. She lit charcoal, placed a large clay pot on the stove, and added the coconut water, coconut meat, and chicken. Finally, she added a drop of spring water, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered it gently. After preparing the coconut chicken soup, she thought about making some dried longans. She took out 100 jean of longans and asked household service 1 to 3 to help separate the pulp. Once they finished, she took out a round bamboo basket lined with oil paper, spread the longan pulp inside, and covered it with a thin layer. These longan pulp pieces used about 10 large round baskets, 6 square baskets, and 6 medium round baskets, too many to handle all at once. She had to hang them on the roof. The platform was full, and she climbed onto the roof several times to let everything dry properly. Waiting to come down from the roof, I noticed it was already 10:30. I asked housekeeper 1 to make 25 pork fat and scallion pancakes in the kitchen, and housekeepers 2 and 3 to gather the trash together. Lin Yu took the trash to the yard and then sat in the living room on the rocking chair. Drinking milk tea, she relaxed and felt that her life after the time travel was pretty good. While waiting for the robot to finish making the scallion pancakes, it was already 11 o'clock. The soup had been simmering for about 3 hours. She added some salt to taste. She took out a large thermos and filled it with soup, then wrapped 20 pork fat and scallion pancakes in oil paper and carried them in a small cloth bag. The salty aroma of the pancakes made Lin Yu drool. She hurried to deliver them so she could eat quickly. Soon, she arrived outside the military area and said to the young soldier on guard, I'm looking for Commander Hua. I am his wife, Lin Yu. The soldier replied, hello, sister-in-law. Please wait a moment. I'll call Commander Hua. He went inside to make the call. After dialing, he said, Commander Hua, your wife is waiting for you at the gate. Hu Yuxuan quickly hung up, left his office, and went to the military area gate. Seeing Lin Yu, he said, Wife, you've worked hard coming here. Lin Yu smiled and said, It's not hard. You should go home and eat while it's hot. If it's not enough, you can take some home. Just bring back the thermos tonight. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he nodded at Hu Yuxuan, waved to the young soldier, and returned to the family quarters. Hu Yuxuan saw his wife waving at someone else and gave the soldier a sharp look. The soldier thought to himself that Commander Hu was truly a cold-hearted man. Just one look from him made you feel like you wouldn't survive till tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hu Yuxuan returned to his office, poured the coconut chicken soup from the thermos into a lunchbox, and wrapped up 10 pancakes. He also took a stack of documents to pretend he was busy, then went to the division commander's office and said, "Report." Major Wu looked up and said, "Come in." Curious, he asked, "What are you here for?" Hu Yuxuan placed the lunchbox and pancakes in front of the major and said, "My wife knew you were sick, so she specially cooked this to help you recover. The chicken soup is finished. Call me when you need more, and I'll bring it to you." Major Wu smiled warmly and said, "It's my niece-in-law who cares about me. Unlike you, who just makes trouble for me. Hurry up and go." Hu Yuxuan was speechless and said, "Can you give me your lunchbox? I still need to eat." Master Wu lazily threw the lunchbox to him. Hu Yuxuan took it and left the director's office without looking back. Back in his own office, he couldn't wait to pour out half a bowl of chicken soup. He added some coconut meat and chicken, then set the rest aside to deliver to the director later. Commissioner Zhao came over smelling the aroma and said, "Little Hua, what delicious food are you eating? Share half with me." Hu Yuxuan proudly replied, "Coconut chicken soup." Hearing it was chicken, Commissioner Zhao said, "Forget it, you eat. I'm going to the cafeteria." If it was something else, he might have taken some, but since it was chicken soup, he decided not to.
Chicken was hard to buy,
but he wanted to try the pancake, which smelled so good. He refused to leave and sat there staring at the pancake in Hu Yuxuan's hand until Hu Yuxuan split half a pancake for him. After eating, Commissioner Zhao happily left. Hu Yuxuan felt almost heartbroken. This was made by his wife. Lin Yuyu returned to the family compound, quickly walking to the kitchen. She grabbed a pork fat and scallion pancake and started eating. The salty aroma of pork fat and scallions in her mouth was irresistible. She ate 3 pancakes in a row before she could stop herself. She poured herself a bowl of chicken soup, took a sip, and found it still as sweet and fragrant as usual. It was such a satisfying meal, pancake and chicken soup. After eating and drinking enough, she kept a piece of charcoal warm near the clay pot with chicken soup. She washed the dishes and utensils in the space and put them away in the kitchen cabinet. Then she went to the yard to check the longan meat on the roof and platform. After that, she went to her bedroom for a nap. When she woke up at 3 p.m., she checked the longan meat again, planning to store it after dinner. Seeing that everything at home was settled, she opened her space to read a 200,000-word book. She instructed Tongzi to set the time correctly. Usually, the space and outside world are in a 1-to-1 ratio, but she adjusted it to 100-to-1. Lin Yu sat at her desk, quietly and carefully translating the book. During this time, only the sound of writing and flipping pages could be heard. Her hand grew tired from writing, so she took some snacks and looked out into the distance of the space. She also asked housekeeper number 5 to massage her wrists before continuing her translation until she finished the entire book. Lin Yu moved her stiff body and happily said to the system, "I've finished translating.
Please reset the time.
Remember to remind me on the 20th of each month to mail the books and translations." The system replied, "Got it, Yu." They watched a show together in the space, and soon it was 5 p.m. She left the space, thinking about what to eat tonight. She checked the kitchen and saw there was chicken soup. She decided to stir-fry some garlic water spinach, prepare a simple tomato salad with sugar, dip lettuce in sesame sauce, and steam some buns. She sent housekeeper number 5 to make dinner, while she went to check the dragon eye fruit again. Back in the living room, she sat down to snack on sunflower seeds, waiting for housekeeper No. 5 to finish cooking. Once done, she stored the food in the space. At 6 p.m., Hu Yuxuan came home with a bowl of chicken soup, 6 buns, some lettuce with sauce, tomato salad, and garlic water spinach, all placed in a basket covered with a cloth. She handed the basket to Hu Yuxuan and said, "Please take this over." Hu Yuxuan kissed his wife and took the food to serve. Soon after, Hu Yuxuan returned, and they set the dinner on the table. Hu Yuxuan said, "Honey, you've worked hard." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "You too, dear. Drink a bowl of soup. I've been simmering it all day. It must be very tasty." Hu Yuxuan felt that hearing, honey, and drinking the evening chicken soup made it even more delicious. All the vegetables were especially tasty. The vegetables from the army canteen weren't as good. Homegrown vegetables are better. Every day, they delivered lunch and dinner, and after a week of drying dragon eye fruit, Wu Shizhong's health finally recovered, and he seemed to have gained weight. The dried dragon eye fruit was ready, 20 jin of dried fruit from 100 jin of fresh fruit. She stored some in glass jars in the storage cabinet on the first floor. Today, she also received a package from her mother-in-law, which contained 2 pieces of fabric, 2 pairs of leather sandals, 3 jars of sauces, 2 jars of malted milk, 2 pieces of floral cloth, 200 yuan, and a letter. She put everything away, sat on the sofa, and read the letter. It said they received the dried seafood and other delicacies. Her mother-in-law also scolded Hu Yuxuan for not bringing back any local specialties during his military service or leave. Hu Yuxuan deserved the scolding, and Lin Yuyu smiled while reading. The letter also mentioned that Annie at home can make seafood dishes, so they finally satisfied their craving. This made the other old men very jealous. They wanted to exchange something for their own elders, but the elders refused, almost causing a falling out. After reading the letter, Lin Yuyu kept smiling happily. That evening, Hu Yuxuan returned home. Seeing his wife so cheerful, he was curious and asked, "Honey, what are you doing? Why are you so happy?" Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "Today the package my mom sent arrived." "I'm reading the letter." Hu Yuxuan looked surprised and asked, "They can send packages? I've been in the army for so many years and never saw that." Lin Yuyu felt like she might laugh to death today. She quickly showed him the message and said, "Take a look at this letter," then went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Today, they had sesame cold noodles with shredded cucumber and lettuce prepared. The sesame paste was ready too. When the noodles were cooked, she drained them into cold water and called out, "Hu Yuxuan, dinner is ready." Hu Yuxuan walked in looking a bit upset and said, "Honey, were you joking with me just now?" Lin Yu thought she swore he didn't joke with her. She just found the whole thing very funny. She couldn't help but laugh again when she thought about it, but she held back and said casually, "No, I wasn't joking. Hurry up and eat, I'm hungry." She hadn't eaten sesame cold noodles in a long time, and they were quite tasty. After eating, Hu Yuxuan automatically washed the dishes, wiped the table, and tidied up the kitchen. Today, they didn't want to go out, so they sat on the sofa eating fruit, cracking sunflower seeds, and chatting. Hu Yuxuan said, "Honey, I can take a day off tomorrow. If you want to do something, I'll go with you." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow I want to go to that small fishing village to buy some dried seafood. The elders at home really like it." She thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile again. Hu Yuxuan helplessly called out, "Honey, let's go to bed." Early to bed and early to rise is good for health. He then hugged Lin Yuyu and went to the master bedroom, ending the night peacefully. Lin Yu woke up at 7 a.m., and Hu Yuxuan had already prepared breakfast. After washing up and eating, they tidied up the house. They went to the storage room, packed a basket, and took a few cloth bags. Hu Yuxuan rode his bike with Lin Yuyu out of the residential area. They arrived at the small fishing village, found a village chief, and asked who had the best dried seafood to buy. I followed the village chief to several households and bought about 100 jin of various dried seafood and snacks. The large sea cucumbers and abalones weighed around 20 jin each. I also wanted to buy some fruit to take home, so I asked Hu Yuxuan to ride his bike and deliver the dried seafood and snacks. He quickly returned on his bike, and we bought another 100 jin of lychees, planning to dry them at home. We also bought a few jin of other vegetables and fruits, then rode our bikes back to the family courtyard with the fruits. At the gate, we met Sister Zhao, who said, "Little Hua Yo-Yo, why did you buy so many lychees? Won't they spoil before you eat them?" Lin Yo-Yo smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, we bought so many to dry them and send some to our elders." Sister Zhao laughed and said, "That's a good idea. Last time, the banana chips turned out great. I'll buy some bananas to dry and send to the elders too. I'm leaving now, Yo-Yo." She was about to walk away. Lin Yo-Yo quickly said, "Goodbye, sister-in-law." Sister Zhao always moves quickly and is full of energy. We entered the yard, and Lin Yo-Yo said to Hu Yuxuan, "Let's dig out the lychee meat later." Hu Yuxuan heard her and immediately washed a basin, then started digging out the lychee meat. Lin Yoyo put away the things she bought and joined in. By 11 o'clock, they had only dug out half of the lychee meat. It was time to cook. She said. Huiyuan spread the lychee meat on oil paper in a basket, a thin layer, and dry it on the roof. I'll go cook. Huiyuan agreed and went to dry the seafood. Lin Yoyo picked some long beans, eggplants, tomatoes, water spinach, cabbage, and lettuce from the vegetable garden. After Huiyuan finished drying, he came over and said, "Wife, I finished drying everything. Let me cook lunch today. Usually you do it, but today I want to learn from you." Lin Yoyo thought, "Whose husband is this? I love it," and felt happy. She said, "Okay." She then steamed rice and guided Huiyuan on how to prepare the seafood and wash it. She washed the vegetables, cut the long beans into sections, sliced the eggplants, cut the water spinach into pieces, and tore the cabbage and lettuce into chunks. She boiled water in a pot, added green onions, clams, oysters, and sea cucumbers, and cooked for 3 minutes before removing them. Next, she mixed eggs, flour, a little water, salt, and pepper into a batter, then heated oil in a pan. The crab, cut in half, is coated with batter and fried in oil for 2 minutes, then set aside. Green beans are fried in oil for 3 minutes and set aside. Eggplant slices coated with sticky batter are fried for 2 minutes and set aside. In a separate pan, heat pork fat, then add chopped green onions, garlic, and dried chili peppers to release aroma. Next, add bean paste and stir-fry until it turns red. Add the shrimp and stir-fry, then add water spinach, torn cabbage, and lettuce, cooking until they change color. Then, add pre-blanched seafood, along with the fried crab, eggplant, and green beans, and stir everything evenly. Season with salt and soy sauce, simmer for 2 minutes, then serve. The rice on the stove is also ready. When the meal is served, Huiyuan looks at Lin Yu eagerly and says, "Honey, try it and see how it tastes." Lin Yu tastes the shrimp and finds it very flavorful, praising, "Amazing. You're really talented at cooking, honey. This spicy hot pot is so delicious for your first try." Hearing her praise, Huiyuan's eyes light up. She called him honey again. He thinks he should cook more often and do more chores, so she keeps calling him that. Lin Yu watches Huiyuan happily smiling, not sure what he's imagining, and urges him, "Hurry up and eat." He takes a bite and finds it really tasty. The spicy and flavorful hot pot and rice are quickly finished by the two of them. After eating, Huiyuan immediately clears the dishes, wipes the table, and tidies the kitchen. They don't rest at noon and continue digging for lychee meat until 2 p.m., finally finishing. They quickly spread the lychee meat onto oil paper in a basket and then dry it on the balcony. Once dried, Huiyuan throws away the shells and other trash into the nearby trash bin. He then washes the basin holding the lychee meat and takes a shower. He goes to the living room to find Lin Yu and helps pack the dried longan. They pack 15 jin, about 7.5 kilograms, and label it can be eaten raw, used in soups, or cooked with porridge. They also pack large dried abalone and sea cucumber, labeling it for grandparents, parents, and grandma and grandpa only. After soaking, it can be cooked with chicken or ribs for soup, or added to porridge. Other dried fish, shrimp, seaweed, kelp, small abalone, and small sea cucumbers, totaling about 100 jin, 50 kilograms, are also packed with labels saying for family use or as gifts. After packing them into parcels, I also wrote a letter to my family elders sharing about daily life on the island, fishing, exchanging seafood, and other interesting stories. At the end, I wrote a hope that my family could come to visit the island for a while, and I placed the letter inside the envelope along with the package. Holding the translated book, I went to the post office with Huiyuan to send the package. After mailing it, I asked if there was a letter for me, and indeed there was, a small parcel. Back home, I opened it to find a new book to translate and some blank paper. I put everything in order. Lin Yu thought of dried lychee and said, "Husband, please turn over the dried lychee on the roof, and I'll do the same with the ones on the platform." Huiyuan replied, "Okay, dear. I've already turned them all. You don't need to come out." Lin Yu said, "Thanks, husband," and sat on the lounge chair, gently rocking. After finishing turning the dried lychee, Huiyuan looked at his bored wife and said, "I finished." How about I take you for a ride to get some fresh air? Lin Yu was very happy at the idea of going out for a walk. She took a hat, applied sunscreen, and said, "Let's go." They left the residential area heading west, passing by the sea and some small hills. It was so beautiful. She wished they could keep riding like this forever. They strolled along the seaside, enjoying the beautiful view. Lin Yu wanted to swim freely in the sea. She then asked Hui Yuxuan, "Husband, when you have time, can you teach me how to swim?" Hui Yuxuan replied, "Sure. Next time I have a day off, we'll bring our clothes to the beach, and I'll teach you." Lin Yu nodded. The two of them enjoyed the gentle sea breeze for a while, then rode back to the residential area from another side, taking a small detour, feeling quite happy. When they returned, they saw the chief's wife, greeted her, and then went home. In the yard, they flipped the dried lychee on the platform and roof, and Huishuan moved the lounge chair outside to the yard. Lin Yu sat in the rocking chair, swaying gently. At that moment, she felt a peaceful sense of time passing slowly. Hui Yuxuan brought a stool to sit beside her, fanning her gently. The scene looked so warm and lovely. As they watched the sunset in the west, it was time to cook dinner. Hui Yuxuan asked, "What would you like to eat tonight, dear?" Lin Yu said, "I'm craving dumplings with mackerel filling, but we don't have a dumpling steamer or mackerel." Hui Yuxuan thought, since his wife wanted to eat something, if not today, then tomorrow. He planned to buy some mackerel fish early in the morning and exchange some dumpling wrappers with Grandpa Li. Lin Yu considered and said, "Let's cook some corn porridge, make some pork fat and scallion pancakes, and stir-fry some tomatoes with eggs." Hui Yuxuan replied, "All right, I'll move you to the kitchen door to keep me company." He actually did move her, and Lin Yu felt quite speechless. She decided to watch him cook. Surprisingly, it felt quite happy. After dinner, they tidied up the house and stored the dried lychees inside. Then they went for a walk and saw Commissar Zhao and his wife. When Zhao's wife saw Lin Yu, she came over and whispered in her ear, "Yu, do you remember what happened with the third company commander's family?" Lin Yu quickly nodded, curious about the follow-up. She looked at Zhao's wife, eager to hear more. Zhao's wife looked at Yu and felt like sharing everything. She said, "The stepmother of the third company commander went back home and found her belongings all at her parents' house, but she didn't get a single cent of money. She was so angry, she went to cause trouble at old Zhang's house. The third company commander's father ignored her and called the police. When the police arrived, the stepmother was still causing a scene on the ground. They tried to help her up, but she refused. She even reached out and scratched the police's face, leaving scratches. The police had no choice but to handcuff her and take her to the station. They didn't interrogate her, they just kept her locked up. Everyone knew she was a troublemaker, so no one paid her much attention. They planned to give her a lesson tomorrow, and then let her go. That night, the stepmother probably imagined all sorts of things in the police station. When they opened her cell the next morning, she was so scared she spilled everything. Besides the fact that her divorce certificate mentioned, she also had a lover. Her ex-husband divorced her because of this, and she married her father-in-law but never cut ties. Now she's in trouble, and she's been sent to the far northwest. Lin Yu happily said, "That ending is quite satisfying. Ha! Zhao's wife can keep coming back with more gossip, and I'll keep sharing it." Zhao's wife said, "Exactly," and the two of them whispered about the recent gossip. Meanwhile, Commissar Zhao said, "What did your sister-in-law cook for lunch today?" "The smell is so tempting," Hui Yuxuan proudly said. "I cooked lunch today." Yu was directing everything. Commissioner Zhao looked surprised and said, "You cook too? Isn't that a woman's job?" Hui Yuxuan looked down on him and said, "Who said that? You haven't done any housework, right? Doing house chores at home for a day is much harder than our training. They also have to think about how to make food tasty and nutritious. Today is a rare day off, so of course I have to handle all the household chores." He was thinking to himself how hard his wife works translating all the time. Commissioner Zhao looked annoyed and said, "If my wife finds out, she'll make me do it too." Hui Yuxuan gave Zhao a sidelong glance and said, "Yo-Yo dug up 100 gene of longan meat a week ago. She dried it herself and didn't eat any, instead mailing it to my parents because dried longan helps boost energy and blood. Do you know how tiring it is to harvest 100 gene of longan? It hurts my fingers." Today, I peeled over 50 jean of lychees, and my hands still hurt. Imagine how tired my wife is. Did my sister-in-law make bananas today? Zhao looked confused and said, "How do you know?" "I think she just looks for things to do." Hui Yuxuan was speechless and said, "I saw my sister-in-law this morning when Yo-Yo and I came back from the market, and I was about to buy bananas. Plus, my sister-in-law heard my wife say that there are many kinds of fruit here, they're cheap, and no tickets are needed. If you can't finish eating, you can dry them and mail them to family." At first, she was hesitant, worried about messing up and wasting, but after trying Yo-Yo's dried bananas, she started doing it. "All this is for whom?" "For you, of course. You should cherish her," Lao Zhao. "Otherwise, Yo-Yo likes chatting with her sister-in-law, and he doesn't care about their family troubles." Zhao looked thoughtful and left with Zhao's wife. Lin Yo-Yo was curious and asked, "What did you say to Commissioner Zhao?" "He looks thoughtful, and do you look proud?" Hui Yuxuan thought that except for military secrets, he couldn't hide anything from his wife. Marriage needs trust and honesty. So he told her about his conversation with Zhao. Lin Yo-Yo thought her husband was perfect in every way, even in thinking the same as her. She couldn't help but kiss him, then shyly ran back home. Hui Yuxuan chased after her, and they played around as they returned home. Others saw them and thought, "Young people are really lucky." When I got home, I washed up and went to bed. Today was a happy day, but I was very tired. I woke up at 8 a.m., looked around, and saw the mackerel and dumplings on the table. I felt warm inside because he remembered. After drinking water, doing some exercises, and taking a bath in the space, I felt energetic. I ate some warm egg custard and millet porridge. I rode my bike to the pork stall at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Lin Yu arrived, there were only a few people in line, so I hurried to join. When it was my turn, I bought 2 jean of pork, some pork offal, 2 ribs, and a few big bones. I bought everything generously since no one was waiting behind me. Then I bought some chives and a pineapple at the supply store and went home. Back home, I stored the meat and other items in the space. I prepared the mackerel by removing scales, guts, head, and tail. I sliced the mackerel from top to bottom, leaving only the big bones in the middle. I checked the fish slices to remove small bones, then chopped the remaining fish into small pieces. I used my hand to make sure no bones were left. I set it aside. The mackerel weighed about 10 jean. I only took a small amount myself, so I let the housekeeper handle the rest. I washed the chives and chopped them into small pieces. I also ground 5 jean of pork belly into meat paste, mixed it with the chopped fish, and prepared some pepper water with scallions and Sichuan peppercorns. I added the pepper water gradually while stirring in one direction until the mixture was sticky. Finally, I seasoned it with salt, pepper, and MSG, added the chopped chives, and stirred everything evenly in the same direction. I also added some pork fat and mixed again. I used the housekeeper to make dumplings with packages, 1 to 5. Lin Yu went to hang the dried lychee. Back in the living room, I drank a cup of milk tea to relax, then ate some fried chicken and fries. Life is really good. I thought about making more fried chicken and fries for Hui Yuxuan when I have time. After eating, I left a bit of mental energy at the door and entered the space to let the tube adjust the time and translate some books. By the time I finished, it was already 11 a.m. I had translated 300,000 words. What a great deal. I quickly left the space and saw that the housekeeper robot had finished making the dumplings. I tidied up the house and thought how amazing the interstellar robots are. I stored them in the space. Then I lit the stove to boil water, chopped some garlic, and put it in a bowl with vinegar and sesame oil. He took out a small jar of chili oil and placed it on the table before heading to the kitchen to make dumplings. Hui Yuxuan had just finished a meeting, and the others hadn't left yet. He couldn't wait and hurried off. Everyone wondered what he was rushing to do. When Hui Yuxuan arrived home, he entered the kitchen and said, "Wife, get up. I'll start the fire." Lin Yu stood up and said, "The dumplings are ready. It's time to eat." Thinking he would come back for lunch, she cooked about 200 dumplings, not sure if that would be enough. She brought the dumplings to the table and said, "Dip them in this sauce to eat." Hui Yuxuan listened carefully, knowing Lin Yu knew he liked it. Lin Yu also asked him to dip some in chili oil, and Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. He knew he liked spicy food, so she added some chili oil for him. The two of them finished all the dumplings, about 200 in total. Lin Yu asked, "Are you still taking some to Commander Wu?" "I made extra today, about 300 more." Hu Yuxuan knew his wife was worried about Uncle Wu because of himself. He said, "Then cook 150 for him. He probably hasn't had such fresh dumplings before." Hu Yuxuan said, "Wife, I'll cook them. You rest." He flipped the dried lychee and then went to the kitchen to cook the dumplings. After boiling, he let them cool slightly to prevent sticking, then packed them in a thermal container. If they didn't fit, he used a lunchbox. He packed everything into a cloth bag, tidied up the kitchen, and hurriedly left. Lin Yu, with nothing else to do, went for a nap. Meanwhile, Hu Yuxuan returned to the military district. Since everyone was at the canteen, it was convenient for him. He took the cloth bag and went straight to find Commander Wu. As he reached the upstairs, he heard the guard saying, "Commander, please eat. Otherwise, your health might suffer. Don't forget you were sick last time. If it weren't for Colonel Hua nourishing your body, who knows what would have happened." Hu Yuxuan immediately understood that this old man wouldn't go to eat. Whenever someone made a mistake, he would get so angry he couldn't eat. He pushed the door open, raised the cloth bag to the guard, and told him to bring the food down to eat and not waste it. Commander Wu, thinking only Hu Yuxuan would come in directly, didn't look up and said, "You little brat. Why are you in such a hurry after the meeting?" "I couldn't find you," Hu Yuxuan lazily replied. "Just went home. My wife is waiting for me to eat." Master Wu was speechless and said, "You're married now, and you're always talking about your wife. Didn't you used to spend every day in the office?" Hu Yuxuan proudly replied, "That's different. Now I have a wife. Serving the country and loving my wife don't conflict. I think I've become more capable in the military after getting married." Master Wu wanted to look up and see this shameless guy, but he saw the cloth bag and asked, "What's that?" Hu Yuxuan boasted, "Your niece-in-law made you some mackerel-filled dumplings. I just finished eating and was sent out to bring you your meal." Master Wu thought about his niece-in-law's good cooking and hurriedly said, "You little rascal, hurry up and give me some." Seeing that he wanted to eat, Hu Yuxuan quickly set it out and said, "This is dipping sauce for the dumplings. Your niece-in-law knows you like spicy food, so she fried some chili oil and added it. Try it first without dipping to see how it tastes." After watching Master Wu eat one, Hu Yuxuan quickly asked, "How is it? Is it so delicious it makes your eyebrows stand out?" Master Wu sighed and said, "I've been to this island for so many years, but I've never had anything this fresh." Hu Yuxuan said, "Eat quickly. There are 150 dumplings, plenty for you." Master Wu ate without lifting his head or paying attention to Hu Yuxuan. When he finished, he said, "Next time your niece-in-law makes something delicious, I'll go with you." "I'm not afraid of gossip or being checked." Hu Yuxuan was speechless. Was he worried about being checked? No, he was worried about disturbing their private time. He packed the lunchbox and thermos into the cloth bag, and while no one was back yet, he hurried back to the office. Soon, he received an urgent mission to leave immediately. He only had time to tell Shaoli to inform Lin Yu that he was on a mission and wouldn't know when he'd return. After hearing about Hu Yuxuan's mission, Lin Yu worried for a moment, but then relaxed. What's the point of worrying? She couldn't go anyway. So, Lin Yu comforted herself daily with eating, drinking, and flipping through dried lychees, practicing boxing in her space, and pretending to shop outside. She brought back a huge dumpling tray, almost as big as a dining table, along with several smaller ones. She also bought several different sized soup bowls. During this time, she took the opportunity to change into a big man's outfit and went to a small fishing village to exchange a lot of dried seafood, especially large abalone and sea cucumbers, weighing hundreds of jin. Other dried seafood and small abalones were also exchanged for several thousand jin. I can't change my habit of stockpiling, and I don't want to. Fresh live seafood was also exchanged for several thousand jin. At the dock, the fresh seafood is usually bought up by several big men at once. Time flies quickly. A week later, the library sent a remittance notice by mail showing 1,700 yuan and some national receipts. I need to go to the city post office to pick up the money. Recently, Hu Yuxuan has been on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Since it's only 8 a.m., I should make a trip to the city. Pretending to ride a bicycle to the city, I actually walk stealthily. After 2 hours in the space, I come out to the post office to collect the 1,700 yuan. There's nothing much to do, so I go back into the space to practice boxing. During practice, I enter a state that feels mysterious but not fully clear. I keep boxing until I hear a buzzing sound, as if something has been broken through. My whole body feels full of strength. I realize I have achieved a great level. Tongzi sees Lin Yuyu stop and happily says, "Congratulations, Yuyu, on mastering Tai Chi." Lin Yuyu happily replies, "Thank you, Tongzi, for always silently supporting me." Actually, when Lin Yuyu practices boxing, she can feel that something is always accompanying her nearby. She mutters to herself, "If only you had a physical form, I could hug you and you could enjoy delicious food too." Tongzi hears this and feels touched, thinking it will be soon, and plans to give her a surprise. Soon, 2 hours pass outside. Yulongbu starts moving. Near the residential area, the car is released, a cloth bag is, and another item is in hand. They arrive home quickly. She vaguely hears someone saying, "Really wasteful." Lin Yu doesn't care. She earns only 1 or 2,000 yuan a month. Strictly speaking, Hu Yuxuan is still a bit of a pretty boy. Back home, she sees Hu Yuxuan has returned. He looks much thinner. She quickly hugs him, missing him so much, and quietly says, "Have you eaten well? You've lost weight." Hu Yuxuan kisses his wife gently and says softly, "My wife, I am safe and back." Lin Yu says, "Welcome home. I've been waiting for you." Hu Yuxuan smells himself and says, "Wife, I'll go wash up first. Wait for me." While he takes a shower, she plans to prepare some good food for him to replenish his energy, some pork belly. Various fresh seafood are soaked separately, and 2 clean chickens are prepared, along with some chicken thighs. There are 60 eggs and a few pounds of various fruits for the season. Everything is prepared. I will cook seafood noodles for him, since he must be hungry after coming back. Hu Yuxuan washes the clothes and sees the seafood noodle bowl on the table. Yes, it's a bowl. He made too much by mistake. He starts eating quickly and finishes it all. Still feeling hungry, he asks, "Is there more?" "I don't feel full." Lin Yu says, "No more. You should sleep now. Don't eat too much. I will make something tasty for you tonight." Hu Yuxuan nods and goes upstairs to sleep. He is very tired. If he weren't thinking about his wife so much, he would have gone to bed already. Hu Yuxuan goes to sleep, while Lin Yuyu starts preparing dinner downstairs. She plans to make coconut chicken soup with some ginseng roots grown in the space, adding 2 drops of spiritual spring water. No overdoing it this time. She also prepares a big spicy seafood hot pot and a large pot of rice. The chicken soup is simmered on low heat for several hours, which will make it taste very good. The weather looks gloomy. It's been cloudy, without rain. According to the story, this might be a sign of an approaching typhoon. Feeling a little scared because it's her first time experiencing this, she gets ready. She takes out a flashlight and some candles from the space and puts them in the storage room on the first floor. She then gathers firewood and charcoal, filling the storage shed in the yard. She also arranges firewood and charcoal in the kitchen for a few days. All kinds of grains are stacked in the jar, and all the vegetables growing in the yard are picked and placed in baskets in the kitchen. She takes out several baskets, each with a different vegetable, and prepares everything she needs. Lin Yuyu checks the time. It's past 3 a.m. She uses her mental power to watch her husband and releases housekeeper number 4 to handle the seafood. Each type weighs about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. They will be cooked in a large pot on the stove, and rice will be steamed in a smaller pot nearby. She puts the fruits on the coffee table. As they eat the fruit, time quickly passes, and it's already 5 p.m. Lin Yuyu starts cooking rice and asks housekeeper number 4 to prepare the spicy seafood hot pot. Once everything is ready, she covers the dishes and puts them in the space, waiting for him to wake up and eat. Around 6 p.m., Hu Yuxuan comes downstairs, rubbing his stomach and calling out, "Wife, I'm so hungry." Hearing his voice, Lin Yuyu uses her mental power to place the seafood hot pot on the stove. She called out to Hu Yuxuan, "I can't carry it alone. Hurry up and help me so we can eat." Hu Yuxuan went to the kitchen and saw a big pot of seafood, and his mouth was watering. He was amazed when he saw the large dumpling tray Lin Yuyu brought out. Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "Are you daydreaming? Hurry up and serve the food. We're eating at the coffee table today, and there's chicken soup too." The coffee table was full of food. Both of them, smelling the delicious aroma, couldn't wait to eat. Finally, the dishes were on the table and they could start eating. Luckily, they bought small stools, so they sat facing each other as usual. Lin Yuyu poured a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Hu Yuxuan, saying, "Drink the chicken soup first, then eat the seafood." Hu Yuxuan took the bowl and took a sip. The warm soup made his body feel instantly cozy. He asked, "What did you put in the chicken soup?" Lin Yuyu replied, "Ginseng tips. I bought them on sale. There are only a few left, different sizes. It cost me 2,000 yuan. Hu Yuxuan said, "It's okay, dear. Ginseng is rare and precious. If the money is gone, we can earn more. I should have about 500 yuan in bonus and over 100 yuan in salary this time." Lin Yu thought about her translation fee and happily said, "I just received 1,700 yuan for translating a book today." Hu Yuxuan was surprised. He seemed to think of something and said carefully, "Honey, your salary this month is like my whole year's wages. You're amazing. You won't leave me, right?" Seeing his dramatic expression, Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes and said, "Let's see how you perform in the future." Then, they happily continued eating and chatting. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and had many things to talk about. After 2 hours, they finished almost everything except the chicken soup. They thought the task they completed this time was very difficult. They saw how hungry the children were. They ate 2/3 of a pot of rice, drank 3 bowls of chicken soup, and ate 2/3 of a big pot of seafood. They were worried their stomachs might burst. After dinner, Hu Yuxuan quickly cleaned up the dishes, tidied the kitchen, wiped the table, and threw away the trash. When Hu Yuxuan returned, Lin Yu asked worriedly, "The weather has been gloomy these days. Is a typhoon coming? I'm worried that when the typhoon hits, we might need to stock up on food and firewood, and I already picked some vegetables from the garden." Hu Yuxuan kissed her cheek and said, "You did a great job, dear. Also, when the typhoon comes, there might be a power outage, so we need to prepare flashlights and candles." Lin Yu nodded and said, "I've already prepared everything." Hu Yuxuan then said, "Also, make sure to close the doors and windows tightly, especially the outer wooden doors and windows." Lin Yu replied, "I'll close all the wooden windows except for the master bedroom. There are too many, and I'm worried I won't have enough time." Hu Yuxuan thought that was okay and said, "All right, I'll help you close them." After they finished, the house was even darker inside. They put the flashlight and candles in the bedroom. The wooden door to the balcony was also closed, and the doors and windows of the storage room and bathroom in the yard were all shut. Feeling more at ease, she went to take a shower and then went to bed. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. A short separation made their reunion feel even sweeter. That night was very passionate. Before falling asleep, Lin Yuyu only had one thought: "I really overdone it." The next morning, she opened the window and saw a dark sky outside. It looked like it was still night, with a feeling that a storm was coming. She quickly closed all the wooden windows in the master bedroom. She checked her watch. It was noon. Then she went downstairs to check the doors and windows. She heard a knocking at the door. When she opened it, it was Sister Zhao. Lin Yuyu hurriedly asked, "Sister Zhao, what's wrong?" Sister Zhao said, The typhoon is coming soon. You should pick all the vegetables. The wooden doors and windows are sealed tightly. I also need to move some firewood and charcoal into the kitchen. I have to hurry and tidy up." After saying that, she rushed home to prepare. Lin Yuyu quickly replied, "Okay, thank you, sister." Just as she was about to close the door, she saw Hu Yuxuan arrive. He asked, "Are you coming to eat?" Hu Yuxuan rubbed his forehead and said, "I came to see if you're okay. I haven't been able to come back these days. I should be back after the typhoon passes." Using his mental power, he placed a big bowl of cabbage and pork bun in the kitchen. He wrapped 30 large buns in oil paper, put them in a cloth bag, and handed her a few to eat now. Watching him eat the buns, she checked the house again and then handed him the cloth bag. "Here are 30 pork buns. If you're hungry, just heat and eat." Hu Yuxuan felt warm inside. In the past, during typhoons, going on missions and going hungry was common. Seeing him leave, Lin Yu couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful and stay safe. Come back safely. I'll be waiting for you at home." Hui Yuxuan nodded, closed the door securely, and hurriedly left. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yu was momentarily worried about Hui Yuxuan. But as soon as she thought of the delicious food in the space, she forgot all about him. She left a bit of her spiritual energy at the door, entered the space, and took out some happy drinks, fried chicken and fries, her favorite meal. While eating, she discussed the plot with her friends. After finishing her meal and taking a bath, she went to sleep. Lin Yu just woke up when her friend said, "Yu, Ling Yuan from the cultivation world is looking for you." She took a sip of water and replied, "Bring him in." Ling Yuan saw Lin Yu and said, "Yu, I recently made dozens of puppet people. I want to trade a few with you. Help me teach them cooking skills, and also give me some seeds to see if I can grow them here." Lin Yu thought about the things from the cultivation world she still didn't have and decided to stock up. She replied, "Okay, but I need some of your puppet people and I want some things from your world too so I can stockpile them." Ling Yuan was curious and asked, "You can't use them anyway, so why stockpile?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said seriously, "I feel like I might travel again." Ling Yuan looked at her so seriously and muttered to himself, "Will she travel again? Should I stockpile some too?" Lin Yu asked, "Are your puppet people real humans? Can they use spiritual energy?" Ling Yuan replied, "They're not real humans. They're made from a special plant unique to our world. They look just like real people and can be used by ordinary people. Just contract with them using spiritual power."
Lin Yu said, "Got it."
Then make more of them. Beautiful ones, ordinary ones, ugly ones, tall, short, fat, thin, elderly, young adults, teenagers, children, both males and females. About 100 of each type. If you travel to other worlds later, these puppets will be loyal to us. Ling Yuan agreed. "Okay.
Share your ideas with me."
I think I might travel again too. Also, give me some of your world's items. I have loyalty pills. Do you want some? Lin Yu was happy and said, "No problem. Give me a few hundred bottles of loyalty pills. Also, see if you can make something that can change a person's appearance, body shape, gender, and voice. I remember a story mentioning something called 1,000 Faces." Ling Yuan said easily, "Sure, I can make that now. Do you need anything else?" Lin Yu added, "Make 2 copies of all the cultivation techniques and other cultivation-related materials from your world. One for each of us." Ling Yuan said, "All right, I've traded you 1,000 bottles of loyalty pills, 100 pills in each bottle." Lin Yu checked the trading platform, moved the items to her warehouse, and replied, "Got it. I've received the loyalty pills. By the way, do you have a soulbound storage space? You can stock up there." Ling Yuan replied proudly, "Of course. In our world, storage spaces are very common. Almost everyone has one. You can't store people inside, but it's perfect for planting, raising animals, and keeping things fresh. It even has a spiritual spring." Without hesitation, Lin Yu said, "Then help me make a few of those. If you have extra spiritual veins or mineral veins, share some with me too." Ling Yuan said, "Sure. I'll start by making puppet workers. You handle their training, and once they're ready, we'll split them evenly." Lin Yu nodded, exited the trading interface, and asked, "Tongzi, what time is it?" Tongzi replied, "It's 8 a.m. on the 3rd day. The typhoon has stopped. It was a big one. Your vegetable garden is completely gone." Lin Yu wanted to go out and take a look. "All right, Tongzi, I'm heading out," she said. She left the space, opened the wooden windows in each room, but kept the glass ones closed since it was still damp outside. On the balcony, she saw the mess left by the storm. It was a bit cold, so she changed into a warm outfit. She cleaned the balcony, roof, and yard, then took the trash to the collection station. After returning home, she washed up, had breakfast, and suddenly thought of Hui Yuxuan, wondering what he was doing. Hui Yuxuan had been busy since the night before last, helping evacuate and rescue people. Now that the typhoon had passed, he was clearing debris from the roads. Lin Yu lit the stove and warmed up some chicken soup. Thinking of Hui Yuxuan and the soldiers working outside, she wanted to do something for them, but wasn't sure what. She decided not to overthink it. She had the robot steam about 300 cornmeal buns and boil 2 large pots of brown sugar tea, filling 10 big thermos containers. She also made a large bowl of steamed egg custard, planning to give it to Hui Yuxuan when he came back. Just as she was thinking about him, Hui Yuxuan hurried in. Lin Yuyu quickly went to check if he was hurt. Seeing he was fine, her eyes lit up. "You're back.
Have some chicken soup," she said.
She served the soup, brought out the egg custard, and added 10 buns with some chili sauce on the side. Hui Yuxuan drank a bowl of chicken soup and finally felt his body warm up. Seeing the steamed buns and egg custard, he ate them quickly. Watching her eat like that, Lin Yuyu felt very sad. Most of the soldiers in the army had gone out to help. They were busy rescuing villagers and clearing roads. Everyone took turns eating a quick meal, but they had to rush back to help with rescue work. They couldn't eat enough and had been outside for 3 days straight with the typhoon, feeling very cold. As the squad leader, he had to stay on the front lines and didn't have time to eat. He hadn't eaten for a day and a night. After finishing his meal, Hui Yuxuan said, "I feel relieved now that I see you're okay." He was about to leave, but Lin Yuyu hurriedly said, "I steamed some buns. Take them to share with the soldiers, and there are 10 large jars of brown sugar water." She then handed him the food. Thinking about the soldiers cleaning the family courtyard earlier that morning and the small soldiers shivering, she added, "I also have some and brown sugar stored. Can someone help boil water?" Hui Yuxuan didn't realize how precious brown sugar was. He was touched that his wife was willing to give it to the soldiers. He said gratefully, "Thank you, wife. I'll ask Xiaoli to come pick up the brown sugar later," and hurriedly left. Lin Yuyu took out 50 jin of brown sugar and 10 jin of and placed them in a basket, waiting for Xiaoli. Worried about causing trouble, she went next door to talk to Aunt Zhao about her plan. Aunt Zhao said, "Yuyu, don't worry. After every typhoon, the military wives do their best to help the soldiers and families in trouble, whether by offering supplies or helping out." Hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Lin Yuyu felt reassured and quickly went home to wait for Xiaoli. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan gave Xiaoli 3 buns to eat and a bowl of brown sugar water. He then arranged for Xiaoli to pick up the brown sugar and from his home and deliver it to the military cafeteria to cook the brown sugar water for the soldiers. He told the soldiers to each have a bowl. After finishing his arrangements, Hui Yuxuan hurried to his team. He quickly organized people to distribute the buns. Each person drank a little of the brown sugar water. Some faces looked a bit pale, so they first drank the brown sugar water. Once the buns were distributed, the soldiers found that the buns were soft, not hard like those from the cafeteria. Someone asked squad leader, "Did the cafeteria cut costs? These buns look like they're made with lots of white flour." Hui Yuxuan replied, annoyed, "My wife made these for you. Eat them quickly." The soldiers listened and said together, "Thank you, sister-in-law," then quickly started eating, thinking to themselves that they must help her in the future to repay her kindness. Lin Yu waited for Xiaoli and quickly handed him the box, telling him to call her if he needed anything. She felt good after sending out the supplies. That was the maximum amount she could reasonably handle. Anything more might be difficult. Once her worries were settled, Lin Yuyu began eating and drinking again. Looking at the clock, it was almost noon. She wanted to eat sour and spicy noodles and a box of cabbage and eggs. Since she had seen someone selling sweet potato noodles before, she took 50 pounds of sweet potato noodles from her space and placed them on the shelf, with another 10 pounds in the outside storage cabinet. She arranged things for the housekeeping number 1 to prepare, pinched the cabbage and egg boxes, and placed them on the dumpling cloth. She prepared the green onion, chili, and Sichuan pepper powder needed for the sour and spicy noodles, then stored them in her space. Lin Yu thought about having a late lunch today and wondered if Hui Yuxuan would be back. While daydreaming over the fruit on the coffee table, Tongzi said, "Yu, it's 12:30. Aren't you going to eat?" Tongzi knew that a person needed to eat 3 meals a day. Lin Yu snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Of course I am," then got up to fry the cabbage and egg boxes on the stove. She also lit the stove to cook the sour and spicy noodles. Seeing the golden yellow boxes, her mouth watered, thinking it would be even better with chives. Once everything was ready, She quickly served a bowl of sour and spicy noodles, placed several boxes on the dining table, and took a bite of a box. When she saw Hui Yuxuan come in, she hurriedly asked, "Have you eaten?" Hui Yuxuan replied, "Not yet. I just finished working. Do you have anything to eat?" Lin Yuyu, feeling sorry for him, said, "Of course." Eat a box first, then hurried into the kitchen to scoop out the remaining sour and spicy noodles into a basin. She also put the remaining boxes on a plate and took them out, saying, "Eat quickly. This sour and spicy noodles are really delicious today." Hui Yuxuan ate without raising his head. The two finished a big basin of sour and spicy noodles and several boxes, even drinking all the chicken soup left. After tidying up the bowls, chopsticks, dining table, and kitchen, Hui Yuxuan said, "My wife, I can rest tomorrow, but since I'll be back late tonight, I'll eat at the canteen." Then he hurriedly left again. Lin Yu thought about how Hui Yuxuan would rest tomorrow and decided to make some spicy marinated meat, which could be used for both marinated meat and vegetables. "Go ahead and do what you want. I left a bit of my mental energy at the door and released the housekeeping robot. I took out 3 sets of pig intestines, 2 pig hearts, pig liver, pig lungs, pig trotters, pig ears, chicken wings, chicken feet, seaweed, potatoes, and lotus root slices. I asked the robot to prepare everything while I waited to enjoy the meal. It made a big pot of food. Making braised meat isn't hard, but these days there aren't many spices available." Lin Yu happily thought, but she had some, haha. By around 3 p.m., the food was ready. The delicious smell filled the courtyard. To avoid visitors, she quickly stored the robot away after cooking. Suddenly, Sister Zhao followed the smell and came over. She asked, "Yu, what are you making? It smells so good." Lin Yu replied, "I went out yesterday but couldn't find any meat. I bought some pig offal and thought I'd braise it today." Sister Zhao was curious and said, "Pig offal can smell bad, but this doesn't. How did you do it?" Lin Yu explained, "The smell comes from the fat inside. I washed off the fat thoroughly, then scrubbed it with salt and vinegar a few times." She cut a small piece for Sister Zhao to taste. Sister Zhao tried it and said, "It's not smelly anymore and tastes pretty good." Lin Yu added, "The vegetables here aren't hard to cook either." Sister Zhao asked, "Vegetables too? How did you make it?" Lin Yu explained the recipe in detail, then chatted with her about gossip and the latest news in the neighborhood. When Sister Zhao left, Lin Yu also prepared a plate of meat and vegetables for her, seasoned with some spices, so she could try making it herself later. Soon after, Sister Zhao returned with a plate of dumplings. Lin Yu enjoyed her company, sharing and exchanging small gifts. That evening, with nothing else to do, Lin Yu gnawed on a pig's foot and ate the dumplings Sister Zhao brought. She also took out some seafood, soaking it in water to remove sand, so it would be ready to eat. After finishing everything, Lin Yu sat on the sofa, waiting for Hui Yuxuan to come back. She ended up falling asleep on the sofa. When she woke up, it was the next morning. She looked at Hui Yuxuan and asked, "Husband, when did you come back?" Hui Yuxuan hugged her and said, "It was around midnight last night. You were sleeping like a little pig, and I had to wake you up." Lin Yu smiled happily and said, "I made some delicious food yesterday. It's soaked overnight, so today it tastes even better." Hui Yuxuan said, "Good, let me tell you some good news. I got promoted and am now a brigade commander," then jokingly added, "Brigade commander's wife, please give me some advice." Lin Yu playfully responded, "Brigade Commander Hua, please instruct me," and they laughed and played together for a while. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Are we being transferred from here?" Hui Yuxuan replied, "No, not yet. I am still needed here." Lin Yu said, "Then there are 3 brigade commanders now. Shouldn't you be a deputy brigade commander?" Hui Yuxuan proudly said, "Although I haven't been in the army for very long, I have strong military skills and good physical fitness. Plus, I graduated from a proper military academy. Since I joined the army, I've been constantly doing missions and have accumulated many military achievements." Lin Yu boasted, "My husband is so excellent." Hui Yuxuan was amused and said, "And last time I went home, I was supposed to get a promotion, but I was too young and there was no position available, so it was postponed. Recently, a deputy division commander was transferred away, and my superior was promoted to deputy division commander, leaving a vacancy for the brigade commander. Plus, I performed very well on the last mission, and my military achievements and abilities are recognized at higher levels. They couldn't hold me back. I was directly appointed. Hu Yuxuan thought to himself that he truly deserved it. Some in the team might envy or dislike him, but no one objected to his promotion to brigade commander. His real abilities were obvious. Besides, anyone who dared to challenge him in a fight wouldn't win. He was the overall champion of the military competition last year. Lin Yuyu just wanted to praise him, saying, "My husband is amazing." Worried he might start showing off again, she quickly patted her hungry stomach and pitifully said, "Honey, let's get up and have breakfast." "I'm hungry." Hu Yuxuan immediately got up, and the two of them washed up and went downstairs. They went to the kitchen and prepared a big plate of braised meat, some pork lard scallion pancakes, and a small bowl of millet and mung bean porridge. It was simple but very satisfying. After tidying up, Hu Yuxuan said, "This braised meat is really delicious, especially the large intestines. They're addictive." Lin Yu proudly looked at him and directed him to bring out the braised pig's trotters, chicken wings, chicken feet, potato slices, lotus root slices, and kelp. She cut the pig's trotters into small pieces to snack on later. She also took out the fatty intestines, pig's heart, lungs, liver, and ears, placed them in a large basin, added some broth to cover them, and stored them in the storage room. During the meal, they scooped out some food, cut it into pieces, and also brought out some fruit and snacks to place on the coffee table. They sat in the living room to enjoy their food. Lin Yu thought it would be even better if she had a cup of milk tea or soda, but the natural coconut juice here was also nice. She decided to go to the kitchen and took out 2 coconuts. Lin Yu said, "Husband, come open these 2 coconuts, then pour the juice into the teacups. 1 cup each." Everything was ready, so Lin Yu asked Hu Yuxuan to sit on the sofa and enjoy the snacks and drinks together. Lin Yu picked up a chicken wing and started eating. Seeing how delicious she looked, Hu Yuxuan, who was already full, couldn't help but pick up one to eat as well. They ate, talked, and drank coconut juice, and before they knew it, they finished everything. Looking at the pile of bones, they felt very satisfied. It was almost noon. Lin Yuyu and Hu Yuxuan said, "Let's have rice for lunch. We can make sweet and sour pork ribs." "What else should we cook?" Hu Yuxuan replied, "Let's make spicy hot pot. It's so tasty, I never get tired of it." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "That sounds good. We can also cut some of the braised meat to add to the spicy hot pot." Hu Yuxuan said, "Wife, I want to invite Uncle Wu over for dinner. He's off work today." Thinking about the relationship between him and Teacher Wu, Lin Yu teased, "Aren't you worried about him using connections?" Hu Yuxuan replied, annoyed, "I'm more worried he might disturb our private time." "It's not about what others might say." Lin Yu quickly comforted him. "You're right. Go invite Uncle Wu, and I'll get the dishes ready." Hu Yuxuan said, "Just get the food ready. I'll handle it when I come back." Lin Yu thought that if Uncle Wu came, they couldn't just have 2 dishes for 3 people. So she decided to prepare a mixed fish hot pot with some small pancakes. She also added some small fish, potatoes, eggplants, green beans, water spinach, lettuce, and bok choy to be cooked in the hot pot later. After tidying up the living room and clearing away the trash, she put out fresh fruit, some dried longans and lychees, as well as sunflower seeds and candies. Then she brewed a pot of green tea and set out a few small teacups for later use. When Hu Yuxuan returned and asked, "Why didn't Uncle Wu come with you?" she nodded understandingly, thinking he was probably worried about Uncle Wu's health. The two worked together efficiently, finishing blanching and frying everything before 10:30. Once the preparations were complete, only the spicy hot pot remained to be stir-fried. The sweet and sour ribs had already been seasoned and were waiting to be cooked until tender and the sauce thickened. The mixed fish stew was simmering, ready for the pancakes to be cooked. The rice was steamed in a large pot, and the small pot was enough for stir-frying. Lin Yuyu heard some movement at the door and quickly pulled Hu Yuxuan outside, saying, "Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, hello." Uncle Wu nodded and Aunt Wu smiled, saying, "You, this old man was well taken care of by you recently. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened." Lin Yuyu smiled and replied, "Aunt, this is what younger family members are supposed to do." "It's nothing," Hu Yuxuan complained, "Aunt, you should talk to this old man about not eating on time." They then went inside. The decor was very artistic, and Aunt Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Yu, your home is so warm and full of art." Seeing that Aunt Wu liked artistic things, Yu and her started chatting excitedly, while Hui Yuxuan and Teacher Wu exchanged a helpless smile. Hui Yuxuan said to Teacher Wu, "Eat some fruit." These dried fruits were dried by Yu herself. They're delicious and last long. Meanwhile, Yu and Aunt Wu were quietly cracking sunflower seeds, creating a lively yet peaceful atmosphere. That's probably what life is like. Looking at her watch, Yu said, "Hui Yuxuan, it's already 11 o'clock. Let's start cooking." Hui Yuxuan immediately stood up and went to the kitchen with Yu. Curious, Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu, who had wanted to help, followed to see what Hui Yuxuan was doing. They arrived at the kitchen door and saw Hui Yuxuan stirring vegetables with a spatula, while Yu guided him. Aunt Wu pinched Uncle Wu and signaled with her eyes, "Look at him, Xiaohua. You should learn from him." Teacher Wu sensed something was wrong. Women's envy was brewing. Aunt Wu didn't want to look at him and said to Yu, "If you need me to do anything, just tell me." Yu replied, "No need, Aunt. Everything is ready except for stir-frying." Yu and Uncle Wu can sit at the table for a while. She then opened the lid of the fish stew. She placed the corn pancakes on top, covered it again, and soon it would be ready to eat. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan was finishing up the sauce and plating the dishes. While waiting for the spicy hot pot to finish, the mixed fish stew was also ready. I placed it on a plate along with corn pancakes and carried everything outside. I served the rice and placed the sweet and sour pork on the table, then started eating. Aunt Wu said while eating the sweet and sour pork, "This sweet and sour pork is so delicious." Uncle Wu replied confidently, "The spicy seafood and vegetables are really exciting to eat." Aunt Wu rolled her eyes at him, then took a bite of the fish stew. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "The small fish's bones are soft, perfect for people our age." The corn pancakes soaked up the soup, and biting into it is so satisfying. While eating, Uncle Wu said, "Wow, I didn't expect you could cook." Hui Yuxuan replied, "It's because my wife is a great teacher." Lin Yu blushed and glared at him, telling him to behave. Everyone chatted and ate together. By the time they finished, it was almost 2 o'clock. Of course, nothing was left. Hui Yuxuan took the initiative to wash the dishes, wipe the table, and tidy up the stove. Aunt Wu winked at Lin Yu, who proudly said, "He says I work too hard cleaning and cooking at home every day. As long as he has time, I don't have to do anything." Aunt Wu was even more envious. "This little Hua is so talented. He used to be cold and distant, unable to say a word for half a day. Now he's so good at talking in front of his wife." Aunt Wu seriously asked, Yu, how did you train him?" "Teach me," but Lin Yu hesitated, feeling she hadn't done much. Seeing her serious expression, she shared some things with her and looked at Uncle Wu with sympathy. They sat together for a while, drinking tea. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu then left, saying they wouldn't come for dinner tonight. The outside had dried after the sun exposure. Lin Yu planned to plant vegetables. She took advantage of the free time to plant them in the usual order, watering them with spiritual spring water. After planting, she directed Hui Yuxuan to simmer a big bone soup on the stove, then prepare the fish, slicing it and removing small bones before plating. She took a piece of beef tenderloin from the storage room, sliced it and put it in a bowl, then seasoned it with cumin for marination. She also took various leafy greens from the storage room, washed them thoroughly, and removed the seafood that had been soaking, cleaning out the guts and inedible parts for later use. After waiting 2 hours for the bone broth to finish, Lin Yu adjusted the seasoning, then asked Hui Yuxuan to place the stove in front of the main hall tea table. All the prepared items were placed on the coffee table. Then, she picked up the double-handled pot and used a spoon to scoop a pot of bone broth, which contained a large bone. Hui Yuxuan was asked to light the stove and put the double-handled pot on it. Next, she scooped a big bowl of bone broth with a large bone and told Hui Yuxuan, "Take this to Uncle Wu and the others. Tell them they can enjoy hot pot like us, dipping slices of meat and seafood, or cooking rice into porridge, or drinking it directly for calcium." Hui Yuxuan nodded, took it quickly, and hurried out of the yard. Lin Yu mixed some sesame paste, fermented bean curd, sesame seeds, mushroom meat sauce, and laogan ma to make a sesame oil dipping sauce. She also used sesame oil, chopped green onions, garlic, sesame seeds, mushroom meat sauce, and laogan ma to prepare a classic oil dip, and asked which one Hui Yuxuan preferred. Soon, Hui Yuxuan returned and sat with Lin Yuyu by the stove to enjoy the hot pot. Hui Yuxuan preferred the oil dip, while Lin Yuyu liked the sesame paste more. Both loved hot pot, so the meat was soon finished. The fish slices were especially tender when cooked, and the seafood was very fresh and delicious, offering a unique flavor. Hui Yuxuan happily said, "You see, the fish and seafood in hot pot have a special taste, and this oil dip is very refreshing. In Beijing, we mostly ate sesame paste, which felt a bit dull." Lin Yu thought about the many types of hot pot in the future with more ingredients to dip and said, "Anything can be dipped in hot pot," to which Hui Yuxuan nodded in agreement. After eating, Hui Yuxuan tidied up, while Lin Yu opened the window for ventilation, then went to take a shower. The hot pot was delicious, but very strong in flavor, and her clothes were full of the smell afterward. After her shower, Lin Yu changed into her wedding night dress and read a book in the bedroom. Hui Yuxuan finished a shower and washed their clothes, hanging them to dry. When he entered the bedroom and lifted the blanket, he saw the clothes, and it was clear it would be a sleepless night. The moon shyly hid away again. Lin Yu overslept again today, feeling especially unwell. She quickly drank a sip of spiritual spring water. Feeling better, she went downstairs to eat the unchanged millet porridge and steamed eggs. Today, she didn't want to move and just sat in the rocking chair, rocking herself to sleep. When she woke up, she still felt hungry. She thought she could eat a whole cow. She casually took a seaweed rice ball from her space to nibble on, then entered the space and took 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice, finishing everything. The little one exclaimed, "Yu, why are you so hungry today? What's wrong with you?" After speaking, the person nervously scanned from top to bottom. Lin Yu returned and said, "Not much, just didn't want to move today and I'm hungry." The person finished scanning and happily said, "Yu, you're pregnant. I'll have a little master soon." It's been almost 2 months. Lin Yu felt very strange and muttered to herself, "So it's really happening." The person excitedly said, "Yes, Yu. I need to ask the housekeeper team 1 to 5 to prepare some pregnancy meals, confinement meals, and baby food for storage." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Person, contact Ling Yuan. I need him to send another batch of puppets. The previous ones were too beautiful. We should pick a simple, slim aunt to train into a well-rounded person. She needs to learn everything from pregnancy care, childbirth to caring for the baby as well as cooking skills. Also, since most things in this world need to be sewn by ourselves, we should teach her that too. And after the baby is born, she needs to learn parenting skills. Let's teach her everything she can learn. Person, check what reasonable identities she can have in this world." Thinking about those pills, Lin Yu ate a prenatal pill to feel more at ease. Then she left the space, looked at the clock. Only 10 o'clock, sat on the sofa eating fruit, and thought about waiting for Hui Yuxuan to come back, so they could go to the hospital for a checkup. At around 11 o'clock, Hui Yuxuan returned. Lin Yu said to him, "I don't feel well today. Let's go to the hospital and check." Hui Yuxuan was very nervous, thinking she was really sick. He immediately rode his bike to take Lin Yu to the hospital. When they arrived, the doctor finished the check and said, "You're pregnant almost 2 months now. During the 1st and 3rd trimesters, avoid certain activities." Seeing the doctor's meaningful look, the couple blushed and thanked the doctor before going home. Back home, Hui Yuxuan felt like he was dreaming and said, "Honey, I'm going to be a dad. You don't need to cook or do chores anymore. Let's hire someone." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Is it a good idea to hire someone now? It might cause trouble. I just got pregnant and my belly isn't showing yet. I can cook myself for now. We can think about it later. If not, maybe my mom can come over." Hui Yuxuan agreed and said, "That's fine. But if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me." They talked for a while longer. Hui Yuxuan quickly went to prepare lunch, thinking about making seafood noodles, since his wife said she wanted to eat that. Lin Yu saw Hui Yuxuan go into the kitchen and quickly said, "Make more, I'm eating about the same as you now." Hui Yuxuan replied, "Okay. Do you feel like vomiting when you smell the seafood?" Lin Yu said, "No, I just feel tired, sleepy, and hungry." Hui Yuxuan said, "Then the baby is quite obedient. Otherwise, I'd have to give him a spanking when he's born." Days passed by one after another. Today, Tongzi reminded her, "Yu, today is August 20th. You need to send the books and translations. The little master is already 2 months old." Lin Yu thought how fast time was passing. She took the books and manuscripts and went to the post office, then brought back a package from there. Back home, she opened it and saw it was a book to be translated next month, with 200,000 words. She then focused some mental energy on the door and entered the space to let Tongzi adjust the time. Inside the space, she translated books and experienced the service of a well-trained auntie. She really wanted the auntie to start working now. After finishing the translation, she had just asked the auntie for a massage. Suddenly, her mental energy at the door indicated someone was coming. She quickly dressed and left the space. Seeing Hui Yuxuan come in, Lin Yu asked curiously, "Aren't you at the military district? Why are you back now?" Hui Yuxuan hugged her and said, "Sorry, wife. I had to go on a mission right after you got pregnant. It will take about a month or two." Lin Yu was puzzled and asked, "Aren't you the battalion commander now? Why do you still need to go on missions?" Hui Yuxuan explained, "Don't worry. It's because the new captain is not experienced. I need to oversee him. I usually don't go on missions unless no one else can handle it," he added. Lin Yu was more worried and said, "Then you're in even more danger." Hui Yuxuan comforted her, "Wife, you have to trust me. I am the top in the military district's big competition." Lin Yu said, "You must be careful. I'm only 18. You can't let me become a widow, and the baby needs you too." Hui Yuxuan looked at the emotional Lin Yu and comforted her. "It's okay, wife. Don't worry. Relax and take deep breaths." Lin Yu took a few deep breaths to calm down, thinking about the many novels she had read and the stories inside. She worriedly advised, "Although my teammates are close friends, people's hearts can change easily. Be careful and stay alert. Don't trust others with your back completely. Even if something happens, you must hold on and return to the military base. Don't forget, I still have a few large ginseng roots with me." Yuxuan nodded, promising to remember his wife's words, then hurriedly left. Lin Yu closed the door, feeling anxious inside. Maybe it's because she's pregnant. She never felt this way during previous missions. To stop herself from overthinking, she decided to write a letter to her mother-in-law and others. She wrote about her first experience with a typhoon, mentioned that she was pregnant and they had moved up a generation, and included details about Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. She wrote 3 pages before stopping. Then she took out an empty glass jar, filled it with elder and young people's milk powder, enough for them to drink. She sealed the lid carefully and labeled which jar was for the grandparents and which was for her parents. She planned to mail it the next day. Lin Yu asked her assistant to watch the yard and entered the space to contact Ling Yuan. When connected, Ling Yuan asked, "Yu, what's wrong?" "I was about to find you." Ling Yu asked, "Do you have anything that can keep us safe, something for ordinary people?" Ling Yuan replied, "I don't have anything too basic. I'll ask for it," then left and quickly returned, saying, "I've sent it to you." Looking at the item, which was a jade pendant, she said, "That's good. I think you should gather some pills and poisons suitable for ordinary people, things for protection and attack." In the novel, they mention strange items like corpse water and itching powder. Ling Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have my disciples gather those soon. For now, I'll give you a list of what I have. Some items are only one of a kind, so I gave you the seeds. I've also collected some other seeds, including 2 spiritual veins and 2 spiritual minds." Lin Yu replied, "Good. I'll give you all I have as well. I'll start by dividing the puppet people into 2 groups. They're all trained as versatile talents. They learn very quickly and can be taught everything." The assistant saw that the puppet people were smart, so he taught them all the knowledge in the space, including some they had collected unknowingly. To be useful for Yu, he even used a time accelerator to train them. He closed the multiverse trading system and said, "Assistant, divide the space into sections. 1 for the cultivation world, 1 for the spiritual spring water irrigation, and 1 for normal areas." The person said hesitantly, "Oh, I can't do it. Close your eyes and use your mental energy to imagine the space, then you'll see a 3D map of the space. You can divide it however you want by just using your mental power. Lin Yu followed the system's instructions and successfully did it. After dividing the area, she asked, "What's going on here?" The person replied, You are like the creator of this space. As long as you want, you can reshape the mountains and plains." Lin Yu said, "That's amazing. By the way, please organize what Ling Yuan sent over. Put the 2 spiritual veins and spiritual minds into the cultivation world area, plant the spiritual plants, fruits, and vegetables, and place the spiritual animals on the mountain in the cultivation world." The person said, "Okay, Yu." Lin Yu continued, "Also, give Ling Yuan a copy of everything we've collected in this world and the 21st century. Each type of seed, 10 gene, 1 sapling of fruit, and for other items, 100 gene each. For boxes, 10 boxes, for bottles, 10 bottles, and for money, 100,000 units of supplies. Just give him 10 of each type of resource from the same era. We don't have many, so make a list and give it to him. Later, we can add more. For familiar dishes, give him 10 different ones he hasn't tried before." The person asked, "Should I send everything directly now?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, just send it to him." She also asked, "And take the space he crafted that can bind the soul and give me a few of different levels to bind my soul." The person found several and handed them to Lin Yu, who then bound her soul to them. Lin Yu said, Yu, help me put some of the supplies into each of these spaces, whether from the mortal world or the cultivation world." She was thinking of avoiding future restrictions when traveling to other worlds, so she asked the person to also send out a robot that would boil a pot of hot water 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to prevent others from wondering what she was doing. Using her mental energy, she looked through what Ling Yuan had sent, cloaks that could change, which she wanted to wear, but she hesitated, thinking they might be washed by Huiyuan. There were piles of various spiritual stones, many magic tools, pills, talismans, and materials likely used for forging weapons. There were also talisman papers, brushes, and other scattered items from the cultivation world. What interested Lin Yu the most were the jade slips and books engraved with cultivation techniques, stories of famous cultivators, terrain maps, and various other records. Lin Yu started reading these cultivation books while eating and drinking. As an ordinary person, she wished to practice cultivation and read with great interest. When hungry, she casually grabbed a rice ball to nibble on. Perhaps heaven saw her obsession and allowed her to discover a powerful soul cultivation technique called Tian Dao's Soul Nourishing Method. It was even found in a travel journal. Lin Yu was speechless. If no one in her future generation saw it, this technique might be lost. She wondered what kind of mischievous taste the ancestor who wrote this book had. Although she couldn't cultivate outside now, she might be able to in the future, so she kept it safe. Finding a good cultivation method made her happy. Lin Yu decided to reward herself with durian snail noodles. The durian was delicious, sweet, soft, and irresistible. She thought it was strange. At first, it smelled bad. But after the first bite, she couldn't smell the bad odor anymore. After eating it several times, she no longer found it unpleasant. Instead, it was quite fragrant. The fried egg and the snail noodles soaked up the soup, and biting into it was unforgettable. Today was a feast for her taste buds. Since coming to this space, she hadn't heard the tube speak, nor felt it nearby. She wondered where it had gone. Never mind. She continued reading travel journals and miscellaneous books. Suddenly, the tube spoke. Yu, I finally found someone suitable to place the puppet lady. Lin Yu was startled and said, Tube, you appeared so suddenly. You scared me. After calming down, she asked, Who is it? The tube looked aggrieved and said, It's your maternal cousin, Wang Zhaodi. After her divorce, she stayed at her parents' house. Since 1958, there was a big drought where she was. The family had no food, and her parents had already passed away. Her brother drove her out. She knew her cousin in Beijing, which her mother secretly told her when she died. She wanted to come to Beijing to find her cousin, begging her way here. Her health was poor, and she often went hungry on the way. Just now, near the foot of the mountain not far from Beijing, she starved to death. I need to quickly send the puppet lady to bury her. Lin Yu said, make sure the puppet lady buries her cousin and secretly burns some paper money. The tube nodded quickly and went to handle it. Lin Yu thought she hadn't gone out for several days. She decided to go out and show her face, buy some ingredients, and so on. She planned to visit the market early tomorrow. So, at 6 a.m. the next morning, she left the space, carrying a basket, heading to the market. I bought some fresh shrimp, clams, and other common seafood, placing them in a net bag. I also bought some dried goods in a cloth bag and some fresh fruit to carry with me. Thinking these would last for several days, I headed back home, planning to send the dried goods and a letter to my mother-in-law. When I was about to leave, the postal worker called out, "You have a package here. It's been a few days, you should take it." Lin Yu thanked him repeatedly, carried the package, and left the post office, greeting several military spouses along the way. At home, she stored the items in her space. She soaked the seafood separately in water and stored it away. She sat down on the sofa, took a sip of spiritual spring water, and stared blankly for a while, thinking about Aunt Puppet. She used her mental power to contact Aunt Puppet, asking her to handle her affairs first, then continued to Beijing to find her nanny and figure out a way to meet her. Feeling a bit tired, Lin Yu asked Tongzi to watch the yard and went into her space to sleep. She slept until 8 p.m., feeling very hungry, so she quickly took out some stored food to eat. She thought that eating only when hungry wasn't good for the baby, so she asked Tongzi to wake her up for meals every day. She hoped Aunt Puppet would come soon but was sleepy again and went back to sleep. Aunt Puppet had already torn her clothes into rags. When she arrived in Beijing, she asked everyone she met where the police station was and was taken there by a kind person. Police Officer 1 asked, "What are you here for?" Aunt Puppet replied, "I'm here to find my cousin. Her name is Wang Xiulan, and she lives near the steel factory. I haven't been to Beijing for nearly 5 years, and I didn't know how to find her, so I came to the police station." Police Officer 1 said, "Let's go to the street office near the steel factory and see if they have her records." They went to the street office. Officer 1 asked, "Is Director Wang here?" "Someone is here to visit a relative. Please check if this person is on your list." Director Wang, Aunt Wang, asked for her name and recognized her. Worried about making a mistake, she asked what the man's name was, and everything matched. She then said, "Your cousin recently passed away. Only her daughter remains, but she got married and moved away not long ago." Aunt Puppet cried very sadly. After crying for a while, she asked, "Can I contact my niece?" Director Wang saw how upset she was and said, "I have her contact information. I'll make a call and ask. Please wait a moment." After saying that, she made a phone call to the military district reception, asking to speak with Lin Yu, a family member of the troops. They told her to call back in 20 minutes, then hung up. The young soldier quickly went to the family courtyard to find Lin Yu's sister-in-law. When the guard noticed someone at the gate, he asked Lin Yu to come out quickly. Lin Yu heard the knocking at the door and asked, "Who is it?" The young soldier said, "Sister-in-law, someone from the reception is calling for you." Lin Yu thought it was Aunt Puppet and opened the door, following the young soldier to the reception. The phone rang and she answered, "This is Lin Yu."
Who is this?
Director Wang said, "Yu, I am your Aunt Wang." Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Aunt Wang, how have you been lately? Is there something you need?" Director Wang thought for a moment and said, "Yu, I'm doing well. There's someone named Wang Zhaodi who says she's your mother's cousin, and she wants to visit your mother." Lin Yu recalled and said, "My mother mentioned she has a cousin who is divorced and lives at her parents' home." Director Wang happily said, "That should be her. Now she wants to see you." "What do you think we should do?" Lin Yu replied, "If it turns out she really is my aunt, I'll need Aunt Wang to write a letter of introduction for her. Let her have a meal here and stay at the guest house for a night. Tomorrow, I'll ask my mother-in-law to pick her up." Director Wang said, "Okay, Yu. I'll hang up now." After that, she ended the call. It's all about money. Lin Yu hung up and asked if she could make a call herself. Receiving a positive answer, she called the Beijing Military District Hospital. "Hello, this is Lin Yu. I'd like to speak with Director Yang." Yang Hui responded, "Yu, it's me, Mom." "Is something wrong?" Lin Yu explained what had just happened and then said, "Mom, If the investigation shows she's really my aunt, please buy her a train ticket and give her 20 yuan. Tell her to come find me, and don't forget to give Aunt Wang the money for the guest house and meals. Yang Hui said, All right, I'll give the money back to Aunt Wang tomorrow. Why is your aunt coming all this way? She can stay at the military compound. Lin Yuyu replied, Mom, I'm pregnant now. Our family all have jobs. We're not sure if we can trust outsiders later. I just think my aunt is family after all. Yang Hui only heard the word, pregnant, and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, you're pregnant. When did that happen? Are you feeling okay? Lin Yu thought that Hui Yuxuan hadn't told her family, so she quickly replied, Mom, I'm eating well and drinking well. I have no symptoms, just feeling tired. Yang Hui happily said, That's good. If not, I might consider retiring early to take care of you. Lin Yuyu hurriedly advised, Mom, if you come, only Dad will be left alone. Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa are still working. If you retire, no one will believe it. Most importantly, I don't want you to lose your life because of my pregnancy. Yang Hui was touched and said, All right, but you should find someone. You're fine now, but what if your belly gets big later? Lin Yu thought that her mother hadn't listened to what she just said. She held back her urge to roll her eyes and said, Mom, I already told you. If this little aunt's investigation shows no problem, she can come to find me. She can come to stay with me. Since my mom is not here, I should take care of her. Yang Hui thought that was okay and agreed with Lin Yuyu to find someone for investigation today. No problem. They would pick her up tomorrow, buy train tickets, and send some money. Then they hung up. After finishing the call, Lin Yuyu felt like she had tricked someone, but her happy mood about the upcoming visit made her forget about it. She went home, took some snacks, and shared her joy with Sister Zhao. Hui Yuxuan also had some issues, but they were manageable. Luckily, he listened to Lin Yuyu, or else it would have been hard to say how many of the people brought out could have survived. The task was not finished yet. They had only the person, waiting for the task to be completed before dealing with him. Yang Hui hung up the phone and told her husband, grandfather, grandmother, and grandma about the situation. She asked them to help investigate and planned to send some nutritional supplements to Lin Yuyu. The 6 elders made a phone call to each other and finally agreed that the matter of Yuyu's little aunt would be left to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua was very busy in the afternoon, making calls to acquaintances and people from the same place as the little aunt to ask for help with the investigation. By 8 p.m., they received confirmed news that the person was indeed Lin Yuyu's little aunt. With the result in hand, they could finally go home. When General Hu's father entered the military compound, he saw 5 people sitting neatly in the living room. He quickly said, Indeed, this is Aunt Yuyu. Mother Hua. Yang Hui replied, Yes, I have already bought some nutritional supplements for Yuyu. I will mail them to her tomorrow and also send her a message about the electric report. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu was already asleep. The little ones watched as someone ate and then slept, worried she might gain too much weight. Luckily, she drank spiritual spring water every day and didn't get fat. Today was the 20th, so they said, Yuyu, today is the 20th. Are you going to mail the books and translations? Also, you haven't collected last month's manuscript fee from the post office yet. Lin Yu felt like she had been living like an animal these days and quickly said, I'll go right now. She took the translations and books to the post office to mail, collected last month's manuscript fee, and needed to go to the city post office again. The mail carrier said, If you don't come soon, your packages will be returned, including one of your parcels. Lin Yuyu smiled shyly and promised she would pay attention. She remembered that her translation fees usually arrived around the 10th, and new books sent by mail arrived around the 20th. She asked the little ones to remind her to pick up translation fees at the post office on the 10th each month, mail the translated books on the 20th, and collect new parcels. Once the puppet grandma arrived, she would hand everything over to her. At home, she closed the door, left a trace of spiritual energy at the entrance, entered the space, and asked the little ones to adjust the time. The new translation was about 200,000 words. During this time, the little ones arranged for the puppet chef to prepare meals for pregnant women and reminded her to eat regularly. They also had the puppet Red occasionally give Lin Yuyu massages. Life was so peaceful it felt like living in a fairy tale. After finishing the translation, She asked the little ones to turn back time, then did a set of punches, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water. After dinner, she took a walk in the space. After walking for an hour, she washed up and went to sleep. She enjoyed several days of such relaxed life. One day, just as she left the space and returned to the living room, she heard a knock on the door. Lin Yu quickly came out to put away the robot and close the space. She then took out various items and placed them in the kitchen, with fruit on the coffee table. When she opened the door, she saw a little soldier saying, "Sister-in-law, someone says she's your aunt. Please go and see her." Lin Yu locked the door and went with the little soldier to the gate of the family compound. After registering, she led her aunt and the pile of parcels back home. Back inside, Lin Yu relaxed and said, "Grandma Puppet, you're finally here. I missed you so much. From now on, I'll call you Aunt and you can call me Yu." The puppet aunt looked at Lin Yu and smiled, saying, "Okay, Yu. What should I do next?" Lin Yu, curious, asked, "Annie, do you need to eat and rest every day?" The Annie chuckled and replied, "I'm actually a plant, so I don't need to eat or rest." Thinking about eating with Hu Yuxuan in the future, Lin Yu felt that her auntie couldn't skip meals. She worried and asked, "Auntie, if you eat, will it be bad for your health?" The Annie said, "No, it's fine. I can eat and my body will absorb it." Lin Yu felt relieved. She led her Annie upstairs and downstairs, showing her each room type so it would be easier for her to clean and get things later. She also took her to the yard to introduce the storage shed and the items inside, as well as how to use the toilet. Most importantly, she showed her the vegetable garden, saying that planting, picking, and drying vegetables would be her responsibility in the future. Finally, she pointed to the room on the southwest side of the first floor and said, "Annie, you will live here. Please tidy it up yourself." After that, she told her to go to the storage room and get some bedding, sheets, pillowcases, blankets, and other necessary daily items. Since it was still early, she suggested they visit the morning market. After informing her auntie, she took her there. Along the way, she explained the distribution of family members in the courtyard and also visited the supply and marketing cooperative, the post office, and the hospital. Then the two went to the morning market. Once there, she explained that seafood was sold every morning and there was a market every day. To buy good things, they should go early. They could also exchange some items they needed. After buying a few things, they returned home. Lin Yu remembered the money voucher and asked, "Auntie, do you know how to use this money voucher?" The auntie replied, "Yes, Yu. The system handed everything over to us." Lin Yu happily said, "Good. From now on, I'll give you the money voucher to handle purchases. You can also go to the city to buy things." She explained that they could take the bus at the courtyard gate at 5 a.m. and return at 3 p.m. or ride a bicycle to the city. She said she couldn't go out easily now and would leave future outings to her auntie. Then she took out a remittance slip for 2,500 yuan, her ID, and the power of attorney she had prepared. She handed them to her auntie and said, "Annie, tomorrow you can go to the post office with these to withdraw the money." My aunt said, Okay, I understand," and then she started tidying up the house. She cleaned the entire home thoroughly, made the bed in her own room, and then prepared a nutritious meal for Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat on a lounge chair resting, finally feeling happy about the good days ahead. When her aunt arrived, Lin Yu had someone to keep her company, so she rarely went into the space anymore. She also practiced martial arts in the yard. In recent days, her aunt dried leftover vegetables to store as dried food. The package sent by her mother arrived, and only then did Lin Yu remember she hadn't opened the last package her mother sent. She quickly opened everything: 6 bottles of malted milk, 2 pounds of beef jerky, and some soft cotton cloth. There were 6 cans of fruit and 2 pounds of honey, 5 pounds of brown sugar, probably all the nutritious food for everyone. Thinking about her older relatives at home, who weren't young anymore, Lin Yu decided to send them some dried seafood and other healthy foods each month. She instructed her aunt, in the future, every month at the end of the month, go to the market and buy 20 pounds of dried seafood. Also, buy high-quality dried sea cucumbers and abalones, about 10 pounds, and send them to my mother-in-law. Sending this amount every month wouldn't seem suspicious. If they sent over 100 pounds each month, they might get checked. Lin Yuyu was living a relaxed and happy life. Soon it was the 10th, the day to receive her translation fee. She said, from now on, every month on the 10th, you need to go to the post office to pick up the remittance slip, and on the 11th, go to the city to collect the money. All the small amounts of money and the tickets were stored in a wooden box in the first floor storage room. Everyone in the family who received money or tickets put them in there. When they needed money, they took it from there. Her aunt was told to check if any tickets were close to expiration before using them or exchanging them for new ones. She nodded understandingly. It was almost noon, so her aunt went to the kitchen to prepare a nutritious meal for Lin Yuyu. Seeing that some ingredients were missing, she went to find Lin Yuyu, and soon, a healthy, nourishing lunch was ready. Lin Yuyu took a bite, her eyes lit up, and she gave her aunt a thumbs up, praising her. Auntie, your cooking is better than a 5-star chef. It's so delicious. Her aunt was very happy. The owner liked her cooking, which made her feel fulfilled because she was useful to her. She smiled happily and said, Yuyu, I'm glad you like it. I'll cook for you every day from now on. Both of them adapted well to their new roles. After finishing lunch, Lin Yuyu was not sleepy, so she chatted with her aunt. She found that no matter what she said, her aunt could respond well, and she knew a lot, being very knowledgeable. She felt like she had found a treasure. Was she lucky? It seemed like good things always happened to her. That day, Sister Zhao came to visit and asked, Yuyu, your belly is already several months along. Why is it so big? Lin Yuyu gently touched her belly and said happily, Sister-in-law, it's almost 4 months. She had already learned from Tongzi that she was carrying twins. Sister Zhao was surprised and said, your belly is growing so fast. You need to watch your diet. If it gets too big, it might be hard to give birth. And thought for a moment and said, Yuyu, maybe there's more than one baby in there. I've seen women with multiple children and their bellies look similar to yours. Sister Zhao happily said, if that's the case, that would be wonderful. The three of them chatted for a while before Sister Zhao went home to prepare dinner. Aunt also prepared a nutritious meal for Lin Yuyu. After dinner, the two of them went for a walk in the residential compound. Watching the busy residents and playful children, the lively scene filled her heart with warmth. Seeing her emotional expression, her aunt gently patted her shoulder and said, this is just how life is in our community. Simple but full of warmth. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a cool feeling. Lin Yuyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as if trying to keep all this beauty inside her heart. Suddenly, a commotion came from not far away. It turned out to be a few children playing a game, all wanting to win, arguing loudly. The adults watched nearby, smiling and letting the children solve their own problems. Watching this interesting scene, the two continued their walk in the lively community, enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. Lin Yuyu felt everything was fine now, but she missed Hui Yuxuan. He had been on a mission for almost 2 months. Since they had been together, he had never been away from her for so long. Her longing grew wild like weeds, spreading in her heart. Time passed slowly in Lin Yuyu's daily longing for her husband. In the blink of an eye, it was the 20th. Aunt went to mail books and translations, then returned with a package of new books. When her aunt left, Lin Yuyu always felt restless today, unable to focus on anything. She decided to do nothing and simply lay on a deck chair, soaking up the sun. She looked at the floating clouds in the sky, her thoughts drifting far away. She wondered what Hyuxuan, who was far away in another place, was doing right now and if he was thinking of her. After her aunt returned, she placed new books in the master bedroom. At that moment, Lin Yuyu happened to see Commissar Zhao walk in, thinking he hadn't visited her before. Curious, she asked, Big Brother Zhao, why are you here? Is there something you need? Commissar Zhao looked sad and said, Little Hu, my brother-in-law, has returned from a mission, but he was injured and is now in the hospital being treated. The last soldier who was awake managed to say, he was looking for you. We thought we should bring you to see him. Seeing Lin Yuyu's pregnant belly, Commissar Zhao was also praying that Little Hu would hold on. When Lin Yuyu heard Zhao's words, her mind went blank and she felt faint. Her aunt quickly supported her. She was startled. If she fell, the baby could be in danger. She quickly used her dragon walk to steady herself, trying to stay calm. She remembered what she told him before he went on his mission, to hold on and come back if he faced danger, because she had ginseng roots that could help extend his life. Turning around, she went into the house, pretending to get some ginseng roots, along with a teapot, basin, water jug, and towel. She also used her mental power to place 10 chickens, some large bones, and ribs in the kitchen. She then told her aunt to make ginseng chicken soup, cooking more so that 5 large containers and 1 small insulated bucket could be filled with the soup. Holding the items, she said to Commissar Zhao, "Big brother Zhao, you should take me there first. Later, Little Li can take my aunt." Zhao nodded. When Lin Yuyu arrived at the hospital, her legs were weak. If it weren't for her dragon walk, she wouldn't have been able to walk. The surgery was finished, and now they could only wait and hope for the best. Seeing Hyuxuan, wrapped tightly, tears involuntarily fell. She held his hand silently, not speaking or moving, just watching him. Suddenly, she got up and went to the doctor's office to ask, "When will Hyuxuan wake up?" The doctor helplessly said, "We don't know. If we had some 1,000-year-old ginseng to make soup and feed him, he might wake up soon." Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. Soon, her aunt would bring the chicken soup. After thanking the doctor, she returned to the ward. Back in the ward, Lin Yuyu poured some water, added a drop of spiritual spring water, and used a cotton swab to gently moisten his lips to keep them wet. She also handed the teacup to the little soldier outside, asking him to help keep the lips of the injured moist. While talking to Hui Yuxuan about the events of the past 2 months, she chatted for over 2 hours. Auntie also came with chicken soup. Besides 6 thermos containers of chicken soup, she brought a special meal for pregnant women. Secretly, she used her mental power to put a drop of spiritual spring water into each thermos, then asked Auntie and the little soldier to feed the others. She personally fed chicken soup to Hui Yuxuan. Luckily, he could still swallow, so she stopped after 2 bowls, worried that eating too much might be bad for him. Seeing that Hui Yuxuan could still swallow, her heart finally eased. While eating the pregnant woman's meal, she kept watching him. Auntie told Lin Yuyu to go rest, but she refused to leave, feeling uneasy if she couldn't see Hui Yuxuan. She asked Auntie to go first. When she was simmering the bone broth, she also added a few ginseng tips, letting it warm on low heat all night. Tomorrow, she planned to bring 6 more buckets of soup. Everyone had drunk the 1,000-year ginseng chicken soup, so she expected Hui Yuxuan to wake up by then. Auntie would prepare breakfast for about 10 people and bring it over. After Auntie left home, Lin Yuyu felt a bit tired. She went to the bathroom, locked the door, entered her space to wash up, drank a cup of spiritual spring water, and took a shower. Coming out of her space, she sat on the bed, watching Hui Yuxuan and talking to him. Thinking about their group of 10 people, she decided to have the little soldier deliver 6 thermos of millet porridge and 20 eggs to the kitchen of the family compound tomorrow morning, with Auntie bringing them over. Suddenly, she felt her stomach move. Was that a baby kick? She quickly grabbed Hui Yuxuan's hand, hoping he could feel it. She muttered to herself, "Did you feel that? Our baby moved. He's saying hello to you." Too sleepy, she talked with Hui Yuxuan for a while longer, then went to sleep on the nearby bed. Early the next morning, she woke up first, fed him some spiritual spring water, and drank a cup herself. She added a few more drops into the kettle, then asked the little soldier to go feed the others. When she returned, she held Hui Yuxuan's hand and kept talking to him. Suddenly, she felt a scratch in her palm. Looking up, she saw that he had woken up. The doctor quickly came over, checked his condition, and asked about Hyuxuan's situation that night. The doctor also sighed in amazement, calling it a miracle. Then he asked, "Did he eat anything yesterday?" Lin Yu replied, "Yesterday I made ginseng chicken soup and fed him 2 bowls. I also gave 2 bowls to other injured soldiers." The doctor hurriedly asked, "What kind of ginseng was it?" Lin Yu looked confused and said, "I don't know. I traded for ginseng roots with someone on the street." The doctor asked nervously, "Are there any ginseng roots left?" Lin Yu shook her head. "No. We used all the soup. There's no more." My aunt will bring more ginseng bone soup later. If you want, you can see the cooked ginseng roots. Just then, a young soldier came over and said, "The soldier in the next room has also woken up." The doctor instructed, "When the soup arrives, be sure to call him over." Without waiting for a reply, he hurried to the next room. Lin Yu looked at Hyuk-shun and said nervously, "You scared me to death. I was so frightened at the hospital. My legs were weak the whole time. Look at my belly. The baby is already quite big. If I hadn't supported myself with willpower, I might have fallen with the baby." Hyuk-shun, feeling sad but grateful, said, "Wife, I'm sorry. I wasn't with you while you were pregnant, and you had to worry.
Thank you.
Without you, I wouldn't have my comrades or myself." He knew that the ginseng roots saved him and his teammates. Just as they finished talking, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yu went to open it and saw her aunt. She quickly let her in. Her aunt was surprised and said, "Little Hu, you're awake. Thank goodness. You don't know how worried we were." Hyuk-shun gratefully said, "Aunt, thank you for staying with Yu. It's been you coming back and forth to cook for 10 people every day." Her aunt waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. As long as you're awake and can stay with Yu, that's enough." Lin Yu, curious, asked, "How do you know my aunt? I haven't introduced her yet." Hyuk-shun looked at her with deep affection and said, "You kept talking to me yesterday. I couldn't open my eyes, but my mind is clear. Thinking of how she cried yesterday, she felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, saying, 'All right, you should drink your soup first and then have breakfast.'" Her aunt said, "Yu, this is your pregnancy meal. Go eat. I'll feed Hyuk-shun." Lin Yu thought he was awake now, so she let her aunt feed him. Her mood relaxed, and she realized she was very hungry. Her aunt fed Hyuk-shun soup and food, while Lin Yu ate her own meal. After feeding him, her aunt and the little soldier finished feeding everyone else. Those who hadn't woken up didn't get breakfast. Their food was kept warm in a thermos until they woke up to eat. When her aunt was about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the doctor was here. She quickly asked the little soldier to call the doctor and told her aunt to bring out the thermos with ginseng roots. The doctor examined several ginseng roots and finally confirmed that their ages ranged from a few decades to nearly 1,000 years. The largest root was almost as big as a ginseng plant that's a few decades old. The doctor hurriedly asked her aunt, "What will you do with these ginseng roots if you take them home?" Her aunt was puzzled and said, "I was thinking of eating them. They're good stuff. I can't just throw them away." They drank the soup, and I'll go home and eat the meat and other things. The doctor hesitated and said, "Could you please leave the remaining roots at your military canteen? Let them add more water and cook more soup. It will help the soldiers get some nourishment. They often go on missions and might have minor injuries." Of course, I checked all of them today, and they're fine. Those who haven't woken up will wake up by tonight. Feeling a bit awkward, the doctor didn't stay long and went back to report on these people. Lin Yu was surprised by the doctor's thoughts. She hadn't expected people in this era to be so selfless and loving. She arranged for her aunt to go back and tell Commissar Zhao what the doctor said. If they want it, she would give them the chicken soup from yesterday. She helped Hyuk-shun to the bathroom, chatted for a while, and seeing he was tired, she let him sleep. She then went to the gynecology department to check on her baby bump, which was 4 months along. The check confirmed she was carrying 2 babies, both healthy. They couldn't tell the gender, but she could see the shape of the babies, though she didn't ask the technician to say. She thought she'd wait until birth to find out if they were boys or girls, and she'd be happy either way. She took the test results back to Hyuk-shun's ward, where many people were present. She only recognized Uncle Wu, who was probably there to visit. Uncle Wu saw her holding the list and said worriedly, "Oh, you're back. Did you go for a checkup? Is everything okay?" Lin Yu thought and said, "Hello, Uncle Wu. I'm doing well. My belly is bigger than usual, and the doctor said I'm having twins." Everyone else looked at Hyuk-shun with envy. Some didn't want to marry, and if they did, they'd want to marry someone rich. Being able to save lives, make money, and have twins is really impressive. It makes others feel jealous. Uncle Wu ignored their gossip and said seriously to Lin Yu, "Comrade Lin Yu, on behalf of the military, I want to thank you sincerely. You saved our best Navy team. Your selfless help will always be remembered." Then he and the others saluted her. Lin Yu also saluted back since she had never seen a pig. She hadn't seen a pig run either. When Uncle Wu left, he told Lin Yu, "When that young man returns to the military, there will be an award ceremony for you and Xiaohua." Lin Yu nodded, thinking that after experiencing the information explosion of the 21st century, attending an award ceremony was easy. Although she was busy at the hospital every day and didn't have much time at home, having Hu Yuxuan by her side made each day feel safe and real. Other soldiers' family members arrived one after another, thanking her because her rare ginseng saved their loved ones. They brought all kinds of gifts and refused to take money. People nowadays are simple and kind. She hadn't met any difficult or rude people, which was good. Though it's fun to argue with difficult people, it's also tiring. After half a month, Hui Yuxuan was finally discharged from the hospital. After completing the paperwork, Xiaoli came to pick them up. Her aunt was preparing a big meal at home. Before they even entered, they smelled a strong, delicious aroma. There was braised pork, spicy hot pot, and coconut chicken soup. Lin Yu felt her mouth watering. She had been in the hospital for half a month, eating bland food every day, and hadn't enjoyed a good meal. When they entered the house, they saw a table full of food: scalloped steamed eggs, garlic lobster. Wow, there was also fishball soup and milk tea. That was amazing. She kept wanting to eat, but thought she could just eat some shrimp directly. She hadn't cooked it before. Even though she had it in her space, it wasn't convenient to take out. After washing her hands, she sat at the table and didn't let Xiaoli leave. Lin Yu sighed and said, "Before we eat, I want to say a few words." These days, Xiaoli and Annie have worked hard, bringing meals to the hospital 3 times a day. Of course, Hui Yuxuan has also worked hard, almost risking his life. As for me, I've been busy too, caring for my husband while pregnant. Luckily, everything is over now. Let's wish that the rest of our lives will be happy. Cheers. Everyone together. Cheers. Xiaoli, with a pure and innocent look, said, "Sister-in-law, I was really touched when I heard you talk. When you mentioned yourself, I felt a bit sad but also wanted to laugh. When you said the rest of your life would be beautiful, I felt hopeful about the future." Lin Yu looked at Xiaoli, who was adorable and naive, and said mysteriously, "That's the power of words. You should read more books. Not just textbooks, but all kinds of books." Xiaoli looked confused but thought her sister-in-law was right. She decided to find some books to read when she got home. Many years later, Xiaoli, who became a political commissar in a military district, was especially grateful for his sister-in-law's guidance back then. During this meal, Xiaoli kept talking happily about how delicious everything was. He kept saying, "This is good, that is good," especially praising the seafood, which was very cheap. His expressions made others laugh, as if he had missed out on a fortune. After eating, they tidied up the kitchen and dining area. Auntie helped clean another bedroom on the first floor, laid out fresh bedding, and then went back to her own room to rest. Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, "You haven't been able to move around much lately. Let's sleep on the first floor for now. When you feel better, we can move back." Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "Okay, wife. Thank you for your hard work. Should we buy something for Annie? Annie cooks at home every day and keeps you company. Recently, she's been making meals and bringing them to the hospital 3 times. It's been very tiring." Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, "I'm happy to see how hard my auntie works. She's the only family I have. I will take care of her in old age and until the end. Don't be too formal with her. Otherwise, she might feel uncomfortable. If you see something nice, bring it for her. That's enough to show your kindness." After saying this, she thought about her auntie's clothes, which were all spiritual items, and felt she couldn't afford to give her anything. Hui Yuxuan said seriously, "That's what we should do. We will take care of her until the end." Lin Yu said, "You don't need to buy anything this time. Auntie can go buy it herself. Once you're better, cook a few more meals so Auntie can relax a little." Hui Yuxuan nodded and slept with Lin Yu for a while. When he woke up, she helped him to the bathroom, then Annie brewed some tea and prepared milk tea, sunflower seeds, and candies. They let him sit in the living room to eat fruit and drink tea, expecting his friends to come soon. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao and the others arrived, sitting in the living room, eating, drinking, and chatting. Lin Yuyu and Auntie went upstairs to avoid disturbing them. By around 5 o'clock, the two of them went downstairs to cook so they could have dinner at home. Everyone said they had to leave and quickly said goodbye, running faster than rabbits. In the end, Hui Yuxuan said they would all gather again once he was fully recovered, and then everyone left. Lin Yu thought that with one person unable to move easily and the other pregnant, they probably felt embarrassed to eat there. Auntie went to the kitchen to make pork rib soup and also prepared scallion pancakes with lard. The three of them enjoyed a delicious dinner, then tidied up and went to bed. The next morning, they heard sounds at the door. When they went out, they saw it was their parents. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan didn't dare speak, and even Auntie didn't know where to hide. Hui's mother entered the house angrily, saying, Hui Yuxuan, you little rascal, you've grown bold, haven't you? You're pregnant, and you didn't tell us. You went on a mission and almost died, and you didn't tell us. If it weren't for Yuyu, would you still be here? You're making me so angry. She couldn't help but hit him twice on the back. Hui Yuxuan really was a troublemaker, immediately crying out in pain. Hui's mother quickly checked if she had accidentally hurt his wound, but he winked at her. Lin Yuyu thought if her father saw this, he might expose him. She quickly said, Dad and Mom are upset with me. Hui Yuxuan can't get up because he's lying down. I only care about him waking up, and once he does, I focus on taking care of him. I forgot everything else. Hui's mother, feeling distressed, said, Yuyu, how could you blame yourself? You're pregnant and have a big belly, yet you still have to take care of him. If it weren't for your ginseng beard, he might not be here. After saying that, Mother Hui felt like hitting someone again. Lin Yuyu quickly comforted Mother Hui. Once Mother Hui was okay, seeing Father Hui's attitude, the two of them felt that Father Hui was about to scold Hui Yuxuan. Along with Auntie, who was coming downstairs, they hurriedly took their luggage to the second floor, away from the scene of the argument. Watching the three leave, Father Hui approached Hui Yuxuan and gave him 2 punches. Hui Yuxuan was about to shout in pain. Father Hui immediately whispered, I saw you blinking. So, he dared not speak anymore. Father Hui wouldn't let him go. When the three of them seemed to have finished and came downstairs, Father Hui was still scolding his son. Seeing Father Hui's refreshed expression, it was clear he had enjoyed the scolding. Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan with a look of grievance and thought, serves him right.
This is all the debt from the past.
Once, during a chat, he said that Father Hui often went on missions and didn't come home much. He was worried he might get into trouble, so he called him to remind him to stay safe. He didn't like hearing that and would hang up. This made Father Hui so angry that he couldn't sleep. The two of them started arguing. Lin Yu saw the tired look on her parents' faces and knew they were really exhausted. After breakfast, she told them to go upstairs and rest for a while, and she would call them for lunch later. The old couple was truly tired. When they learned their son might not make it, they almost fainted. They thought about what to do if he was gone, leaving his pregnant wife behind. They had to ask for leave, arrange work, and travel for 3 or 4 days by train and a day or 2 by boat. Later, when they found out their son was okay, but they couldn't see him, they couldn't sleep well. Now that they saw him, the tense feelings eased, but exhaustion hit them. She quickly went to the kitchen, pretending the seafood noodles were made by Auntie, and used her mental power to put them into the big pot. She greeted everyone to eat breakfast, joking about dumplings and noodles. After her parents finished eating, she took them upstairs to rest. Lin Yu looked at Auntie and said with a look of betrayal, Auntie, did you secretly hide away at first? Auntie looked aggrieved and said, Yu, how can you think that of me? I saw the relatives coming, so I went upstairs to prepare a room for them to rest. Hui Yuxuan also looked at them with a grievance and said, Wife, you and Auntie abandoned me back then. Lin Yu looked at him with a surprised expression and said, I'm helping Mom carry the luggage. Auntie quickly agreed, saying, I'm helping my mother-in-law with the luggage. Hui Yuxuan was left speechless after being rebutted. He wondered if sitting on the sofa was uncomfortable. He also felt a bit embarrassed about what he had said, as his face felt warm. Lin Yu thought that her parents had come all this way, so she wanted to give them a good welcome and let them try the local delicacies. She suggested, let's have seafood hot pot for lunch so they can try something different. Hui Yuxuan was touched and said, great. It will be hard for you and Auntie. Just tell me what I can do, and I'll help out here. Lin Yu thought it would be better if he didn't come into the kitchen. Instead, they could just bring out the prepared seafood. Auntie had prepared extra seafood at noon, so they asked the housekeeper to cut 5 fish fillets in the space to remove small bones. They also asked another housekeeper to slice some beef and marinate it. As for the vegetables, they washed and prepared them to look nice. Auntie made a classic oil dip and sesame sauce dip, so everyone could choose what they wanted to eat. Once everything was ready, Auntie started boiling some bone broth. Since they knew whose mother and her family would stay for a while, Lin Yu checked the kitchen supplies and added some more items. She also brought out more fruits and seafood, keeping the seafood separate in the fridge. She took another 5 gene of pork belly to cook for her parents tomorrow. Feeling a bit craving for pork cracklings, she also took 5 gene of pork fat. Annie understood what Lin Yu wanted her to do, so she didn't need to be told twice how to explain where the supplies came from. If anything hard to find outside was missing, Auntie would quietly tell her. The puppets given by Ling Yuan were really good, and their training was excellent. They could blend perfectly into the environment and even show changes in emotions, making it feel like immersive role-playing. Looking at her watch, Lin Yu saw it was already noon. She went to wake her parents. Auntie moved the stove to the coffee table, lit the charcoal, and placed the double-layer pot with bone broth on top. Then she gradually put all the prepared side dishes on the coffee table, waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Hui to come down for lunch. Lin Yu went downstairs to serve a bowl of bone broth to Hui Yuxuan first so he could drink it. At that moment, her parents also came down. It had been a long time since they last had hot pot, and the taste was truly exceptional. Thinking about the last time I ate there, I really enjoyed the variety of ingredients and the unique soup base blending perfectly, giving my taste buds the best experience. I loved it so much. Manhwa took a sip of the bone broth and said, "This bone soup is so tasty. Just one sip makes me feel a warm flow from my throat into my stomach. It's so cozy and comfortable." Dad would drink 2 bowls of soup before starting to cook and dip in the ingredients. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Mom, Annie has been boiling this bone broth all morning. I never get tired of it." Manhwa nodded happily and was busy dipping a piece of beef, which was so delicious she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. She also tried various seafood, which was fresh and flavorful, making her feel like she was swimming in the sea and completely relaxed. After enjoying the food for a while, she said to her little aunt, Annie, you've been working so hard lately. You probably haven't had much rest these past 2 weeks. Buying groceries, cooking, delivering food, boiling soup. Honestly, I've never treated him this well before." She then said to Hui Yuxuan, "You little rascal, you should learn to be grateful." Her little aunt nonchalantly replied, "Aren't we all doing this for these 2 kids? Our family doesn't need to talk about other families." Hui Yuxuan quickly assured her, "Don't worry, little auntie. Your family to me and Yo-Yo will take care of you in your old age. Our family will always stay together." He was afraid he might be late with his words, and his mother's fist might come again. His little aunt looked touched and said, "What are we doing? It's like we're parting forever. Let's eat this hot pot quickly. Such delicious hot pot doesn't come often. Let's eat until we're full." Everyone laughed and chatted while enjoying the hot pot and dipping dishes. Every bite was a feast for the taste buds, making everyone feel happy and unable to stop. After finishing the hot pot, Annie, Manhwa, and Dad were cleaned up the table and tidied the kitchen. The elderly couple looked at the full storage room, rice jars, and flour barrels. It seemed the young couple was doing well, and they felt more at ease. After tidying up, Manhwa went upstairs to get the gift she brought. She came downstairs and said to her little auntie, Annie, this short-sleeved shirt and long pants are for you. I also have a set of Lenin-style clothes and a pair of leather shoes." Her little auntie was very happy, holding the new clothes and saying, "Dear mother-in-law, you're so kind." Manhwa added, Yo-Yo, these are for you loose skirts, Lenin-style clothes, and larger shoes. After pregnancy, your feet might swell, So don't forget to take care of yourself. Lin Yu hugged motherhood affectionately and said, Mom, you think so carefully. My shoes are so tight after standing for a long time. Mother Hu apologized. We didn't buy many good things for you this time because we came so quickly. When we go back, I'll buy some and send them to you. Hui Yuxuan looked sad and asked, Is there nothing for me? Aren't you here to see me? Father Hu said impatiently, You have everything you need. Why buy more? Mother Hu also said, It's because I wanted to see you. Now that you're fine, your dad and I decided to go back tomorrow. Lin Yu hesitated and said, Mom, stay a few more days. I don't want you to leave. Mother Hu quietly said, The capital isn't very stable. We can't stay away for too long. Originally, I couldn't get leave this time. The island military district called and said Xiao Xian was in trouble. They asked us to come quickly. Lin Yu reluctantly agreed. All right, but you need to bring some dried goods, dried vegetables, and dried fruits. She then went into the storage room with Manhwa. Father Hu probably had something to tell Yuxuan. Looking at the storage room, Lin Yu wanted to joke, Mom, look at this. It's the empire I built for you. She puffed out her chest, but her stomach stuck out first, making Mother Hua and Aunt Hua laugh loudly. In the living room, Father Hua and Yuxuan listened to their laughter and decided that no matter what happened, they would protect their happiness. They discussed the upcoming situation and made plans for what to do next. In the storage room, Lin Yu brought Mother Hua 10 jin of large abalones and sea cucumbers and packed a bag of other seafood. She also packed all the dried vegetables and fruits her aunt had been drying recently. Mother Hua hurriedly stopped her. Don't pack everything. What will you eat? Aunt Hua smiled and said, Dear mother-in-law, the island can grow vegetables all year round. There are plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits. It's almost winter in the capital, so there aren't many fresh ones. You can take them back. The dried vegetables and fruits are just for you to send over so you can enjoy them. She packed 2 bags of things and took them to the living room. Father Hua and the others finished their discussion and looked over. Father Hua was stunned. Are you moving the whole house? Lin Yu was speechless. How is that possible, Dad? It's just some dried vegetables and fruits. There are fresh vegetables and fruits all year round here, and seafood is even more abundant, with new catches every day. We can't even get to all the dried goods. Mom said, All right, old, Yu Yao, and the others are sensible. Don't worry about it. The group put the items in the living room, planning to take them when they leave tomorrow. Lin Yu Yao and Hui Yuxian went to take a nap. Auntie, Mom, and Dad went to the beach to gather seafood. Looking at the sparkling sea and feeling the gentle sea breeze, they thought it would be nice to live on this island forever. Mom excitedly grabbed a shovel and dug up many clams. Dad stayed nearby with a bucket, both of them looking very happy together. Auntie went to look for big shrimp and sea cucumbers in the cracks of the rocks. Everyone chatted and searched for seafood, creating a warm and lovely scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Yao and Hui Yuxian were still sleeping peacefully, and it was already past 3 p.m. They supported each other to the bathroom, then sat in the living room eating fruit and cracking sunflower seeds. The 3 friends who went to gather seafood also returned. Seeing that the 2 had woken up, Mom happily came over to share the fun of their afternoon at the sea. Mom, like a little girl, happily said, I dug up a lot of big clams today. Lin Yuyao also cheered for her mom, saying, Mom, I'll soak them later to make them spit out the sand. Tomorrow morning, I'll cook seafood porridge for you. It will be very fresh. Hearing this, Mom and Annie went to handle the seafood they collected, soaking it in water to remove the sand. Later, everyone sat around the coffee table, chatting and drinking milk tea and coconut juice. Mom shared funny stories from her and Dad's youth, and everyone listened intently. Meanwhile, Dad looked at Mom with gentle, loving eyes, as if he saw the brave and passionate girl he once knew. Mom quickly said, Oh, no need to prepare so much. We eat whatever you usually eat. Lin Yu wanted to say that they usually eat like that, but she looked at Yuxuan helplessly. Yuxuan understood and said, Mom, we usually eat like this too. Seafood is very cheap and doesn't need a ticket. Pork costs a bit more effort, but it's still possible to exchange. Chicken and duck can be traded with villagers at the market. Andy also agreed, saying, That's true. The market is open from 5 to 8 in the morning, and there are many things. In this way, Mom was convinced and went with Annie to prepare dinner. Dad cleaned up the trash in the living room and put it outside in the yard. Lin Yuyu helped Yuxuan take a walk, since lying down for over half a month, his body wouldn't recover immediately. While waiting for the spicy hot pot aroma to fill the air, everyone was very hungry. Finally, when the food was ready, Lin Yuyu hurriedly helped Yuxuan sit at the dining table. Dad helped serve the dishes and wait for everyone to arrive. He picked up a crab, and everyone started eating. Dad was cracking the crab, eating and sighing, saying, "This is really delicious, spicy and fragrant. The more I eat, the more addictive." Mom took a piece of braised pork and praised, "Yuyu auntie, your cooking is really good. This braised pork is crystal clear and melts in your mouth, even better than at state-run restaurants." Auntie smiled happily, happy that people liked her cooking, which was also a kind of recognition. She then got up and served everyone a bowl of soup, saying, "Everyone try this coconut chicken soup. I didn't add a drop of water, just a little salt for flavor. This chicken soup was really tasty." Dad and Yuxuan each drank 3 bowls before stopping. Mom also drank 2 bowls, and Lin Yuyu drank 1, saving her stomach for the spicy hot pot. She had been thinking about it lately. Everyone ate until full, with nothing left. It was already 9 o'clock. After clearing the table, Mom and Dad went to visit Uncle Wu. The remaining 3 took a walk in the yard. The young couple washed up and waited for the old couple to return. Annie went to the kitchen to prepare meat sauce for Dad and Mom to eat on the train tomorrow, with big chunks of meat inside. Around 10 o'clock, the old couple returned. They didn't say much, just urged everyone to wash up and go to bed early, because they had to get up early tomorrow. Lin Yuyu told the children that tomorrow, when Annie wakes up, she will put 400 fish-filled dumplings in the kitchen. She asked Andy to cook them for everyone's breakfast. Since Mom wouldn't be eating seafood caught from the sea, she reminded everyone and then went to rest with Hui Yuxuan. They had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, around 4 a.m., Annie got up to prepare scallion pancakes, black steamed buns, and meat sauce so that his parents could take them on the train. Breakfast was the fish-filled dumplings that Lin Yuyu brought out. When Lin Yuyu and her sister woke up, the meal was ready. They quickly washed up and sat at the table, ready to eat. Lin Yuyu was so happy eating that her eyebrows danced, and the dumplings were so delicious that his father and mother didn't have time to speak. By the time they finished eating, his mother said, "These fish-filled dumplings are so fresh." His father nodded repeatedly, still busy eating. Seeing that his father had eaten nearly 100, his mother gave him a light tap. Lin Yuyu saw this and smiled, saying, "Mom, Dad has only just started. You don't know how many fish-filled dumplings Yuxuan and Uncle Wu ate the first time." His mother was curious and asked, "How many did they eat?" "Not 100, right?" She looked at Lin Yuyu, who shook her head, and she relaxed. Eating too much isn't good for the stomach, after all. Lin Yuyu mysteriously said, 150. His mother felt relieved, but his father was a bit annoyed that Uncle Wu had eaten more than him. His mother gave him a disapproving look. Men's competitive spirit is really strange. Anything can be turned into a contest. After tidying up the kitchen, they packed the cooled dumplings into 2 lunch boxes. They also packed the scallion pancakes, black steamed buns, and meat sauce that Annie had prepared. They handed the boxes to the children so they could eat on the train. They saw the children off at the dock, watching until the boat left and nothing was visible anymore. Then they headed back home. They bought some seafood and dried seafood from a nearby stall, along with some fruits and vegetables, worried that Yuxuan might be concerned, and quickly went home. When they entered the living room, they saw Uncle Wu. They greeted him and, together with Auntie, put the purchased items into the storage room. They also brewed a cup of tea for Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu solemnly said, "Yuyu, I need to ask you for a favor today." Lin Yuyu was curious and asked, "What is it?" Uncle Wu replied, "You and I need to go to the military district. It has to be kept secret." "Of course, the mischievous boy and your auntie will go with us." Lin Yuyu nodded, realizing the matter was serious. She packed a few things and went to the military district. Inside a secret room, she signed a confidentiality agreement before being told, "This is the material that needs translation. You must keep it secret. After receiving the materials, Lin Yuyu began translating. The more she translated, the angrier she became. She almost wanted to confront the people above her. Some of these people are among the top leaders of the country. Others are unknown soldiers, nannies, or guards. Some leaked national secrets, sold cultural relics, harmed fellow citizens, or took credit for others' work. The list of their bad deeds is long. If she hadn't read many historical novels in her past life, she wouldn't be able to translate some events accurately. During her work, someone brought her food. It looked good, probably bought because she is pregnant. She finished everything by 8 p.m. and wasn't allowed to leave. She stayed in the military district but could stay with Hui Yuxuan and her aunt. Lin Yu thought these materials were the biggest gain from their current mission. They're all safe so far, and nothing happened at the hospital. It seems they fought bravely, and the enemies on the other side are dead. Otherwise, someone else would have already harmed Hui Yuxuan. There were 12 people in total, 2 small teams of 6 each. Only 10 returned, and no one in the family compound was reported dead. This suggests they discovered that 2 team members were spies before completing the mission and sent them back to the military district or a trusted place. She suddenly felt very proud and wanted to show off by saying, "Please call me Sherlock Holmes." She shook off her distracting thoughts, sat next to Hui Yuxuan, and ate fruit. She felt it was nice to have her loved ones nearby. Hui's father and mother sat in a soft sleeper compartment on the train, watching their luggage. Others thought they were visiting relatives. Curious, person 1 in the compartment asked, "Are you visiting relatives?" Bringing so much stuff, Hui's mother smiled and said, "Visiting our son. We're going back to our hometown. My daughter-in-law approved it." Person 2 in the compartment was very jealous. After packing up and having breakfast, Hui's father took out dumplings, scallion pancakes, and meat sauce prepared by his sister-in-law. Everyone in the compartment was envious and jealous. The 2 people didn't mind the envious and jealous looks from others. They shared a box of dumplings and a few pancakes. When they ate the meat sauce, they noticed that Aunt Yo-Yo had added a lot of meat. They couldn't help but praise her for being honest and straightforward. Worried that eating so well might cause trouble, they finished their pancakes and dumplings on the first day. The next day, when they saw the black bread, their jealous looks disappeared instantly. They thought it was just common bread, but after biting into it, they found it was as soft as white bread. They exchanged glances and quietly continued eating. On the 3rd day, they used a lunchbox to eat, and early the next morning, they took the train back. A guard came to pick them up and take them back to the military compound, where 4 elders were waiting at home. They told them about the island, and everyone felt relieved. Dad Hui took out some meat sauce, and Mom Hui cooked a big pot of noodles. They ate without raising their heads, all praising Aunt Yo-Yo for being kind and a good cook. Back at Lin Yo-Yo's side, they couldn't return to the family compound, so they stayed in the military for a week. One day, Uncle Wu's guard came and said, "Colonel Hua's sister-in-law, you can go home now." Everyone was happy. Lin Yo-Yo was glad to leave, and Hui Yuxuan thought that the spies had been caught. It felt great to be home. Aunt Yo-Yo tidied up the house and went out shopping. She didn't know when she would return, so she took the fruits and vegetables she bought and even sent fish and shrimp to the canteen. The 2 fragile items couldn't be kept, but the rest were secretly stored away. When Aunt Yo-Yo came back with a basket, she used her mental power to put the pork belly and pork fat into the basket, along with other food they wanted to eat. She also placed 2 chickens, some pork bones, and pork ribs inside. They soaked the seafood in basins, secretly adding a little more. After a week of rest, Hui Yuxuan could walk on his own. His appearance was fine, but he still needed a few months to recover internally. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, he was almost fully healed, but due to the lack of medical equipment, no one knew for sure. Soon, someone came to call Hui Yuxuan to a meeting, but no one knew what it was about. After Hui Yuxuan left, Lin Yo-Yo kept pacing around anxiously. Aunt looked at her worriedly and said, Hey, what are you doing over there? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yu shyly replied, "I'm just bored. I wanted to see if there's any gossip in the neighborhood lately," and thought that was easy and said, "Simple. I'll go talk to Sister Zhao." Then she left. Watching her aunt rush off, Lin Yu muttered to herself, Ever since Aunt came, the source of gossip has been her. I used to be the gossip partner, but now I've been abandoned. Still, listening to her is pretty good." She then burst into laughter. Soon, Aunt returned, looking mysterious, but saying nothing. Lin Yu quickly went over, hugged her arm, and begged, "Come on, Aunt. Just tell me. I'm so curious." Aunt stopped teasing her and started to speak. "Our military district has a big officer. 2 guards were caught, and 2 battalion leaders haven't returned from their missions. That's considered good news. At the Nanhai Navy headquarters, they caught a general, 2 division commanders, and 3 company leaders. The housekeeper caught 6 people. I heard many people there got involved, and many housekeepers were fired. I also heard more people were caught elsewhere." Lin Yu thought, "It looks like they've been investigating all week, and only yesterday did they arrest everyone. No wonder Hui Yuxuan was called away to a meeting. That's because the military district is short of people and has drafted new soldiers." After hearing this, her curiosity was satisfied, and her mouth started to water. She told Aunt to close the door, leaving a trace of mental energy on it. Then they returned to their space together. She took out milk tea, fried chicken, dried meat, and various snacks, filling a table.
They ate together happily.
Why didn't she call other puppets? Of course, because they were stored in other storage bracelets given by Ling Yuan. People can't go inside, but puppets, being plant-made, can. It's quite strange. Her taste buds satisfied, Lin Yu resumed her translation work, adjusting the time with the little tube. When she was tired, she drank spiritual spring water. When she needed a massage, she asked Aunt. When hungry, she ate delicious food, and when sleepy, she slept. It all felt wonderful. Until the little tube said it was already 8 p.m. outside, she finally left the space. Hui Yuxuan didn't know if he could come back tonight. She didn't care, and decided to sleep first. The next morning, I woke up to find no one sleeping beside me. It was clear that Hui Yuxuan didn't come back last night. After washing up, I drank a glass of spiritual spring water. I had a delicious breakfast prepared by my aunt, and then took a walk around the yard for a while. Suddenly, I remembered that I hadn't received my translation fee, so I asked, "Aunt, have you received the payment?" She replied, "Yes, I got a remittance slip for 1,700 yuan, but I haven't gone to the city post office to pick it up yet. I plan to go tomorrow." I said, "Okay, Aunt. You handle it. I want to eat seafood noodles. Let's have seafood noodles for lunch." She smiled and said, "Sure, if you want to eat it, I'll make it for you." After an hour of strolling, we went inside, and outside it was getting hotter. Hui Yuxuan didn't come back for lunch either. I ate 2 bowls of seafood noodles, then went inside to digest and took a nap. I was suddenly awakened when I felt someone kissing me. I opened my eyes and saw it was Hui Yuxuan. I rolled my eyes and said, "You're finally back." I thought someone forgot they have a home. He hugged me and smiled. I got promoted again. Now I am a deputy division commander, still in this military district. We're training a new squad here, and soon we'll be transferred to another district. I was confused and asked, "Didn't you just get promoted?" "How did you get promoted again?" he said proudly. "This time, during a mission, I made some big contributions. Several of us were promoted by 1 level. I just got promoted again because I recently got a new position, so I was promoted half a rank and my military rank went up 1 level. Your contribution was a big part of it." I waved my hand and said it was nothing, just a small matter. Then I joked, "Commander Hua, please give your instructions." He grinned and asked, "Look at this, what do you think it is?" I took it and saw my name on it. I was excited and said, "This is for me? A first-class merit medal and a certificate of honor?" I didn't do much. Hui Yuxuan looked as if it was only right and said, "Before the mission, you warned me that even teammates can't trust everyone. I stayed alert and caught the first spy. If it weren't for you, we might not be alive, let alone pass on the information. The spy was caught because of your translation work. You deserve this, my wife." Lin Yu didn't even hear what he said. She just stood there smiling foolishly while holding the medal. Hui Yuxuan hugged her gently to bring her back to her senses and said, "The army decided not to hold a ceremony. I also have a special merit medal, but we're already getting too much attention." As he spoke, he handed her the medal and the certificate of honor. Holding his medal, Lin Yu nodded seriously and said, "Keep a low profile, stay safe, and work hard for success." Then she went upstairs and placed both of their medals and certificates in the bedroom. Hui Yuxuan went to help his aunt serve the meal. The porridge cooked with bone broth tasted so good that it felt like the whole world was in that bowl, warm and satisfying. After that day, Hui Yuxuan became busy, handing over his old duties and taking on new ones. He worked on various training plans, constantly adjusting them, aiming to build a special team for dangerous missions in the island military district. He also led them in real combat training and completed many missions, big and small. His orderly was no longer the same Xiaoli, but coincidentally, the new one was also named Xiaoli. The previous Xiao, Li, had been promoted. Once, when he gave a suggestion, the visiting commander overheard it and thought this soldier had great potential worth developing. Political Commissar Zhao and Chief of Staff Qian were both promoted as well, and others also received higher ranks or positions. The entire island military district was full of energy and hope. Time passed quietly, and soon it was November 20th. Lin Yu was 5 months pregnant, and her belly had grown a little more. She was sitting in the living room eating fruit while her aunt went out to mail some books and pick up a package. Just then, Hui Yuxuan came in. He saw his gentle and graceful wife softly touching her belly, the sweet fruit on the table, and the sunlight filling the cozy living room. The warmth of that moment stayed deeply in his heart. In his later years, when he looked back on his life, this was the memory that stood out the most. When Lin Yu saw him, she smiled happily and said, "Honey, why are you home at this time? Did you miss me?" Hui Yuxuan hugged her and said, "Training just ended. I have a day off today, so I came to spend it with you." He helped her sit on the sofa, picked up a red guava, cut it into pieces, and fed her. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. If he fed her, she ate. Then she peeled a banana and gave it to him in return. Lin Yu wanted to go outside and get some fresh air. She chewed on fruit and said, "Husband, can you borrow a car? I want to go for a walk and stretch my legs." Hui Yuxuan gently patted her head and said, "Of course. I'll go start the car now. You wait at home." After saying that, he turned around and went to the military office to borrow a car from logistics. Lin Yu waited for a while, but Hui Yuxuan didn't come back. Instead, her aunt returned first. Seeing her aunt happily say, "Auntie, Hui Yuxuan has a day off today. We'll go out together later. Put the milk tea into the thermos and cut some fruit to pack in the lunchbox," she added. Her aunt was also happy to hear this and said, "Okay. Please put away the book package first. I'll prepare some other things." Lin Yu put away the books and handed her aunt some beef jerky, sunflower seeds, dried lychees, and dried longan that she had previously dried in the sun. She also took a few small round baskets to pour out and eat later. Thinking about it, she took out some large coconuts and asked her aunt to open them. She poured the coconut water into the thermos and cut the coconut meat into small pieces to add to the milk tea. Snacks wouldn't be complete without spicy marinated food. She took out some marinated chicken wings, duck wings, chicken feet, lotus root slices, kelp, and potato slices, packing 2 of each into separate lunchboxes. When everything was almost ready, Hui Yuxuan returned. He asked her to go upstairs and bring down the small table and chairs in front of the storage room, and also took 2 small chairs from the living room. The 3 of them put everything into the trunk, locked the door, and got into the car, then drove out of the military area. On the way, Hui Yuxuan drove slowly. He wanted Lin Yu and her aunt to enjoy the scenery on both sides and change their mood. Lin Yu quietly looked at the distant rolling mountains and the endless sea. Unconsciously, her mood became bright and beautiful, as if enchanted. Seeing her happy, Hui Yuxuan took a big turn to let her see different views. Finally, they found an open high ground. The 3 of them got out of the car, facing the sea. They spread their arms and felt the breeze dry their hair, feeling as if their spirits had been washed and purified. They first set up the table and chairs. Lin Yu sat down on a small chair facing the sea. Watching her aunt and Hui Yuxuan busy bringing things out, facing the sea breeze, she felt very relaxed. She arranged the snacks one by one and took out 3 teacups, pouring milk tea into each. "We haven't started eating yet, but just looking at these things makes me feel happy." Lin Yu cheerfully said, "Cheers. Here's to our first picnic success." Annie and Hui Yuxuan saw her so happy and happily joined in, saying, "Cheers. Here's to our first picnic success." They nibbled on chicken claws, ate fruit platters, sipped milk tea, looked at the vast ocean, and enjoyed the sea breeze. For a moment, Lin Yu felt like she had returned to modern times, and she was momentarily lost in thought. Hui Yuxuan looked at Lin Yu and suddenly felt she was very far away. He instinctively held her hand, wanting to bring her back. Noticing Hui Yuxuan's nervousness, Lin Yu smiled and said, "You suddenly holding my hand? Are you afraid I'll run away? Look at my belly, do you think I can run?" Hui Yuxuan relaxed after hearing her. He was indeed worried she might run, and at that moment, he felt he couldn't fully connect with her world. The three of them ate and drank happily, stepped into the seawater, and played joyfully. Lin Yu wished time could stop at this moment, and she didn't want to go back. Hui Yuxuan checked his watch. It was already 3 p.m., and time to go home. He said, "We should head back now. If you want to go out and play, I'll take you out again when I'm on leave." Lin Yu pouted playfully and said, "That's what you said." "You better remember, I tend to forget," Hui Yuxuan seriously promised. "I swear in the name of the military, next time I'm on leave, I'll take Comrade Lin Yu out to play." She nodded happily, and the three of them returned to the housing area, which was already 4 p.m. Andy asked, "Yu, what should we eat tonight?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Seafood porridge, some pork lard scallion pancakes, and spicy hot pot." After she finished, Andy and Hui Yuxuan went to the kitchen to cook. She sat obediently at the dining table waiting for the meal. Several pots were cooking at the same time, and the food was soon served. Lin Yu eagerly picked up the steaming seafood porridge, blew on it, and carefully took a sip. The delicious flavor instantly spread in her mouth. At the same time, her other hand reached into the spicy seafood hot pot, grabbing a plump, bouncy shrimp and putting it into her mouth. The spicy sensation made a light sweat appear on her forehead. The pork fat scallion pancake nearby emitted a tempting aroma. I couldn't help but pick up a piece, take a bite, and enjoy the rich pork fat flavor combined with the scallions. It was a satisfying meal that made me want to linger. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Yu decided to change places. She sat on the sofa while her aunt and Hui Yuxuan tidied up the table and kitchen. Once they finished cleaning, the three of them went for a walk to help digestion. Watching the sunset's glow cast over the lively family courtyard, I felt immersed in this warm and beautiful moment, forgetting all worries. After an hour of strolling, they returned home, washed up, and went to bed. Hui Yuxuan continued to do prenatal exercises for the babies. Lin Yu woke up at 8 a.m., but Hui Yuxuan had already gone to work, and her aunt had gone to the market to buy groceries. Seeing no one around, she entered the space to drink a sip of spiritual spring water and had a breakfast of Cantonese dim sum. She set the timer for her translation work, then went back to translating her new book. While waiting for her translation to be finished and for her to leave the space, she saw her aunt had already returned. Lin Yu asked her aunt, "What did you buy?" Her aunt replied, "I bought some dried seafood and sent it to my relatives and also bought fresh seafood and fruits." Lin Yu nodded, asked her aunt to wash some fruits, then sat on the sofa to enjoy them. Seeing she was free, her aunt went to the kitchen to prepare the seafood for lunch. At noon, her aunt prepared steamed cod, oyster tofu soup, and rice. Lin Yu ate 2 large bowls of rice and more than half of the dishes, feeling very satisfied. After eating, she sat on the sofa, thinking that the babies were already 5 months old. She needed to start preparing some things for them gradually. Since she was carrying 2 babies, she needed to prepare double the amount of everything, wash, dry, and store it. When the time comes to give birth, she would secretly put everything into the space to wash again, just a few seconds, and no one would know. Hee. Thinking of this, her aunt, after finishing the housework, called her over and said, "Auntie, let's prepare some things for the babies. I'm worried that if I start late, I might forget something. Then I'll be in a rush." Her aunt replied, "Okay, Yu, what do you want to prepare? Just tell me, and I'll do it." Lin Yu thought for a moment. Diapers couldn't be used from this world, as there are too many differences. It would be hard to explain to Hu Yuxuan. In modern society, there are some diapers that look like waterproof pants, made from pure cotton fabric. They are comfortable, breathable, and less likely to cause redness on baby's skin. Nowadays, with pure cotton fabric available, people can make their own diapers, which look natural. Since 2 babies will need many diapers, we should make more in advance. We also stored some diapers earlier so we can secretly take a few out when needed. I told my little aunt, let's make diapers for the babies first. She asked, what should the diapers look like? Cut into cloth pieces, or make them in another style. After hearing her, I took a sample diaper out of the space. I handed it to her and said, to make this kind, we need elastic bands and Velcro. The cotton fabric is ready. She looked at it and said, this is easy to make. We have a sewing machine so we can make quite a few in a day. I nodded and said, Annie, I'll leave this task to you. For now, make about 20 for each baby. Make the waist and leg parts a bit loose so they can still be used when they grow older. The outer layer will be made of floral cotton fabric, and the inside will be plain white cotton. After that, I went into the space and picked out 2 different floral cotton fabrics from this era so we can tell them apart. The 2 babies shouldn't share diapers. My aunt nodded, took some money, and went to the supply store to buy elastic bands and Velcro. At the store, she chose textile elastic bands that wouldn't hurt the baby's legs. The Velcro only came in one style. She paid and came back with the items. I looked at what she bought and praised her for her careful planning. She took scissors and cotton fabric and started cutting the diapers. I saw her cut quickly and skillfully, then sat down at the sewing machine and worked efficiently. Soon, the diapers were finished. I couldn't help but think, no wonder she's a versatile talent trained in the countryside. Since it was getting late, she said she needed to cook dinner, so she asked me to put the sample diaper into the space. After I stored it, she asked, Yo-Yo, what do you want to eat tonight? I thought for a moment and said, I want to eat steamed eggs. You can decide the rest, Auntie. After that, I took one of the diapers she made and went to the sofa, waiting for Hu Yuxuan to come back, so I could show it to him. While nibbling on a red guava and drinking coconut juice, life feels very comfortable. After a while, Hu Yuxuan came back. Lin Yuyu stood up, holding a diaper, and showed it off to him. Hubby, look, this is the diaper my aunt made. Hu Yuxuan looked at the new diaper with curiosity and fiddled with it for a moment. He said, this looks very different from the usual ones. Is this how you put it on the baby? Then he demonstrated how to wear it. Lin Yu looked at Hu Yuxuan with admiration and praised, Honey, you're so smart. I haven't even said anything, and you already figured it out. Hu Yuxuan happily said, my aunt's diaper is really great. It feels much more convenient. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and took the diaper to the sewing machine. Hu Yuxuan went to the kitchen to help cook. After finishing with the diaper, he leaned back in the rocking chair. It swayed gently, feeling very comfortable and helping him sleep. Soon he fell asleep. When he heard his aunt calling that dinner was ready, he woke up and sat at the dining table. Looking at the steamed eggs in front of him, he took a bite. The eggs were smooth and slippery, and the scallops this year were very bouncy. It was so delicious. After dinner, Hu Yuxuan tidied up the dishes and the kitchen. His aunt continued making diapers. Lin Yuyu went to the yard to relax and digest. Waiting for Hu Yuxuan to finish tidying up, he took Lin Yuyu for a walk. His aunt stayed home to keep making diapers. Lin Yuyu felt that walking with her family every day was a very happy moment. It was warm, peaceful, and brought a special sense of relaxation. An hour later, they returned home. His aunt had finished making 10 diapers. Hu Yuxuan helped wash and hang them in the yard. By 10 o'clock, everyone finished washing up and went to bed. Hu Yuxuan read a story to the baby for prenatal education, then went to sleep himself. The next morning, Lin Yuyu woke up. During breakfast, her aunt had already finished making the remaining 30 diapers. After Lin Yuyu finished eating, another 30 diapers were hung out to dry in the yard. She felt like a little waste now, just eating and sleeping. But having a little aunt at home was really nice. She thought to herself, I'm a waste, but I'm happy. La 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 when her aunt came in and said, Little aunt, tomorrow you should carry a basket and go to the city with a cloth bag. I pretended to buy 2 blankets from the city and brought back some small items for babies, along with cotton. My aunt nodded and said, "Okay, then just eat something casually at home tomorrow." Yo-Yo was indifferent. She could eat in the space. Thinking about the clothes for the babies, I replied, "All right, Auntie. Next, we'll make monk robes, onesies, and some small clothes for the babies. Make 2 sets of each size for the babies. I will also prepare 2 sets as stock, using floral cotton fabric. For the onesies, add a layer of thin cotton." My aunt nodded and took her sample to start making the clothes. I didn't let her cook lunch. I took it out from the space. By evening, my aunt had finished all the babies' clothes. Seeing the cute little clothes she made for the babies, Yo-Yo's motherly love overflowed. She wished she could immediately prepare all the best things for the babies. She coquettishly said to my aunt, "Auntie, your hands are so skillful. These tiny clothes for the babies are so adorable." My aunt, thinking that the grown-up owner was still acting cute, helplessly and affectionately patted her head. In her heart, she thought other puppeteers would be jealous of her. Anyway, the system master was always jealous of her every day. Thinking that my aunt had worked hard all day making clothes, I released a bit of mental energy to watch the gate of the yard. I asked the housekeeping robots 1 to 3 to prepare braised pork, jujube and silver ear lotus seed porridge, and scallion pancakes. Once dinner was ready, I had the robots stored in the space. I also cleared a storage cabinet specifically for the babies' things. My aunt and I washed and dried the babies' diapers, then stored them away. That way, Huiyuan wouldn't know how many diapers she had made. When it was almost time, Yo-Yo and my aunt brought out dinner. After waiting a while, Huiyuan finally returned. The 3 of us enjoyed a delicious dinner. Huiyuan and my aunt cleaned up the dishes and the kitchen. I couldn't wait to show him the clothes my aunt made for the babies in the afternoon. With sparkling eyes, I looked at him and asked, "Take a look and tell me what you think." Huiyuan looked at the adorable baby clothes, imagining how cute the babies would look wearing them. His heart almost melted. He said, "These clothes for the babies are so adorable." "Did you go to the city today?" Lin Yu saw that he liked them too and said with a smile, "We didn't go to the city. My aunt made all of these. She hasn't rested all day and has been sewing clothes." Huiyuan looked at his aunt gratefully and said, "Auntie, thank you for your hard work. If the babies ever misbehave, I'll help you teach them a lesson." His aunt laughed and said, "Oh, I couldn't bear to see you scold them. I'm happy to do anything for them. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city to withdraw the money from Yuyu's remittance slip. I'll also check if there's any cotton or other things the babies might need and buy them." Huiyuan looked at her seriously and said, "Auntie, you're even better to them than I am." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Annie chuckled and said, "You're busy with training every day, and Yu's belly is so big now. If I don't get things ready, our babies might cry when they're born." Lin Yu laughed and said, "All newborns cry, don't they? It's not because they're upset." The 3 of them laughed together. After chatting for a while, they went out for a walk. An hour later, they came home, washed up, and went to bed. Huiyuan began talking to the babies, reading to them as part of their prenatal bonding time. Whenever he did this, the babies moved around a lot, as if they recognized their father and knew it was their special time together. After an hour, Lin Yu had fallen asleep, and the babies had quieted down. Only then did Huiyuan reluctantly go to bed. The next morning, when he woke up, everyone was already gone. Lin Yu went to the living room, had breakfast, and asked Tongzi, "Do you have any design plans for a baby stroller for twins? Also, a baby crib with adjustable railings and legs that can have wheels or not." Tongzi searched through the stored books and digital files and finally found them. The twin stroller was just a bit wider than a regular one, and the crib matched all of Lin Yu's requests. After making 3 copies of the blueprints, Tongzi said, "Yu, I found the designs and made copies. They're in the study space. You can get them yourself." Lin Yu smiled happily and said, "Tongzi, you're amazing. I don't know what I'd do without you." She put the clothes her aunt had made into the washing machine meant for baby clothes, cleaned and dried them, and stored them neatly in the cabinet. She also secretly added a few extra baby outfits in different sizes. I took out 4 baby blankets and 4 small hats and socks for the baby. I also prepared 4 glass baby bottles, all cleaned and disinfected in the storage space. I feel like everything is almost ready, just waiting for the baby to arrive. After eating a meal prepared by the housekeeping robot, my aunt returned home. Lin Yuyu was surprised and asked, "Aunt, why are you back so early? Weren't the shopping cart trips only scheduled for 3 in the afternoon?" My aunt replied, "I went out this morning with my bike, took a walk, withdrew some money, and then rode back home." Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "You always have a way. The small hats, socks, and bottles are all ready. Now, take out the cotton and fabric." "Aunt, are you going to make some more blankets?" My aunt responded, "Okay, Yuyu, I'll start right now." And she turned on the sewing machine, took scissors, and began cutting fabric. With nothing else to do, Lin Yuyu also took some cotton, wrapped it up, and stored it in the cabinet in the storage room, just in case. She was waiting for evening when Hui Xuan would return, and most of the baby items were already prepared. She handed him the blueprints for the baby bed and stroller, saying, "These are the plans my aunt brought back. Take a look and see if you can find someone to make them." Hui Yuxuan looked at the blueprints, and as he studied them, his eyes lit up. He said, "These plans are amazing. With these, taking care of the baby will be so much easier." He added, "I'll find someone to make them, and maybe in the future, they can make similar items for others." Lin Yu didn't mind. As long as they could make things for both babies, it was fine. About half a month later, Hui Yuxuan brought back the 2 baby beds and strollers. Seeing the items, Lin Yuyu couldn't help but marvel at how talented people are in this era. The furniture was made entirely of wood, with no nails used. Time passed quickly, and by February 1965, Lin Yuyu was over 7 months pregnant. The weather in Hainan was still around 20 degrees Celsius, so she just wore a long-sleeved cardigan. This month, Hua's mother sent many packages, including baby blankets, bottles, small cloves, and also some malted milk, red dates, and brown sugar for Lin Yuyu. There were also fabrics and clothes bought for Aunt, but strangely, nothing for Hui Xuan, which made people both amused and a bit sad. Since arriving on the island, Mother Hua and her family have been sending 1 or 2 packages each month, mostly for Lin Yuyu. The total money sent back has now exceeded 2,000 yuan, and Lin Yuyu's own translation earnings amount to 15,000 yuan. Hui Yuxuan received an 8,000 yuan bonus, and his salary is used for the family's daily expenses. Of course, she also sends Mother Hua and the others dried seafood, dried fruits, and dried vegetables every month. Everyone keeps in touch regularly, and their relationship is quite good. Soon, it was February 15th, the day before the Lunar New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Hui Yuxuan and his aunt cleaned the house thoroughly. The Spring Festival couplets had not yet been put up, and the atmosphere was growing more tense. Waiting for Lin Yuyu to wake up, breakfast was already prepared. Red date and white fungus porridge, pork fat and scallion pancakes, oyster omelet, and pickled vegetables. Lin Yuyu ate happily. After breakfast, Hui Yuxuan cleared the table and tidied the kitchen before heading to the military base. Today, he had duty and wouldn't return home until after visiting the soldiers tomorrow evening. He left a bit of spiritual energy at the gate. Lin Yuyu released Robot 1-5 from the housekeeping series and, with her aunt, prepared things for today and tomorrow. They made fried meatballs, fried eggplant stuffed with meat, fried radish balls, fried chicken legs, steamed buns, flour rolls, and spicy marinated dishes for the new year. She handed the kitchen over to her aunt and others, then entered her space. As the new year approached, she felt a bit nostalgic for her family from her previous life. Thinking of Ling Yuan from the cultivation world, she said to the tube, "Tube, contact Ling Yuan." The tube replied, "Okay, Yuyu." Ling Yuan knew that Lin Yuyu was pregnant. Seeing her big belly, he asked worriedly, "Yuyu, why are you trying to contact me now? Is something wrong?" Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "Nothing's wrong. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Since the new year is coming, I wanted to wish you an early happy new year." Ling Yuan looked at her and, happy, said, "I've already prepared a New Year's gift for you. Once the deal is done, take a look and see if you like it." Lin Yuyu opened the gift, which contained some pills. Curious, she asked, "Pills?" Ling Yuan said mysteriously, Yes, they are for ordinary people to use. Since you're about to give birth, I've made some powerful pills for babies like strength pills, enlightenment pills, detox pills, and energy cultivation pills. These pills are enough for you to have 10,000 children, so you can use them without worry. Lin Yuyu gratefully said, Ling Yuan, you are like my real brother. You know I need these, and I didn't even think to prepare them for the babies. Thinking about whether the babies might be super strong from birth, she asked, will the babies who take the strength pill become big and strong immediately? Ling Yuan replied helplessly, don't worry, they won't. The strength pill just makes the bones and muscle stronger. Their strength will increase gradually. He also explained that the wisdom-enhancing pill slowly boosts the baby's intelligence, and the other pills work step by step to improve their abilities. Afterward, the two of them exchanged some supplies they had saved up over the days and then finished their transaction. Enjoying a moment of relaxation in the space with a puppet giving a massage, Lin Yuyu then left the space. She thought about what to cook for the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. It would definitely include dumplings, with pork and cabbage filling, and chive and egg filling. For dishes, there must be braised pork. There should also be fish for good luck, so she decided on steamed multi-treasure fish. Today, she fried meatballs and made sweet and sour meatballs. With plenty of seafood from the island, she planned a spicy seafood hot pot, and she also wanted garlic-flavored ribs. She prepared spicy marinated dishes and a spicy marinated platter, along with minced chicken egg custard. For snacks, she thought a platter of fried foods would be nice, and she hadn't had cured meat in a while, so she decided on a steamed assortment of cured meats like bacon, sausage, and cured chicken. She also wanted to try Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, which she hadn't tasted before, perfect for a 9-course meal with a soup. She gathered all the ingredients needed and had the puppet helpers in the space prepare everything for later. The dumpling fillings and dough were also prepared and stored in the warehouse to keep fresh. Then she took out some snacks and drinks, planning to indulge a little for the new year. She placed a lazy sofa on her tablet, sat down, and started eating while watching shows. Soon evening arrived. Her aunt and the others finished preparing everything for the celebration, and Lin Yuyu withdrew the housekeeper robot back into the space. They had a simple dinner together, then went to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by firecrackers. She sat up, drank a sip of spiritual spring water, and went to wash up. After getting ready and changing into a new outfit, new year, new look, she went downstairs for breakfast. She didn't ask her aunt to cook. Instead, she took out some breakfast snacks she had stored from her previous life in Guang province and enjoyed a delicious meal with her aunt, feeling very satisfied. While waiting to clear the table, I told my aunt, "Aunt, for New Year's dinner, we're preparing braised pork, steamed treasure fish, sweet and sour meatballs, spicy seafood hot pot, garlic ribs, spicy marinated platter, minced chicken egg custard, fried snacks platter, preserved meat steamed dishes, and Buddha Jumps Over the Wall." Afterward, I placed the prepared items from the puppet in the room into the kitchen and asked the housekeeping robot to help with cooking. I instructed my aunt to arrange the fruits, peanuts, melon seeds, and candies on a tray and place it on the coffee table. Then I lay down on a recliner and let the housekeeping robot feed me. Since I wasn't hungry at noon, I only ate a bowl of spicy hot pot, took a walk, and then continued lying down, waiting for the robot to feed me again. After lunch, we started making dumplings. We made 500 with cabbage and pork filling and 500 with chive and egg filling. Some dumplings had coins inside, so we could see who would find them in the evening. My aunt was preparing to stew Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It was almost 5 p.m., and my aunt began preparing the New Year's dinner. In the courtyard, every household was busy with the New Year's feast. You could hear children's cheers from outside. By 8 p.m., when Hui Yuxuan returned, the dinner was ready. He quickly took back the housekeeping robot and the recliner. When Hui Yuxuan entered the living room and saw the 9 dishes and 1 soup on the table, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "This is so rich." He pointed at the soup in the middle and said, "This is Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It smells even better than the one in Beijing." Lin Yu thought, this is a well-rounded talent cultivated from all sides. How could it not be good? She smiled and said, "You're just in time. Go wash your hands. We're about to eat New Year's dinner." Once everyone was seated and waiting for my aunt to speak, Lin Yu looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, "Aren't you going to say a few words?" Hui Yuxuan solemnly replied, "Okay. First, I hope my wife has a safe delivery and is happy and healthy. Second, I want to thank my aunt for taking care of our little family.
You've worked hard." He also saluted my aunt.
Then he sat down and said, "Finally, I wish all of us good health. Everything goes smoothly and all our wishes come true in the new year." My aunt happily said, "Let's toast together." Everyone raised their glasses and drank a cup of coconut juice. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. We chatted, enjoyed delicious food, and dreamed about the future. Time passed unknowingly, and it was already 10 p.m. We tidied up the dishes and table. With Hui Yuxuan around, there was no leftover food. 3 people went out for a walk. They looked at the happy families in the neighborhood, feeling very happy themselves. After walking for an hour, they started to feel a bit hungry and decided to go home. Back home, they ate some fruit and snacks. At 11:30 p.m., little aunt started cooking dumplings. Soon they were ready. There were 2 types of fillings, each in a big plate, probably about 100 dumplings per plate. Yo-Yo was very hungry. She randomly picked one and started eating. She bit into a coin hidden inside, but didn't feel hungry anymore. She quickly took it out and showed it off. Seeing Yo-Yo find the coin, little aunt said, "Yo-Yo, congratulations. In the new year, good luck will always be with you. Wealth will come, and everything will go smoothly." Right after, Hui Yuxuan also found a coin. Little aunt smiled and said, "Xiao Hua, in the new year, may you be safe, happy, and everything go well." After giving her blessings, she also found a coin and said she believed her new year would be full of success. They listened to the firecrackers and happily finished all the dumplings. They looked at the coins on the side. Yo-Yo had the most, Hui Yuxuan second, and little aunt the least. Yo-Yo couldn't help but show off again, making everyone laugh. They took turns wishing her good luck. Seeing their happy family, they couldn't help but feel that the new year was a wonderful time. After tidying up the kitchen, all 3 went to wash up and go to bed. Hui Yuxuan was still dedicated to giving the babies prenatal education before sleeping. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan quietly got up to see his sleeping wife. He gently got out of bed, went downstairs, and helped little aunt prepare the first breakfast of the new year. They made egg custard, scallion pancakes, dumplings, seafood porridge, and shrimp dumplings made by little aunt, all Yo-Yo's favorites. They ate breakfast happily and then took a walk in the yard. Hui Yuxuan took Yo-Yo to visit Uncle Wu. They chatted for a while, and then went home. Walking on the street, feeling the warm sea breeze, he carefully supported her, afraid she might stumble. At noon, they had a hearty lunch, took a nap, and woke up at 3 o'clock. On the coffee table were fruits, snacks, and milk tea. The 3 sat together chatting. Hui Yuxuan shared funny stories from the army, making Yo-Yo and little aunt laugh loudly. They occasionally added a few words, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Soon it was time for dinner. Lin Yu suddenly craved fried sauce noodles, so Hui Yuxuan and her aunt quickly started preparing. While eating, she first tasted the salty, juicy meat sauce, then the chewy, smooth noodles, and finally the fresh, crisp vegetables. After finishing a bowl, she felt very satisfied, and the lingering flavor in her mouth made her want more. She ate 3 large bowls in a row, her aunt ate one, and Hui Yuxuan finished everything himself. The kitchen was tidied up, and the group began their daily walk. After an hour, they went home to wash up and sleep. On the second day of the new school year, Hui Yuxuan took Lin Yu to visit her sister-in-law's house. Lin Yu also saw her sister-in-law Zhao's children, who looked very kind and honest. They chatted for a while, then went back home. Once there, they continued eating and having fun, feeling very happy. On the 3rd day, they packed all the essentials needed for childbirth, like blankets, diapers, small socks, hats, bottles, and milk powder. They also packed items Lin Yu would need, such as a small mattress, underwear, menstrual pads, towels, a teacup, and a water bottle. All these were put into a woven basket, ready to be taken when she went into labor. On the 4th day, the 3 of them went for a picnic by the sea, enjoyed the sea breeze, and experienced the vastness of the ocean and the beauty of nature. On the 5th day, they visited the market, then went home to make dumplings filled with cabbage and pork fat, which were delicious and greasy. By the 6th day, Hui Yuxuan had to go back to work, leaving only Lin Yuyu and her aunt at home. That day was February 20th. Her aunt went to mail a translated book and pick up a package. Lin Yuyu was lying on a lounge chair, rocking gently, thinking that she was already 8 months pregnant and would soon give birth. She felt a mix of sadness and happiness. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the Lantern Festival. Everyone made and ate rice dumplings with black sesame and peanut fillings. After eating the dumplings, Hui Yuxuan borrowed a car, and they went to the city center to see the lantern displays. The city was lively and festive today. Lin Yuyu even guessed a lantern riddle and won a lantern. As her due date approached, Lin Yuyu felt very anxious. Soon it was March 20th. After lunch, she sat on the sofa, enjoying the peaceful moment after eating. Suddenly, a sharp pain interrupted the calm. She instinctively hugged her belly with both hands. At first, the pain was spaced out and came infrequently. Over time, the pain became more frequent and stronger. The baby inside her started to move actively, as if trying to find a way out to meet her mother. The baby's movements became very intense. She quickly called her aunt, took her hospital bag and the baby crib with wheels, and headed to the hospital. Luckily, the hospital was right in the middle of the residential area. They walked back and forth and finally arrived. As soon as they entered the hospital, her aunt hurried to find a doctor. After checking her, the doctor saw she was only 2 centimeters dilated. She was assigned a room and told that walking around would help with labor. Then the doctor went to do other things. At this moment, Lin Yuyu remembered the labor pain relief pills and took one quickly. Suddenly, the pain eased, but she could still feel the contractions. Her body sweated from the contractions, and her face turned pale. She thought she could prepare more of the pills so she wouldn't have to pretend. Since the contractions no longer hurt, Lin Yuyu remembered she hadn't told Hui Yuxuan yet. She asked her aunt to use the hospital phone to call Hui Yuxuan and let him know. Her aunt called, "Xiaohua, Yuyu is about to give birth. She's in the hospital now." Hui Yuxuan hurriedly replied, "Okay, auntie. I'll come to the hospital right away." He told Wu Shizhang and immediately headed there. When he arrived, he saw Yuyu's sweaty hair from the pain and her pale face, which made his heart ache. He quickly went over, tidied her hair gently, and asked softly, "How do you feel now?" Yuyu, weak and tired, said, "It's okay. I've been walking around for a while. The contractions are getting more frequent. I don't know if I'm about to give birth." Hui Yuxuan immediately rushed outside and called the doctor. The doctor came over, looking impatient, and said, "Weren't you only 2 centimeters dilated?" As he checked again, he found she was now 6 centimeters dilated. He quickly called a nurse, helped Yuyu onto a stretcher, and headed to the delivery room. While pushing the stretcher, he said, "This pregnant woman's is opening quickly. Hurry up." At this time, Yuyu still thought that the labor relief pills, besides easing the pain, might also help speed up the dilation. Half an hour later, in the delivery room, Yuyu felt something was about to come out. She told the doctor, who checked her again and confirmed her was fully open. The doctor said, "The mother can now give birth." The midwife said, "Take a deep breath and push hard like you're trying to have a big movement." Lin Yuyu followed the midwife's instructions, pushing with all her strength, feeling something slide out from her birth canal. The midwife continued, "Relax, take another deep breath, and push again." Following the instructions, Lin Yuyu pushed even harder and shouted loudly. After pushing, she heard the midwife happily say, "The first baby is out, it's a girl," just as the baby's crying started. Outside the delivery room, Hui Yuxuan heard Lin Yuyu's loud cry and felt his legs go weak with worry. Thinking something might be wrong, he rushed to the door and shouted, Are you okay? Where's the doctor?" Soon a nurse came out and said, "The mother is in good condition. She has already given birth to a baby girl. Please don't worry." Inside the delivery room, Lin Yuyu was ready to have her second baby. Following the midwife's commands, she took a deep breath and pushed again, And this time, the baby was born. The midwife excitedly said, "The second one is a boy. Your delivery went very smoothly." It took less than an hour from admission to birth. Lin Yuyu smiled, thinking it was all thanks to the safe delivery medicine. After the babies were cleaned and weighed, they were wrapped in blankets and taken out. Lin Yuyu finally felt relieved, but exhaustion suddenly hit her. The midwife carried one baby in each arm and called out, "Who are the family members of Lin Yuyu? The babies are here." The older one is a girl and the younger one is a boy. Hearing Lin Yuyu's name, Hui Yuxuan immediately ran over and asked, "How is Yuyu?" The nurse happily replied, "Miss Lin Yuyu is fine. She's still being cleaned up and will be out soon." At that moment, Hui Yuxuan looked at the two tiny babies in the nurse's arms. They were so small. He took one to his sister-in-law to hold, and then went with the nurse to the ward, waiting for Lin Yuyu to come out. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yuyu was pushed out of the room. Hui Yuxuan quickly stepped forward and looked at her with deep affection. Lin Yuyu felt very tired now. Although it didn't hurt, she still had some other sensations. Seeing Hui Yuxuan's anxious and loving eyes, she finally understood why, in later stories, women who gave birth always said their husbands had to wait until they came out. Because she had just given birth, her hormone levels suddenly dropped, making her feel insecure. At this moment, seeing her husband waiting outside made her feel very safe. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I'm fine, just a bit tired and want to rest for a while." Hui Yuxuan nodded and pushed Lin Yu back to the hospital room. In the room, Auntie had already tidied up. The small quilt was laid out, and she gently carried Lin Yu onto the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. Once Lin Yu was sleeping peacefully, Auntie got up to check on the two babies. Seeing that Lin Yu was asleep, Auntie said, "I'm going to boil some hot water. When Yu wakes up, you can give her some sweetened water to drink. I'll go home and cook some millet porridge." After saying that, Annie went to boil hot water. When she finished, she returned to the room, placed the hot water bottle down, and headed home. This side of the family had been with Lin Yu all along, helping to watch the two children after her delivery. Knowing that Andy was preparing food for Lin Yu, they quickly packed the millet porridge and egg custard into a thermos. Auntie only needed to prepare some food for Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan watched over Lin Yu and the two babies, feeling full of love and happiness at first. When the babies cried, he felt both happy and a little overwhelmed, busy and flustered. A nurse happened to come over. Seeing the baby crying, he didn't try to soothe him himself, but scolded him instead. Hui Yuxuan eagerly asked the nurse how to hold the baby. The nurse placed the baby in his arms, and at first, he was so nervous he didn't dare move. He was stiff and uncomfortable, and the baby started to cry again. Hui Yuxuan tried to relax himself, gently rocked the older baby, and the crying stopped. After putting the older baby down, the younger one started fussing again. He opened the diaper, saw that the baby had soiled it, and quickly changed the dirty diaper. He washed the baby with warm water, dried him with a towel, and clumsily replaced the clean diaper. The nurse saw the diaper and was surprised, saying that this style of diaper seemed very convenient. Just as he finished with the younger baby, the older one started fussing again. He opened the diaper, saw that he had soiled it, and quickly cleaned and changed it, then wrapped him in a blanket. Once both babies were comfortable, they quieted down and went back to sleep. About an hour later, Auntie arrived. She brought food for Hui Yuxuan and millet porridge and egg custard for Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu was still asleep, she told Hui Yuxuan to eat first. When Lin Yu smelled the delicious food, she woke up feeling very hungry. Hui Yuxuan kept looking at Lin Yu. When she woke up, he immediately came over and asked, "Wife, how do you feel? Are you hungry?" Lin Yu felt okay after a nap, so she told him, "I'm fine, just very hungry." Hui Yuxuan's sister-in-law heard this and quickly handed over some millet porridge. Hui Yuxuan took it and started feeding her. Lin Yu thought he was too slow, so she snatched the bowl and started eating herself. Feeling still a bit hungry, she asked her sister-in-law, "Do you have anything to eat?" Her sister-in-law nodded and handed her some steamed egg custard. Lin Yu took it and ate, finally feeling like her stomach had some food. At this moment, the baby also woke up, probably hungry, and started crying loudly. Lin Yuyu hurriedly asked her sister-in-law to hold the baby and handed her over. As soon as she took the baby, she started looking for milk to feed him, which was quite funny. Seeing the baby was about to cry, she quickly asked her sister-in-law to bring a clean, warm, damp towel to wipe the baby. She wasn't sure if the baby could eat yet. She was overthinking. The older baby ate easily and was full after a little bit. She asked Huiyuan to help burp the baby. Then she brought the little baby over to feed again, and after feeding, she helped him burp. Both babies were sleepy again. Huiyuan and his sister-in-law gently placed them in the crib and softly rocked them to sleep. During a break to drink water, Lin Yuyu took a sip of spring water and instantly felt an incredible sense of comfort. Huiyuan, after calming the babies and washing their diapers, was finishing up. While waiting for him to finish, Lin Yuyu remembered his past achievements and asked, "Did you tell Grandpa and the others that I gave birth to a pair of twins?" Huiyuan's face stiffened as he said, "No, I haven't. I'm about to make a call now." Then he left quickly. Lin Yuyu watched his hurried figure with a smile. Huiyuan's mother received a call. "Hello, this is Yang Hui." Huiyuan carefully said, "Mom, Yuyu just gave birth today. It's a pair of twins. The babies are very cute." Huiyuan's mother happily replied, Oh. Did they just be born?" Huiyuan broke out in a cold sweat and said, "They've been born for a while. My sister-in-law went to cook for Yuyu. I can't leave right now. I just found time to tell you." Huiyuan's mother cheerfully said, "All right, I need to get some good things for Yuyu. You hang up now." Without waiting for his response, she ended the call. Huiyuan originally wanted his mother to notify the other 5 family elders, but it seems he will have to do it himself. After making the calls, he finally felt relieved. Thinking about what his grandfather said, that they could choose the babies' names themselves, he felt very happy. He immediately headed back to discuss with his wife. The Hor family had all returned home that evening, and Grandma and Grandpa also came over. They discussed buying some nourishing supplements for Lin Yuyu. In the end, they decided to buy some nutritional products and baby formula, and they would give them money once they saw the bills. Meanwhile, Huiyuan returned to the hospital room. Lin Yuyu asked, "Have you notified everyone?" Huiyuan nodded and happily said, "Grandpa told us to choose the babies' names ourselves. How about calling them Hui Jianjun and Hor Iping?" Hearing the names Hui Jianjun and Hor Iping, which carry special meaning from their era, Lin Yuyu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly said, "I've already thought about it. How about giving them the full names Huiziki and Huiziqian, with nicknames Big Treasure and Little Treasure?" She even wrote down the characters on Huiyuan's hand, worried that the children might someday cut ties with their father. Huiyuan thought about his grandfather and father's names and felt his wife chose very well. He said, "Ziki means lively and strong, growing up healthy. Qi means precious jade. Qian means modest and humble. The names are very good." Lin Yuyu then reminded him, "Later, you should tell Grandpa and the others the names," then yawned and looked tired. Huiyuan checked his watch, 8 p.m., and called his family to tell them the names and their meanings. The elders all agreed happily, and knowing that Yuyu chose the names made them feel even luckier, marrying such a good wife. The next day at the hospital, Huiyuan went to register the baby's household registration. After he left, Sister Zhao came to visit Lin Yuyu. She looked at her and smiled, saying, "Yuyu, your face looks better today. Are you feeling okay?" Lin Yuyu smiled and replied, "I'm not uncomfortable anymore. I feel great." Sister Zhao then looked at the babies and praised, "They are so adorable." At first glance, they look exactly the same, but upon closer inspection, she said, "The one with the pink flower looks more like little Hua, and the one with the blue flower looks more like you." Lin Yuyu couldn't really tell, but both babies looked lovely, so it didn't matter who they resembled. She said to Aunt Zhao, "The one with the pink flower is Debao, a baby girl. The one with the blue flower is Xiaobao, a baby boy." They chatted and laughed for a while before Aunt Zhao left. Lin Yu thought no one else would come to visit her. In the residential compound, she was only close to Aunt Zhao. After staying in the hospital for 3 days, she was discharged. During those days, she noticed some differences between the two babies. Debao was strong-willed, while Xiaobao was easygoing and liked to stay clean. When Debao drank milk, Xiaobao had to wait until she finished. Xiaobao didn't mind much, as long as he was fed, but if his diaper wasn't cleaned right away, he would cry. Both babies were very smart. When they wet their diapers, they would make small sounds instead of crying. Only if no one changed them would they start to cry. When they were hungry, they would call out softly instead of crying loudly. Feeding them twice at night was enough. Lin Yuyu felt these two babies must have come to bring her happiness. During this time, she also gave them some gentle herbal supplements to help them grow, and she finally felt at ease. Back home in the residential compound, Lin Yuyu felt completely comfortable. Hui Yuxuan had stayed with her in the hospital for 3 days, but since he had no more leave, he returned to work at the army base. Knowing she needed rest, he took over washing the baby's diapers whenever he was home and didn't let Lin Yuyu or her aunt do any chores. After he left for work, Lin Yuyu took her recovery medicine and immediately felt her body relax and regain strength. For the first month, her aunt didn't let her do anything, not even hold the babies except when feeding them. Her aunt was very busy taking care of the mother and babies, cleaning the house, cooking special meals, and going out to buy things. When Hui Yuxuan was at work, Lin Yuyu used a bit of her mental energy to monitor the gate and send out a household robot to help with chores and meals. Since she needed to focus on the babies, her aunt took over managing the groceries and the robot's supplies. Every morning, her aunt still went to the market or supply store, pretending to shop as usual. Looking at her babies' peaceful, sleeping faces, Lin Yuyu felt deeply content. They were the ones truly connected to her by blood. When the babies woke up, she watched her aunt gently clean and change them, feeling warmth fill her heart. Lin Yuyu looked at the babies with envy. She wanted to hold them, but was not allowed. After everything was ready, Lin Yuyu talked to the babies, sang songs, and told stories. Although they couldn't understand, she enjoyed it very much. She was also happy because her postpartum meals finally included meat. For the first 3 days, she ate millet porridge, egg custard, jujube porridge, and vegetable soup in rotation. Her aunt said that from days 4 to 7, she could eat lean meat porridge, steamed fish, and fruits. Today, she felt very happy. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan finished work and hurried home to see his wife and adorable babies. The first thing he did was wash his hands, then looked at his wife and children, and went to wash and hang the diapers. When he returned home, the family robot was already put away in its space. For breakfast, Hui Yuxuan ate at the table with his aunt, while Lin Yuyu ate inside the house. To make it easier for her aunt to take care of her, she moved back to the first floor and didn't go upstairs. She also moved the desk from the first floor room to the living room and placed the baby's crib where the desk used to be. Days passed quickly while she took care of the babies. Soon, it was the second week after giving birth. Lin Yuyu's diet became more varied. Her aunt said she should focus on nourishing her blood this week with foods like pig liver and red dates. She could also drink some light pig's foot and peanut soup, carp soup, and other nourishing broths. As the baby's appetites grew, she needed to drink soups that helped with milk production. These soups were not as salty as the ones she saw online. They were light but still had a little salt. This week, Lin Yuyu looked healthy and rosy, which made Hui Yuxuan feel a bit more energetic. Soon, it was the third week. This week, she needed to add more protein, vitamins, and minerals to her diet. She ate chicken, pork chops, beef, and vegetables. Her diet became more diverse. The same continued into the 4th week. By the 5th week, Lin Yuyu could finally eat normally as long as her meals were balanced and nutritious. She had finished her postpartum recovery and quickly washed herself thoroughly inside and out. She also practiced Tai Chi twice more, feeling like herself again, as if she had never been pregnant. Thinking that having 2 babies was enough, she took the lifelong contraception pill given by Ling Yuan. In the future, if she wanted to have more children, she could just take the fertility pills for boys or girls. Little Aunt prepared a delicious dinner at night. Since Lin Yuyu still needed to breastfeed the babies, she didn't add chili or pepper. The dinner included seafood fried rice, flavorful hot pot, coconut chicken soup, and plain rice. Enjoying the tasty meal, Lin Yuyu sighed that this was true happiness. Everything was for the babies, and she felt happily overwhelmed. While waiting for Hui Yuxuan to clean up the kitchen and dining table, little Aunt had already helped Lin Yuyu feed the babies and took them to her room. Lin Yuyu was then taken to the master bedroom by Hui Yuxuan. Their situation was easy to imagine. She slept until noon again, but the babies were hungry. Little Aunt fed them formula milk. They only drank a few sips and then stopped. Little Aunt felt sad and called Lin Yuyu to wake up. She quickly got up, went downstairs, and fed the babies, soothing them. After calming the little ones, Lin Yuyu went into her space to take a bath, did some exercises, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water before coming out. She played with the babies and finally was able to clean them and change their diapers. It was her first time changing a diaper, and she felt quite excited. Every day, Lin Yuyu's life was very full. Soon, the babies turned 3 months old. Thinking of what she heard in her past life. 3 flips, 6 sits, 7 rolls, 8 crawls, and they will walk. The babies didn't know if they could roll over yet. She remembered seeing videos of babies imitating adults rolling over on TikTok. She immediately picked up both babies and went to the master bedroom, which had a big bed to prevent them from falling. She carefully placed the 2 babies and said, "Look, Mom," then slowly started to turn over. She thought she would do it a few times, but when she looked at the babies with anticipation, they rolled over in one try. She happily hugged and kissed both babies for a long time. After a while, the babies got tired. She fed them again, then comforted them to sleep in their crib. In the afternoon, when the babies woke up, Lin Yuyu continued playing the rolling over game with them. Hui Yuxuan returned home and saw only little Aunt downstairs, so he went to the master bedroom upstairs. He just happened to see Lin Yuyu and the babies rolling over together, and his heart almost melted. Hearing the sounds, the mother and her 2 children looked toward the noise. Hui Yuxuan felt his heart was hit by a sweet surprise and almost exploded with happiness. "Hurry up and wash your hands. After playing with the babies for a while, I went to wash the diapers." Lin Yu took the 2 babies downstairs and placed them in the movable baby bed in the living room, teasing them. Hui Yuxuan finished washing the diapers and helped prepare the meal, then came over to push the babies to the dining table. The adults ate, while the babies looked at the toys hanging above their beds, entertaining themselves. Lin Yu ate while thinking how easy her own babies are, knowing they care about their parents. After eating, she took a walk in the yard, then went inside to feed the babies more milk and help them burp. The babies got sleepy after eating, as turning over took a lot of energy. Time slowly passed. During this time, Lin Yu developed a new hobby. After the babies successfully turned over, she would push them back. Sometimes she would push them back halfway, which made the babies very angry, and they would shout loudly, "Oh my goodness!" The first time she did this, the babies ignored her completely. They waited for Hui Yuxuan to come back, looked at him with tears in their eyes, and pointed at their mother, shouting loudly. Hui Yuxuan thought something was wrong with Lin Yuyu, but when he saw his wife laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight, he realized the babies were telling on her. He quickly picked them up and comforted them. Once the babies were soothed by their dad, they forgot about being upset with their mom and wanted to see her. Lin Yuyu teased the babies, saying, "You 2 little troublemakers, didn't you say you didn't want Mom?" Seeing them about to cry, she hurried to comfort them. She mumbled, "Mom was wrong. Please forgive me. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as you agree." Andy couldn't stand it anymore and told Hui Yuxuan what Lin Yuyu had done. Hui Yuxuan looked at Lin Yuyu in disbelief, but didn't say anything. One day, he saw the babies turn over by themselves and instinctively pushed them back, feeling very proud. Seeing the confused expressions on the babies' faces, he was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. But the babies didn't give him any face. They immediately started crying loudly. Lin Yu quickly came in to comfort them and asked Hui Yuxuan what had happened. He didn't want to say, but since the babies refused to be held by him now, he had to tell her what he had just done. Lin Yu looked at the babies' double standards and sighed helplessly. Later, she secretly tried pushing the baby back when the baby was turning over, and the baby still giggled happily. When it was the father's turn, the babies didn't like him for several days. What a double standard, little one. They spent each day lively and busy. One day, Lin Yu pushed the baby back again after a successful turn, and the babies struggled to sit up on their own. Lin Yu was amazed and quickly called her little sister, who was cooking downstairs, and Hui Yuxuan. These were the first things the babies learned to do, and she really wanted to record these moments. She said to Hui Yuxuan, "Husband, look how cute the babies are. I want to take pictures of them. Let's buy a camera." Hui Yuxuan nodded in agreement, thinking about where to get a camera. Her little sister said nearby, "Yu, the babies are already 6 months old and can sit up. It's time to start giving them solid foods." Lin Yu asked in surprise, "Little sister, what kind of solid foods can the babies eat?" Her sister thought for a moment and replied, "Rice cereal, made from ground rice and millet, meat puree, made from cooked and mashed meat, fruit puree, vegetable puree, also cooked and mashed, and soft, broken noodles, and so on." Lin Yu looked at her sister and said confidently, "Okay, little sister, you just take care of the arrangements. And Hui Yuxuan, we need to get a small grinder to make rice cereal." Hui Yuxuan held the babies and said, "No problem, leave it to me." Her sister added, "By the way, for babies' solid foods, no salt before they turn 1. The couple said together, "That will taste terrible." Her sister explained, "Babies have weak stomachs, so they can't eat those." Lin Yu looked at the two babies with sympathy after hearing this. The next morning, the two babies first drank some rice water. They adapted well and didn't eat much milk. At noon, they cooked egg custard, which was very smooth and tender. The babies didn't look at their mother and kept staring at the bowl with the egg custard. Lin Yu was very curious and took a taste, really not tasty. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan returned with the small grinder. Tomorrow, the babies could start eating some porridge. He washed the grinder and left it to dry in the yard, waiting for dinner to finish. Once done, the grinder would be ready. That night, the babies still drank rice water, and probably after 9 o'clock, they would need another bottle of milk. After dinner, Hui Yuxuan used the grinder to turn millet and rice into powder, filling 2 small jars, enough for the babies to eat for a while. After feeding the babies and soothing them to sleep at night, the two of them enjoyed a wonderful evening together. The next morning, Auntie had already prepared rice porridge for them. She took 2 small wooden bowls, filled them with porridge, and each of the babies started to eat. The older sister took a bite, her eyes brightening with excitement, and she wanted more. Seeing that Mom was feeding too slowly, she reached out to grab her own spoon. The younger brother was quite good. He ate 1 bite at a time, but he kept getting food all over his face. If not cleaned up, he wouldn't eat another bite. Thus, Lin Yu began a routine of feeding only once at night. About half a month later, she noticed white spots like rice grains appearing in the middle of the baby's gums. She called Annie over to check, and Auntie said they were teeth. The babies were amazing. They had already started to grow teeth. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Hui Yuxuan brought back a camera, and he took pictures of the babies without teeth. When the babies smiled, the white spots showed, and the camera captured that moment perfectly. Time seemed to speed up, and soon the babies would be crawling. The tiny rice grain teeth had grown in, so Lin Yu no longer needed to feed them at night. Now, the babies had 3 solid meals a day, with a little extra milk in the late morning and early afternoon, and a big bottle of formula at night. Since she no longer needed to breastfeed, Lin Yu started making chive and egg pancakes in the mornings. For lunch, she prepared spicy hot pot with lots of Sichuan peppercorns. In the evening, she cooked chive scrambled eggs, and the water they drank was boiled with malt. After a week of this, she successfully stopped breastfeeding. She was so happy she wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Now that the babies could crawl, Lin Yu used a wooden fence to create a play area in the living room. She laid down large sheets of oil paper, a mattress, and a cooling mat, letting the babies crawl freely. She also borrowed her aunt's help to bring back wooden blocks, a small drum, balls, and toys like ducks and bears from the city. She even asked Hui Yuxuan to design a simple slide based on a blueprint. In the evenings, she pushed the 2 babies around in a small stroller, and everyone in the courtyard would comment, "The 2 little ones are being raised so well." After returning home and giving the babies a bath, Hui Yuxuan would play with them and tell stories, enjoying their daily parent-child time. Soon, the babies would start walking, and the older sister was the first to go. That day, Lin Yuyu had to go to the military headquarters to translate some documents. The two little ones woke up early and didn't see their mother. Auntie looked after them and told them not to play inside the fence, but to stay in the yard. Since she didn't see their mother today, they felt sad and got upset. They refused to do anything and just stayed in the yard. Auntie had no choice but to lay down some mats for them to play on. The two little ones kept looking at the door, probably hoping their mother would come back. By the time Lin Yuyu finished translating, it was almost 11 o'clock. She didn't know if the two little ones missed her, so she hurried and pushed open the yard gate. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she heard her big girl shout, "Mom." After calling out, she stood up and wobbled over to her. Lin Yuyu couldn't describe exactly how she felt. She was filled with a sweet, happy feeling that made her whole body warm. It felt like her heart was melting. She quickly opened her arms and hugged her big girl, giving her a kiss. The little boy wasn't willing to be left out. He also called, "Mom, Mom," and stood up, not wanting to be left behind. Lin Yuyu hugged her daughter and looked at the little boy, encouraging him, "Come here, little one. Don't be afraid. Mom will protect you." After hesitating for a while, the little boy finally took his first step, wobbling as he came over. She quickly hugged him too. Now, looking at her two babies in her arms, she felt like she had the whole world. She understood how much they loved and depended on her without limits. Since their mother was back, the two babies wouldn't leave her side. They kept calling Mom, Mom, whenever they couldn't see her. She knew they felt insecure because they didn't see her when they woke up in the morning. The rest of the day, the mother and children stayed close. She fed them one bite at a time during meals. After eating, the two babies looked at her, still not sleepy. She softly comforted them. "Mom will stay with you while you sleep. When you wake up, you'll see me." She lay down beside them and closed her eyes to sleep. The babies saw her sleeping and held onto her clothes, falling asleep too. When the two babies woke up, she was lying nearby. Sure enough, the anxious feeling of missing her was gone. It seemed that in the future, she would need to bring both babies everywhere. It's a sweet little burden. Waiting for Hui Yuxuan to come home in the evening, Lin Yu boasted to him that today the babies called her Mom and even learned to walk. Hui Yuxuan went over and asked the babies to call him Dad, but neither of them responded, looking confused as if they didn't understand. Lin Yu found this very funny. After dinner, Hui Yuxuan quickly cleaned up the dishes and kitchen. He took on the task of giving the babies a bath, and Lin Yu was happy to let him do it. A while later, they still hadn't finished, so Lin Yu went to the bathroom door and saw Hui Yuxuan teaching the babies to call him Dad. The older baby ignored him, while the younger one simply made a sound, perhaps teasing her on purpose. Seeing Hui Yuxuan looking frustrated as he carried the two babies inside and handed them to Lin Yu, then went to tidy up the bathroom and do laundry. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was teaching the babies to call him Dad. She told the babies, "You only call Mom, not Dad. Dad feels sad. Every day, Dad changes your diapers, washes your clothes, plays with you, and reads to you. Even the porridge you love to eat is made by Dad. See how much Dad loves you. Can you call him Dad just once?" She believed the babies could call him, but they just didn't want to. After finishing laundry, Hui Yuxuan entered the bedroom, looking upset. He said, "Why don't they call me Dad? Is it because I spend too little time with them during the day?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard two small voices calling, "Dad." He instantly felt happiness fill his whole body. All tiredness disappeared, but he also felt a heavier sense of responsibility. He quickly asked them to call again. The little ones, feeling annoyed but seeing his pitiful expression, called out, "Dad," once more. He hurried back and responded happily, like a cheerful, chubby man weighing 250 pounds. Soon, the date was January 30th, 1966, and the new year was approaching again. Hui Yuxuan received his transfer order. He was to be a division commander at the military headquarters in Liaoning province. He studied military strategy and command in university, gaining knowledge across all branches. He graduated first in his class, which was very impressive. He had already trained a skilled team for the island military district, completing several successful missions. His transfer to the Liaoning military headquarters was due to his practical combat skills and excellent leadership. They needed him there very much. He was given 2 months to finish his work here and report to the new post. When Hu Yuxuan returned home, he told Lin Yuyu, "Wife, this year we can go back to Beijing to celebrate the new year." Lin Yuyu was surprised and asked, "Are you finally taking a long vacation?" Hu Yuxuan looked at her and said, "My transfer notice has come down. We need to move to a different military region." Lin Yuyu was curious and asked, "Which military region?" Hu Yuxuan replied, "The Liaoning military district headquarters, where I will be a division commander." Lin Yuyu was surprised and asked, "Isn't it the Navy?" Hu Yuxuan smiled and said, "My major covers all branches of the military, and I have studied them all. Besides, wherever I am needed, I will go." Lin Yuyu sighed and said, "My husband is so excellent." Then she asked, "It must be very cold there. We should prepare some warm clothes." Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "We can prepare when we get to Beijing. After I finish the handover here, we will leave in about 2 weeks. You and Annie should send the things that need mailing." Lin Yuyu responded, "Okay, starting tomorrow we will begin packing these things. Auntie can handle the mailing." Thinking to herself, Lin Yuyu realized there wasn't much to pack. The supplies from the logistics department couldn't be taken, so only her personal purchases remained. First, she would tidy up the unused rooms, ask Grandpa Li about the mattress, and pack away the straw mats. She packed 4 large bags of items from the storage room and master bedroom and stored the rest in the storage space. She packed the daily necessities like basins last, leaving 2 sets of clothes for the half-month trip, and also kept a thin cotton-padded jacket. It was already cold in Beijing, so she kept 3 of Hu Yuxuan's military coats to wear when leaving the station. The baby's thick cotton clothes also needed to be packed, with 2 sets each. Other clothes were packed as well. For the baby's other clothes, she kept 4 sets each for changing and 5 diapers per person. Since the babies could walk now, they often took them to the bathroom. The kitchen supplies for the next half-month were set aside, with 20 jeans sent to Beijing by mail. The remaining items were stored in the space. Large items like the sewing machine, bicycle, and fan were to be checked if anyone wanted them and exchanged for money. The baby's beds and strollers were disassembled, packed, and sent back to Beijing. Only the wheeled baby bed was kept, to be packed on the day of departure. In Beijing, everyone already knew Hu Yuxuan would return for the new year. Mother Hua had cleaned the rooms in advance. They planned to go to Liaoning after the new year, where it was very cold. Through connections, they arranged for someone to get thick cotton-padded clothes, trousers, and quilts. Of course, the baby's belongings were the most prepared. In the evening, Hu Yuxuan came back for dinner. Lin Yuyu asked, "Did you tell Mom and the others?" "If you did, I will start packing with Annie and send the luggage." Hu Yuxuan replied, "I already called and mentioned it, including the luggage shipment." Thinking about the large items at home, Lin Yuyu said, "The sewing machine, bicycle, and electric fan are hard for us to take. See if anyone wants them. We can exchange them for money." Hu Yuxuan thought some people might want them. A few who were getting married asked if he had receipts for those big items. He said, "Leave it to me." Once everything was arranged, everyone went to wash up and sleep. The babies didn't need to worry. They could sleep on their own now, as long as they stayed in the same room with Lin Yuyu and the others. The next day after dinner, Hu Yuxuan went to the military area. He sent the housekeeping robot to help Annie pack the boxes. After packing everything, Annie went to mail the packages. Lin Yuyu pushed the 2 children to the mailroom to call Director Zhao. When the call connected, she quickly said, "Director Zhao, this is Lin Yuyu. I will be back in Beijing in a few days. Please hold off on mailing the remittance slips for next month. I will come to pick them up when I return." Director Zhao replied, "Okay, Comrade Lin Yuyu. When you come back to Beijing, we will contact each other." Then he hung up. Lin Yuyu felt relieved. The translation matter could wait until she returned to Beijing. She took the babies for a walk around the residential area to get some fresh air, then went home. Auntie wasn't there. She was probably still mailing the packages. Lin Yuyu placed the babies in the playpen and let them play by themselves. She sat nearby, eating sunflower seeds and watching them. Soon Auntie returned. Lin Yuyu asked, "Annie, how many packages did you mail?" Andy said, "3 packages for quilts, bedsheets, and pillowcases. 2 for clothes. 1 for defective fabrics and such. 2 for dried seafood and snacks. 1 for rice and flour. The rest will be mailed on the day we leave." Lin Yu nodded. That was enough. Later, Hui Yuxuan came back with 3 other people. Seeing Lin Yu, he said, "They want to exchange some items." Lin Yu nodded. When the 4 of them moved the 3 large items away, the 2 babies almost started crying. They probably thought someone was coming to steal things, which made everyone laugh and cry. They quickly picked up the items, comforted the children, and explained why the belongings were moved. The 2 children were very smart. After a few explanations, they understood everything. Seeing that the children were fine, Hui Yuxuan took out 800 yuan to buy some large items. At night, lying in bed, Lin Yu said that most of the packages had been sent out. Only the remaining items they were still using would be shipped on the day they left. The pots, bowls, and utensils they bought themselves would be given to Sister Zhao, as they weren't worth much. Life was passing quickly while everyone looked forward to returning to Beijing. During this time, Lin Yu let some puppets go out to collect various dried seafood, each holding simple rings with only preservation functions, gathering about 100,000 jin of different dried seafood. They also collected over 10,000 jin of live seafood, some kept in the space's ocean, others stored in the warehouse to keep fresh. The seafood collected in the previous life had long been purified in the space. After recalling all the puppets, it was finally time for them to leave. Because they needed to mail their luggage, they left by boat in the afternoon. In the morning, they packed all remaining items like wash basins and quilts to send to the post office, leaving only a rattan box and 3 cloth bags nearby. The rattan box contained the children's clothes, diapers, as well as Lin Yu's and her aunt's clothes and a money box. One small cloth bag held the children's milk powder, bottles, rice flour, and some dried fruit. Another large cloth bag contained sunflower seeds, egg cakes, a few water bottles, a teapot, and lunch boxes. The biggest cloth bag held the aunts, Lin Yu's, and Hui Yuxuan's thin cotton jackets and pants, the children's 2 sets of thick winter clothes, plus 3 military coats. They didn't prepare meals, planning to buy food on the train, and it was still warm. As everything was almost packed, her aunt took the pots and utensils she bought to the neighbor, Zhao Jingwei's house. When her aunt returned, a few people took a car driven by Xiao Li to the dock. Zhao's wife came out to see them off. She handed a cloth bag to Lin Yu, saying, "Yu, take this for your trip. Be careful and stay safe. Remember to write me a letter." Lin Yu also looked a little reluctant and said, "Sister Zhao, you should write to me too. Once I settle down, I'll send you some things." Zhao's wife watched the car drive away before returning home. When they arrived at the dock, they bought tickets and boarded the boat. Hao Yuxuan looked at the troops who had just reported for duty after graduation, feeling very reluctant to leave. This place witnessed his growth, every military achievement, and his marriage and family life. It felt like his second home. At this moment, he felt nostalgic about the island troops but also eager to face new challenges. Lin Yu was holding her 2 children, her eyes slightly red. This island had seen many of her moments, her joy of becoming a mother, her husband's life and death situation, her first-class merit, and her gossip partner. Now, she felt both fear of the unknown life ahead and excitement for the new place. Her 2 children were mostly curious. They wanted to know where they were going. Her younger sister, like a puppet, gave her all her love. Seeing Lin Yu with her slightly red eyes, Hao Yuxuan gently patted her back to comfort her and give her strength. They ate the meal prepared by Sister Zhao on the boat. The next afternoon, they arrived in Guang province. They first checked into a guest house, took 2 rooms, boiled some hot water, and prepared rice cereal for the children to eat. After feeding and soothing them to sleep, the adults ate a little and then washed up to rest. Hao Yuxuan didn't sleep. He went to buy tickets. He used his officer ID to book a soft-seat train compartment with 4 beds. He returned to the guest house with the tickets, lay down, and quickly fell asleep. That night, Hao Yuxuan went to a state-run restaurant to buy some dishes and steamed buns. After everyone finished eating and the children had their milk, they continued sleeping. Around 4 a.m., the adults woke up, but the children were still sleeping soundly. Lin Yuyu and Hao Yuxuan each carried a child, tied securely. Lin Yuyu held a small cloth bag, her younger sister carried a woven basket, and Hao Yuxuan carried the remaining luggage. They boarded the train and were pleasantly surprised to find that this time, the soft sleeper compartment had a door, making the children much safer. The younger sister tidied up the beds, and Lin Yuyu placed the two children on the lower bunks to watch over them. The younger sister and Hao Yuxuan put away the luggage, and the children's cloth bags were placed on the table. One snack bag was placed next to Lin Yuyu, and the other with the luggage. After everything was packed, the three of them let out a sigh of relief, finally on the train. It had been quite exhausting, especially with the children. On the train, there wasn't much happening, except that as the train entered the Lake Province area, the weather turned colder. First, they put cotton clothes on the babies. The three adults also changed into cotton clothes, and they took out military coats, just in case. The two babies were very obedient during the trip. At first, they were very curious about everything and kept asking questions. Later, they stayed close to Lin Yuyu and were very quiet. Finally, on the fourth morning, the train arrived in the city. Lin Yuyu and Hao Yuxuan each carried a baby close to their chest and put on military coats to keep the babies warm. Auntie carried a woven basket and a large cloth bag. A few people prepared to get off the train. When they left the station, they saw Hua's father waiting there, so they hurried over. Back at the military compound, Hua's mother had already cooked some noodles. They placed the two babies on the baby bed in the living room, took off their coats, and the three adults ate some noodles. After washing up, they went to sleep. The babies also went to sleep. Auntie didn't sleep. Hua's mother thought Yuyu's Annie was a little shy. She even took Auntie to the room she had prepared for her. Auntie smiled and said, "I usually don't sleep much, so I'm not tired. The train just smelled bad, but I'll wash up and be fine." Hua's mother saw that Yuyu's auntie really wasn't tired, so she nodded and let her go wash up. After washing, Annie started packing her things. She opened a package of seafood and dried goods, which weighed about 50 pounds, and handed it to his mother to keep for the family to eat. Another package of about 100 pounds of dried seafood was for future gifts or for the family to eat at home. Hua's mother put these in the storage room. The blankets and clothes had already been unpacked and aired out, then placed in their respective rooms. The rice and flour packages were also opened and stored in the storage room. Andy didn't open the fabric package. She placed it outside Lin Yuyu's door. Lin Yuyu had already taken the woven basket upstairs. Auntie washed and aired the clothes in the cloth bag. They took out baby rice cereal, bottles, and lunchboxes, placing them on the coffee table. They also took out dried fruit and sat chatting with Hua's mother. Hua's mother thought Auntie had a very good personality and got along well with her. When Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua woke up, they also chatted with the elders for a while. After breakfast, everyone went to work. Later, Lin Yuyu was awakened by her eldest daughter. She took the children to the bathroom, helped them wash up, and after the babies finished, the family of 4 went downstairs. Auntie has already cooked soft noodles for the 2 babies. She said, "Dumplings when going out, noodles when coming back. Our little ones also need to eat noodles." The 2 babies were very happy and kept wanting to eat. Lin Yu looked at her auntie and smiled, saying, "Just go ahead and feed them." After feeding the babies, Lin Yu thought about the rice flour the babies had run out of. Using her mental power, she placed enough rice flour and millet flour for 2 months into the woven basket. The 3 of them took the babies out for a walk in the courtyard. She introduced the courtyard to her auntie and then went back home because it was too cold and they might freeze the babies. Back home, Lin Yuyu asked Hao Yuxuan to put the fabric bundle in their room and took out the money box from the woven basket. She opened it and saw that her grandmother sent 200 yuan each month, totaling about 3,600 yuan. Hao Yuxuan's salary and bonus from missions added up to about 10,000 yuan after expenses for 2 years. The main income was from Lin Yuyu's translation work, earning about 1,700 to 2,500 yuan each month, totaling 35,000 yuan. Plus, She had over 5,000 yuan saved before leaving Beijing, making a total of about 53,600 yuan, roughly 50,000 yuan saved. Thinking about going out, she decided to visit the library. She asked Hui Yuxuan for the address of his new military district and the phone number of the family residence's reception, writing them on a note. She carried a shoulder bag, put the money inside, and thought she would go out today if nothing urgent came up. She asked Hui Yuxuan, "Do you have anything to do today? I want to go out, deposit some money, and visit the library." Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "I'll go out too, see my comrades, and look for Li." Lin Yu nodded and didn't plan to go to the black market to sell anything. She said, "Then we'll go separately depending on whether the babies listen." The two of them went to the living room and told the babies, "Mom and Dad need to go out for a while. You stay at home with Auntie and Grandma." Hearing this, the two babies looked a little sad and almost started to cry. Seeing this, both parents felt heartbroken. In the end, each took one baby. The older one went with the mother, and the younger one with the father's family. Lin Yu also took her auntie out for a walk. The five of them locked the door and split up to go in different directions. Lin Yu arrived first at the library, found Director Zhao, handed him the new address, and collected the translation fee for the previous book. She went to the post office with her aunt, deposited 50,000 yuan, and was happy because her income had increased. After depositing the money, she took her aunt and Debeo to the department store. Debeo was curious about everything since it was his first visit, looking around eagerly, as if his eyes couldn't keep up. Seeing Debeo's adorable expression, Lin Yu felt very happy inside. They shopped with her aunt for a while and bought each of the children a thick cotton-padded jacket. Then they went to a state-run restaurant to pack braised pork, shredded Beijing-style sauce pork, winter melon ball soup, and some steamed buns. They found a quiet place, took out a large cloth bag, and headed back to the military district. At home, they placed Debeo in the baby bed in the living room. Her aunt went to steam an egg for the baby and reheated the dishes. Lin Yu went upstairs and took out a big bag of cotton, defective cloth, and a piece of large northeast floral fabric from her space. She made clothes and thick quilts for the babies. Imagining the babies wearing northeast floral cotton-padded jackets, she felt her heart melt. She also took out a piece of military green fabric to make small military uniforms for the babies. After taking everything out and playing with the babies for a while, her aunt called them to eat. Lin Yu went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Seeing there wasn't much meat, she decided to use a piece of pork belly and a basket of eggs. Once everything was ready, she brought Debeo over, fed her egg custard, and Debeo ate very quickly, finishing it all. After finishing, Debeo said she wanted more, so Lin Yu prepared a bottle of milk powder for her to drink until she was full. It seemed that as the babies grew, they needed more solid food, so she had to prepare more. After Debeo was full, Lin Yu and her aunt had lunch together. Before they finished, Hui Yuxuan returned. Lin Yu looked puzzled and asked what happened. "Didn't you say you'd come back in the afternoon?" Hui Yuxuan sighed helplessly. Debeo wasn't full, only had a bottle of milk in the morning, and kept saying she was hungry. Her aunt didn't wait for them to do anything and took out a bottle of milk, handing it to Debeo. Seeing Debeo drink happily, Lin Yu asked her aunt curiously, "Auntie, how did you prepare the milk early? Are you a fortune teller?" She then gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Auntie cheerfully said, "It's because Big Treasure ate so much. I thought Xiaohu only took one bottle of milk powder this morning, and he should come back at noon, so I prepared early." Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Despite being a puppet, Annie truly cares for the two little ones, always so attentive. After feeding Little Treasure, she let him play with Big Treasure. The three of them ate lunch together. Once everything was cleaned up, the two babies had already fallen asleep. Auntie watched over them downstairs, while the young couple went back to their room. In the room, Hui Yuxuan quietly said to Lin Yu, "I came back early today. One reason is that Little Treasure was hungry. The other is about my comrades. Some have left Beijing for remote military posts, and others have been falsely accused and reassigned." He clenched his fists in anger. Lin Yu gently patted his back to comfort him. Once he calmed down, she said, The situation is becoming more and more tense. Lin Yu nodded and said, "We need to be more careful in the future. But I believe our country will wake up someday and see a bright future. Maybe in a year or 2, or 5 or 10. As long as people are alive, there is hope, and that day will come." Hu Yuxuan didn't expect his wife to have such strong faith in the country. Several old men, proud and upright, had been falsely accused and chose to die to show their integrity. He sighed silently. Thinking of the intense faction struggles in the big courtyard from novels, Lin Yu asked worriedly, "Are there any factions among the family elders?" Hu Yuxuan knew she was worried about his grandfather and comforted her. "No, we are few in number. When we got married, we only looked at character. We don't have complicated relatives or in-laws, so others can't sway us or join in." Lin Yu nodded and curiously asked, "What about the few old men who are close to Grandpa?" Hu Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "They belong to different factions. Now, their relationships are not good on the surface. They used to be close friends and behind the scenes, they still get along well. But their children often argue and clash." Lin Yu looked sad and said, "Children are part of their parents. If the children don't get along, it's hard for them to go back to how things were. By the way, how are your 2 childhood friends?" Hu Yuxuan shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. I haven't seen them. We'll contact them in a few days." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Fighting among factions will have winners and losers. They can't just want to stay out of trouble. The best way is to stay away from the conflict center." Waiting for dawn, they hoped their old master was still alive. It would be easy to bring him back. Hu Yuxuan thought his wife was right. They talked for a while about other things, then took a nap. When they woke up, 2 babies had woken her up by pressing on her. They are really clingy little burdens. After playing with the babies for a while, they all went to the living room to play. At 6 p.m., Auntie prepared dinner. The 6 elders finished work and came home. They washed their hands, relaxed inside, and since they weren't so cold anymore, they eagerly held the babies. Lin Yu said to the babies, "Huaziki, Huaziqian, do you remember when I showed you pictures and told you stories? Look and see if you recognize anyone. If you do, call out their names." The 2 babies heard their mother call them and knew it was something important. They carefully looked at the 6 elders. The older one pointed at Dad Hua and said, "Grandpa." Dad was so happy he kept saying "wow," feeling like he had a big smile. He was careful not to scare them. Then he pointed at Mom Hua and said, "Grandma," making her feel very happy. Pointing at Grandma Hua and Grandma Yang, they said, "Great-grandma, great-grandma," sounding very cute and making the elders smile. Finally, they pointed at Grandpa Hua and Grandpa Yang, calling, "Great-grandpa, great-grandpa," so adorable. The babies wanted to save effort and avoid trouble, so they called people in the easiest way. It was both funny and touching. The little one was lazy and just followed the sister, calling out for people. Soon, almost a fight broke out over who should wrap the babies, but in the end, Grandma Hua and Grandma Yang used their authority to settle it. Hua's mother saw she wasn't involved, gave the babies some kisses, then went to get things prepared for everyone. She brought 2 sets of thick cotton padded jackets for the babies, separate and one piece. There were also thick small quilts and adorable little blankets, plus several small hats, knitted gloves, and tiny socks. Now, with the ones bought, each baby had 4 sets of cotton padded jackets, enough for them. She also prepared 2 sets of light cotton clothes and pants for Lin Yu, her sister, and Hu Yuxuan, and 2 sets of thick cotton clothes and pants. They looked very nice. There were also 2 sets of 10 jean thick cotton quilts. What a wonderful grandma. She prepared whatever was needed. She saved her mother-in-law's family in her past life, and this life brought her to meet them. Lin Yu happily looked at the padded coat, then pointed to the cotton and fabric in the corner of the living room, saying, "I thought about asking my sister-in-law to make a few warm cotton clothes for the babies, but now I don't need to." The others looked at the fabric. They knew where it was headed. Their children were sensible, so they didn't say much. Mother Hua was happy and said, "Keep making clothes for them. When they wear them, they'll look very nice." Auntie also said, "Yes, make clothes for them. Little babies can never have too many clothes." The adults talked for a while longer. When the babies got hungry, they went to the dining room to eat. That evening, they had porridge made from dried seafood, scallion pancakes, braised pork, cabbage, and tofu, dried oyster omelet. Everyone ate happily and felt very satisfied. The babies ate steamed shrimp eggs and milk powder, and their faces kept smiling. Of course, the two elderly women were feeding them. After they finished eating and put the two babies to sleep, they were called to a study for a meeting. All the children were there. They analyzed the current situation and made plans. Hui Yuxuan continued his official duties outside, but he had to be very careful and not leave any evidence of wrongdoing. His last mission, helping the country eliminate many spies, was successful, and he didn't make big mistakes. The elders were still worried about the young couple. They also said not to hire a nanny for the next few years. Their family's maid had already been dismissed. Now they all ate at the military district cafeteria and returned home after meals. This was safer since no one knew if the people around them were real or fake. When the meeting ended and they returned to the bedroom, Hui Yuxuan thought about how Grandpa and the others were worried about their small family.
He went to see Grandpa.
He showed him the medals of first and second-class merit and how Lin Yuyu was praised for catching a spy. He also showed Grandpa her translation certificate, so Grandpa wouldn't worry. When he returned to the bedroom, the three women were already in bed. Seeing them all looking at him, he felt a tickling sensation in his heart, like feathers brushing past, itchy but warm. They had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Lin Yuyu was too lazy to get up. The babies were too young to choose, so she stayed in bed with her mother. Hui Yuxuan brought breakfast, fed the three women, and told Lin Yuyu he would go out later. After that, he went downstairs to eat. While waiting for the downstairs to be tidied up, my aunt came upstairs to watch the children with Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu thought about how they should help the elderly at home stay healthy during their time in Beijing. She asked her aunt to prepare a simple version of Buddha jumps over the wall for dinner, along with spicy and sour potato strips, twice-cooked pork, chives scrambled eggs, minced meat with vermicelli, and a big pot of steamed rice. She wasn't sure if there was enough rice and flour at home, so she decided to get up and check. After the three women dressed and washed up, they went downstairs. Her aunt went to soak some ingredients needed for cooking. Lin Yuyu placed the babies in their crib to play with toys, then checked the storage room, which had common long-lasting foods like cabbage, potatoes, and carrots. Most of the rice and flour were sent from home. There was also some cured meat and preserved chicken, clearly bought in preparation for their return. She thought about asking her aunt to carry a basket and cloth bags to go out pretending to buy groceries. The three women played a chasing game in the living room. Lin Yuyu chased the children, who giggled and hid while watching her. When she caught them, Lin Yuyu playfully got saliva on their faces. The babies' laughter never stopped all morning. During this time, she gave the babies some water. When they got tired, she laid them down in their small beds. She pushed the beds to the kitchen door, peeled and chopped 2 apples into pieces, then mashed them into puree. She also took 3 eggs and some flour, mixing them into a thick batter, and placed a frying pan on the stove. She was making pancakes, soft and tasty, which the babies could eat. While cooking, she talked to the babies. They were no longer tired and sat in their beds, watching their mother prepare the food. Finally, she cooked a pancake that smelled very good. The babies couldn't sit still and stood up, cutely saying, "Mommy, eat." They even drooled a little, making Lin Yuyu laugh. She comforted them, saying it was too hot and they should wait until everything was ready to eat. The 2 little ones stopped fussing and waited patiently for their mother to finish, so she could feed them. After making all the pancakes, she carried them to the coffee table and pushed the babies closer. Lin Yuyu took 1 pancake, tasted it, and found it quite delicious, with a hint of milky flavor, even though she hadn't added milk. It was strange but really tasty. She looked at the babies, who were almost overwhelmed by drool. She quickly wiped their faces, broke off a small piece, and told them they needed to chew it several times before swallowing. She explained and demonstrated, and when the babies seemed to understand, she fed them. The 2 babies ate happily. Each had 2 pancakes. Lin Yuyu didn't give them more, worried they wouldn't digest it. She took the remaining pancakes to the kitchen. When she returned, she saw the babies still moving their little mouths, as if they were savoring the taste just now. They were so adorable and cute. Around noon, Auntie came back and put things into the storage room. Lin Yu followed her in and put enough rice, millet, and flour to feed the whole family for 2 months. There were also many cured sausages, cured meats, cured chicken and duck, and cured fish. She asked Auntie to pickle some salted vegetables for tomorrow's meal, then went to the living room to play with the babies. At noon, the two of them ate seafood noodles. The babies also ate noodles. After they were full, the 3 women went upstairs to rest. Auntie went to the kitchen to make Buddha jumps over the wall, making sure to close all the doors and windows while cooking. They waited for the 3 women to wake up, then carried the babies downstairs. Hui Yuxuan hadn't come back yet and didn't know where he had gone. They gave the babies some water and played with their toys. When they heard the door open, they looked up and saw Hui Yuxuan returning. He walked over and asked, "Where did you go?" Hui Yuxuan looked at her with a sad expression and said, "Wife, do you have something to eat?"
"I haven't eaten yet."
He brought out the pancakes she made in the morning and asked Annie to cook a bowl of noodles for him. After he finished eating, he said, "I went to see the 4 of them. They're fine, but there's a lot of conflict among several siblings. Right now, 2 rival families are pretending to be friendly but are actually enemies, trying to stir up trouble and get them to divorce. They're thinking about whether to move away to avoid these conflicts." While listening to their discussion, I kept interrupting. In the end, they hurriedly went back to see how to handle things. They didn't even have time to eat. Lin Yu nodded understandingly, thinking that moving away was the best choice. Being safe during this turbulent time was the most important. They talked a bit more about the situation in Beijing. Lin Yu thought that although the Hui family was neutral, other factions might need their help. If they didn't support them, they could be tricked or betrayed. She told Hui Yuxuan, "I think being neutral isn't always safe. When the fighting gets intense, those who don't support one side become enemies and may be attacked indiscriminately. It is best to have Grandpa and the others check the house every day, especially to make sure a hair is caught in the door or window so no one enters without knowing." Hui Yuxuan nodded, thinking it was a good idea to remind Grandpa and the others. In the evening, the elders returned home. Smelling the delicious aroma, Grandpa Hui asked, "What are you cooking?" Annie smiled and said, "Oh, you see, since you often eat at the cafeteria and it's not very nutritious, I wanted to give you some extra nourishment. So I specially made a simple version of Buddha jumps over the wall." Everyone smiled happily, enjoying the kindness of the younger generation. When dinner was served, everyone ate a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. No one took more than a small bowl, and the children also tasted the flavor. While eating, Lin Yu noticed the children ate only 1 bowl of rice and then stopped. She knew they wanted to save some for the others, so she quickly said, "Grandpa, you should eat your rice." Auntie went out shopping today and met some villagers nearby. She exchanged some cloth and cotton with them, and they brought back quite a few things, all stored in the storage room. Since the cloth and cotton were in Annie's room, no one knew if there was enough or not. Auntie nodded and said, "Uncle, don't worry about eating. We exchanged quite a lot, enough for us to eat every day for 2 months." Hearing this, the elders checked the storage room again and then believed it. They started to serve rice, feeling reassured after seeing how much they had. After dinner, the 2 babies' supper was ready. The little ones ate steamed eggs with shrimp and drank milk powder. After feeding the babies, they put them on the ground and let them play with Grandpa and the others. The young couple began tidying up the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, with Hui Yuxuan doing the cleaning and Lin Yu helping him. Once everything was organized, the 2 went to the living room to join the others in chatting. Soon, the men went to the study, while the women stayed in the living room, chatting and playing with the 2 babies. Honestly, the house wasn't very cold because there was heating. They hadn't expected to have heating so early. Beijing is a bit more advanced than other places. Seeing the 2 babies get tired, the 4 of them gave them a bath and put them into warm beds. Mom was worried the babies might be cold, so she arranged for hot water bottles to keep the beds warm. It was getting late, so everyone went back to their own rooms. Lin Yu asked her aunt to watch the babies while she went to wash up. After washing, she told her aunt to rest. Then she lay down in bed, holding the two babies. She secretly thought to herself, they are such cute little warmers, haha. Grandpa and the others also discussed how to handle the future and went back to their rooms. Hui Yuxuan brushed his teeth and washed his face, took a quick shower, and then returned to the bedroom, holding his whole world. He softly told Lin Yuyu, I've told Grandpa and the others. They will handle everything, so don't worry. Lin Yuyu, feeling sleepy, nodded and fell asleep again. The two little warmers were so cozy that she couldn't wake up. The next day was Sunday and everyone took a day off. Hui's mother and her aunt had already prepared breakfast, seafood congee and scallion pancakes. There was also mincemeat egg custard and, of course, the baby's scalloped steamed eggs and millet porridge. It was another day Lin Yuyu didn't want to get up, but since everyone was resting, she had to get up anyway. She first dressed herself, then dressed the babies. The young couple washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and went to the bathroom with the babies. Thinking they were familiar with the environment now, they held their hands and went downstairs without carrying them. The elders watched the family of four come down, seeing the happiness of the younger generation, and all smiled happily. They placed the babies on a small bed and pushed it to the dining table, then started eating. First, they fed the babies steamed eggs and millet porridge. Once the little ones were full, the couple came to eat. They enjoyed scallion pancakes with egg custard and a sip of seafood congee. Their stomachs felt warm, and their mouths felt very satisfied. After everyone finished eating, Hui's father and Hui Yuxuan cleared the table and cleaned the kitchen. Lin Yuyu and the four women discussed making small military-style jackets and big floral coats for the babies. They finally decided on one set of small military jackets with cotton, two sets without cotton, and made them a bit larger. For the big floral coats, they chose one set with cotton, two long-sleeve and long pants sets without cotton, two short-sleeve and short pant sets, and an additional cotton vest. After measuring the babies' sizes, the three mothers had nothing more to do. They carried the babies to the living room to play with great-grandpa and others. The young couple, seeing that it wasn't their turn, decided to go to the department store to buy some yarn, thinking of knitting sweaters and clothes for the babies. They agreed on the plan and went out, buying some yarn of various colors and styles at the department store. The two of them went to the movies again, and then to the park for a date, enjoying their little world together. At home, there were no little kids to bother the couple, almost tiring their grandparents out. When they returned, they saw the living room covered with the babies' toys. There were flying pieces of paper and crumpled clothes, showing the little ones had been very lively. Seeing their parents, the two little kids ran over, hugged their legs, and started climbing up. Lin Yu quickly set aside her knitting, picked up the babies, and asked Hui Yuxuan to clean up after their children. The two little ones were a bit hungry and kept calling for biscuit, which she knew meant they wanted the pancakes from yesterday. Looking at the time, it was almost noon and it was time to prepare lunch. She placed the children on their small bed to play with their grandfather and went to the kitchen with Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan asked curiously, "What kind of pancakes do the babies want to eat?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "Pancakes, the ones we had with seafood noodles yesterday." She explained that she had a sudden idea to mash an apple, mix it with eggs and flour to make a thick batter, and fry it in a pan to make pancakes. They turned out soft and tasty, and the kids loved them. Hui Yuxuan understood and started helping make the pancakes. They also discussed what to eat for lunch. Lin Yu looked at the supplies in the storage room and suggested, "Let's make braised duck with radish soup, spicy cured chicken, stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, mincemeat with tofu, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and steam a big pot of rice." "How does that sound?" Hui Yuxuan agreed, saying, "Okay, you lead and I'll do the cooking." Lin Yu nodded and directed him to bring the ingredients. She started by making the braised duck with radish soup. While Hui Yuxuan prepared the other dishes, she fed the babies 3 pancakes and gave the leftovers to the grandparents as snacks. Then she returned to the kitchen to finish cooking. After 2 hours of work, everything was almost ready, and they called everyone to the table. Everyone sat down, and each person first received a bowl of braised duck with radish soup to warm their stomachs. Then they started eating. The spicy cured chicken was fragrant, spicy, and tender, very appetizing. The cabbage with vermicelli was delicious and never boring. The mincemeat with tofu mixed with rice made them want to eat 2 more bowls. The spicy and sour shredded potatoes were crisp and tasty. Today's meal was truly delicious. Several people finished eating and rubbed their stomachs happily. The young couple was very happy to see everyone enjoying the dishes they made. They prepared large portions so there was plenty to eat. After the meal, Dad Hua and his son cleaned up the table and kitchen while the others moved to the sofa. Auntie looked at the colorful yarn on the coffee table, some thick and some thin, and said, Oh, is this the yarn you bought? Lin Yu nodded and said, Yes, I haven't had much to do lately, so I want to try knitting sweaters and pants for the babies. Annie said, Don't worry about it. Just leave it to me. Lin Yu was very happy and hugged Annie's arm, acting spoiled. She really didn't know how to knit, but she wanted to learn. She also playfully taught the babies to clasp their hands together and say thank you to Annie. The babies' clumsy little movements made them stretch their arms forward, almost falling over, which made everyone laugh loudly. She bought a lot of yarn. Seeing that the elder sweaters were a bit old, she bought yarn for everyone in the family. She let each person choose their favorite color and knit a sweater and pants for themselves. The elders really needed new clothes and didn't refuse. They took the yarn back to their rooms. They sat in the living room for a while longer, then the 4 women went back to making clothes. Lin Yu carried the babies for a nap. Hui Yuxuan took some things to visit a few familiar elders, then came back to sleep with them. Around 3 p.m., the family of 4 woke up. They played with the babies in bed for a while, fully awake, then went downstairs. Everyone was downstairs. Seeing them come down, Mother Hua happily said, Yu, come look. We finished the babies' clothes. Lin Yu handed the babies to Grandma and others, then picked up a small military-style jacket to look at. It had a 5-pointed star embroidered on it and a matching small shoulder bag. It was very beautiful. The big cotton coat was made in an old-fashioned style, full of charm. Looking at the small Lenin style and Zhongshan suits, they were almost too cute to handle. She couldn't help but say, They're all so beautiful and adorable. Tomorrow, I'll put the padded small military jackets on the babies first and take some photos. At this moment, Father Hua handed over 2 cotton military hats, both without padding. The women exclaimed in surprise, Wow, these hats are so cute. Lin Yu praised enthusiastically, saying, Dad, you're so thoughtful. The hat makes it perfect. Several other women also kept complimenting. Dad Hua looked very proud, while the 2 older men had sharp, intense looks that seemed ready to turn into real anger. Inside, she kept thinking, Why don't you think about your own father? The kids' clothes, and I haven't been able to help at all. Annie made 2 big flower hats for the babies, inspired by the cotton military hats, and they looked very pretty. The parents took the babies to sit with them while the young couple went to prepare dinner. Lin Yu was thinking about making spicy hot pot, salty dishes, and millet pumpkin porridge. When she was making pancakes for the babies, she also started craving salty food. She chopped green onions finely, shredded potatoes, mixed them with flour and eggs, then added salt, pepper, cooking oil, and water to make a batter. She poured the batter onto a flat pan to cook the salty pancakes. Hui Yuxuan prepared various seafoods soaked earlier, along with potato slices and radish strips, boiling them in water. He also added some cabbage to make spicy hot pot, and in another pot, he cooked millet pumpkin porridge. For the babies, they made mashed potatoes and formula milk. Soon dinner was ready. The 2 of them brought the food to the table and called everyone to eat. Once everyone was ready, they brought over small bowls of mashed potatoes to feed the babies. After feeding, they gave the babies their bottles, and the couple went to eat as well. Everyone hadn't had salty food in a long time. Mother Hua said, Salty food is really delicious. I think those are shredded potatoes, and I didn't expect them to taste so good. The others nodded in agreement, unable to speak. They also tried the spicy hot pot, but none of the 4 elders had ever eaten it before. Everyone was sweating from the spice. When they finished eating, they had a sweet millet pumpkin porridge, feeling very satisfied. After resting for a while, Dad Hua and his son cleaned up the table and kitchen, while the others sat in the living room chatting. Once they finished tidying up, Everyone sat for a little longer before washing up and going to bed. Every day, the young couple spends time with the babies, cooking delicious food to nourish the family. The elders go to work. During this time, Auntie secretly brought back many tasty treats for the new year. She also knitted 2 sets of sweaters and pants for each baby, a cardigan for the older one, and a vest for the younger one. Truly a versatile aunt. She also asked Lin Yu for some nice fabrics and made several small cloth bags and little skirts for Daba. She also made many small short-sleeve shirts, blouses, overalls, and shorts for Xiaobao. Haha, Xiaobao has some clothes that Daba also has, and Daba has some that Xiaobao doesn't. Xiaobao looks at his sister's little skirts with envy. One day, she went out with Hu Yuxuan to the scrap yard to find some comic books for the children to read stories. They found many medical books there, which they secretly took to their space. Thinking that Hu Yuxuan needed books on military topics, she communicated with Tongzi to make a few old, good-quality books on advanced military science from this era, and secretly put them inside Lin Yu's thick coat. They didn't find the comic books they wanted, so they left the scrap yard and went home. Back home, Lin Yu took the books from her clothes and handed them to Hu Yuxuan, saying, "These are the books I found at the scrap yard earlier. I secretly put them in my coat." Hu Yuxuan took them and initially thought they were just ordinary books. He opened one and was surprised to see it was in English. He knew a little English himself. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Turns out it was about special forces training. He had been training a small team for special missions, but felt that his current methods were outdated. Since he had no relevant materials, he had been exploring on his own. He looked at the remaining books and found another one about military command. The others were just regular military books. He said to Lin Yu, "Wife, you are really my lucky star." Lin Yu looked at him and said, "As long as you find them useful, otherwise they'd just be scrap paper burned at the scrap yard." Hu Yuxuan thought the books were in English and said, "Wife, I might need your help translating these books." Lin Yu said it was no problem and told him to leave it to her. She didn't expect that the books were in English. In the following days, Lin Yu spent her time in the room translating these 2 military books. Her sister-in-law was responsible for cooking, and Hu Yuxuan watched the 2 children, playing with them. At night, Hu Yuxuan worked overtime reading the translated books. Soon, it was February 24th, 1966, New Year's Eve. Everyone got up early. Hu Yuxuan and his father cleaned the house, while Grandma and Mother prepared breakfast. Aunt and Grandma tidied up the living room, and Lin Yu played with the children. After breakfast, everyone discussed the lunch and dinner plans. For lunch, everyone agreed to eat casually. The adults would have seafood fried rice with eggs, and the babies would enjoy their favorite biscuits and milk powder. In the afternoon, they made dumplings with lamb and carrot filling, pork and cabbage filling, and chive, egg, and dried shrimp filling. They also made some dumplings with lean meat and carrot filling for the babies, chopping the meat and carrots into small pieces. For dinner, they finalized the menu: tomato shrimp, spicy hot pot, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. They also prepared mushroom and bok choy, spicy cured chicken, twice-cooked pork, garlic stock and cured meat, braised Christian carp, vermicelli with longan and meatball soup, and 10 dishes with 1 soup. After deciding, everyone started working. Father Hua, Grandpa Hua, and Great-Grandpa Hua washed vegetables. Auntie and Hua's mother chopped vegetables. Grandma Hua and Great-Grandma Hua prepared fillings. Hu Yuxuan kneaded dough, and Lin Yu soaked seafood. The babies watched everyone busy at work from their small beds, occasionally giving commands, making the scene lively and warm. Soon, the fried rice for lunch was ready. Each person ate 2 large bowls, and the babies were very satisfied. The vegetable washing team tidied up the table, while others started making dumplings. Since many people made and ate a lot, it took until after 3 o'clock to finish. They then hurried to prepare the dinner. By around 5 o'clock, the dishes were gradually ready and brought to the table. The meal officially started at 6. Grandpa Hu gave a New Year's speech, reflecting on the past, looking forward to the future, and mainly reminding everyone to pay attention to the present. While everyone was beginning to enjoy the feast, The two babies also tasted the new and interesting dumplings. They ate them very happily, and it was the first time they had dumplings. After giving them a few, they weren't allowed to grab and eat on their own. The babies couldn't see what they were eating clearly. Their eyes were only on the dumplings. Actually, they had taken medicine before, so now they could eat and drink normally like others. Lin Yuyu knew this secretly, but others didn't. She couldn't help but give them a small piece of braised pork. The two babies stared in shock with wide eyes, wondering what they had eaten before. When they tasted something even more delicious, the little ones kept wanting more, even ignoring their own dumplings. But Lin Yuyu didn't allow it, and the babies had no choice. Everyone else listened to their mother and continued eating their dumplings, thinking that this was also good. Everyone ate and drank until after 8 o'clock, then tidied up the table. They moved to the sofa to play games, poker, drink tea, and watch the babies play. At 11:20, they started cooking dumplings, and by 11:50, everyone sat down to eat. They enjoyed the dumplings while listening to firecrackers celebrating the new year. The babies had already fallen asleep. The next morning, everyone got up early. The 7 elders, along with Hui Yuxuan, distributed New Year money. Besides the babies, Lin Yuyu also received some. Lin Yuyu was very happy. Each baby got 50 yuan, and she received 100 yuan. The babies each got a small money box. In the future, their red envelopes and New Year money will be kept separately, and when they turn 18, they will receive it all. On the second day of the new year, they visited their maternal home. Grandma Yang stayed with them, but Lin Yuyu's family had no one left, so there was nowhere to go. The main family members stayed home cooking delicious food, especially finding new ways to feed the two babies. The little ones looked visibly rounder. The men went out to visit friends and comrades. Father Hua was on duty at the military district. On the third day, the whole family went out for hot pot. On the fourth day, they went to Lao Mo's for Western food to change things up and as a way to relax. On the fifth day, everyone made dumplings with shrimp, 3 kinds of meat, and celery, eating until their mouths were greasy. The babies ate chicken and corn dumplings. This year, the 2 little ones enjoyed many delicious foods, greatly enriching their taste buds. After this day, the 6 elders in the family all went back to work. Soon it was the Lantern Festival. That evening, everyone ate rice dumplings and then went out to see the lanterns in the square. It was lively, and they took many photos. After the Lantern Festival, the festive atmosphere disappeared, and life returned to normal. During this time, many photos were taken of the babies wearing small military uniforms and big floral coats. They also took a family photo of all 4 members in military uniforms. Of course, a big family photo was a must, with various styles. They printed 2 copies, one kept at home, and the other taken to Liaoning province when they traveled. On March 20th, 1966, it was the 2nd birthday celebration for the babies. It wasn't a big event, just a small family celebration. That night, a few of them secretly held a joie joie ceremony where they placed items like a book, pen, abacus, RMB, stethoscope, Hui Yuxuan's medal, money, and a steamed bun. 2 small children dressed in bright red climbed over. Little Bao grabbed a medal, and Big Bao took a book and a pen. Lin Yu thought her eldest daughter was very bossy. She believed she would follow her father's career and become a soldier. Little Bao was very clean and tidy, thinking she would become a doctor in the future, but she was mistaken. After the children's birthday, they were ready to leave for Liaoning province. Grandpa bought a soft sleeper ticket with a private room. It would be a 1-day, 1-night trip. A few days ago, Lin Yuyu had already sent 7 packages with fabrics, quilts, and other items. 2 packages contained quilts, 3 thick 10-jean quilts and 3 12-jean quilts. The rest included small quilts and mats from the island. There were 3 packages of clothes, including thick cotton clothes that took up a lot of space. Household items from the island were also sent by mail. They planned to buy more items later, like a sewing machine and train tickets. They also had 6,000 yuan for translation fees for the past few months. Director Zhao had already paid for March. Hui Yuxuan's military books, translated by Lin Yuyu, were ready. Only the Chinese versions were left outside. The English books were hidden by her. They still carried the familiar bamboo basket, which now contained 3 money boxes and other scattered items. One large cloth bag held the baby's belongings, including egg cakes, melon seed soup, a lunchbox, a teapot, and a water bottle. Another bag contained the baby's clean clothes and 3 military coats to keep warm. They ate 3 boxed meals on the train and took a nap. The journey was much easier than going to the island. Getting off the train, they felt fine and didn't need to wear military coats outside. From afar, they saw a young soldier holding a sign. They hurried over. The soldier was Hui Yuxuan's guard, whose surname was Li, haha. Soon after getting in the car, they arrived at the Navy military district. The family compound was not far from the city center, surrounded by some villages and distant mountains. Li said it only took about half an hour by car from the family compound to the seaside. The supply and marketing cooperative and hospital were also nearby. Looking at the neat houses in the family compound, they felt it was quite nice. Their house was on the edge, a bit larger than others. This house used to belong to a former Special Forces commander. It was initially sealed for inspection. They checked the house thoroughly from inside to outside, very carefully. People are afraid of trouble, so no one dares to want this house. After waiting for the restrictions to lift and trying to apply, they were assigned to Hui Yuxuan by the military district, who specifically requested him. When they reached the gate of the yard, they told Xiao Li to go back first. Lin Yuyu stood at the gate, looking at the place she would live in the future. The house is a 2-story red brick building facing south. The small yard has 8 designated flower beds, with small brick paths between them. There are some flowers planted in the soil, but once settled, they plan to remove the flowers and grow vegetables. On the west side, there are 3 small rooms, probably for storing firewood and miscellaneous items. Inside the middle small room, there is a cellar, likely used for storing grains and food. From the gate to the house entrance, there is a stone-paved path with decorative patterns, which looks quite nice. There is also an open space in the yard paved with stones, where they can sit and enjoy the sun later. The yard is well divided. Entering the 2-story small building, the entrance opens into an open area and a dining room. The open area's purpose is unclear. The dining table is large enough for 8 people. To the right is the kitchen, which has 2 large stoves surrounded by storage cabinets. Some cabinets have additional cupboards on top. There is a vegetable washing sink, surprisingly connected to a water pipe. Aren't they worried about it freezing? On the north side, there is a storage room filled with shelves and cabinets. To the left of the open space is the staircase. There is a door on the left of the staircase. Through this door, there are 2 more doors inside, one to the south and one to the north. The southern door leads to a bathroom with a pull-out toilet. There is also a wooden bathtub for showering and soaking, along with a wash basin and storage cabinets, quite modern. Entering the northern room, there is a small bedroom with a window on the north side. Under the window, there is likely a large heated brick bed covering nearly half the room. North of the open space is the living room. At the northernmost part of the living room, there are 2 similar stoves, but with smaller openings covered by metal sheets, connected on both sides, probably for heating the brick beds. On the west side of the living room, there are 2 bedrooms. On the east side, 2 more. Each bed has a partition that can be pulled out to block the heat from passing through. The first floor is all heated brick beds, and each room has a desk and wardrobe. On the second floor, the staircase's left side also has a bathroom, similar to the one downstairs, connected by pipes. It's uncertain whether the upstairs toilet can be used in winter. The north side has 4 rooms, with the westernmost one being much smaller, likely used as a storage room filled with many cabinets. The other rooms on the second floor all have double beds. The master bedroom has an extra dressing table and storage cabinets. To the south of the master bedroom is a large, well-stocked study. In the middle is a spacious living room with a sofa, coffee table, and rocking chair. Overall, the room has many household items. The previous owner of this house was not a good person, but after checking inside and out, everything was found to be in order, so they felt relieved. Auntie and Hui Yuxuan cleaned the walls and floors, wiped the furniture with water, and mopped the ground. Lin Yu watched the babies play and thought about what else was needed. Currently, they lacked various pots, bowls, chopsticks, rice, vegetables, and seeds. Once everyone finished tidying up, they couldn't start cooking yet, so the family went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. They ordered sweet and sour pork, shredded pork with vegetables, and 3 flavor dishes, along with 4 bowls of rice. They also asked the waiter for hot water to prepare milk for the babies. As the dishes arrived, everyone's appetite grew. The sweet and sour pork and shredded pork were crispy outside and tender inside, with just the right sweetness. The 3 flavor dish was very tasty with rice. The 2 little ones watched the adults eat happily, drooling with envy. Lin Yu was very happy, those 2 little gluttons. She mashed potatoes and rice, fed them a few bites, and they could also drink their milk powder. After everyone was full, they walked to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 large pots for cooking with earth stoves, 2 coal stoves, a big wok, a flat pan, 2 large clay pots, and 2 kettles for boiling water. They also bought shovels, spoons, strainers, steaming baskets, 10 sets of porcelain bowls and chopsticks, 2 small wooden bowls for the babies. They got 2 extra large porcelain plates, for large ones, 10 medium-sized, and 10 small ones. They bought 5 large dumpling cloths, 2 large porcelain basins for kneading dough, 2 enamel basins for washing vegetables, and brought enough industrial coupons when they arrived. Finally, they bought some seasonings and seeds before heading to the post office to pick up a package. Since they had too many things, they rented a bullock cart to bring everything back to the family courtyard. Back home, they placed the purchased items and the package on the open ground and sent away the rented bullock cart. Hua Yuxuan watched the babies in the living room. Lin Yu and Andy unpacked the package, placing everything in its proper place, secretly taking some items out. After preparing everything, they realized there was no mattress on the bed, no quilt on the Kong, no rice container in the kitchen, and so on. The 3 of them discussed and decided to go separate ways to prepare. Huiyuan went to a nearby village to exchange for a quilt, straw mat, rice jar, and firewood. Lin Yu went out to buy rice, flour, and other grains, while her aunt stayed home to watch the children. After Huiyuan left, Lin Yu also went out with a basket and a bamboo basket. Half an hour later, she returned carrying the baskets and 2 large cloth bags. She didn't see any family members, only a young soldier on guard, which was good because she didn't need to explain anything. Back home, she entered the storage room and took out 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, some millet, sorghum, cornmeal, and black rice flour. There were also cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes. She took out some seasonings and put them in jars on the stove, then brought out some cotton and a piece of pork fat for her aunt to start cooking. Then she left again with an empty cloth bag and a basket, and half an hour later, she returned carrying them. She looked around and saw that the bedding, daily necessities, toiletries, and seasonings were all complete, and the wash basins for vegetables and cooking were also ready. She took some of these supplies and stored them in the storage and miscellaneous rooms for easy access later. She looked at the empty coffee table, then took out some apples, dried fruit, sunflower seeds, and candies, placing them on the table. The leftovers were stored in the storage room for future use. Thinking that everything was almost ready, she and her aunt each took half an apple, used a spoon to scrape apple pulp to feed the 2 babies. The little ones ate for a while but then stopped, and Lin Yu ate the remaining apple herself. Soon, she heard sounds outside. She went out and saw Huiyuan standing at the gate. Outside, there was a bullock cart, probably sent back by villagers who bought it. They helped move things into the house, placing 4 straw mats and 4 quilts in their designated spots. An extra straw mat was placed in the miscellaneous room. 2 large jars for rice and flour and 4 smaller jars were placed in the kitchen. A large stack of chopped firewood was neatly arranged in the west side room with the earthen stove. She gave each person some milk candies before sending them off. Thinking about where to stay tonight, the 3 of them discussed again. Since it was still cold, they decided to stay on the first floor by the fire in the Kong. Huiyuan went to move some firewood to the earthen stove in the living room, lit it, and heated the Kong. They went to put the heat-insulating boards back in the rooms at the far west and east ends to block the heat. Since these 2 rooms are not occupied for now, they decided not to heat them. He and his little aunt washed and dried several jars together. After drying for a while, they moved the jars to the storage room, placing rice, flour, and other grains into the appropriate large and small jars. Looking at the rice and flour, Hyuk-shun didn't say anything. He knew his wife should go to that place. He just advised, be careful and stay safe. Lin Yuyu nodded understandingly, knowing he was imagining the situation again. Thinking about the straw mattress in the room, he took out 2 pieces of black cloth and asked his little aunt to make 3 large quilts to cover the mattress later. Lin Yu thought that making quilts and clothes needed a sewing machine. She looked at Hyuk-shun and said, "Husband, let's go to the department store to buy a sewing machine and a bicycle." Hyuk-shun thought it was necessary to buy them. Since he would spend less time at home in the future, it would be convenient for his little aunt and wife to have a bicycle. Also, his little aunt often made clothes for the babies, so they needed to buy a sewing machine quickly. He and Lin Yu took the babies and went to the department store. His little aunt stayed home to cook. They first bought dried vegetables, tofu, and noodles on the first floor, then went to the second floor to buy the sewing machine and a lady's bicycle. After buying the items, Lin Yu took the receipt, rode her bicycle to the police station to register the bicycle. Hyuk-shun carried the 2 babies, along with the purchased items and the delivery person, back to the residential compound. The delivery person helped place the sewing machine outside the study room on the second floor near the window before leaving. His little aunt covered it with cloth, then went downstairs to put dried vegetables and other items into the storage room. Hyuk-shun played and made games with the babies. After registering the bicycle, Lin Yuyu rode back to the residential compound. Seeing some residents she didn't recognize, she didn't greet them and went straight home. She parked the bicycle in a side room. After returning home and warming up for a while, she went to play with the babies. His little aunt was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Hyuk-shun saw his wife playing with the babies and went to help with the cooking. They made a stew with dried beans and vermicelli from the storage room, and the aroma spread through the house. They also cooked a cabbage and tofu soup. The baby's dinner was thick soup noodles, which smelled quite good. Waiting to feed the baby at the dining table, I realized that many of the baby's things are still missing. There is no baby high chair, so after feeding there is no place to put the baby. Also, when the weather gets warmer, the small bed for the babies to sleep in is not ready yet. They forgot to send the items from Beijing, and asking motherhood to mail them again would be slow. For now, we will manage to eat and discuss it later. The young couple let their aunt eat first while they feed the babies. After the babies finish eating, they will watch over them, and the 2 of them will quickly eat their own meals. After eating, everyone sits on the sofa to discuss what to prepare for the babies. After an hour of discussion, they decide to buy baby chairs that are like small steps, allowing the babies to climb up by themselves. They will also buy a wooden fence to create a small play area for the babies. Additionally, they need a small bed for sleeping, with side rails made a bit larger, since the babies will start sleeping separately when they turn 5. Hyuk-shun will go out tomorrow to see if he can find these items. Once they confirm what to buy tomorrow, everyone prepares to go to sleep. Hyuk-shun goes to fix the clay stove, the aunt returns to her room, and Lin Yuyu, carrying the babies, also goes back to her room. Sleeping on the heated bed for the first time feels very strange. Lin Yu quickly climbs up, and the mattress and quilt on the bed are already very warm. She takes off her cotton-padded jacket and lies down, feeling a warm flow rush through her back and surround her, making her instantly relax. All the fatigue of the day seems to disappear, and she can't help but enjoy this moment. But she can't stay long. She quickly gets up after feeling it briefly, because the 2 little ones are eager and pulling her hair from below. Ha ha ha, she was so curious about how it feels to lie on the bed that she forgot about the 2 little ones. She quickly puts on her cotton jacket, goes down to take off their shoes, and lifts them onto the bed. She also undresses the 2 little ones, changes their diapers, and tucks them into the warm bed. The little ones can't help but exclaim, "Wow," then happily say, "Warm." Lin Yu knows they feel warm, so she teases them, "Do you think it's warm, little ones? Then mommy will hold you out, and it won't be warm anymore." She makes a move to pick them up, but the two little ones look at her teasing and get anxious, saying, "Mommy, bad," and turn around, facing away from her. Lin Yuyu almost burst into laughter, and Hu Yuxuan couldn't help but smile as well. Ignoring the legal issues involving the women, he went to wash the diapers. After a short while, the two little ones couldn't hold back and looked for their mother. They turned around and looked at Lin Yuyu, begging for a hug. Lin Yuyu couldn't bear to refuse these adorable little ones. She held both children in her arms, while Hu Yuxuan held the three women on the other side. They started to sleep. She thought they might have trouble sleeping, but they fell asleep instantly. The next morning, the three women were still in bed, and the babies rarely stayed still either. Hu Yuxuan got up early and went to prepare what the babies needed. When the younger sister heard the noise, she knocked on the door and brought them some food. After eating and drinking well, the three women felt that their arms, which had been exposed outside, were no longer cold. Lin Yu decided to get up. She first put on her clothes. It was quite difficult to dress the babies because they didn't want to get up and kept crawling everywhere. Lin Yu got a little angry and called their names. Only then did the two little ones obediently crawl over to get dressed. Her older sister even tried to dress herself. She ended up pulling her pants over her head, which made everyone laugh. Carrying the two babies into the living room, she was surprised to find it was warm there too. She asked in amazement, "Auntie, why is it warmer today?" The younger sister blinked and said, "They have a firewall here. When we arrived yesterday, we just heated the calm, a traditional heated bed, so the firewall wasn't obvious. After burning all night, the firewall got hot, and now it's warm." Lin Yu widened her eyes and said, "People in Liaoning are really amazing." She thought to herself that she had only heard about fire guns and heated kings before, but now she was experiencing it herself. She also realized that this firewall works just like modern underfloor heating or radiators. The younger sister said, "It's just that burning the Kong and firewall uses a lot of firewood. We need to stock up more. I'll go to the nearby village later to see if I can exchange some." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Annie, you make the decisions. It's really good to have you." After hearing her sweet words, the younger sister went to visit the nearby village. She spent time talking and playing games with the babies. Around 10 o'clock, Hu Yuxuan and the younger sister returned together. Lin Yu looked at them in surprise and asked, "Did you meet anyone at the door?" The younger sister said, "We met someone in a village." Hu Yuxuan added, "Andy needed a lot of firewood, and since she also brought the baby's things, someone came to deliver everything together." As he spoke, more unfamiliar people entered. They placed the baby chairs they were holding on the dining table and went to help carry the cribs with others. The small beds were temporarily placed in the master bedroom. The playpen was set up in the open space on the first floor. Auntie and two others were moving firewood. After finishing with the baby's belongings, a few more joined the firewood moving team. Soon, the three small houses in the yard were filled with firewood. Someone also gave a few pieces of candy as a thank you. After the visitors left, the three of them started working. First, they cleaned the baby chairs and cribs. Then, they moved the grass mats from the storage room to the open space, laid down a quilt and a thin blanket on top. They washed and dried the baby's toys and placed them on the mats. Finally, they surrounded the grass mats with a playpen, creating a safe play area for the babies. Seeing that the house was almost tidied up, Hu Yuxuan told Lin Yuyu that he would return to the military camp in the afternoon to report. The military had been urging him several times, and he couldn't delay too long. This time, his main task was training. Since graduating, he had been a Navy officer on an island, but this military district was part of the army. He studied military strategy and command at the military academy. Although he knew about different military branches, he lacked practical experience. Because of his abilities and the small team he trained for the island military district, they completed many difficult tasks with fewer casualties. This earned the trust of the higher-ups, so he was transferred here. He knew he had to prove himself to earn respect, so it was better to go to the unit early and learn more. Liaoning province is in a special geographical position, a border area and an important industrial base, so its military strength must be strong. This military district also had the most people caught during the last operation. The local mechanical research institute had lost several sets of blueprints multiple times. Investigators either found nothing or, when they did find something, met with accidents, broken arms and legs, huge losses. In the end, they never figured out who was behind it. The current commander of the military district was also transferred here after that mission to clean up the mess. He had tried many methods, even begging and pleading, and brought in a group of senior officers from elsewhere to shake things up with a major overhaul. Hui Yuxuan was transferred here through his strong efforts. He is very optimistic about this young leader. Of course, the higher-ups are not fools. If they want the Navy to train the Army, they must agree. Hui Yuxuan graduated with top scores in overall skills and professionalism. There was a debate about whether he should go to the Navy or the Army, and the disagreement lasted a long time. In the end, because the Navy was facing frequent battles and needed more talented people for special missions, he was sent there. If he performs well in this new position, it will improve his resume even more. This is also a test from the higher-ups. He already has a basic plan for the training. He reviewed the books Lin Yu gave him last time and improved his plan. Now, the main goal is to train better soldiers and reduce injuries. Thinking about this, Hui Yuxuan made his plan and then went to play with the children. Andy started preparing lunch. She made chicken stew with mushrooms and corn cakes in the pot, filling it with a big pot. When the aroma of chicken and mushrooms started to spread, the family of 4 was drooling. When the stew was almost ready, Annie took out 2 chicken legs and a bowl of chicken soup, added a little salt, and shredded the chicken. The kids' lunch was ready. She picked out the corn cakes, seasoned the chicken stew with salt and green onions, and it was ready to serve. She called out, "Dinner is ready." Hui Yuxuan helped carry the food, and Lin Yu placed the 2 children in their high chairs. She took the kids' lunch from Andy. Seeing the meat and soup in the bowls, the children's mouths watered, and they kept saying, "Eat meat, eat meat." Once all the dishes were on the table, she and Hui Yuxuan fed the children. The 2 little ones eagerly opened their mouths, waiting for the meat to go in. The younger brother was calmer, only opening his mouth when the meat was near. After feeding the kids, they put them in the play area to have fun. The couple quickly ate their meal, already craving the delicious smell. After taking a bite, they felt that the village's chickens were really tasty, tender and chewy. The unique aroma of hazelnuts and mushrooms burst in the mouth, and the noodles were elastic. They also enjoyed a piece of soft, sweet corn cake soaked in soup. This meal was truly satisfying. Hui Yuxuan finished cleaning the kitchen, told his family, and then went to the military headquarters. Lin Yu held the babies and went for a nap. Anne took out cloth and cotton, wrapping the babies' playpen to prevent them from bumping into things. After finishing the playpen, she measured the beds on the second floor to make larger mattresses. By the time the 3 women woke up, it was already after 3 p.m. In the living room, she didn't see Aunt, only the wrapped playpen. She placed the babies in the play area and said, "Look how kind your aunt and grandma are to you." The 2 babies played with toys and replied, "Grandma is good," which made her shake her head and go to warm 2 bottles of milk. She let the babies hold their drinks and then went upstairs to see what Aunt was doing. Upstairs, Aunt had already made a large mattress and was laying it on the bed. Aunt was very quick. She finished everything in just a couple of days. They tidied up the second floor, then went downstairs to play and talk with the babies. Lin Yu thought about dinner and told Aunt, "Let's cook seafood porridge, make some pork lard scallion pancakes, stir-fry sweet and sour pork, and pickled cabbage." Aunt said, "There's no pork or pork lard." Lin Yu nodded and softly said, "Aunt, go out for a bit and come back," giving her a knowing look. Aunt responded with a knowing look and carried her basket out. Looking at the small earthen stove in the living room, Lin Yu took some sweet potatoes from the storage room. She placed them in the stove, expecting they would be ready to eat soon. She also took 5 gin of pork belly, 5 gin of tenderloin, and 5 gin of pork fat, putting everything in the kitchen, waiting for Aunt to return. After a while, the roasted sweet potatoes were ready, and Aunt finally came back. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Aunt, what were you doing?" Aunt said, "I ran into some people from the courtyard and went out with them. I bought some frozen pears. They say it's very tasty." I soaked them in cold water first. She then soaked 2 frozen pears in cold water and placed 2 more in the stove in the living room to cook for the babies. Looking at the sweet potatoes, she said, "Yo-yo, you roasted sweet potatoes. They look pretty good." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I wanted to see if I could roast them well. Turns out they turned out pretty good." Annie took out some apples from the basket. Lin Yu looked at the apples and said, "These apples are stored quite well." Auntie nodded and replied, "They were bought at the morning market. There's also a market nearby where I can exchange for many things. I plan to go there every day." Lin Yu agreed with a nod, thinking she should rest for a few days before taking the babies to visit. She took down the roasted sweet potatoes and replaced them with new ones, then handed one to Auntie. Holding the remaining ones, she went to the dining table, picked up the 2 babies, and fed them a little. Auntie ate the roasted sweet potato and then went to make pig fat. The babies, trying it for the first time, were attracted by the sweet smell and forgot about their toys. They sat obediently in their chairs, mouths open, waiting to be fed like little birds. Lin Yi was very happy. After feeding them a small piece, she let them play with their toys. She also tasted one herself, sweet, soft, and much richer than the flavors in later times. Thinking of this, she wanted to eat fried sweet potato balls, sweet potato pancakes, and candied sweet potatoes, but then she thought more about it and couldn't help but crave them. After cleaning up the trash, she played games with the babies and read storybooks. Suddenly, Lin Yu smelled the fragrant aroma of roasted pig fat residue and couldn't resist going to the kitchen. She saw Auntie scooping out some pig fat residue and quickly took a piece, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. So delicious. She saw that the jar for storing pig fat wasn't full, so she took out several jars of different sizes and placed them on the shelf in the storage room. She also grabbed some green beans, yellow beans, and red beans, putting them into jars and labeling what they were. She took some glutinous rice flour and sweet potato starch, both thick and thin, and placed them on the shelf. Seeing everything was ready, she took a small plate, mixed in some salty pig fat residue, and ate it herself. She also took 2 small wooden bowls for the babies, gave each a small piece of fried, oil-free residue, and dipped it in sugar. Then she took them outside, and the 3 women began to enjoy the delicious food. The babies, trying something with a roasted aroma for the first time, bit into it with their little front teeth. Their eyes squinted happily because it was so tasty. Lin Yu watched the little ones with amusement. Their tiny teeth tried to bite but couldn't, probably because they were enchanted by the sweet taste of sugar. Holding her small plate, she sat next to the babies and started eating too. She liked crispy, salty, and savory snacks. She took a piece of salty pork crackling and shared it with the 2 babies. They licked their lips with their tiny tongues and looked at her curiously. Thinking about how her food was different from theirs and not wanting to say too much, she pointed at the pork crackling and said, "No. No." Seeing their cute little expressions, Lin Yu smiled and said, "When you grow a little older, you can eat the same things as mommy." The 2 babies made a small sound and continued eating their own food. They probably liked sweet flavors, so she playfully teased them. Andy finished preparing lunch and gave the babies some scallion pancakes and some seafood porridge without seafood. Then she let them play in the entertainment area. While eating her lunch, Lin Yu thought the sweet and crispy pork belly she made was better than the one from the restaurant. The pork fat and scallion pancakes were as delicious as always. After finishing her meal, she saw the babies were sleepy, so she carried them to take a nap. In the afternoon, after they woke up, she talked to Annie about dinner plans. "Annie, tonight let's make steamed buns with pickled vegetables, millet pumpkin porridge, and a stew with cabbage and tofu." Annie agreed and started preparing. Lin Yu used the household robot to help. The robot stayed in the kitchen and didn't come to the living room. The babies were older now, so she needed to be careful. The babies played in their entertainment area, while Lin Yu brought over a lounge chair and lay down, watching them. When the frozen pears thawed, she took one and ate it. It was sweet with a little sourness, the flesh like jelly and very juicy. She ate 2, and then gave the babies some cooked frozen pears from the stove, chopped into half and fed to them. She ate the rest herself. She liked the cool, refreshing frozen pears. Unlike in Hainan, where there are many kinds of fruit, having frozen pears here was nice too, going with the local customs. Soon, Shaoli came over and said, "Sister-in-law, Commander Hu won't be back this week. If you need anything, go to the military area to find him or call the reception." Lin Yu nodded and gave him some frozen pears to share with Hu Yuxuan. Shaoli didn't want to take any at first, but when he heard it was for Commander Hu, he took some. Watching Shaoli leave, Lin Yu thought these two didn't have good luck with food, but she hoped the buns would be ready a bit later. She went back to tell stories to the babies.
It was almost dinner time.
The two babies each had a small piece of pickled vegetable and pork crackling bun skin, along with a small bowl of porridge. After feeding them, I let them play in the entertainment area, while Lin Yu and my younger sister started eating. I took a bite of the pickled vegetable and pork crackling bun. The combination of the sour vegetables and crispy pork was perfect. It wasn't greasy and made me very hungry. I ate 3 in a row. After dinner, my sister and I each took a little one for a walk around the house. Once we finished washing up and got into warm beds, I held both babies. I felt so happy. My sister went upstairs to continue making a large quilt, which she finished and laid out today. At this time, Hu Yuxuan was still busy looking through old military files. He realized why there were so many spies in this area. Most of the problems were left over from history. Many people's fathers were from there. When they surrendered and left, they were still very young and stayed behind. As they grew up, secret agents from this side contacted them to brainwash them. Some were also persuaded because they were greedy or had been caught with evidence against them. He thought the training was too relaxed and they had too much free time to think about other things. Tomorrow he planned to give them extra training. He also needed to make a new training plan to help the soldiers reach their full potential. The next day, everyone in this division did extra training together. The results were very clear. When they returned to the family compound, they all went straight to sleep. Early in the morning, my sister went to the morning market. She met many people in the neighborhood who were about her age. Some came with their sons, some with their husbands. She was there with her niece. They talked as they walked. Before reaching the market, they had already become familiar with each other. My sister saw that Bao Fish bought a big one, about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. She also bought a chicken and some soybean oil. They went back together, listening to gossip along the way. My sister found it very interesting. When they arrived home, everyone went their separate ways. When I got back, Lin Yu was still sleeping. I put things down and started making breakfast. I heated some pickled vegetable and pork crackling buns and cooked some corn porridge. Then I prepared the bao fish, thinking about making fish-filled dumplings for lunch for Yu and the others. Waiting for Yu and her mother and sister to wake up. It's already 8 o'clock. I got up and washed up. The babies didn't want to get up and I didn't force them. I took breakfast to the bedroom for the 3 of them. After feeding the babies, I started eating myself. Washed the bowls and thaw 2 frozen pears. Cooked some frozen pears for the babies as well. Then I went back to the bedroom to stay with them. When they got bored of lying down, I dressed them and took them to the bathroom to wash up and use the toilet. After that, I took them back to their play area. Lin Yu then lay down on her lounge chair again. At this moment, Lin Yu saw her aunt handling a mackerel. She asked, "Aunt, are we having mackerel-filled dumplings for lunch?" Her aunt replied, "Yes, mackerel dumplings. I thought you haven't had them in a long time. I saw them being sold today, so I bought some to make for you." Lin Yu really loves her aunt. She remembers everything and happily clung to her aunt's arm, acting cute. Lin Yu communicated with Tongzi, saying, "Tongzi, go find Ling Yuan and exchange a hidden storage ring for me. I want to give it to my aunt. I'll spend more time with the babies now, so I can't do much for my aunt. Put something from this era into the ring," she added. Tongzi replied, "Okay, Yu, thinking it had been a long time since they last talked." She then said, "Yu, ever since the babies arrived, you haven't entered the space much or talked to me." Lin Yu comforted her. "The little ones are still young. When they grow up and go to school, I'll spend more time in the space talking to you and watching shows." Tongzi was satisfied with her words, but she felt a bit guilty leaving her little master to keep her company. Lin Yuyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, glad that Tongzi was easy to coax. After finishing her transaction with Ling Yuan, Tongzi called out to Lin Yuyu, "The ring exchange is done. I've put everything inside." Lin Yuyu said, "Good, Tongzi. In the future, check the ring occasionally. If anything is missing, add it." Tongzi nodded and replied, "Okay, Yuyu." After that, she went to do her own things. Holding the ring, Lin Yuyu approached her aunt and handed it to him, saying, "Aunt, use your mental power to bind this ring and hide it." Her aunt was Lin Yuyu's puppet and instinctively did as she was told. After binding it, he saw the contents inside and happily said, "Yuyu, I won't need to ask you for things anymore. I can make more delicious food for you all." Lin Yuyu smiled happily and said, "I just think the babies are growing up, and I can't always be there for you. Giving you this ring makes things easier for both of us. From now on, you can handle things yourself. Be careful when you use it, so you don't get caught." After saying that, Lin Yuyu boredly ran around the rooms, playing with the children for a while. Seeing Lin Yuyu was bored, her aunt was making dumplings and thinking about the gossip she had heard. She said, "Yuyu, do you want to hear some gossip?" Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. She looked at her aunt and said, "Yes, I really want to. I was just thinking about when I could go out and find a sister-in-law with a good personality to learn some gossip," her aunt said. "It's from a nearby village." Lin Yu thought about the large movement of young people going to the countryside that had already started, lasting 10 years. She asked, "Are the villagers or the educated youths?" Her aunt looked at her appreciatively and said, "They are educated youths." Lin Yu was very curious and urged her, "Come on, auntie, tell me quickly." Her aunt slowly explained, "Recently, for educated youths from Shanghai province came to Xinyang village. Their way of speaking is quite interesting." Lin Yu agreed, "Yes, their way of speaking is very interesting." In her previous life, she had thought it was fun to learn some local dialects, but she never managed to learn them well. Her aunt continued, "The village head, Lin Jiangwo, went to pick them up with the ox cart and recorded their names." She looked at the 2 men and 2 women in front of her, dressed so thin, and felt sorry for them because it was cold now. She told them to all sit on the ox cart, and then they returned to the village. Lin Yu said, "This village head is quite good. That ox is really the life of the village." Her aunt said, "Yes, but they didn't appreciate it." She looked at the muddy, broken ox cart and said, "A female educated youth disliked it and said, 'This ox cart is so dirty, how can people sit on it?' The other 3 youths agreed, saying, 'Exactly, this broken ox cart can't be used for people.'" Lin Yu understood. They were all inexperienced and hadn't faced the hardships of society. She asked, "The village head probably felt his kindness was wasted." Her aunt nodded and said, "Yes, the village head was stunned at the time, feeling his kindness was misplaced. But he still patiently said, 'Children, our village's conditions are like this. This ox cart looks broken, but it can still pull people.'" The village chief had no choice but to go find the local leaders. Lin Yu thought that was the right thing to do. If a problem couldn't be solved, you had to seek help from those in charge. She asked in surprise, "Did the leader solve it?" Auntie looked skeptical and said, "Leaders don't usually favor them." She then said seriously, "Rural conditions are tough. Ox carts are the lifeline of the village. If the village chief allows you to ride the ox cart, it shows he's sincere. Since you signed up to go to the countryside, you should understand what rural life is like. What you need to do now is learn to adapt, not be so delicate and picky. If you really can't handle it, I can send you back." Lin Yu secretly admired the leader. Young people should be flexible. She told Annie, "This leader is quite good." "What happened to those 4 young people?" Auntie replied. "They felt a bit ashamed after the leader scolded them, and when they heard they might be sent back, they didn't dare argue and obediently followed the village chief." Lin Yu felt sorry for the young people sent to the countryside during such a special time, but she also had to say, people have to bow their heads when they're under someone else's roof. They are really stubborn. In the future, living under someone else's care, they might get into trouble. She sighed and said, "I think the girl from the first group of young workers will cause quite a bit of trouble. There will definitely be stories about her here. If anything happens with her, tell me so I can hear about it." She also felt emotional. Luckily, she had analyzed early on that she shouldn't go to the countryside, so she married a good husband instead. Suddenly, she felt she hadn't been very kind to her own husband, but she couldn't do anything about it. The spiritual spring water, besides her, could only be sipped a little at a time by others. Many things beyond this world, like space, couldn't be used by the locals. Otherwise, they would turn to dust as soon as they touched it, and away in the wind. Looking at the two babies, she wondered if their bloodline was strong enough. She might try someday. She decided to focus on their diet, making sure her family ate well. After finishing the gossip, Auntie finished making the dumplings. They tidied up the flour and other things on the table, then went to talk and play games with the two babies. By 11 o'clock, the babies were hungry. Auntie went to cook the dumplings, and Lin Yu gave them some water to drink. Soon, the dumplings were ready, and together with Aunt, they brought the dumplings to the dining table with the dipping sauce. The two babies were eagerly watching through the fence, so they quickly carried them to the high chairs. Each baby was given 3 dumplings to cool down a bit before they started eating. They placed the dumplings in front of the babies, letting them pick and eat on their own. Seeing the babies eating happily, Lin Yu also started eating the fish-filled dumplings. They were covered in oil, and the babies happily gnawed on their dumplings, satisfied. After eating enough, each of them drank a small bowl of dumpling soup, feeling very happy. Thinking of Huiyuan, they also boiled 150 dumplings, let them cool for a while, and then filled 2 large insulated containers. The 4 of them closed the door carefully and headed to the military area. When they arrived at the gate, a young soldier on duty learned that his wife was looking for him and went to call him. Soon, Huiyuan arrived. Lin Yu waved at him, and when he came over, she said, "Aunt made fish-filled dumplings. I know you like them, so I brought some for you to try." On the way over, Huiyuan was worried something might go wrong. Hearing that his wife brought dumplings for him, he felt very warm inside. His eyes brightened as he said to Aunt and Lin Yu, "Aunt, wife, thank you for your hard work." After that, he hugged the babies. The 2 babies were quiet and let him hold them, probably missing him after not seeing him all day. As soon as they saw him, the babies called out, "Dad," several times. Not wanting to delay his work, he handed the bag with the insulated container to him, and the 4 of them left happily. They strolled home while walking, unaware that the people they passed by were the main characters of today's gossip. The 2 little ones hadn't taken a nap and weren't sleepy. They looked around curiously at their surroundings. An hour had passed since they arrived home. They took the babies to the bathroom for a quick wash and then put them down for a nap. Aunt went upstairs to make clothes and bags for the family, especially for the 2 babies. Huiyuan watched them walk away, then returned to his office with the dumplings. He opened the insulated container and started eating. Honestly, when he saw the fish-filled dumplings, his mouth watered. He was really craving them. Just as he was enjoying his dumplings, an unexpected visitor arrived, Commander Zhao Zhenhua from the military district. He had some connection with his grandfather, which he only learned later. Now he was still confused and didn't know why the commander came to see him. Commander Zhao kindly said, "Little Hua, don't be nervous. I just want to see how you're adjusting." He originally planned to chat with him during dinner, but he didn't expect him to skip the cafeteria. Huiyuan felt a bit more at ease and said, "Report, Commander. I just received a call from a soldier on patrol. My wife brought me lunch." Commander Zhao became interested and asked, "You and your wife are quite close. What did she make for you?" Huiyuan was about to report again, but the commander stopped him, saying, "Just speak casually." He relaxed a little and proudly said, "Dumplings with mackerel filling. My wife knows I love them, so she specially made some today." Commander Zhao didn't expect that talking about family would make him seem so proud and confident. He asked, "Can I try one?" He was surprised that the commander wanted to eat, but he kept a calm face and said, "Of course." He brought over the insulated container and told him to take one himself. But when Zhao Commander reached for one, he kept taking more. Seeing the dumplings almost gone, he thought, "Good thing I already ate a whole bucket," and then joined in grabbing dumplings too. After they finished eating, Commander Zhao gracefully took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He patted Huiyuan's shoulder and said, Work hard. If you face any problems, come find me. Then he left, leaving Hu Yuxuan looking confused. It felt like the commander came just to eat dumplings. If he had any problems, he could just fight them until they surrendered. No one in this military district could beat him. The troublemakers, who were baring their teeth and snarling, were just impulsive fools who had paid the price. Hu Yuxuan packed up the insulated container and continued his work. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu and her mother were still sleeping peacefully. Grandpa Hu received a mysterious call. When he answered, the voice on the other end said, "That little lamb is really good today." It took him back to his younger days when he was in the army and met someone who shared his interests. That person always acted very gracefully, finishing meals with a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Back then, the war was frequent, and they fought together for 2 years before parting ways. When saying goodbye, they would say, "Next time we meet, just say, 'Today's little lamb is so cute,'" and the other would reply, "Old friend, long time no see." Later, when the country was stable, they searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. They thought he had sacrificed himself. It was a surprise to meet him again. Grandpa Hu came back to himself and said, "Old friend, long time no see." Over there, he also hadn't responded for a long time. When he heard the voice, he replied, "Old friend, long time no see." They didn't talk much, just happy to know each other was alive. After the country became peaceful, he looked for his old friend. He searched for a long time, but thought he had died. This time, to find Hu Yuxuan, a talented young man, he carefully investigated him for a long time. He saw his resume and photos, which looked a bit like his old friend when he was young, and they shared the same last name, Hua. He checked his family background and was 90% sure his old friend was still alive. When he saw Hu Yuxuan's face, which was very similar to his old friend's when he was young, he was 100% sure and couldn't resist making this call. Grandpa Hua was so excited to find his old friend that he wanted to share the news, but had no one around. He had to wait until after work to tell his family. Meanwhile, Lin Yu finally finished her nap. She got up with the babies, ate some frozen pears, and then continued reading stories from a picture book to the children. Her younger sister started cooking a big pot of millet porridge soaked overnight, adding extra water. When it boiled, she simmered it on low heat so the babies could eat it later. She also fried the leftover dumplings from noon, stir-fried some green beans, and made shredded potatoes with mincemeat. By 5 p.m., everything was ready, and she went to call her mother and the 2 other children to eat. She first gave each of the 2 babies a dumpling to chew on by themselves. She let the big pot of millet porridge cool in small wooden bowls, then started eating her own meal. The stir-fried green beans, shredded potatoes with mincemeat, and millet porridge went well together. She hadn't had fried dumplings in a long time. They were really delicious. She didn't see the 2 babies finish their food, but they wanted more. She fed them the soft, sticky porridge her sister had cooked, which was very tasty. After everyone was full and satisfied, the 2 of them took a walk inside the house, each holding a baby, walking up and down a few times, then washed up and went to bed. Lying in the warm bed, they felt very comfortable. The 2 babies, lying on the heated Kong bed, couldn't help but sigh happily. Lin Yu found it very fun, and the little person happily sighed. It was so cute that it touched her heart. Holding 2 babies, she thought about the gossip she heard from the educated youth during the day. She also thought about the future leaders of this era who had been sent down to the countryside. Could she do something to help? She decided to ask the group. Lin Yu called out to the group and asked, "Can we help those who have been persecuted?" The group thought for a moment and replied, "We can help them, but we shouldn't interfere too much." Lin Yu didn't want to interfere too much. She just hoped to do a small part to help them survive this dark time. She suggested, "Let's create something like a modern first aid kit. We can include some coarse grains like corn and soybeans, along with a little millet and red sugar. We forgot to stockpile medicines earlier, so for now this will do." The group agreed, saying, "Okay, we can deliver it once a month." Lin Yu nodded and asked, "Can you deliver these supplies? Also, check if anyone doesn't have a blanket. Have the housekeeping robot make old blankets look worn and patched, then deliver those too." The group replied, I can deliver the supplies, and I will arrange for the robot to do these tasks. Thinking about helping her own country, Lin Yu asked, since we can't use technology beyond our current level, can we at least share some of our existing advanced technology? The group thought it was possible and said, we can try. Lin Yu decided to give it a try, thinking there was no harm. She said, then make copies of all the advanced technology we have now and place them on the highest leader's desk. She wanted to avoid giving these to the experts directly, especially to prevent any English materials from causing trouble. The group assured her, don't worry, Yu. I will handle everything. Lin Yu softly said, thank you, group, and then quickly fell asleep. The group felt shy because helping Yu was voluntary, and there was no need to thank them. Seeing Yu asleep, the group went to complete the tasks they had discussed. That night, many of the persecuted and sent down individuals received first aid packages. Some who had been close to giving up saw hope again and gained the motivation to keep going. Both Lin Yu and the group gained a lot of merit, and the country's fortunes improved. They have been delivering first aid kits for 10 years. Only when they are fully exonerated and return to their original places to shine and contribute will they stop. During these 10 years, the group has also grown. When Lin Yu falls asleep at night, she checks to see what these people need. She secretly gives some persecuted people who are close to death a little powder of nourishing medicine. Even Heaven's way does not interfere. The next day, the top leader entered the office and was shocked by the piles of documents everywhere. They searched for a long time, but couldn't find out who had made them. Most of the documents were in other countries' languages. They called the translation department to interpret them. In the afternoon, many experts were summoned to review the materials. After looking at them for a while, they became very excited. With these documents, their research progress could be greatly sped up. Many persecuted people had also been quietly moved away. All of this had nothing to do with Lin Yu. She got up early today, feeling incredibly light and refreshed. She wondered if it was because she had a good night's sleep. She and her aunt each carried a basket, placing the sleeping babies inside, and headed to the morning market. Seeing her aunt and the women in the courtyard, Lin Yu felt familiar and listened in on their gossip. Auntie One whispered mysteriously, yesterday, Commander Lin's mother was scolding his wife at home again. Auntie Two said disdainfully, that's right. You can hear her cursing every day from next door. Auntie Three proudly said, you guys don't know the half of it. I heard that Commander Wang abandoned his original wife. His current wife isn't his first wife. Auntie One nodded knowingly. I always thought he and his wife didn't seem like a real couple, more like father and daughter. Auntie Two agreed with a nod. Auntie Four, not willing to be left out, said, and look at the daughter of Captain Zhang's family. She's so thin she's just skin and bones. Yet he's still helping others. Lin Yu thought to herself, is there really a saintly father? Someone who cares for others regardless of himself. Auntie Two looked down on him and said, he's clueless. His own family doesn't have a son. He sent most of his money to his brother to buy things for his nephew. His own daughter and daughter-in-law are so hungry they look like walking skeletons. Lin Yu couldn't help but interrupt. Does the army not care about this? Auntie One, full of disappointment, said, if you cause trouble, the army will intervene. But if you don't, they turn a blind eye. Lin Yu thought about how Mother shouldn't be so weak and wondered if she didn't know she could ask the army for help. She decided to wait until she met someone who could give her some advice. Soon, the older women started talking about other gossip. Lin listened happily and felt more energetic. Gossip really is a source of strength. When they arrived at the market, everyone split up. Lin wanted her children to see the busy market, so she woke them up from their stroller. She carried one child in front of her and her sister-in-law carried another, with a basket on her back. The children's eyes, which were half closed before, became bright when they saw the lively market. They looked around carefully, watching people bargain. They bought 2 jin of chives, some salted duck eggs, and spicy chili sauce, which smelled very good. After walking around with the children, they all went back to the residential area with the older women still chatting about gossip. One of the older women said, Commander's son favors boys over girls. His son dresses nicely, but his daughter wears old clothes, and his cotton pants don't even reach her ankles. Another woman added, I've been to their house to chat, and I've seen many times that they sit down, but only his daughter works. The third woman continued, Captain Wu is often beaten by his wife at home. Sometimes you can see scratches on his face. The fourth woman said, that's normal. His wife is from here. If he stayed at home like an old man, she wouldn't put up with him. Another woman added, and that Lieutenant Li left his wife and daughter in the countryside. He brought his mother and nephew to join the army. I really don't know what he's thinking. Her sister-in-law chimed in, just like Captain Zhang. Lin Yuyu watched her older daughter listen happily, then looked at her younger son, who was also paying attention. Gossip really doesn't have an age limit. They talked about gossip until they reached the residential area. After saying goodbye to the older women, the four of them went home. Back home, the children were still lively and played happily in the play area. Lin Yuyu went to the kitchen and told her sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, I want to eat dumpling soup and chive egg noodles with rice cakes. After she finished speaking, her sister-in-law quietly went to prepare the breakfast she requested. Lin Yuyu went to the entertainment area to play with the babies and their toys. After a while, she took the babies to the bathroom. While there, the three of them washed their faces and brushed their teeth, then returned to the entertainment area to continue telling stories. Smelling the scent from the box, Lin Yuyu felt very hungry. Her younger sister's gentle voice called out, time to eat. She quickly carried the two babies to their special high chairs. Breakfast was already served. She cut half a box of food into small pieces for each little one and let them eat freely. Lin Yuyu was so hungry she took a bite from a box, feeling very satisfied. She missed this taste so much. In the end, she ate 5 boxes and drank 2 bowls of noodle soup before stopping. The babies also drank half a bowl of plain noodle soup. After eating and drinking enough, the three of them moved to the entertainment area to chat, while her younger sister cleared the table. She told her sister, let's have fried sauce noodles for lunch, and her sister nodded before leaving to meet her old friends. After her sister left, Lin Yuyu watched the babies and translated some books. She spent 2 hours translating and then packed everything away. She gave the babies water, took them to the bathroom, and played chase with them. When they got tired, she sat with the babies in the entertainment area, noticing their vocabulary was growing rapidly. It would be great if there was a TV. Soon, her sister returned and started making fried sauce noodles. When they were ready, she called the 3 of them to eat. She chopped the noodles into small pieces for the 2 little ones and let them eat by themselves to help develop their coordination. Seeing the babies already grabbing their food, Lin Yuyu also started eating her noodles. The noodles were very chewy, and the sauce was delicious. This time, they used a homemade sauce from a local friend, which was very tasty. After eating 2 bowls, the 3 of them drank some noodle soup and let out satisfied burps. When her sister finished clearing the table, they took a walk with the babies. They coaxed the babies to sleep and then left her sister to watch over them. Lin Yuyu entered her space and set the timer to start translating the books. Once she finished translating everything, she left the space to take a nap with the babies. Her sister remembered that Lin Yuyu wanted to eat sweet potato balls and sweet potato pancakes. She started preparing, boiling milk tea with milk powder and tea leaves, and melting frozen pears. She waited for the 3 women to wake up and find that her little sister had prepared afternoon tea. It was such a wonderful surprise. They enjoyed crispy outside and almost melted sweet potato balls and sweet potato cakes. After drinking a sip of milk tea, they felt happy with this simple life. At least the 2 babies loved it very much, constantly shouting, "Mommy, eat, eat, eat." Lin Yuyu took a sweet potato ball, split it in half, and let each of them taste a piece. She also poured half a bottle of milk for each of them and placed it on the table in front of them. She took out her camera and took a few pictures. This first afternoon tea for the babies was worth remembering. While eating frozen pears and watching the babies enjoy their tea, she noticed how smart they were. They ate the sweet potato ball and drank milk eagerly. Once the 2 little ones were full and satisfied, they started walking around the house. Her little sister watched over them, and Lin Yuyu felt very at ease. Meanwhile, the girl said someone from an ancient world contacted her, so she asked her girl to connect her. It looked like a prince was on the other side, but she didn't know what they wanted to exchange. Lin Yu asked, "May I ask what you want to trade?" The prince was still in shock, amazed that they could connect to other worlds. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, he quickly replied, "We are from the Jing dynasty, currently suffering from a drought and natural disasters. Other nearby countries are also affected. I want to ask if you have food to trade. Many people are starving and dying because there isn't enough food. The available food is limited and can't help everyone." Lin Yu thought she could help since it involved several countries. She said, "I have rice here, but I want to trade for your jewelry, rare treasures, and various medical books. I also want your secret medicine formulas and food recipes." The prince was very happy. He asked, "How do we trade?" Lin Yu was worried about complications and explained, "I need to see the quality of your items. If they are top quality, I can put these treasures in a box 1 meter long, wide, and high, and exchange it for 10,000 jin of grain. If they are secret formulas, their value varies, and one sheet can be worth between 0 and 1,000 jin of grain. Medical books are also valued differently, from 10 to 5,000 jin of grain per book. If the provided items are defective, the transaction will be cancelled." From Lingyuan, they know they can only connect to one plane and are not afraid of this prince deceiving them. The prince thought for a moment and felt it was okay, even feeling he was getting a good deal. He quickly said, "All right, I will prepare right now." Lin Yu exited the trading system and told the horn blower, "Exchange the rice we stored before. If it's gone, replace it with grains grown on land that hasn't been irrigated with spring water. Check the quality and include more coarse grains to resist hunger." Seeing that everything was settled, Lin Yu withdrew her mental energy and started interacting with the babies. Little Ant went to prepare dinner. She took a piece of pork rib from her ring, then added potatoes, white radish, dried beans, and dried eggplant to make a special hearty stew. She steamed some rice and also made a sour vegetable and pork soup. The babies ate the same food. After the meal was ready, Little Ant called out, "Yu, dinner is ready." After calling, she began serving rice to everyone. Hearing her call, Lin Yu replied, "Okay, Little Ant, we'll be right there." She then carried the two babies to their high chairs, fed them some of the soup Little Ant had served, and gave them half a bowl. She also put some rice into their small wooden bowls, poured some soup over it, mixed it well, and handed them small spoons to try eating on their own. The two little ones started struggling with their spoons, making little grunts. Seeing that they were eating, Lin Yu also drank a bowl of soup. She could feel the warm flow reaching her stomach, making her feel cozy and hungry. She tasted a piece of the pork rib, tender and falling off the bone. The potatoes and radish inside were soft and flavorful, and the cabbage soaked up the soup. Surprisingly, the best tasting were the dried beans and eggplant, which soaked up the soup and had a nice chewy texture. She mixed a big spoonful of the hearty stew with rice and took a bite. All the flavors blended together, and it was surprisingly delicious and very satisfying. After enjoying her meal, she watched the babies still diligently battling with their spoons. Seeing her daughter getting a bit anxious, she quickly took their small wooden bowls and ate the cooled rice inside. She refilled their bowls with rice, added some potatoes, pork ribs, and soup, mashed everything with a spoon, and fed it to them. They ate happily, their little eyes squinting with joy, and their adorable expressions instantly won her heart. After dinner, Little Ant tidied up and then, with Lin Yu, each took a small child and continued walking around upstairs and downstairs in the house. After washing the two little ones and tucking them into bed, Lin Yu cuddled with them to sleep. The next morning, they woke up at 8 o'clock. Auntie had already returned. They had breakfast together before getting up. After taking the children to the bathroom and washing up, they went back to the play area to enjoy some games. At this moment, Auntie came over holding a small notebook and handed it to her, saying, "You, the children can start learning about different things now." Lin Yu took it and opened it, and she was amazed. The pictures of apples, pears, and small animals looked very real and beautiful. She asked in surprise, "Auntie, did you draw these?" Auntie nodded mysteriously and said, "Yes." Lin Yu truly felt that bringing Auntie here was the right choice. She looked at the colors in the drawings and asked, "Did you buy the paints at the 100 Flowers building?" Auntie sighed and said, "Yes, I thought when the children are old enough to learn about things, I should get some." Lin Yu happily said, "Annie, when the children reach the right age, you should prepare everything they need to learn." She also whispered, "If there's anything missing, just ask me." After hearing this, the two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Lin Yu used the picture book to teach the children about the items in the drawings, helping them expand their vocabulary. After a little while of learning, she took the two children out and made a small ball similar to those in the supply store, then played catch with them. Auntie went to prepare braised pork bones and millet porridge. She had heard from the market vendor that this was a special dish from Liaoning province. Lin Yu thought that her sister's market visits were like a menu broadcast for their family. She cooked all morning, and the aroma was already filling the house. The three of them eagerly watched the kitchen. Auntie felt like she was about to roll her eyes. She brought the lunch to the table and called out, "Dinner is ready." The family left their toys and hurried to the table. Lin Yu quickly sat the two little ones in their chairs. She took a piece of braised pork bone, shredded the meat, and gave some to each child. Then she gave them each a bone without meat to chew on and play with. She couldn't wait to take a bite herself. The sound of her biting into it was satisfying and hot. She didn't want to spit it out, chewed carefully, and enjoyed the rich flavor of the sauce, feeling very satisfied. After having a big bowl of millet porridge, I felt very comfortable. Who do you think thought of pairing these two things together to make them taste so good? When we finished eating, I gave the babies a small bowl of millet porridge to drink. The three of us took a short walk, then gently put the two babies down for their afternoon nap. I opened the bedroom door, and from the living room, I could see them while chatting with my younger sister. You wonder why she isn't sleeping. It's because earlier during lunch, my younger sister secretly told her that the young workers had some news. Lin Yu's bright eyes looked at my sister and asked, "Auntie, tell me quickly, what's the story?" My sister didn't tease her and said, "Those 4 young workers just obediently followed the team leader back." Lin Yu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Yes, we talked about that last time." Seeing she remembered, my sister continued, "When they arrived at the work site, the young workers stayed in separate rooms for men and women. When they went inside, they found that young worker number 1 caused trouble again." Lin Yu's eyes lit up and asked, "Tell me, what happened? Was she not allowed to stay?" My sister replied, "Of course she was allowed to stay. She didn't like how crowded the work site was, didn't want to share a room with others, and also complained about the smell." Curious about how the older workers reacted, Lin Yu asked, "Did the older workers say anything to her? Did they just tolerate her?" My sister shrugged and said, "How could they tolerate her? She's hot-tempered." The older worker simply threw her and her luggage into the yard. Lin Yu couldn't help but praise the older worker in her heart and said, "Good job, old worker." Then she asked, "Did she become obedient?" Seeing her, my sister joked, "How could she become obedient? The village chief hadn't left yet. He saw clearly that she's a spoiled girl. He didn't spoil her and directly said, 'Anyone causing trouble should go back to the work unit.'" Lin Yu laughed and said, "Now she's obedient, right?" My sister continued, "That's right. Not only that young worker, but the other new workers also quickly became obedient. They all hurriedly took their luggage into the house and didn't dare to speak." Lin Yu was surprised and asked, "Did the troublemaker also go back?" My sister nodded. She went back, looking quite embarrassed. No one wanted to stay near her, so she could only stay at the foot of the bed. Lin Yu said, "If you don't do it, you won't die," and my sister nodded in agreement. Thinking that their visit to the countryside might not be for fun, but to seek safety. If they don't stay quiet, they might cause trouble, as if they think their lives aren't hard enough. After gossiping, Lin Yu's restless heart calmed down, and she went to spend time with the 2 little ones for a nap. Her aunt was thawing frozen pears for Lin Yu and warming up some apples for the babies. Then she went upstairs to see what she could do for the children. While the family was relaxing at home, Hui Yuxuan finally found some time to come back. That day, Lin Yu wanted to eat the big mixed stew, sweet and sour pork, shredded pork, and sour cabbage and pork soup she craved. She told her aunt, who immediately went to the kitchen to cook and fulfill her wishes. Lin Yu was sitting with the babies, talking and pointing at pictures. Suddenly, the door opened. She looked up and saw Hui Yuxuan. It's been over a week since they last saw each other. She hurried over to him. noticing he looked thinner and wanting to help him feel better. She looked at him with concern and said, "Our Commander Hua, you finally came to see us. I thought you forgot about us." Hu Yuxuan knew his wife was worried about him. He looked at her with a sad expression and said, "Wife, I haven't slept well all week, and I haven't been eating properly. Look, I've lost weight." Of course, Lin Yu felt sorry for him. Before she could say anything caring, the children started calling out excitedly, "Daddy!
Daddy!"
Daddy!" She signaled to Hu Yuxuan to quickly hug the babies.
He walked over to them.
He happily said, "Big and little ones, Daddy is back. I missed you so much." And then he picked up the two little ones. The children, missing him too, quietly leaned on his shoulders. They kept glancing at him, as if checking if he was really back. Lin Yu watched them with a bit of sadness, giving the space to her family, and went to the kitchen to help her aunt cook. She put a chicken and some mushrooms into the pot, asking her aunt to make a chicken and mushroom stew. The two coal stoves in the kitchen were also used. Hu Yuxuan held the two babies and whispered softly to them. Soon, they all sat in the play area, playing with toys and doing activities together. They took turns spinning around and pretending to ride horses. The two little ones took turns, and their happy laughter filled the kitchen from time to time. Lin Yu watched them, feeling a bit sad, thinking that these joyful moments were something she couldn't give them. It seems that Dad's position is irreplaceable. I thought having two babies and her as their mom would be enough, but she's a little jealous. What should I do? Over here, Andy finished cooking and brought the food to the table, calling out, "Dinner is ready." Hu Yuxuan carried the babies over and placed them in their high chairs. Lin Yu mashed the potatoes and pork from the hearty stew and mixed them with rice, then put the food in front of the babies, letting them eat by themselves. Neither of the babies ate anything. They looked eagerly at Hu Yuxuan, hoping Dad would feed them. Who could refuse such adorable little children? Hu Yuxuan quickly picked up a bowl and fed both of them. After eating, the babies didn't go to the play area but sat in their high chairs, watching Hu Yuxuan. It seemed they wanted to spend more time with Dad. While eating, Hu Yuxuan chatted with the babies. Lin Yu didn't watch their clinginess and ate with Auntie. Everyone needs someone to eat with. Once they finished, Auntie didn't ask Hu Yuxuan to clear the table but told him to stay with the babies for their nap. Lin Yu and Auntie cleaned up the kitchen together. Lin Yu said, "Auntie, let's make braised pork bones and thick millet porridge tonight." Seeing Annie agree, she went for her nap. Auntie then went upstairs to make clothes for the babies. Later, the whole family was awakened by the delicious smell of braised pork bones. Smelling the aroma, everyone got up. Lin Yu was eating the frozen pear Annie had thawed, and the babies were eating apples, but Hu Yuxuan was feeding them. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. Watching the father and children being so clingy, she felt like a bright light, like a super bright lamp. She went to the kitchen to check and asked Annie to make some minced chicken egg custard, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Then she went to the living room to be the bright lamp and munched on sunflower seeds. Finally, Auntie's sweet voice called out, "Dinner is ready." Lin Yu felt like she finally had a place to go, so she hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. After serving the food and filling their bowls, she didn't bother to watch Hu Yuxuan take care of the baby's meal. She wondered whether the braised pork bones weren't fragrant enough, or the millet porridge wasn't sticky and glutinous, or maybe the egg custard, spicy shredded potatoes, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage weren't appetizing. She decided not to make things difficult for herself and felt relaxed and happy. After dinner, she took a walk upstairs and downstairs. Today, both parents were with the two babies, and they were so happy they didn't want to sleep. After finally calming the babies to sleep, Lin Yu went to wash up. Auntie came over and took the babies away, and Hu Yuxuan also helped see them off. When she waited for them to come back, only she was left in the house, thinking the babies had been taken away. Then she remembered that she would be alone with her partner later and felt a little nervous. When she took off her clothes and lay on the warm bed, she felt so comfortable that she didn't understand what nervousness was. When Hu Yuxuan returned, he saw his wife almost asleep. He couldn't let her sleep like that. He missed her so much after not seeing her for a week. After a lovely night, Hui Yuxuan got up feeling refreshed and had breakfast. He then brought the babies over to lie with his wife and went to the army. When Lin Yu woke up, it was almost 11 o'clock. She quickly got up to wash and didn't know how the babies were doing. When she left the room, she saw the babies recognizing pictures and talking, but she wasn't happy. The two babies immediately said, "Mom is lazy." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at them and decided not to argue with her little villains. It was all her husband's fault. Humph. She turned to the bathroom to wash up, then went to the kitchen to eat the leftover egg custard and talked with the babies. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan went to the army, wanting to see how his training had gone these days. He found that the training plan didn't match what he had written, so he needed to find out why. Auntie was in the kitchen preparing catfish with eggplant. She had met a seller of catfish at the morning market today. There were also some small fish, which she planned to cook tomorrow. There was a small piece of lamb to make cumin lamb. Today's dishes were also suggested by the market vendor. She made spicy potato slices and radish soup and steamed a pot of rice. The food smelled so good that the three women sat at the table early, smelling the aroma. Auntie brought the food to the table, just as Hui Yuxuan came in. Lin Yu was surprised and said, "Why are you back at this time? Aren't you busy today?" Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "Today is okay. I thought I'd come back for lunch." Lin Yu was speechless and said, "Then come and eat." She then soaked rice in fish soup for the babies, fed it to them, and told them to go play afterward. The two little ones, quite ungrateful, didn't care much about seeing their dad today. He didn't even bother to look at her with concern, just gave a sympathetic glance at Hui Yuxuan. A few adults were having lunch. Hui Yuxuan took a bite and said, "This catfish with eggplant is pretty good. The eggplant is chewy." Andy said, "As long as you like it." Lin Yu was so focused on eating that she didn't speak. Once everyone was full, Hui Yuxuan helped Andy clean up the kitchen. In the living room, he looked at Lin Yu with regret and said, "My training has a problem. I need to find out why. I have to supervise it myself. It might take at least a week or up to a month before I can come home." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a mix of sadness and helplessness, but mostly she understood. She said clearly, "Don't worry. You just focus on training the others. No need to apologize. Without your effort, we wouldn't have our stable life now." Hui Yuxuan felt that with a wife like her, what more could he ask for? They talked for a while longer, then said goodbye to the babies, and he returned to the army. Back at the army, he immediately started investigating and quickly found the problems. First, the training plan was not properly communicated. The soldiers didn't trust their young commander and didn't take the training seriously. Second, they didn't believe the training could unlock the soldiers' potential. Third, the direct subordinates didn't pay enough attention and misunderstood the training content in the plan. All these issues were easy to fix. He was good at persuading with reason. He arranged the day's training tasks for the main force, with some officers guarding the camp. All other officers in his unit were gathered for his personal training. Only after the training plan was fully implemented could they see if it worked. The soldiers would train what they learned today the next day. If anyone wasn't serious, he would personally supervise extra practice. These officers took turns being trained by Hui Yuxuan. Every day was exhausting, and they were so tired they had no time to go home. Other units, knowing about this, felt sympathy and offered some dry comfort, not realizing it would soon be their turn. After this personal training, no one dared to disobey orders again. Having him supervise training was deadly serious. Hui Yuxuan knew he also made mistakes and would give detailed plans for future training. After Hui Yuxuan left, Lin Yu took a walk with the babies and then went for a nap. Auntie went to find her market buddy to gossip. The three daughters woke up, and their aunt had already returned. She brought out afternoon tea for everyone to enjoy together. In the afternoon, the aunt took the two babies to the department store. It had been a long time since they went out. The babies were very happy. They had thought about going to see a movie but worried they might cause trouble, so they decided not to go. They didn't go home for dinner either. Instead, they went straight to a state-run restaurant, which was quite tasty. Time passed slowly and steadily. Soon, it was April 20th, 1966. The weather had warmed up, so they no longer needed to use the heated bed. Everyone had changed into sweaters and warm pants. The babies still wore thin cotton pants because their mother was worried they might get cold. They also cleaned the second floor again and moved there to sleep. The babies now had their own small beds. Her translated books had been sent over. She had received the new books and the payment slips. The babies learned about many things through their aunt's picture albums. Everything was moving in a good direction. That day, Lin Yu wanted to eat a dish called Little Pig Coverlet, which looked similar to a big stew topped with a flatbread. She saw her aunt come back from visiting her old friends and said, "Annie, let's eat the little pig coverlet." Her aunt replied, "Okay, I know how to make it. Just wait and enjoy the meal." While her aunt prepared the dish, Lin Yu went back to the play area to look at pictures and talk with the babies. She secretly took out a small orange and shared it with the babies. They were still young and didn't know much about what was at home. After discarding the fruit peel into the trash, the three women started playing soccer. The little boy was always kicked by the big boy with the ball. He didn't cry, but happily kicked the ball back. The big boy was very brave on his growth journey, always the first to try new things. The little boy still needed to improve and lacked some courage. Her aunt brought the little pig coverlet to the table and called out, "Dinner is ready." Hearing her aunt's call, Lin Yu carried the two babies over and placed them in their high chairs. She gave each of them a piece of the soaked dish to nibble on. She also took a piece herself. It was soft, chewy, salty, and fragrant with a hint of wheat flavor, leaving a delicious aftertaste. The ribs inside were already deboned. After they finished eating the pancakes, they each mashed a piece of rib meat for the two babies to hold and eat by themselves. The soft potatoes melted in the mouth, with a crunchy texture that was very tempting. I also fed each of the two babies a bite of potato. The dried green beans were still firm and flavorful. Everyone was very satisfied with this meal. After rubbing my stomach for a while, I took the two babies for a walk around the house, then let them take a nap. Lin Yu couldn't sleep, so she sat in the living room, watching the babies and chatting with her little aunt. Her little aunt kept talking excitedly. "You guess what good news I have today?" Lin Yu thought about it. What could it be? A remittance slip for translation? That didn't seem right. Not wanting to think too hard, she asked, "What good news?" "I can't guess." Her little aunt looked at her as if saying, "How can you not guess?" and said, "It's about the educated youths." Lin Yu immediately perked up, more gossip to enjoy. She quickly hugged her aunt's arm and begged, "Auntie, stop teasing me. Just tell me." Her aunt, feeling overwhelmed, quickly said, All right, I'll tell you. Don't shake me anymore. I feel like I might fall apart." Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly let go and asked nervously, "Are you okay? Do you need Ling Yuan to help fix you up?" Her aunt rolled her eyes in frustration and helplessly said, "No need. Let me tell you about the educated youths." Lin Yu's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly, signaling her to go on. She was already holding sunflower seeds, ready to listen. Seeing her like this, her aunt was speechless and said, "Didn't they stay at the educated youth camp last time?" Lin Yu nodded cooperatively. "Yes, they did mention staying at the youth camp last time." Her aunt continued, "They have a place to stay, but no food yet." That female educated youth, number 1, started causing trouble again. She complained that she disliked the coarse grain the village gave them. The village also had fine grain, which they could exchange or buy. She had nothing and finally had to carry that bag of coarse grain away. Lin Yu said, "That's true. If you want coarse grain, you have to pay for fine grain." "Who would give it to you for free?" her aunt added. "That's not all." When they returned to the youth camp, the old educated youths prepared a meal to welcome them. But she started complaining again. Lin Yu said helplessly, "If she doesn't want to eat, then she doesn't have to. She can make her own food." Auntie laughed and said, "Who says she can't? She complains but eats the most." Lin Yu thought this young woman was really strange. And then, Auntie replied, the older villagers didn't argue with her. After dinner, they said that if they ate together in the future, the new young villagers also had to take turns with chores. The young women would cook and wash dishes, and the young men would gather firewood and fetch water. Lin Yu nodded and said, "That sounds fair." Annie agreed, "Yes, they are quite decent here, very upright. Let me tell you more." When it was the young women's turn to cook, young woman number 1 couldn't even light a fire and almost set the kitchen on fire. It took a lot of help from others to get the fire going, and the food she cooked was half raw and tasted strange. The young villagers didn't blame her. They even felt she owed them nothing. Lin Yu said, "She probably doesn't want to face reality, but has no choice. She lacks skills and money. Maybe her family had a big problem, and she was sent here suddenly." Annie also thought so and added, "Do you know that person who neglects his wife and daughter to give his nephew money for things?" Because he was so strange, Lin Yu remembered him clearly. She said, "Of course I remember. I even thought about telling his wife to ask the army for help if I had the chance." Annie smiled and said, "Haha, I once saw her and told her a story nearby." Surprisingly, she was quite brave and immediately went to see the army leaders. Lin Yu happily and curiously asked, "What did the army do?" Andy replied, "They found out the truth and split his salary into 3 parts. One for his wife and family, one for the child support, and the last one was kept by the army. When they needed it, they would come to get it, and he signed an agreement." Lin Yu was surprised at how strong the army was and praised, "The army leaders are really good. If he had money, he would probably send it to his nephew. He wouldn't go back to hit his wife and kids, right?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. The leader said he couldn't take care of his wife and children properly, so he should retire." Lin Yu thought that for these soldiers, it probably had a strong, intimidating effect. She listened happily as her aunt kept talking about gossip, occasionally adding a comment. It was a peaceful and friendly chat. It wasn't until the babies called out, "Mom," that they realized they had been talking for over 2 hours. No wonder they were so thirsty. After washing the babies and giving them some warm water to drink, she took out 2 ugly oranges and shared them among the 4 of them. Then they played a guessing game with pictures, helping the babies review what they had recently learned. For dinner, they had mushroom chicken porridge and sweet pancakes. Worried that the babies might have trouble digesting the pancakes, she only gave them some mushroom chicken porridge. The 4 of them wandered around the house for a while before washing up and going to bed. The next morning, after washing up with the babies, they went downstairs for breakfast. They saw Hui Yuxuan there, which surprised them because they hadn't seen him in nearly a month. The babies were so excited they almost rolled down the stairs. Hui Yuxuan saw them and quickly came over to take the babies, holding them as they went downstairs for breakfast. They ate scallion pancakes, millet pumpkin porridge, and chicken and egg custard. After breakfast, Lin Yu asked, "Are you free today?" Hui Yuxuan looked at her affectionately and said, "I can rest for a day. The training plan for the army has been finalized, so I don't need to supervise it myself for now." Lin Yu was happy because she could see him every day, and the babies were also very happy. She then said, "Go borrow a car and let's go out for a walk." Hui Yuxuan smiled and replied, "It's been ready for a while. We just need to wait until you wake up and finish breakfast, then we can leave." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at him and huffed, "Humph." The 5 of them drove out of the family compound, with no specific destination. They just enjoyed the scenery along the way. The babies had rarely been outside before, so they were excited to see the outside world and kept jumping with joy. Lin Yu was also very happy. She rarely went out either, usually staying with the babies every day. After a long drive, she felt much more relaxed. They went to a state-run restaurant for a meal, then watched a movie at the cinema before returning to the family compound. During this time, the 2 little ones looked around happily without crying or making trouble, behaving very well. In the evening, to celebrate Hui Yuxuan's return home, her aunt cooked braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, mapo tofu, and spicy shredded potatoes. I cooked a big pot of rice and didn't ask Hui Yuxuan to help, letting him play with the little ones instead. It's been a long time since I had braised pork. It melts in your mouth and tastes so good I never get tired of it. Sweet and sour ribs are the favorite of the 2 little kids. They gnawed on quite a few, but in the end, they didn't eat any rice. Mapo tofu mixed with rice is a perfect dish, and spicy sour shredded potatoes are very appetizing. Everyone ate happily. Hui Yuxuan still has a big appetite, which makes me very envious. After eating and drinking enough, we went for a walk in the big yard to help digestion. The weather's warmer now, so everyone is out for a walk. People in this yard are very friendly. They greet both acquaintances and strangers. It's lively here, different from the previous seaside yard. The little kids were already picked up by Hui Yuxuan because they can't walk for long on their short legs. As usual, after about an hour of strolling, we went back home. When we got home, everyone washed up and went to sleep. When the little ones fell asleep, Hui Yuxuan took them to visit his aunt. Lin Yu saw how shy he was and didn't stop him. After all, they haven't seen each other in a long time, and she missed him very much. Their evenings are always so wonderful. The next morning, still groggy, she felt two little bundles of joy in her arms. She habitually hugged them and fell back asleep. Hui Yuxuan got up early for morning exercises, and his aunt also got up to go to the morning market. When his aunt returned, Hui Yuxuan had already prepared breakfast. They ate breakfast together, and the three women's warm clothes were kept in the pot. His aunt went to play with her friends, and Hui Yuxuan went to the military. When the three women woke up hungry, they found no one around. In the kitchen, she saw porridge and eggs in the pot. She first fed the little ones to fill their stomachs, then ate the rest herself. After washing the dishes, she put the little ones in the play area. The three women started talking and recognizing pictures. Now the little kids speak very clearly, but they still can't form full sentences. Around 9 o'clock, she took them to the bathroom. After a little chasing and playing, she cut an orange and gave each little one a piece to eat on their own. The two kids each ate half an orange and then started a guessing game with pictures. Soon, her aunt returned and played with the little ones for a while before asking, "Yo-yo, what are you having for lunch?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I want to eat clay pot rice." "Auntie, you can prepare it." Her aunt listened and went to get everything ready. Lin Yu continued playing games with the little ones. While waiting for the fragrant clay pot rice to be ready, her stomach was growling with hunger. The sound attracted the babies, who curiously looked at their mom's belly, wondering why it was making noises. Afterward, she gently pinched her little tummy. Lin Yu felt very embarrassed. Her two naughty children always found ways to embarrass her. When the food was ready, Andy brought it to the table and called out, "Meal is ready." Lin Yu quickly helped the babies into their high chairs, looking at the shiny rice grains and smelling the sizzling, fragrant aroma from the pot. She couldn't help but salivate. She quickly stirred the rice and served each of the two little ones a small bowl of rice to eat by themselves. Eagerly, she took a bite herself. The salty flavor of the sausage, the fresh sweetness of the vegetables, and the aroma of the rice blended together, making her want to enjoy every bite. It was a wonderful feast for the taste buds. After finishing the meal, she enjoyed the crispy, fragrant rice crust at the bottom of the pot, soft and crunchy, just right, very delicious. Unable to resist, she had another serving of the clay pot rice, and the two babies surprisingly stubbornly asked for half a bowl more. She didn't refuse them and served a little more rice for each. After the meal, she gave them some hawthorn water to drink, took a walk around 3 times, and then let them take a nap. Lin Yu stayed with them during their rest. When the 3 of them woke up, she suddenly felt like eating durian. But the smell was too strong, and she wasn't sure if the babies could handle it. After some thought, she decided to go to the room at the far west end of the first floor, where no one was around. She took out the peeled durian flesh and couldn't resist taking a bite. She brought the 2 babies in, watching as they wrinkled their noses, which made her want to laugh. She first gave the durian to the older child. After one bite, she involuntarily gagged, but then chewed and found it sweet. She couldn't help but eat another bite, but again she gagged. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu wanted to laugh, but also felt a little sad. She tried to take the durian away, but the older child wouldn't let her. She watched as the older child kept gagging and eating, and after a few times, she was fine. Then she confidently gave her a piece of durian to eat on her own.
Next was the younger child.
Seeing her sister's reaction, the younger one hesitated but was attracted by her sister's sweet and happy expression, so she tried a bite. She also felt a bit nauseous but gradually got used to it after 2 bites. Lin Yu then gave her a piece of durian flesh to try. Lin Yu happily ate a large piece of food, nodding as she chewed, saying, "Delicious, so good." When it was almost time to eat, she told the children, "This is a secret between us. Don't tell Dad or Auntie. Only the 3 of us know." The children nodded, understanding. They opened the window for fresh air and sprayed some air freshener inside. Someone else in the yard asked, "Whose toilet is clogged?" Annie helped bathe the two children with hot water and changed them into clothes from the space. Lin Yu also took a shower and washed her clothes. The three women brushed their teeth. She specially asked Annie to make spicy hot pot and hearty stew and steam some rice. By dinner time, the house was filled with the smell of the hot pot. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan returned, and the five of them enjoyed a delicious dinner. After cleaning up the table and kitchen, they went for a walk. Back home, Hui Yuxuan played games with the children, while Lin Yuyu went to wash up. When the children were sleepy, the two of them washed and comforted them to sleep. Later, Hui Yuxuan went to wash himself and do laundry for the women. Lin Yuyu lay on the bed and asked the system, "Tongzi, can I tell Hui Yuxuan about the space?" Tongzi thought for a moment and said, "Now is okay, Yuyu. I have a new ability. I can place restrictions on those who know about the space so they can't talk or write about its existence." Hearing this, Lin Yuyu wondered whether to tell Hui Yuxuan. She also asked, "Can I teach Hui Yuxuan Tai Chi and the Dragon Walk?" Tongzi helplessly replied, "I don't know if it will work. Maybe try? If it succeeds, be careful. If he uses the skills you teach for bad purposes, the consequences will fall on you." Lin Yu thought it might be worth a try and waited for Hui Yuxuan to finish washing. She decided to go over, close the door, and pull him into the space, thinking, "Tongzi, restrictions." Tongzi said, "Once he enters the space, the restrictions will automatically activate." "You, don't worry." Hui Yuxuan was startled and suddenly found himself in another place. He protected Lin Yuyu behind him, observing his surroundings. Lin Yuyu was very touched by his reaction. She held his hand and said, "You don't need to be afraid. This is my private space. Do you think it's beautiful?" Hui Yuxuan looked a bit surprised, but since he didn't find it strange, he asked, "Don't you think it's strange?" He nodded, then shook his head and said, "I often carry out special missions, so I know more about extraordinary things. There are some talented people in the world who usually don't interfere with normal people's lives. When something beyond the ordinary happens, they step in to help." Lin Yu nodded. She felt her understanding was still limited, so she asked, "Do you have any questions?" Hui Yuxuan looked serious and said, "Does this affect you? If you told me, would it be okay? Can you delete my memory?" Lin Yuyu didn't expect this. She had been thinking about her and decided to be honest with him, but she thought her family matters could wait until after the college entrance exam. She then shared her background, the supplies she had stored in advance, and the martial arts she practiced. After hearing this, Hui Yuxuan asked, "Was it because you practiced those martial arts that you fought me last time?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "When I first arrived, I was told I couldn't show things from beyond this world. I didn't know what to do, so I just tried to blend in here." She thought for a moment and continued, "I'm not sure if those two mental techniques are suitable for you, but maybe you can try." Hui Yuxuan wanted to practice but was worried it might affect her, so he asked, "If I practice, will it affect you?" Thinking of what Tongzi had said, Lin Yu replied, "If you succeed and use the techniques I teach to harm others, I will face karmic consequences." After hearing this, Hui Yuxuan felt reassured and asked Lin Yu to teach him the martial arts. She took him to the training area, but after practicing for a long time, it didn't work. It seemed he couldn't practice, and Lin Yu felt relieved but also a little disappointed. She then gave him a storage ring that could only hold items, and he tried to bind it with a drop of blood, but the ring turned to ash. Although she could trade these storage rings with Ling Yuan, she still felt heartbroken. However, Hui Yuxuan cared even more than she did. She also gave him a pill made by Ling Yuan to strengthen his energy and a strength pill. After taking them, Hui Yuxuan felt a warm flow pass through his body, and all other sensations disappeared. It seemed that the mortal pills made by Ling Yuan had limited effects, but he could take them. Finally, she gave him a peace talisman to keep him safe, which he hung around his neck. Secretly sharing the information made Lin Yu feel much more relaxed. Together, they visited the space, where she showed him her collection of supplies and various documents. He was most interested in these materials. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Yu, showing his curiosity. She said, "What I can give has already been sent to the top leaders." Hui Yuxuan relaxed. knowing he had received some subtle messages. Lin Yu said, "You can see more advanced military documents, but I don't know if you can take them out." They took a copy of a high-level document, but it turned out to be blank, quite a strange thing. From now on, if he wanted to see documents, he would have to bring them into the space. Thinking about the scene of eating durian with the babies today, she took out a durian. Hui Yuxuan sniffed and said, "What is this? It smells so bad. It's a bit like the smell at home today." Lin Yu smiled silently, peeled the durian, and ate a piece. Hui Yuxuan was stunned. He didn't expect his wife to have this hobby. She offered him a piece, but he refused. Angry, Lin Yu sought her lips and took a piece herself, closing her eyes as if bravely facing something difficult. She rolled her eyes at him. Then, she tentatively took a bite and found it was sweet. She thought it was a mistake and took another bite. Sure enough, it was sweet. He opened his eyes, looked at Lin Yu and said, "It's surprisingly sweet." Lin Yu burst out laughing. "Durian smells bad but tastes good." The babies also ate it today. Thinking about how the babies looked while eating and then vomiting, Lin Yu laughed loudly. Hui Yuxuan was confused. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yu showed him a video recorded by the device. They both laughed together. "Those babies are so funny." After finishing the durian, she took out a bowl of snail noodles and handed it to him. She was a little tempted herself and took a bowl to eat. Hui Yuxuan learned quickly if he didn't ask if it was good, he just started eating. Sure enough, it smelled bad but tasted delicious, and he found it addictive. He asked his wife for another bowl, and they enjoyed it thoroughly. They took a shower together, dried their clothes in the space, and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan had already gone to the army. Lin Yu woke up with the babies, ate the breakfast prepared by her younger sister, and then talked to the babies using picture cards. Her younger sister went to the village to collect pine nuts, hazelnuts, dried mushrooms, and other mountain products to mail to her in-laws, while also visiting a few nearby villages. At noon, the mother and others cooked their own meals. Lin Yu felt that her younger sister's life was more colorful and lively now. Looking at the two little babies, she felt both sweet and a little worried. They played with toys in the play area and gave them some water to drink. Lin Yu went to the kitchen, poured fresh orange juice into a bottle, and also prepared some happy water in a teacup. She also brought out baby puffs and small cookies made by the household robot, along with her own fried chicken and fries, and carried everything to the dining room. She held the two babies in their high chairs. The morning tea for the three mothers was ready, and they took photos to remember the moment. They enjoyed the fried chicken, fries, and happy water together, perfect match. The babies also ate happily, and the mothers occasionally clinked their cups, feeling a sense of ritual. After finishing the morning tea, they rested for a while, then each took one hand and strolled around twice. It was time for a guessing game, reviewing what they learned in the morning. The babies had amazing memories, almost never forgetting what they saw. After all, their pills were effective. After guessing the pictures, they played soccer to burn off some of the food in their stomachs, preparing for lunch. This time, they didn't chase the ball. The three mothers played soccer with each other. When they got hungry, Lin Yu took the babies to the play area, gave them a little water, and went to the kitchen to boil water, indicating that lunch was being prepared. She served pumpkin and mincemeat porridge, vegetable and egg custard, and banana puree made for the babies. Her own meal was spicy crayfish, stir-fried broccoli, and little dumpling soup, all placed on the table. She held the babies and fed them egg custard and porridge, then let them eat banana puree on their own. Her crayfish was ready, delicious. The three mothers enjoyed their lunch together. Hui Yuxuan was alone in his office, eating the cafeteria food that Shaoli brought him. After finishing, he tidied up the table, washed the babies, and then the three mothers went for a nap. Her younger sister also exchanged many mountain products and listened to gossip from Yangyang village. She successfully joined the group of village women, as she had exchanged quite a lot of mountain goods at each of their homes. Aunt didn't go straight home. She took out some items in a pocket in a place where no one was around. Inside, there were 10 jin of hazelnuts, 10 jin of pine nuts, 20 jin of dried mushrooms, and various dried vegetables. She was sending them to her in-laws by mail. She also took some money from an uncollected remittance slip before returning to the family compound. When she got home, the mother and two children were still sleeping soundly, unaware that anyone had visited. Aunt put the mountain goods into the storage room, took some pine nuts, and went to find her old friends. She wanted to chat about the latest gossip she had just heard. By the time the mother and children woke up, it was already 3 p.m. She fed the two babies some warm water. Then she took them to the bathroom and continued playing picture recognition games in the entertainment area. After teaching them the afternoon lessons, she let the little ones play with toys while she washed some strawberries. She cut the strawberries into small pieces and put them on small plates. Her own portion was placed on a large plate, all big and tasty. She also brought out a few egg tarts, scooped out the egg filling for each baby, and placed them on small plates. They all shared the afternoon joy together in the entertainment area. After the babies finished eating, she took them for a walk around the house and kicked a small ball for a while. At 5 p.m., Aunt returned home and started preparing dinner. She cooked a big pot of millet porridge. Lin Yu took out 30 pork and mushroom buns and some small pickled vegetables.
Dinner was ready.
Aunt sat with the babies, looking at pictures and reviewing the new drawings they learned today. Feeling bored, Lin Yu remembered she hadn't practiced boxing for a long time. She started doing Tai Chi in the open space. Unknowingly, the babies watched her with great interest. Hui Yuxuan came to see his wife practicing boxing and was also captivated. He followed along, trying to learn. Although he couldn't master the martial arts, practicing a little was still good. When Lin Yu finished her Tai Chi and relaxed, she saw the other 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. She asked innocently, "Why are you all looking at me?" Hui Yuxuan smiled and said, "Because my wife looks so beautiful when she practices." Lin Yu rolled her eyes silently. Anne had already brought out dinner and called the babies to sit properly. She split the buns in half for the little ones and fed them a little meat filling. The buns were full of juice, and everyone ate quietly. The babies were happy eating the juicy bun pieces. After finishing dinner and tidying up the house, a few people went out for a walk. The little ones are now very happy every day when they go out and are not shy at all. When someone talks to them, they respond happily, which is very adorable. An hour later, the family of 5 returned home, washed up, and went to bed. After putting the babies to sleep, Hui Yuxuan asked, "Sweetheart, where are the buns and side dishes from today?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "You already know, so I think there's no need to have delicious food we can't eat. I'm not being unreasonable. We just live a normal life." Hui Yuxuan was surprised and asked, "Does Auntie also know?" Lin Yu looked at him curiously and said, "Did I tell you? My system can trade with other worlds. Auntie is a puppet I use to trade with the cultivation world. She's a type of plant." Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened, and he said with a sad face, "You didn't tell me." "I see that Auntie's reactions are quick, just like a real person." Lin Yu sighed and said, "I'm not entirely sure how it works. To be precise, I made a contract with them so they play certain roles. They get immersed in it, just like it's real. I really treat her like my auntie." Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "That's impressive. So, why can Auntie come out? She seems to be from a much different world." Lin Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe she just serves me and doesn't interfere with the development of this world." Hui Yuxuan satisfied his curiosity and spent a wonderful night with his wife. The next morning, he got up and did a set of Tai Chi before going out for morning exercise. Auntie also went out to find her old friends at the morning market. When Auntie returned from the market and made breakfast, Hui Yuxuan finished his morning exercise. After they finished eating and tidied up, one went to the army, and the other went to find her old friends. While waiting for the mother and daughter to wake up, wash up, give the babies some water, and place them in the play area, Lin Yu went to the kitchen and brought out steamed dumplings, barbecued buns, custard buns, chicken feet, durian pastries, and pu'er tea. The babies had milk and oatmeal porridge. She placed everything on the dining table, picked up the babies, and gave each of them a piece of the barbecued bun skin. She then started eating her own, with her favorite shrimp dumplings, which she never gets tired of. The pork in the barbecue buns is my favorite, and the custard buns are also delicious. I split the custard buns in half for the babies, and they really like them. I take a sip of pu'er tea to refresh my palate. The durian pastry is full of filling, and all three of us are very happy with our breakfast. After feeding the babies milk and oatmeal porridge, we start our daily early education. For lunch, I ate spaghetti with my little aunt. The babies had soft noodles mixed with meat sauce. It was the babies' first time trying meat sauce, and they loved it so much they buried their faces in the bowls. Soon, evening came. My little aunt boiled some water, but didn't cook dinner. We brought out Xinjiang-style hand-pulled rice, baked buns, fried rice noodles, and crayfish for dinner. We also let the little ones put some snacks into my aunt's ring, so she can share them with Huiyuan every morning. The three of us couldn't get up early, so we reminded my aunt to remember to boil water, even on days she didn't cook. We prepared steamed egg custard and millet pumpkin porridge for the babies. Waiting for Huiyuan to come back and see the food on the table, he looked very impressed. Lin Yu saw him return and introduced, besides the crayfish, everything else is a specialty from Xinjiang. Huiyuan looked at the crayfish and said, "There's not much meat, so it's not very tasty." Lin Yu shook her head and said, "That's not true. It's about the flavor and atmosphere, not just the meat." Huiyuan didn't argue. Whatever his wife said goes. The couple first fed the babies, then let them play with toys in the play area before coming back to eat with my little aunt. Lin Yu served a small bowl of hand-pulled rice. She was craving this. One bite of the lamb was juicy and flavorful, the carrot sweet, and the rice soft yet chewy. She also took a baked bun, and the aroma was irresistible. Crispy outside, tender inside, with distinct yet harmonious layers. After finishing a few buns, she felt very satisfied. The fried rice noodles were coated in sauce. The spicier, the more she wanted to eat. The more she ate, the hungrier she felt. My little aunt ate for a while, then went to check on the babies. Lin Yu and Huiyuan continued enjoying the crayfish. They first the broth, then used their teeth to bite out the meat, and pulled off the tails easily. They ate 2 servings but still wanted more, so they took out 2 more to satisfy their cravings. Lin Yu rubbed her stomach, thinking that good food is even better when shared. Huiyuan tidied up the dining table and kitchen, while Lin Yu threw the trash into the space's trash bin, which could decompose it every day. A family of 5 went out for a walk, but they returned home after just an hour. After washing up and putting the babies to sleep, Huiyuan said, "Wife, send me into the space. I want to look at some military books." Lin Yu nodded and said, "I won't go in. I'll stay with the babies. When you're done, just tell me and the robot will send you out." She sent him inside and told the robot, "He's done looking, send him out." Then she went to sleep with the babies. The next morning, Auntie made porridge and scallion pancakes, along with some shrimp dumplings and barbecue buns for breakfast. After a hearty meal, Huiyuan went to the military base feeling energetic, while Auntie finished her chores and went out to play. The mother and 2 children woke up, washed up, and went downstairs. Lin Yu ate tofu pudding and small steamed buns, while the babies had vegetable and lean meat porridge and egg pancakes. Once everyone was full, their daily routine began. At noon, Lin Yu and Auntie ate crab yolk mixed noodles, which was very fresh. The babies ate vegetable noodles, each with a small bowl. In the evening, the focus was on lamb. They had handheld lamb skewers, and half a roasted whole lamb, which they couldn't finish. Auntie made seaweed egg drop soup. She gave the babies a small taste, then fed them egg custard and porridge. After they ate enough, she took them to the play area. The 3 of them continued working, but soon Auntie went offline to play with the babies. The young couple kept going, took out some beer, and enjoyed eating and drinking happily. After they finished and tidied up, the babies had already gone to sleep with Auntie. The couple quickly washed up and went to bed, enjoying another passionate night. Initially, Lin Yu planned to try different local delicacies each night, but Huiyuan came back in the morning and said they had a drill. The food tour was postponed until he returned, and then they would continue. Every day, she and the babies ate, drank, did early education, played football, and exercised. Annie went out every morning to visit her old friends and came back to tell Lin Yu about the gossip she heard. That afternoon, Lin Yu fed the babies some grapes and let them play with toys in the play area. She also went to the kitchen to prepare wolfberry potatoes, octopus balls, stinky tofu, shrimp paste, grilled gluten, and milk tea. Preparing snacks for a small gathering. Just then, my aunt returned, smiling as she looked at Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu thought about that familiar expression. Could it be gossip? She asked, Annie, do you have some news? My aunt giggled and said, It's about that girl who caused some trouble again. I came back to tell you. While eating snacks, Lin Yuyu asked curiously, She can't be working in the fields. They stay in the youth camp all day. How could she cause trouble? My aunt, munching on some shrimp balls, said, An old youth worker hasn't been feeling well these days and wanted to eat some millet porridge to feel better. She continued, When she went to get the millet porridge, guess what happened? Lin Yuyu swallowed her stinky tofu and replied, It was gone. My aunt, biting into a potato skewer, said, Actually, it was missing quite a bit. When she mentioned the grain was gone, others checked their supplies and everyone found some missing. The new youth workers didn't have any grain, so the girl youth workers decided to ask the male youth workers if they had lost any. Lin Yuyu, sipping her milk tea, agreed, so the male youth workers lost some too. My aunt picked up a wolfberry potato and said, The male youth workers didn't lose anything. They saw girl youth worker number 1 drinking millet porridge when they passed the kitchen. Lin Yuyu put down her milk tea, surprised. She was holding a bowl. How could she see what was inside? My aunt, laughing, said, Because she was eating so messily some rice grains got on her face. Someone with sharp eyes saw it, and the smell of millet porridge was still in the air. Lin Yuyu also found it amusing. Millet porridge smells so good. Besides, everyone was hungry. How could they not smell it? My aunt added, That girl youth worker number 1. Must have some issues in her head. Lin Yuyu took a skewer of grilled gluten and asked, Didn't they smell it earlier? My aunt wiped her mouth and said, Girl youth worker number 1 only took some millet earlier, but didn't cook it. She cooked it today around noon. She continued, That old youth worker also smelled it. He thought she was feeling unwell, and since the land was thawing soon and they would start working again, he wanted her to eat something nourishing. While taking out some fruit platters, Lin Yuyu said, I really don't know what to say about her. How did they handle it? My aunt picked a piece of dragon fruit and said, What could they do? They went to see the village chief. Lin Yuyu took a piece of kiwi and said, I guess the village chief will send her back. My aunt nodded and replied, Yes, they plan to send her back. She cried and begged for forgiveness, promising to write an IOU and return the grain once they divided it. Lin Yuyu wiped her mouth and said, The old educated youths and the village chief are still kind. Auntie agreed, That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't forgive her. I would just send her back. Lin Yuyu smiled and said, If they send her back, she will be reassigned to a more remote and harder place. After saying that, she took out some other snacks and fruit tea and handed them to Annie. The two continued to enjoy the snacks and chat about other village gossip. Of course, the children's fruit platter was also available.